decided to start today's sign-in. God bless me, please give me a big prize. Although there is one sign-in opportunity every day, Yifeng still feels that 12 hours is too difficult to wait. Click sign in. Signing in. Successful sign-in. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a lower grade heavenly rank spiritual root +1. What? Heavenly grade spiritual roots. After making sure that he was not mistaken, Yifeng's eyes were excited and he stood up from the ground in a flash. He rubbed his eyes and blinked repeatedly, confirming that it was undoubtedly a lower grade heavenly spiritual root. Great! Great! With a heavenly spiritual root, I am now qualified to be called a peerless genius. Yifeng was ecstatic. Don't be too satisfied with your own life. In such a short time, he had achieved heavenly rank spiritual roots and out-of-body realm cultivation. After 30 years of signing in, I dare to ask the billions of people, who dares to claim to be invincible? Who dares to claim to be undefeated? Practice. I must practice immediately. Yifeng was eager to try and see how this lower grade heavenly spiritual root could improve his cultivation speed. The other side. Xia Qingyue had already passed through the portal opened by Chun Cheng and arrived at the imperial study. She entered and saw her father, Emperor Xia Cheng. Qingyue greets the emperor. Seeing Xia Qingyue appear with a smile on her face, Xia Cheng's heart finally settled down. He thought to himself, it seems that Chen Cheng is not unkind to my daughter. He also thought that after marrying into the Chen mansion, Xia Qingyue would be unhappy all day long and eventually die of depression. But the facts slapped Xia Cheng in the face. Every time Xia Qingyue came to the imperial study to see him, she was happier than the last time. And it's not the kind of happiness that is pretended, it's the joy that comes from the heart. Why are you here in the middle of the night? Xia Cheng asked. Father, I have come here only to present you with treasures. Xia Qingyue explained her purpose. Offering treasures. Xia Cheng calculated that no matter how fast it was impossible for her to get pregnant that quickly, right? Chapter 60, The Dragon Son-in-Law. As a veteran, as far as Xia Cheng knew, it would take about 25 days for this woman to become pregnant. Even the best imperial physician in the capital would diagnose her with his superb pulse diagnosis. How long has it been since Xia Qingyue married into the Chen mansion? Therefore, Xia Cheng directly shook his head to deny this idea. Xia Qingyue cannot read minds and does not know Xia Cheng's thoughts. Seeing that his curiosity has been lifted by himself, he no longer deliberately sells out and wastes time. Lift up your right arm, open your 5 fingers, and the golden dragon of Qiyun will immediately appear on your palm. Snake? Xia Cheng took a closer look and his expression suddenly changed drastically. He clapped his hands on the table and stood up, shocked. No, this is a young dragon. Qingyue, where did you get such a young dragon? Xia Cheng was anxious to confirm the answer. If he remembered correctly, the dragons had become extinct in the lower world tens of millions of years ago. Even in the upper realm, the dragon clan is a very rare existence. Only the peerless strong and the top powerful families are qualified to control it. It is a symbol of identity and strength. It was a great gift from my husband to my daughter, to the entire Da dynasty. After that, Xia Qingyue added, Father, this is not a young dragon. Not a baby dragon? Without waiting to ask further questions, Xia Qingyue had already signaled Xia Cheng to leave the imperial study and go outside with her. Although Xia Cheng was curious about what medicine was being sold in Xia Qingyue's gourd, he did not rush to ask any questions. He left the dragon chair, followed her patiently, and came outside the imperial study. Seeing that the time was about right, Xia Qingyue raised her hand higher. Xian Jilong perfectly understood her thoughts, took off her hands, and soared into the sky. During this process, her body quickly multiplied with the trend visible to the naked eye. 1 zhang, 10 zhang, 30 zhang, 50 zhang until 100 zhang. Baizhang Holy Dragon. Rao Shi, the emperor of War Xia Cheng, who had fought in many battlefields and witnessed many major scenes, was still amazed when he saw the golden dragon of luck soaring in the sky above his head. These legs were even a little weak and trembling. I've only heard of the existence of dragons in the past, see? This was the first time, let alone the Baizhang Golden Dragon. Boom! Hearing a loud noise behind him, Xiao Chang quickly turned around and looked. He saw a ray of golden light like a pillar in the direction of the ancestral temple, rising straight into the sky. Xiao Chang's eyes were stunned and he couldn't believe it. My great martial artist's national fortune has increased several times out of thin air. No! Xiao Chang shook his head in denial again, not believing that things like national fortune would increase out of thin air. Then, the only possibility remains. Looking up, Xiao Chang's eyes looked straight at the golden dragon with good luck that looked like a god coming to the world. Seeing that the time was almost right, Xiao Qingyue began to explain. This dragon is called the Golden Dragon of Qiyun, which can increase Qiyun. It is a blessing for the entire Dao dynasty. Golden Dragon of Luck. Xiao Chang repeated that various emotions were expressed on his face, and more of them were surprises. Combined with the increase in national luck, how could he not know what this Golden Dragon of Energy means and how powerful it is? Okay. With this Golden Dragon of Good Fortune, we will increase the national fortune of the Dao dynasty. Our Xiao royal family will surely prosper forever. Xiao Chang said with a smile from the bottom of his heart. There was no need to deliberately maintain the emperor's majestic image in front of his own daughter. I didn't expect it. By mistake, I actually accepted such a quick son-in-law. Xiao Chang sighed. This gift is too heavy. Not to mention the strong ones in the quasi-imperial realm, even the great emperor could not refuse. Between the protection of the emperor and his own precious daughter, Shen Xing actually chose the latter, which Xiao Chang never expected. Qingyue, please go back and tell your wise son-in-law that this treasure trove of cultivation in the Dao dynasty is open to him at any time. If you want any resources, please come and get them. Now, Xiao Chang is not worried at all. Chen Shang will threaten the Dao dynasty when he grows up in the future. He is willing to devote all the strength of the country to training him. On his way to becoming a peerless strong man, he is willing to become one of many stepping stones. My daughter is here to thank my father emperor on behalf of my husband. However, I think my husband should not need the cultivation resources of our Dao dynasty. Not needed? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chang looked confused. I personally think that even if Chen Xing's talent is amazing, it is at least a national treasure house, and there is no way to talk about it in 3 words. It is unnecessary. What is the state of cultivation for a virtuous son-in-law now? Since Xiao Qingyue said that Chen Xing could not use state treasury resources, Xiao Chang thought that his current level of cultivation should have improved a lot. To be honest, my husband has now entered the realm of the great emperor. Xiao Qingyue tells the truth. Quiet. Still as dead. If I didn't know, I thought that Xiao Chang was stuck in a time freeze. He didn't react at all for a long time. He didn't even blink, and the pestle was just there. As soon as Xiao Qingyue wanted to call out to Xiao Chang, she saw him say very excitedly, Qingyue, you, say it again, what is the state of a virtuous son-in-law now? He suspected that he had lost concentration just now and had auditory hallucinations. I accidentally heard Chen Chang's cultivation as the realm of the great emperor. Xiao Chang clearly remembers that Chen Chang is only 18 years old now. 18 years old great emperor realm. Xiao Chang really couldn't associate the 2 words with one. The land of the 18-year-old emperor? How is it possible? My husband has now entered the realm of the great emperor. Xiao Qingyue repeated it. Then, Xiao Chang froze again. But this time, with previous experience, I had to go up a lot faster to regain my consciousness. I hurriedly said, a wise son-in-law, is he the emperor? Yes, Xiao Qingyue did not hide anything and told Xiao Chang everything that happened in the secret realm in 2 words. After listening, Xiao Chang walked towards the stone table next to him and sat on the stone stool. Seeing this, Xiao Qingyue immediately chased after him and asked with concern, Father, are you okay? It's okay, I just heard too much at once and need to take it slow. Xiao Chang waved his hand to let Xiao Qingyue not worry. 18-year-old son-in-law of the great emperor, this alone is enough to make Xiao Chang's legs weak. It's not fear, but extreme excitement. Although he didn't know how Chen Xing did it, and Xiao Chang didn't want to know, at least now he no longer had to worry that the Dao dynasty would one day withdraw from the historical stage. For a dynasty blessed by a great emperor and a powerful man, who has the right to be exterminated? I can't imagine it, Xiao Chang really can't imagine it. I finally understood why Chen Qing could generously give the golden dragon of luck on his head to his daughter and to the entire Da dynasty to enhance the country's fortune, rather than going to curry favor with the emperor. He himself is the great emperor, so why should he bow down to the great emperor? Xiao Chang thought he knew better than anyone else whether an 18-year-old emperor was strong or an old emperor. Chen Qing is still young. At this age, he can enter the peak realm in the eyes of all the monks as a starting point. In the future, he will most likely enter the immortal realm that no one dares to imagine. If he had not known that with Chen Qing's current attainments, it would have been impossible for him to see the imperial power of the Dao dynasty. Xiao Chang wanted to abdicate early and pass the Dao throne to Chen Shang. As for those other princes, they are excellent, but not yet excellent enough to be on par with the emperor. Comparing the two together is an insult to the emperor. Xiao Chang also wanted to say something. When he looked at Xiao Qingyue, he unexpectedly noticed that the smile on her face had long since disappeared and she was looking solemn. Chapter 61: The Imperial Master Who Doubts Life. Xiao Chang followed Xiao Qingyue's gaze and quickly locked onto a crane in the distance. If you look closely, you will find that there is an old man wearing a robe with golden patterns standing on the crane. It seems that this person is most likely here for the Golden Dragon of Fortune. Xiao Chang expressed his opinion. Xiao Qingyue nodded. She had thought that once the Golden Dragon of Fortune was exposed, it would be targeted by other forces, but she had not expected that the other party would act so quickly. The reaction on the Imperial Palace side was also very fast. Thousands of armored guards immediately rushed to the Imperial study to protect the emperor. In addition, there are many cultivators supported by the royal family, whose cultivation levels are at the nascent soul and out-of-body realms. The Dao dynasty is just a small dynasty in the lower realm. It is not easy to raise so many nascent soul and out-of-body realm cultivators. A large amount of cultivation resources have to be spent every year. Soon, the national teacher Shao He also arrived. He is the strongest among the monks in the Imperial Palace, at the peak of the out-of-body realm, and only one step away from the spirit-severing realm. However, Shao He spent more than 10 years trying to take this one step but still failed to do so. Master, do you know this person? Xiao Chang asked. Shao He shook his head. I can only be sure that he is not a cultivator from Dao, and his strength is higher than mine. Is his strength above that of the national master? Doesn't that mean he is in the spirit-severing realm? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chang's expression changed slightly. But when he thought that he had the emperor's son-in-law standing behind him, Xiao Chang's panicked heart immediately calmed down and he felt fearless. Your Majesty, he has come with ill intentions. I suggest that you send someone to contact the 10 most powerful sects immediately to defeat this powerful enemy together. Shao He knew very well that if he and the people in front of him only relied on himself, their chances of winning against the cultivator in the spirit-severing realm who came riding a crane would be slim. If the 10 most powerful sects were to go all out, relying on their superior numbers, they might be able to scare the enemy off. Just as Xiao Qingyue was about to speak, she suddenly noticed the shadow at her feet, which was rippling slightly under the moonlight. After a brief moment of thought, Xiao Qingyue immediately understood everything. My husband always does things so perfectly. I couldn't help but feel warm in my heart. Looking at Xiao Chang again, before he could make a decision, a strong wind came down from above his head. He raised his arms to block it in front of him. Imperial Master Shao He was quick-witted and quick-handed. He stepped forward to Xiao Chang and waved the whisk in his hand, splitting and dissolving the wind in waves. Looking up, he saw that the cultivator in the spirit-severing realm had already arrived above the imperial study on a crane, blocking out much of the moonlight. With his hands behind his back and a condescending attitude, he spoke in a tone that showed indifference to everything. You are such a small country, not worthy of possessing a holy dragon. Hand over control honestly and you will be spared death. May I ask your name, Senior? Shao He asked. You are not worthy of knowing my name. The old man did not give Shao He any face and urged, my patience is limited. Make a decision as soon as possible. In order to help Xiao Chang, Xiao Qingyue and the others made up their minds, and the old man deliberately brought down the pressure of the spirit-severing realm. Those guards who did not have much training immediately lowered their knees and knelt on the ground in large groups. Not only did the long spears they held tightly in their hands fail to support their knees, but the butt of the spear was pressed down and pierced through the bluestone bricks, most of it penetrating into the ground. Thousands of guards suddenly lost their combat capability. If I were you, I would never choose to do that. You are not qualified to seize the dragon. Xia Qingyue spoke with difficulty, bearing the pressure of the spirit-severing realm. Not qualified. Xia Qingyue's words made the old man laugh, but then she immediately replaced it with a gloomy and vicious expression. Since you want to die, I will let you see clearly whether I am qualified or not. As he spoke, the spiritual energy around him gathered and transformed into a 3-foot-long sword. The sword tip fell, pointing directly at Xia Qingyue. As soon as he thought about it, the 3-foot spiritual sword immediately locked onto Xia Qingyue and shot towards her at an extremely fast speed. With this strike, the old man aimed to chop off Xia Qingyue's head. The speed at which the long sword flew was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, it was already only inches away from Xia Qingyue's eyebrows, causing her pupils to shrink slightly. But even with such a short distance, there was no way to move forward even a little bit. The spirit sword was grasped by a large hand that stretched out from the side. And the owner of this hand is Shadow Puppet. Oh! I didn't expect that in this remote place, there is someone who can block my sword. The old man was very surprised. But soon, he discovered that the Shadow Puppet was not a human being and did not have internal organs or meridians. Magic weapon. Such a concept emerged in the old man's mind. Then he was overjoyed. Great, great! I didn't expect that on this trip, I would not only obtain a dragon of luck, but also a heavenly grade humanoid weapon. The old man simply believed that in order for this humanoid weapon to be able to withstand his fatal sword attack, it must be at least of the heavenly grade. Ing Kuei didn't have time to listen to his nonsense. He grabbed the sword, turned his wrist, and sent the sword back to where it came from. You want to use my sword to kill me? The old man laughed. How naive. He opened his 5 fingers and used his spiritual power to build a huge shield in front of him like a high wall, hoping to use it to block the flying sword thrown back by the Shadow Puppet. But what happened next surprised the old man. The defensive method that he was so proud of was like a hot knife cutting lard, and was pierced through by the long sword. The speed of the flying sword was much faster than when the old man had controlled it before. Before he could defend himself again, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Puff! The old man looked down, and when he saw the bloody hole in his chest, a mouthful of blood gushed out of his mouth uncontrollably. Immediately afterwards, his eyes rolled back and his body fell from the crane like a kite with a broken string. Kill the spirit-severing realm in one strike. The Imperial Master Xiaohe, who witnessed all this, looked at the Shadow Puppet not far away from him in doubt. Seeing Xiaohe's confusion, Xia Qingyue took the initiative to explain, this thing is called Shadow Puppet. It's a kind of magical weapon. Its strength is equivalent to the peak of the spirit-severing realm. It's my husband's puppet. The peak of the spiritual severing realm. After learning the correct answer from Xia Qingyue, Xiaohe became even more skeptical about life. I never thought that after 100 years of hard training, my cultivation level would still be inferior to that of a puppet. He was so devastated that he even thought about giving up his training and retiring to the countryside. With his talent, he was afraid that he would never be able to catch up with a puppet in his lifetime. It's so depressing. He was so caught up in his despair that he completely failed to notice that another shadow had spread out from under Xia Qingyue's feet. Not long after, the shadow returned to Xia Qingyue's feet. He emerged from the shadows, kneeling on one knee, and presented a space ring with both hands. Xia Qingyue looked at the ring and knew without hesitation that it was most likely worn by the old man who was killed by the Shadow Puppet earlier. She was calm. On the other hand, Xiaohe's eyes were moving back and forth between the two Shadow Puppets, and he was falling into self-doubt. Chapter 62, One Finger Can Destroy Millions of Soldiers. In Xiaohe's opinion, being able to own such a Shadow Puppet is quite abnormal and is a rare opportunity. After all, many cultivators, like him, have spent their entire lives, but have never been able to reach the peak of the spirit-severing realm. However, Chen Chang already has 2 puppets at the peak of the spiritual severing realm. How could he not doubt himself and continue to practice? Was wasting the little time he had left on this the right choice? Ahem. Xiaohe, having calmed down, cleared his throat and approached Xia Qingyue. He tentatively asked, "Excuse me, princess, besides these two shadow puppets, there shouldn't be anything else, right?" "I'm not exactly sure how many there are, but there must be at least 10,000 of them," Xia Qingyue recalled. 10,000. Xiaohe's current expression was exactly the same as Xia Cheng's when he learned that Chen Qing had entered the realm of the great emperor. Despite this precedent, Xia Cheng's current expression was not very good. 10,000 puppets at the peak of the spiritual severing realm. Chen Qing alone is equivalent to a top force. Coupled with the cultivation level of a great emperor, Xia Cheng couldn't understand who in this world was qualified to be his enemy. On Chen Qing's side, the system panel popped up in time. "Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Heavenly Rank Formation Master Experience Pack +1. Formation Master Experience Pack." Looking at the reward prompt that popped up in front of him, Chen Qing felt that if he continued like this, it wouldn't be long before he would be omniscient and omnipotent. Others spend their entire lives, at best, mastering one cultivation method to the highest level. However, he can rely on the system rewards to practice all the cultivation methods to the top level. Without further ado, select the Formation Master Experience Pack and confirm use. Using the Heavenly Rank Formation Master Experience Pack. Successful use. Similar to the alchemist, after successfully using the experience package, all the myriad formations in the world, the mysteries of heaven and earth, turned into a huge memory, integrated into his mind, and deeply engraved in it. For rewards like this that he hasn't even mastered yet, Chen Cheng always chooses to use them himself first. Because no one can guarantee that if you really use it to get the reward for pampering your wife, it will go astray. If it goes wrong this time, who knows when it will come out randomly next time. Chen Qingmen knows that a blacksmith must be strong himself. He will not be careless just because the protagonist has to stay in seclusion for decades. Chen Cheng wanted to see if the protagonist, when he came out of confinement, could overcome his five-finger mountain by relying solely on the blessing of heaven's luck when facing the omniscient and omnipotent himself. At the same time, thousands of miles away from the Da dynasty, there is a place called Qinglong Kingdom. Your Majesty, no, this is bad. I've observed that Taoist Tianyong's soul lamp has gone out. What? Say it again. Upon hearing this, the Qinglong Emperor, Zheng Tian, stood up from the dragon throne. Master Tianyong is a powerful cultivator in the spiritual severing realm. Who can be his enemy in a small Da dynasty? I don't know, but Taoist Tianyong's soul lamp is indeed extinguished. The minister knelt on the ground, not daring to look up, and reported the truth. Hoo-ha, take a deep breath. Force yourself to calm down. Zheng Tian looked at the minister who was curled up in a ball under the prince's throne. It only took a moment for him to understand that even if he had 10 lives, he would never dare to deceive himself with such a thing. So, the spearhead quickly turned to the Da dynasty. Good, very good. A small Da dynasty, just by luck, got a lucky holy dragon, and dared to become an enemy of my Qinglong kingdom. I think you are tired of living. Come on. Quickly gather 1,000,000 soldiers and march south. As soon as Zheng Tian said this, the minister beside him hurriedly stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, the great Wu dynasty is now blessed by the holy dragon of fortune. If we rashly start a war, it will only be disadvantageous to our country. What? According to the Prime Minister, my millions of soldiers are no match for a small Dao. Zheng Tian asked. I have absolutely no such intention. It's just that the power of the holy dragon is beyond our imagination. The death of Taoist Tianyong may be related to it. It's better to be cautious. The Prime Minister explained and persuaded. Zheng Tian didn't want to let millions of soldiers die in a foreign country because he underestimated his opponent. My mind is made up, there is no need for the Prime Minister to say more. Besides, how could they possibly be qualified to control a holy dragon? How could the Lord of all beasts obey their orders? Seizing the dragon as soon as possible and using it for my own purposes is the most important thing. Zheng Tian did not take the Prime Minister's words to heart and chose to believe what he wanted to believe. He holds the ancestral magic weapon in his hand and is confident that he can use the golden dragon of luck for his own benefit. It is certain that as long as the golden dragon of fortune is tamed and the national fortune is improved, it won't be long before the Qinglong kingdom will be able to unify the entire lower world. The prime minister hesitated to speak. Based on his understanding of his own monarch, if he continued, it would not change the facts at all, but would only bring him into trouble. We can only hope that Zheng Tian's idea is correct and that the Holy Dragon of Luck has not yet been completely controlled by the Dao dynasty. Thinking about it this way, it is indeed a good opportunity. Once the Dao city gate is breached and the dragon is captured, it will be 100 benefits for the Qinglong kingdom. Half a day. It was just dawn. Millions of soldiers and horses have been assembled overnight. After Zheng Tian confirmed that Zuba was ready, he put on a set of golden armor and decided to go to the Dao dynasty in person to command the army to break into the city and seize the dragon. Little did they know that these scenes were being seen clearly by Chen Qing and Xia Qingyue thousands of miles away in the Dao dynasty, using the skypeak mirror opened by the sacred body of time and space. These guys are still so evil and want to snatch the dragon away. How despicable! Xia Qingyue gritted her teeth and said angrily. Looking at the black mass of millions of armored soldiers from a god's perspective, even she had to admit that the strength of the Qinglong kingdom should not be underestimated. Once the two countries go to war, the number of casualties will probably exceed 100,000 in one day. Xia Qingyue felt terrified just thinking about it. Behind these light-hearted numbers, countless families will be torn apart. Whether as a princess of the Dao dynasty or a member of the Dao dynasty, Xia Qingyue did not want this to happen. That's easy. Just kill them all. At this time, Chen Xing said lightly. Destroy a million-strong army. Xia Qingyue wasn't sure if she had misunderstood what Chen Chang wanted to express. That's right. Chen Chang nodded. At the same time, he raised his hand and a finger dropped. Looking at the Qinglong kingdom, there was a cloudless sky above the heads of millions of soldiers. Suddenly, the situation reversed and turned into a chaotic scene. Then, from the chaos, an astonishingly large golden finger fell. Even if there are millions of people, they are as small as dust under that giant finger. Chapter 63, National Treasure. Turn your attention to the millions of soldiers. Those who had originally been eager to fight and had finally waited for the opportunity to make achievements and planned to use the Dao dynasty as a stepping stone to get promoted and make money, suddenly became discouraged. There was only fear in his eyes, and he had lost all his fighting spirit. Faced with the finger that pierced even the sky, most of the soldiers stood there in a daze, their souls and spirits drifting away. They had never seen such a grand scene before. Even those soldiers who had been on the battlefield for a long time and had stronger psychological qualities, even if they had the idea of escaping in their minds, under the pressure of that finger, their bodies seemed not to belong to them and they did not obey his orders at all. He could only watch helplessly as the giant golden finger came closer and closer, the light becoming more and more dazzling until it filled his eyes. No matter where he looked, he could only see a golden light. Rumble! The heavens and the earth shook, and waves of wind surged out like a tsunami, leaving the several-meter-high city walls covered with spiderweb-like cracks as thick as thighs. Although the giant golden finger disappeared, it left behind a sky full of yellow sand, making it impossible to see the scene below the city wall. The Qinglong Emperor Zheng Tian's legs were so weak at this time that he fell down and sat on the city wall, his eyes full of fear. The attendant beside him just stood there in a daze, not having the time to help him up. His whole body and mind were filled with fear. If their legs hadn't been out of control, they would have run away long ago. They still knew clearly which was more important, the emperor's life or their own life. Not to mention, he was an emperor whose country was about to be destroyed. They are not stupid. They can see that Zheng Tian is weak and unaware of his own weakness. He has angered the immortal Lord and is being punished by God. Even though the sky was filled with yellow sand, it was not difficult for them to imagine what a tragic scene it would be under the city wall today. Who else except immortals can do such a devastating thing? It wasn't just these soldiers and followers who thought this way, including Xia Qingyue who witnessed it all with her own eyes behind the sky-peaking mirror. With just one finger, he could kill millions of armored soldiers across thousands of miles. This was many times more shocking than the one that Chen Qing had previously given Xia Qingyue when he destroyed an entire sect with a single palm strike. I once wondered whether Chen Qing's cultivation level would be higher than that of the Emperor. Above the Great Emperor. The realm of the immortal. Chen Qing doesn't care how others evaluate him as an emperor or an immortal. Compared with this, he cared more about what kind of reward he could get for doting on his wife if he helped the Dao dynasty to block 1,000,000 troops in advance for the sake of his wife. Open the system panel, successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Shadow Puppet plus 50,000. 50,000 shadow puppets. Chen Qing thought back, adding the 50,000 shadow puppets he had just obtained. The number of shadow puppets in the spirit-severing realm under his command had exceeded 100,000. Chen Qing couldn't imagine how many dynasties would be shaken once this matter was exposed. As long as he wants, he can use these 100,000 shadow puppets to establish an immortal force at any time. Xia Qingyue was completely unaware of this, her eyes fixed on the sky-viewing mirror. Looking in the mirror, I saw that the people of Qinglong country summoned a strong wind, which blew the yellow sand to both sides. It completely exposed the terrifying destructive power left by that finger. A deep abyss-like sinkhole was left behind. As for the millions of soldiers, not only were there no bones left, but not even a fragment of armor remained. Everything evaporated as if it had never existed. My millions of soldiers are gone just like that. Who did it? Although he had expected this result, when the facts were finally revealed, Zheng Tian still couldn't help feeling angry and resentful. Without those millions of soldiers, the ruling power of Qinglong Kingdom will be greatly reduced. In the future, it will face countless jackals, tigers, and leopards. If it is not careful, the entire dynasty may collapse and be divided up. This was a heavy blow to Zheng Tian, who still dreamed of building the first dynasty of Tianqian continent and becoming the greatest emperor of all time. His dream was shattered. At this moment, someone shouted in my ear, "Look! It's an immortal! The immortal has arrived!" Immortal? Zheng Tian glanced at the soldier who spoke, straightened his crown, and then looked up in the direction he was looking. Sure enough, he saw Chen Chang and Xia Qingyue walking out of the portal. Is this an immortal? Zheng Tian felt that they were not similar and could not connect the two together. After calming down, Zheng Tian resumed his usual aloof demeanor as an emperor. In terms of national strength, Qinglong is several times stronger than Dao. Rather than serving a weak nation with no future, why not surrender to Qinglong? I can give you the same as Dao can. What a fool's dream! As the princess of Dao, Xia Qingyue immediately refuted Zheng Tian's suggestion that she betrayed Dao and her own father. In that case, don't blame me for being cruel. Zheng Tian knew that the person who came had bad intentions, and since he could not be subdued, he had to get rid of him as soon as possible. He took out a dagger, cut his palm, clenched his 5 fingers, and squeezed out the emperor's blood. At the same time, he was muttering ancient spells that others could not understand. The next moment, a green formation diagram quickly covered the entire capital city. From the center of the formation diagram, a translucent green dragon shadow, 100 feet long, emerged. I didn't expect that in a place like this, a dragon's soul would be supported by the nation's destiny. The reason why Chen Qing came to Qinglong country in person was because he felt that there was an extremely powerful energy in Qinglong country and decided to come and find out. It is now basically certain that the huge energy comes from this dragon soul. This kid can actually see through this. Upon hearing this, Zheng Tian was shocked. He raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his face and said calmly, "I will give you one last chance. Surrender, or die." As he spoke, the 100-foot-tall azure dragon soul had already raised its enormous body from behind Zheng Tian. It lowered its head and used a pair of dragon eyes that looked like floating flames to examine Chen Cheng and Xia Qingyue, as if it wanted to force the two of them to compromise through coercion. For ordinary cultivators, facing such a strong dragon power, they would most likely not be able to withstand it. But to Chen Cheng, this dragon might was not worth mentioning at all. Not to mention him, even Xia Qingyue did not take the azure dragon soul seriously. Not speaking? Zheng Tian did not think of the worst. but felt that Chen Chang and Xiao Qingyue must have been frightened by the powerful dragon soul that the Qinglong kingdom had nurtured with 100 years of national destiny. Be willing to give them some time to calm down, think, and carefully weigh the pros and cons. However, he still symbolically urged, "My patience is limited, please make a decision as soon as possible." After saying that, he signaled Dragon Soul to put some pressure on Chen Chang and the others. The saying "one who eats someone's food will be soft-hearted, and one who takes someone's money will be grateful" also applies to Dragon Soul. Then he opened his huge mouth of the abyss and let out a dragon roar that resounded through heaven and earth towards Chen Chang and Xiao Qingyue. A stink bug, is it worthy of a dog barking? Bed bugs? Hearing Chen Qing describe his own national treasure in this way, Zheng Tian's mouth twitched and he was about to explode, but the next scene made him swallow back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Chapter 64, Hoping for Father's Success. The sky suddenly darkened, visibility decreased, and the clouds swirled like a hurricane. This scene seems like a familiar scene, the swallow's return. Zheng Tian immediately thought of the sky-breaking finger that had just killed millions of his soldiers. It's this guy who did it. Right now, Zheng Tian couldn't help but suspect Chen Chang. He forced himself to calm down and was about to give orders to King Longhun to do his best to break Chen Chang's attack. He must not let the previous tragedy happen again. However, the words had just come to his lips before he could utter a single word. Then I saw a huge dragon head slowly descending from the eye of the storm, with golden scales, like the sun. The dazzling golden dragon eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts, but Zheng Tian didn't have the courage to look into them. A dragon's roar shook the heavens and the earth. The dragon soul that had just been trying to intimidate Chen Chang with its dragon might immediately fell from the sky, prostrated itself on the ground, and lowered its dragon head, as if to express its submission. Seeing that the national treasure was defeated before the battle, Zheng Tian, who relied on it as his greatest support, felt mixed emotions and an indescribable feeling in his heart. When he looked up again, what he saw and heard made Zheng Tian suddenly understand Longhun's difficulties. The golden dragon of luck is no longer hidden, but fully revealed, with a giant body of 1,000 feet, truly covering the sky and the sun. No matter where Zheng Tian looked, he saw the dragon's body and golden dragon scales, shining brightly. How could a remnant soul of a holy dragon, even if it had been nourished by a lot of national fortune, possibly be a match for a 1,000-foot holy dragon? Zheng Tian really didn't expect that Chen Xing, a young man who looked like a child, would actually be the real owner of the golden dragon of luck. If he had known this would happen, Zheng Tian would never have chosen to be his enemy. Not to mention Zheng Tian's surprise, Xiao Qingyue, who was looking up at the golden dragon of luck, was also dumbfounded. At first, I thought that Chen Xing used the teleportation formation to move the golden dragon of the Da dynasty here, in order to suppress the Azure Dragon soul. Who would have thought that after a careful comparison, the golden dragon of luck above his head was obviously different in size, it was more than 10 times larger. My husband has more than one lucky golden dragon? And they are even bigger. Xiao Qingyue pursed her thin lips and swallowed, unable to recover from the shock for a long time. Surrender! No, I surrender. I am willing to lead the entire Qinglong nation and swear allegiance to the immortal Lord. I will never betray him. Knowing that the situation was hopeless, Zheng Tian decisively let go of the royal pressure, knelt on the ground, kowtowed, and curled up into a ball to express his submission. How can the reputation of the royal family be more important than their lives? When a person dies, everything is gone. Facing Zheng Tian's surrender, Chen Xing gently clenched his 5 fingers. Zheng Tian's face immediately changed. He covered his left chest with one hand and raised the other hand, wanting to beg Chen Xing for mercy. Chen Xing ignored him and didn't even plan to give him a chance to speak. The moment he clenched his 5 fingers into a fist, he crushed Zheng Tian's heart through the air. Zheng Tian's kneeling body fell to the ground and he couldn't get up again. His eyes were filled with blood and he died in a horrific manner. The emperor of a country was declared dead from then on. It was also at this moment that Xiao Qingyue truly realized how fragile the so-called imperial power was in front of a truly peerless powerhouse. Chen Xing noticed that many monks in the imperial palace were ready to make a move and wanted to become king in the troubled times. With the thought of his imperial power, he suppressed them all. As for that dragon soul? There was no point in Chen Xing keeping it, so he gave it to the Golden Dragon of Fortune, which absorbed it and improved his cultivation significantly. Although the Luck Golden Dragon is a system reward, it has growth potential and can be further cultivated. The higher the level of cultivation, the greater the effect of increasing Chen Xing's luck. Husband, the Azure Dragon Nation is now leaderless. What are you planning to do with it? Xia Qingyue asked curiously. Chen Xing hesitated to speak. Thinking of Xia Qingyue's aura as the destined empress, he changed the subject and asked, Madam, do you want to be the empress? Empress. If Chen Sheng hadn't mentioned it, Xia Qingyue really hadn't thought about it. It has been extremely rare for a woman to be an emperor since ancient times. For Xia Qingyue, it is quite attractive. But her answer was, if I become the emperor, I won't have time to stay with my husband. Seeing that Xia Qingyue refused to become emperor prematurely for his sake, Chen Xing felt a little happy. It's settled. Your Majesty, Father, has already exhausted all his energy and trouble just governing Dao. Furthermore, Qinglong Kingdom is so far away from Dao. With the emperor so far away, there's a risk of trouble. How about letting my father become emperor? Chen Sheng was very clear that the father-in-law Xia Qingyue was referring to was his own father, Chen Xiong. Chen Sheng was quite surprised by Xia Qingyue's comprehensive consideration. She thought of things that she herself had not thought of, and did not deliberately favor one side, but started from the overall situation. Should I ask Chen Sheng himself? He had no interest in being an emperor and ruling the country. Since his father has this talent, Chen Xing thought it might as well be a try. If you think about it, hoping that your father will become a successful person seems to be a good choice. With a wave of the hand, a portal opened. This portal is different from previous ones, both sides can see each other clearly. Puff Chen Xiong was drinking tea in the yard at this moment. Suddenly he saw the portal open. He thought there was an assassin and was so scared that a mouthful of tea sprayed out of his mouth. If he hadn't seen the faces of Chen Sheng and his daughter-in-law in the mirror, he would have planned to take the sword. Xinger, you scared me so much by acting so suddenly. Chen Xiong sat back on the stone bench and raised his hand to stroke his chest. Tell me, what happened? If there is anything I can help with, just let me know. Chen Xiong asked straight to the point. Knowing that Chen Xing used this method to meet him, it was not just for the purpose of meeting him. Father, Qingyue and I have already killed the emperor of Qinglong Kingdom. Now the country is leaderless and we want to find another emperor for Qinglong Kingdom. I wonder if you are willing to come out, Chen Xiong asked. Oh, you and Qingyue killed the Azure Dragon Emperor. The voice stopped abruptly, and the action of skimming the tea foam with the cup lid also froze. Then, he suddenly stood up and the porcelain cup slipped out of his hand and broke into pieces. Chen Xiong, however, didn't care at all and quickly asked, You said you killed the emperor of Qinglong Kingdom. As the prime minister of a country, how could Chen Xiong not know the gap between the Dao dynasty and the Qinglong Kingdom? He had thought that his son was very capable and would bring him many surprises, but now, he was a little scared to think that he would become emperor in another country. Yes, kill him. Chen Xing separated a scene to show Chen Xiong Zheng Tian, who died on the city wall. Looking at Zheng Tian lying on the ground with a terrified face and eyes open, wearing the golden armor of an emperor, Chen Xiong had to believe this fact. Chen Xiong knew very well that with his son's meticulous mind, since he came to him, he must have made thorough preparations and considerations. Since that was the case, Chen Xiong no longer refused. When the imperial power is right in front of you and within your reach, how many people in the world can refuse it? Okay. I'll be the emperor. Chapter 65 My son is the emperor? A group of people came to the imperial palace. After waiting for a while, when Chen Xiong appeared again, he was wearing a black and gold dragon robe. How is it? Does it fit me? Chen Xiong opened his arms to allow Chen Xing to get a full glimpse of the dragon robe. I never dreamed that one day I would be able to ascend the throne and become an emperor with the help of my son. The most important thing is that this country is much larger than the Dao dynasty. Thinking that now, his relative-in-law, the emperor, could finally rest assured and no longer have to worry about him rebelling. Now, if Chen Xiong really had that idea, it would not be as simple as just rebelling and overthrowing the Xia royal family, but directly annexing the Da dynasty. However, Chen Xiong has no such thoughts at the moment. With such a talented son, to be a little arrogant, he really looks down on a little De Wu. Instead of worrying about the small territory of Da, Chen Xiong's mind was full of thoughts about not disappointing Chen Qing's expectations and making Qinglong Kingdom a dominant force. Losing your own face is a small matter, but losing your son's face is a big matter. It fits perfectly. This dragon robe is tailor-made for you, father. Chen Sheng praised without hesitation. Xia Qingyuan nodded in agreement. I feel from the bottom of my heart that Chen Xiong's aura and appearance, which are so majestic without even being angry, coupled with the dragon robe, really make him look like a natural emperor. Why? Noticing Chen Xiong's smile disappearing in his sigh, Chen Xing asked, Father, what's wrong with you? Chen Xiong made no secret of his thoughts. Now that the old emperor has just fallen, and my father, a foreigner, has ascended the throne, those old ministers and remaining forces may rebel at any time, affecting the fate of the country and causing unrest among the people. Hearing Chen Xiong's concerns, Xia Qingyue felt that the probability was extremely small. It is believed that no one in this world dares to resist a powerful person at the level of the emperor. That's easy. Chen Cheng and Xia Qingyue both didn't think this was a problem. He immediately ordered people to call all the civil and military ministers, as well as the monks with royal background, to the main hall. Since he had to support his father to ascend the throne, Chen Xing naturally had to clear as many obstacles as possible for him in the early days of his reign. Soon, hundreds of civil and military officials hurried to the hall, including an old monk who seemed to be beginning to show the appearance of an immortal. Originally, Chen Xiong was still worried that some of these people would be so proud that they would rather die standing than live on their knees. What happened next made Chen Xiong realize that he was just overthinking it. All the civil and military officials, and even the cultivators of high realms, knelt down without any hesitation after entering the hall. He curled up in a ball, saying nothing, as if waiting for his fate. Chen Xiong frowned slightly, thinking, this shouldn't be the case. Even in a small country like the Da dynasty, there are many people with proud spirits. How can it be that in such a huge country like the Qinglong Kingdom, there can't be a single person with a strong character? Those who swear an oath to heaven and pledge allegiance to Daqian and Emperor Qian can live. Chen Qing said coldly. The Daqian he mentioned was the new dynasty decided after consultation with Chen Xiong. The Qinglong Kingdom no longer exists. After hearing the 4 words heavenly oath, even the civil and military ministers who were not martial artists knew what it meant to make the heavenly oath. If you do not establish it, you will become a puppet in the hands of others for the rest of your life. If you don't stand up, you will surely die. Chen Chang was not going to give them too much time to hesitate. With one thought of imperial power, he could suppress everyone. Let them know who is speaking. I am willing to swear an oath to the heavenly Tao to be loyal to Daqian and Emperor Qian forever and ever, and will never betray him. Soon, someone could no longer bear the emperor's power and chose to swear an oath to heaven. After confirming that the previous imperial power was not an illusion and that Chen Qing was indeed the great emperor, those cultivators with background from the previous dynasty slid to their knees even faster and rushed to swear an oath to the heavenly Tao. To anger the emperor is no joke. This is more frightening to them than punishing the entire clan. Seeing these people kneeling, more and more people took the oath of heaven, pledging allegiance to Daqian. Allegiance to Emperor Qian. What about Chen Xiong? At this moment, his attention was not on those guys who knelt down and swore their submission to him. He stared at Chen Cheng closely without moving an inch. My son is the emperor. Now, he finally understood why there was not a single tough guy among hundreds of people. No matter how tough you are, you have no right to show off in front of the emperor. Even Chen Xiong, who had watched Chen Qing grow up, had to admit that Chen Cheng was hiding too deeply. Now father should be relieved, right? Chen Cheng asked with a smile. Don't worry, I'm so relieved. Chen Xiang's heart, which had been hanging in the air, had already settled down. Others are competing with their fathers, but from now on, Chen Xiong will start competing with his sons. Embarrassing? Chen Xiong didn't feel ashamed at all. Others wanted to fight, but they didn't have this opportunity yet. My son is the emperor. My son is the emperor. The more I think about it, the more excited I become and the harder it is to calm down. Afterwards, because of the previous annihilation of millions of soldiers from the Qinglong kingdom, there are almost no soldiers left in Daqian. Chen Shang waved his hand and directly borrowed 10,000 shadow puppets, letting Chen Xiong use them at his disposal. Standing on the city wall, looking at the 10,000 shadow puppets, each of which had reached the peak of the spirit-severing realm, Chen Xiong once suspected that Chen Qing didn't want him to be the king, but the clan leader. No, how could a normal powerful sect have such a configuration? An immortal sect must be an immortal sect. In Chen Xiong's opinion, this puppet at the 10,000th level of the divine realm is incomparable to millions of soldiers. Thousands of words finally turned into one sentence. Xinger, don't worry, your father will definitely build Daqian into a dominant force. I will be your backing. Chen Qing naturally gave him absolute trust. In the following time, Chen Xiong will not be disturbed anymore. Daqian has just been established, and there are still many matters waiting for him, the new emperor, to review. Fortunately, as the regent prime minister before, Chen Xiong had accumulated a lot of experience in this area and was quite familiar with it. With my father-in-law's talent, I'm afraid it won't be long before the name of Daqian will spread throughout the entire Tianqian continent. Xiao Qingyue was not deliberately flattering Chen Xiong to please Chen Qing, she was just speaking the truth. Chen Chang and Xiao Qingyue shared the same idea on this matter. All he needs to do is sit back and enjoy the fruits of his labor. A father-in-law, Emperor Wu, a biological father, Emperor Qian, and a future wife, the Empress of Heaven's mandate. This background is full. Rather than becoming emperor himself and holding imperial power, Chen Shang would rather push all those close to him to the throne and be a hands-off boss. But then again, when the future protagonist comes out of seclusion and finds that all the forces in the outside world, big and small, are my people, how will he feel? Thinking about it this way, Chen Qing felt that this development path was actually quite interesting. The main point is, they are all my people, what can you use to fight me? Chapter 66, Furnace Cauldron Treasure Body. Put away unnecessary thoughts. Chen Qing was about to open the portal and go to Dao with Xiao Qingyue and return to the Chen mansion. A voice came from an unknown person, Your Majesty, please stay. If it weren't for the title Your Majesty, Xiao Qingyue would have been ready to draw her sword when she saw someone dared to stand between Chen Shang and herself. I am Zhao Tiansheng, the leader of the Qingting sect, and I am here to pay my respects to Your Majesty. After appearing in front of Chen Qing, the man knelt down and saluted without any hesitation. Qingting sect, Chen Qing had no impression of these three words. However, based on the other party's cultivation level in the spirit-severing realm, it is not difficult to guess that the status and influence of the Qingting sect in Daqian should be not much different from the 10 most powerful sects in Dao. Let's get down to business. Chen Chang went straight to the point. I am willing to swear an oath to the heavens and lead the entire Qingting sect to submit to Your Majesty. Please give me such an opportunity. Zhao Tiansheng did not dare to hide it and immediately stated his purpose. He just happened to pass by the imperial capital, but unexpectedly sensed a powerful imperial power. It was concluded that a quasi-emperor realm expert had descended to the lower world. So he immediately came to the imperial palace, wanting to meet those quasi-emperors. But when I really got there, I found that there was no quasi-emperor at all, but a great emperor. Moreover, he was not the old emperor that he was familiar with. What was even more terrifying was that this emperor looked like he had just reached adulthood. Therefore, Zhao Tiansheng seized the opportunity keenly and wanted to surrender to Chen Qing and seized the opportunity to cling to the emperor's thigh. Chen Xingkai was thinking about bringing all the forces, big and small, in the Tianqian continent under his own command. Unexpectedly, before he could take action, someone had already surrendered voluntarily, and he was at the level of a clan leader. There was no reason to refuse, he took over the Qingting sect. Thank you very much for the grace of God, which gives me such an opportunity to serve you. Zhao Tiansheng once again bowed to express his gratitude and made an oath to God. Afterwards, he even invited Chen Qing to inspect Qingting sect, and wanted to take this opportunity to strengthen the relationship between himself, and even the entire Qingting sect, and Chen Shang. He also said that there was a treasure that he wanted to give to Chen Qing no matter what. Upon hearing that Zhao Tiansheng wanted to offer a treasure, Chen Xing glanced at Xiao Qingyue and saw that she had an expression that indicated that she was the only one who could make the decision. So I agreed. Seeing Chen Sheng nod, Zhao Tiancheng immediately took out a flying magic weapon, quickly enlarged it more than 10 times, and cast a large shadow. Your Majesty, please. Zhao Tiancheng raised his hand and invited. Since he had shown such an attitude, Chen Sheng did not refuse and boarded the flying leaf with Xiao Qingyue. With Zhao Tiancheng in charge of the controls, it soared above the clouds and quickly headed towards the Qingting sect. In a blink of an eye, Fei Yi landed in front of the mountain gate of Qingting sect. After the three of them came down from upstairs, Zhao Tiancheng immediately started from the outer courtyard and introduced every detail of the Qingting sect to Chen Sheng. From the number of disciples, to the skills, elixir reserves, and then the ranking of Qingting sect's strength in Dakian, it was explained quite thoroughly. Okay, I understand. So, what you just said about offering treasures. Chen Xing thought that as an emperor now, he still had to maintain the proper dignity when facing outsiders, to prevent others from mistakenly thinking that they could take advantage of him because of his kindness. First, change the way you refer to yourself, from I to this emperor. As for the treasure that Zhao Tiancheng mentioned, Chen Xing expected to have it, but not much. No matter how precious it is, it can never compare to the reward given by the system. If that doesn't work, you can also give it to Xiao Qingyue to get the wife-loving reward. Your Majesty, please wait a moment. The people will be here soon. Zhao Tianxing's face was full of flattery. There was no trace of the confidence and arrogance that a sect leader should have. All he could think about was how happy Chen Sheng would be when he saw the treasure. From then on, his status in his heart rose rapidly, all the way to the top. Since Zhao Tiancheng said so, Chen Sheng didn't mind waiting patiently for a while. It just happened at this time. The Jade Maiden Peak among the 9 peaks of the Qingting sect. Master, save me! A woman in a silver-white robe ran quickly into the Peak Master's hall. Ruoxue, what happened? Don't be anxious, tell me slowly. Seeing her disciple showing an unprecedented panic, Jade Maiden Peak Master Lu Lan comforted her softly. Master, the sect leader found a master from somewhere and wants to offer me up to please him. Lin Ruoxue knelt beside Lu Lan, crying like a pear blossom in the rain. Master Lu Lan raised her hand, gently stroked Lin Ruoxue's hair, and asked, what is that person's level of cultivation? I don't know. Lin Ruoxue shook her head. But I heard from other disciples that the sect master behaved very humbly in front of him and even said. What else? Seeing that Lin Ruoxue didn't dare to speak, Lu Lan said again, don't worry, I asked you to speak. If anyone has any objections, feel free to come to me. Seeing that her master had given her a promise, Lin Ruoxue also let go of her fear and said, he also said that the sect master was as humble as a dog in front of that person. As the leader of a sect, he actually acts like a dog for others. How ridiculous! How shameful! Lu Lan said angrily. If this gets out, not only his reputation, but the reputation of our entire Qingting sect will be greatly damaged. Master, rather than this, what should I do now? Lin Ruoxue placed all her last hopes on Lu Lan. Hey, you were born with a furnace cauldron body that can help others practice dual cultivation. Over the years, that guy has been thinking about sending you away in exchange for the protection of a powerful person. Hearing this, Lin Ruoxue couldn't stop her tears from flowing down. Master, I don't want to practice dual cultivation with others and be used as a furnace. I just want to stay by your side forever and be filial to you. Don't worry, Master is here for you. I will never allow them to do anything reckless even if it costs me my life, Lu Lan promised. She will definitely protect this kid. No matter who the powerful person is, if he dares to covet his own disciple, he will have to pay a heavy price. Thank you, Master. Lin Ruoxue felt relieved after hearing Lu Lan's words. I thought that it was the right decision for me to join the Jade Maiden Peak. No matter how strong you are, I won't practice dual cultivation with you. Let's go and take a look. Lu Lan stood up and said. Yes, Master. Lin Ruoxue wiped her tears and accompanied Lu Lan, leaving the Yunf Peak and heading towards the main peak of the Qingting sect. Not long. Sensed a familiar scent. Zhao Tiancheng looked over and his face immediately darkened. TSK, How come this troublesome guy followed me? Your Majesty, please wait a moment. After landing, when Lu Lan saw Zhao Tianqing's respectful attitude in front of Chen Qing, he sneered, "If you don't want to be the sect leader, you can just step down and let someone else take over. Why do you have to bring shame to the sect in such a way?" Lu Lan thought he was some kind of hermit, but he was just a little kid who hadn't even grown a hair yet. "Let me be frank with you. I will never allow my disciple to be sent out as a dual cultivation cauldron," Lu Lan said in a resounding voice. Dual cultivation? Furnace and cauldron. Upon hearing these four words, Chen Chang and Xia Qingyue frowned in tacit understanding. Chapter 67 Master, I regret. Being in a fantasy world, not to mention Chen Xing, a reborn person, even Xia Qingyue knew very well what the words furnace and cauldron meant when it came to dual cultivation. Taking another look at the beautiful woman standing behind Lu Lan, Chen Xing, Xia Qingyue suddenly understood. Only then did she realize that the treasure Zhao Tiansheng was talking about was actually Lin Ruoxue. Lin Ruoxue also quickly noticed Chen Xing's presence. A glimmer flashed in her beautiful eyes, and to be honest, she was a little surprised. At first she thought that the person the clan leader wanted to give herself to was an old man who was half buried in the ground. "I never thought, he is so young, so handsome, and so elegant." It is no exaggeration to say that Chen Xing is the type that fits Lin Ruoxue's aesthetic taste. Despite this, Lin Ruoxue still did not intend to offer herself as a cauldron. The man for Lin Ruoxue must be an unparalleled genius with the potential to become the future supreme. In Lin Ruoxue's opinion, the reason why Chen Xing was able to make the sect leader focus his attention on him must be because of the power behind him. No matter how powerful the background is, if it does not have the corresponding strength to inherit and maintain it, it will sooner or later perish. Lin Ruoxue is unwilling to sacrifice her lifelong happiness to gamble. Master Lu Feng, this concerns the future of the entire Qingting sect. "I have made up my mind, and you don't need to say anything more," Zhao Tiansheng emphasized. "Don't try to frame me with that kind of talk. What do you mean you've made up your mind? Ruoxue is my disciple, Lu Lan. Her future is not yours to decide." In terms of seniority, Lu Lan and Zhao Tiansheng are from the same school and are senior and junior brothers. Even though Zhao Tiansheng is now in a high position and is the leader of a sect, Lu Lan still does not fear him. "At worst, I can go to Master and see who he favors more." Yu Zhao Tian was extremely angry. He really didn't want to watch this opportunity to get close to the emperor being ruined by Lu Lan. He quickly looked at Chen Xing, hoping that he could give him some more time. Chen Xing raised his hand first, interrupting Zhao Tianxing's words. "Sect Master Zhao, this furnace is unnecessary. I don't need it. This emperor." Chen Xing said this, and Lin Ruoxue keenly caught these two words. According to her knowledge, the only ones in this world who are qualified to call themselves the emperor are the quasi-emperor and the great emperor. At Chen Xing's age, a quasi-emperor? Impossible, an emperor? That's even more impossible. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but feel even more disappointed in him. I didn't know where he got the courage to call himself the emperor. Because of that good-looking appearance, the good impression he had for Chen Xing suddenly fell to the bottom. Chen Sheng noticed the disgust in Lin Ruoxue's eyes, but he didn't care what she thought. He reached out and put his arm around Xia Qingyue's slender waist, continuing, "This emperor has already been married, and she is the only one I will marry for the rest of my life." After hearing this, Lin Ruoxue finally spared some energy to carefully observe Xia Qingyue. It wouldn't matter if she didn't see it, but once she did, even though she was recognized as the most beautiful woman in the Qingting sect, she couldn't help but feel ashamed in front of Xia Qingyue. Suddenly, I had the idea that Chen Xing rejected me because he already had such a beautiful wife and looked down on me. Thinking of this, a burst of anger suddenly exploded in Lin Ruoxue's chest, and she snorted coldly, "Sect Master, since they look down on me, why should we force it? In that case, we still have things to do, so let's go ahead." Chen Xing casually opened a portal and walked into it with Xia Qingyue without waiting for Zhao Tianxing to stop him. He can actually open a portal with ease? Seeing this, Lu Lan and Lin Ruoxue couldn't help but be shocked. Afterwards, Lin Ruoxue immediately comforted herself that Chen Xing must have used some magic weapon to do this. Opening a portal at will is something that only the top-level strong people can do. Chen Chang? Doesn't look like it. As the portal closed, Chen Chang and Xiao Qingyue disappeared before their eyes. Zhao Tiancheng looked at Lin Ruoxue and Lu Lan, slapped his thigh and said, "Hey, you two, what should I say? You guys just ruined such a good opportunity." "Master, you can't say that. It's him who looks down on me, not me, your disciple," Lin Ruoxue retorted. Zhao Tiancheng could hear the sarcasm in Lin Ruoxue's words, and he snorted, speechless. "You still look down on me? What qualifications do you have to look down on me?" Master, seeing Zhao Tiancheng belittling herself like this, and due to his status as the sect leader, Lin Ruoxue could only turn to her own master for help. "Brother, my Ruoxue is not as bad as you say. Looking across the entire Qinglong nation, in terms of talent and strength, how many people can compare to her?" Not to mention that Lin Ruoxue was unhappy. Lu Lan, as the master, was also very displeased when he heard Zhao Tiancheng belittle his disciple in such a way. She is so outstanding, can she even compare to the great emperor? To be able to serve the great emperor is her greatest honor. When Zhao Tiancheng said this, Lu Lan and Lin Ruoxue, the master and disciple, were stunned on the spot. Lu Lan was the first to react and rolled her eyes at him. "What nonsense are you talking about? Why are you even bringing up the word emperor? The young Master Chen just now is the emperor. I have sworn an oath to the heaven and am willing to lead the entire Qingting sect to be loyal to him forever," Zhao Tiancheng said shockingly. "What? He is the emperor," Lin Ruoxue and his disciple exclaimed almost at the same time. "I saw it with my own eyes, how could it be false?" Zhao Tiancheng was too lazy to waste words with this pair of stupid master and disciple. He stepped on the ground and flew away. Lin Ruoxue was left alone, and Lu Lan stood there in a daze, staring at each other with wide eyes. "Master, how could he be the emperor? The sect leader must be lying to us," Lin Ruoxue asked with a glimmer of hope. "At least in my opinion, my senior brother wouldn't joke about such a thing." Lu Lan shook his head. "Ah. Then wouldn't I be?" Lin Ruoxue regretted it immediately. If she had known earlier that Chen Chang was the emperor, not to mention being sent away as a dual cultivation cauldron, Lin Ruoxue would have been willing even if she was asked to be Chen Qing's personal foot-warming maid. After all, he is the emperor. It might be embarrassing to tell others that you were a maid warming feet for others, but telling others that you were a maid warming feet for the emperor would only make people all over the world envious, jealous, and hate you. "Master, I regret this. How about you go and talk to the sect master and tell him that I am willing to be the furnace and cultivate dual cultivation with Master Chen." Looking at Lin Ruoxue's completely unfamiliar appearance, Lu Lan, as the master, felt speechless. "Ah," he sighed, "things like this, if you miss it, you miss it. There's no such thing as a redo. Lu Lan is not stupid. The other party is the emperor. If he doesn't handle it well, he will lose his life." She was already grateful that Chen Qing didn't kill her because of her previous rude behavior. Although Lu Lan dotes on his personal disciple Lin Ruoxue, he is not so devoted as to offend the emperor for her. Chapter 68, 10,000 Swords. "Master, what if there is still room for recovery?" "How will you know if you don't try?" Lin Ruoxue completely let go of her usual aloof image and begged Lu Lan to go and tell her. "I just hope Chen Chang will know my feelings and change his mind. Okay, let's end this matter here. There's no need to say anything more. You are not worthy of him, and you are destined not to be together." It was not that Lu Lan wanted to say it so harshly, but simply wanted Lin Ruoxue to understand this truth and not to tie herself up in knots. In the end, you hurt yourself and everyone around you. You don't deserve him. Lu Lanran had disappeared without a trace, but her words echoed in Lin Ruoxue's heart for a long time, extremely clear. If this had been said before, Lin Ruoxue would definitely have refuted it and argued with reason. But now, after learning that Chen Chang possessed the highest level of cultivation and was a great emperor, how could she have the confidence to say that? My legs went limp and I collapsed to the ground, regretting my decision. And on the other side, successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Heavenly Sword Domain. Sanctian Sword Domain. Chen Qing couldn't understand what kind of reward this was. However, it was originally an unexpected reward, and Chen Qing did not expect the quality to be very high. To be honest, he really didn't expect that rejecting other women for Xia Qingyue could actually meet the standard of doting on his wife. My dear husband, I see that Saint Lin is incredibly beautiful, and she has a precious body that is extremely beneficial for increasing your cultivation. Why would you refuse? Xia Qingyue poured tea for Chen Qing while asking what was on his mind. It's probably conceivable that by now the master and disciple have probably learned from Zhao Tiansheng that their husbands are powerful emperors, and they are regretting it. There are 3,000 rivers, but I only want to take one scoop, my lady. Chen Qing's attitude remained the same. Besides, I haven't fallen to the point where I need to practice dual cultivation with him just to increase my cultivation. Even if I did, the benefits wouldn't be as great as the dragon energy that the golden dragon of luck could bring me. No matter how beautiful she is, in my eyes, she is not as good as one of my wife's fingers. Chen Qing said the truth. Lin Ruoshua's beauty is the beauty of the mundane world, while Xia Qingyue's beauty is the beauty that transcends the mundane world, like a fairy from heaven. Have some tea. Xia Qingyue lowered her head and pushed the tea towards Chen Qing. It was just a casual question, but Chen Qing's answer made her blush. She stood up and tried to escape. I suddenly realized something. I'm going to practice first. My husband, you drink slowly. Without waiting for Chen Qing's consent, Xia Qingyue had already slipped away into the bedroom. Chen Qing smiled without saying anything, picked up the tea and took a sip. Then find the right opportunity to check the reward of Tsang Tian Sword Domain. I'm very curious about what this thing is. Click to view, and a system prompt will pop up immediately. Do you want to enter the Tsangtian Sword Domain? After a moment of thought, Chen Qing put down the teacup in his hand and clicked confirm to enter. My eyes immediately turned white. The next moment, the scene changed and came to another world. The place was desolate and lifeless. All that could be seen was the desert and long swords placed randomly and in disorder. There is no end in sight. The emperor extended his spiritual consciousness with a thought. Chen Qing immediately knew why this place was called Sword Domain. There are a total of 200,000 swords stored in this Tsangtian Sword Domain. Those of low quality can also reach the upper grade of yellow level, while those of high quality can reach the heavenly level. It is equivalent to rewarding Chen Qing with a sword library. That's a pretty good reward, perfect for training with the 10,000 swords saint body. Although the holy body of 10,000 swords can control 10,000 swords, where to find these 10,000 swords to command has always been a problem that has troubled Chen Qing. Ordinary weapons are easy to find, but if you want to collect tens of thousands of high-quality Xian weapons, you may not be able to find them even if you empty the treasury of the Dao dynasty. As for ordinary weapons, no matter how many there were, they were not suitable for use against martial artists. If they were to be used against ordinary people, why would they need to use the 10,000 sword saint body? Therefore, he was caught in a dilemma. Fortunately, the system was sensible and offered more than 200,000 mysterious weapons to Chen Qing. With these 200,000 swords, coupled with the 10,000 sword saint body, Chen Qing can achieve the 10,000 swords converging on the master anytime and anywhere. The sword domain has been bound to Chen Qing, and Chen Qing can use it at any time. Put two fingers together and spin them in the air. The 200,000 swords were immediately inspired and pulled out from the ground, turning into a torrent of steel and converging towards Chen Qing. Looking from a distance, the 200,000 swords looked like silver dragons soaring in the sky. The sword body shone with cold light and turned into scales, exuding maximum deterrence. Chen Qing played with it for a while and then dropped two fingers. The sword dragon soared into the sky, and like fireworks, 200,000 swords quickly returned to their original positions. Not bad, not bad. Chen Qing nodded with satisfaction. Between closing and opening your eyes, thoughts returned to the main body. He picked up the still warm cup of tea and continued to sip it. While sipping tea, he kept an eye on Xia Qingyue's cultivation inside the room. The progress is rapid. Finished a cup of tea. Chen Qing took out the 7-star sword, thanks to the Qinglong kingdom for sending him 1,000,000 soldiers to raise the sword. Today, 5 of the 7 stars of the 7-star sword are already lit. Only the last 2 are left to light up the 7 sword stars. As soon as Chen Xing thought about it, the 7-star sword immediately split into 5 swords and floated in the air. With the spiritual power of the great emperor, it was extremely easy for him to manipulate the 5 7-star swords. If it were Xia Qingyue, she probably wouldn't be able to hold on for even a stick of incense before her thoughts became confused. The power of the 7-star sword lies in that as long as the mental power is strong enough, the 7 flying knives can fight independently and make the enemy panic. I don't know when these last 2 sword stars can be lit. Chen Xing sighed as he watched the 7-star sword merge into one and return to his hand. At this time, a voice came from outside the courtyard. "Young master, there is a man outside the mansion who claims to be the leader of the Zhengyi sect and wants to see you." Zhengyi sect. If Chen Xing remembered correctly, the Zhengyi sect was the leader among the 10 most powerful sects in the Dao dynasty. Why did the leader of Zhengyi sect come all the way to find me in the middle of the night? Chen Xing couldn't understand. He simply stopped thinking about it and asked the servant to take the person to the lobby. On the other hand, Chen Xing also appeared in the Chen family lobby in an instant. It's worthy of being ranked among the top 10 supreme holy bodies. This space-time body is indeed useful, Chen Xing said with a smile. A moment later, the leader of the Zhengyi sect came to the lobby under the guidance of his servants. The first time he saw Chen Xing, he immediately knelt down and saluted. "Zhengyi sect master Wang Haifeng, greetings to the master. Get up." After saying that, he motioned for the servant to look after the tea. "Sit down." "Thank you, master." Wang Haifeng walked to a seat nearby tremblingly, sat down, and took the teacup. "Why did you come to see me?" Chen Sheng asked straight to the point. "My lord, I'm here to deliver an invitation." Wang Haifeng hurriedly put the tea aside. He reached out and took out an invitation letter from his arms. Invitation? Chapter 69, Refining the 9th Grade Pill. Chen Shang hooked his finger, and the invitation letter immediately flew from Wang Haifeng's hand and was caught by him. Tianji auction. These words appeared in front of Chen Xing, written in gold ink. Chen Xing had never heard of the Tianji auction. After all, like Xia Qingyue, he had just entered the world of martial arts not long ago. The Tianji auction is the largest auction in the lower realm of Tianxian continent. It is held every 10 years and is jointly hosted by the top 10 auction houses. It features countless treasures. Wang Haifeng introduced. He also said that the entire Zhengyi sect had only received 2 invitation letters, one of which he immediately delivered to Chen Xing after receiving it, just to let him know how loyal he was. Chen Xing looked at the invitation letter in his hand. After hearing what Wang Haifeng said, he actually became interested in the Tianji auction. It is considered to be the best choice for getting rewards for pampering your wife. The top 10 auction houses appear to be cooperating, but in fact they are taking advantage of this opportunity to demonstrate the strength of their own auction houses. Therefore, there will definitely be no shortage of treasures. If Xia Qingyue likes 1 or 2 of them, and I buy them for her, how can that not be considered loving my wife? You are thoughtful. Chen Shang accepted the invitation. Just as he was thinking about how to reward Wang Haifeng for his loyalty, he suddenly changed the subject and asked, "Does your Zhengyi sect's alchemy room have herbs that can be used to refine 9th grade elixirs?" Anyway, Xia Qingyue was busy meditating and practicing, so Chen Xing thought he could take this opportunity to refine some high-level pills to improve her cultivation and get some higher quality rewards at the same time. If he could get hundreds or even thousands of 9th grade pills, it would be a huge profit. "Master, yes, there are." Wang Haifeng nodded, then looked troubled again. "However, no alchemist in my Zhengyi sect can refine a 9th grade elixir." He knelt down and clasped his fists. "Master, please give me a little time. I will find an alchemist who can refine a 9th grade elixir as soon as possible. No need to go through so much trouble. Take me to the alchemy room." Chen Shang stood up and said, "Yes." Although Wang Haifeng, as a slave, didn't know the purpose of Chen Xing's visit to the alchemy room of Zhengyi sect, he didn't think much about it. All he thought about was to follow Chen Xing's orders. Seeing a portal to the Zhengyi sect open just as Chen Xing raised his hand, Wang Haifeng sensed something and asked tentatively, "Master, Could this be the holy body of spacetime, ranked 6th on the 3000 physiques list? Oh. You have a good eye. Chen Sheng nodded in confirmation. Yes, it is the holy body of time and space. He is worthy of being my lord. He actually possesses the supreme holy body. After Wang Haifeng confirmed this, his loyalty value increased greatly. He does not think it is shameful to give up his dignity and submit to others. Others who want to submit to Chen Sheng have not had the opportunity yet. Being able to hold on to such a great supporter, in the future, even if Chen Sheng said nothing, as long as he knew that Jingyi sect had already been taken under his command, he had to look at the owner before beating the dog. No matter how powerful a person is, he would have to consider whether he has the qualifications. With the Supreme Saint body and the extraordinary talent that Chen Sheng had previously demonstrated in Qingcheng sect, Wang Haifeng firmly believed that Chen Sheng would reach the Emperor realm sooner or later. Little did they know that Chen Sheng had already entered the realm of the Great Emperor. As for the Emperor he called himself, Wang Haifeng simply believed that it was the Emperor of the Emperor, not the Emperor of the Great Emperor. In a blink of an eye, the two walked out of the portal and arrived in front of the Jingyi sect's alchemy room. Greetings, sect master. Waving his hand to dismiss the passing disciples, Wang Haifeng accompanied Chen Sheng and raised his hand and said, Master, please come this way. Owner? When the disciples heard these two words coming out of their sect leader's mouth, they were sure that the rumors were true and that the Jingyi sect had truly become someone else's lackey. If he is really a top-level expert, they will obey him. But when he saw that the person his sect leader followed so closely was actually a cultivator of the same age as himself, he couldn't help but be filled with questions. I can't understand what Chen Sheng has done to make Wang Haifeng, who is known for his tyranny, willing to be a dog. Have you figured it out? Someone asked. I was going to ask you if you've figured it out. The disciple in question shook his head. Anyway, I haven't figured it out. Hey, he's visiting our Jingyi sect's alchemy pavilion this time, most likely to empty it of all the top-grade elixirs. I'm afraid we'll have to tighten our belts from now on. Thinking of this, everyone sighed. On the other side, Chen Xin, under the leadership of Wang Haifeng, had already arrived at the chief alchemist's private alchemy room. He said generously, Master, you can use whatever you want in here. If you need anything, I will go and get it right away. Chen Sheng did not rush to reply. His spiritual sense covered the entire alchemy room and he shook his head and said, These are enough. Then, he took a step and arrived in front of the earth-grade top-grade alchemy furnace. He reached out and touched it. Not bad, it's a good stove. If the master likes it, just take it. Wang Haifeng said quickly. In his eyes, as long as it belongs to the Jingyi sect, it belongs to Chen Xing. He can take it whenever he wants without anyone's consent. Chen Xing did not answer, but opened drawer after drawer of medicinal herbs and gathered them in front of him. Then, he lit the spiritual wood and began to refine the elixir. Seeing this, Wang Haifeng suddenly realized, Master, do you want to make the elixir yourself? After figuring this out, another question came to mind, Master, can you make pills? If Wang Haifeng remembered correctly, the elixir that Chen Sheng mentioned earlier was of the 9th grade. Upon closer inspection, the herbs selected by Chen Sheng were indeed the herbs for refining 9th grade elixirs. The master is a 9th grade supreme alchemist. Wang Haifeng wasn't sure. Chen Sheng didn't care what he thought or how he viewed himself, and concentrated on refining the 9th grade elixir. This matter concerns improving Xia Qingyue's cultivation and rewarding her with pampering, so no carelessness is allowed. What Chen Sheng wants is a 9th grade Danwen level elixir. I don't know how much time passed. The footsteps were hurried. Just as the door of the alchemy room was opened, the chief alchemist of Jingyi sect rushed in. Wang Haifeng saw that the situation was not good and immediately walked over. Master Lin, my master is refining the elixir. Don't disturb him. Peak Master, are you crazy? You actually asked him to refine a 9th grade elixir? Not to mention how rare these herbs are. If the refining fails, the furnace will explode and the entire alchemy room will be razed to the ground. There were so many points to complain about that even Master Lin Dan forgot to complain about the way Wang Haifeng addressed Chen Xing. The leader of one of the 10 most powerful sects actually called a hairy brat master? Since the master did this, he must have his reasons. There is no need for you and me to say anything more. Just stay by the side and watch. Wang Haifeng said firmly. Master Lin Dan frowned, wanting to dig open Wang Haifeng's brain to see what was inside as never before. I seriously suspect that he has gone astray in his practice. However, soon, Master Lin Dan no longer thought so. A strong aroma of elixir wafts into my nose. Just a simple sniff will make you feel your soul boiling and excited. Master Lin Dan quickly raised his eyes to check. He was deeply shocked by what he saw. Ning, the pill condensation was successful. Chapter 70. Wait for me to come out and make you invincible. Success. Seeing that Master Lin Dan's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, Wang Haifeng's gaze immediately returned to Chen Xing. Sure enough, I saw 7 golden 9th grade pills flying out of the furnace, with a strong Taoist charm. I have a strong feeling that as long as I take a pill like this, I might be able to break through the bottleneck that has been bothering me for more than 10 years. Suddenly, Wang Haifeng seemed to have discovered something and looked at Master Lin Dan. Master Lin Dan, could those flowing patterns on the elixir be elixir patterns? Master Lin Dan remained silent, looking as if he was petrified. Through this, Wang Haifeng was 100% sure that the surging light on the outer shell of the pill was the pill pattern. Otherwise, Lin Haoren, who was a 6th grade alchemist after all, would not have such a lost expression. A 9th grade elixir, made in one go. And it's 100% at the elixir pattern level. This has already surpassed the realm of a 9th grade supreme alchemist. After a long time, Lin Haoren finally uttered these words. Master, where on earth did you find such a monster? Lin Haoren still had a dull expression as if he had lost his soul. Let Wang Haifeng tell Lin Haoren that he actually went to Qingqing's sect in order to persuade Chen Xing to submit to Jingyi's sect, but he was so impressed by the other party's strength that he had to swear an oath to heaven and submit forever? He couldn't say it. Chen Xing listened to every word of their conversation, but paid no attention to it. 7 9th grade pills are not enough to satisfy Chen Xing's ambition, so he continues to refine them. As this process progressed, Lin Haoren, a 6th grade alchemist, had his worldview and cognition forcibly refreshed by Chen Xing time and time again. For the first time, he realized that there were people in this world who could make pills with 100% success rate and refine top-level pill patterns with 100% success rate. I thought this alone was enough to prove Chen Xing's strength. Unexpectedly, Chen Xing relied on his extraordinary understanding of medicinal herbs and the principle of complementarity to break the impossible and refine a 9th grade magic pill with 8th grade medicinal herbs. Even though he saw it with his own eyes, Lin Haoren couldn't help but wonder if he was hallucinating because he was overworked from refining pills all night long in recent days. Silently recite the heart purification mantra, and the scene in front of you will not change. Lin Haoren still didn't believe it and pinched himself hard again. He grimaced in pain and took a deep breath. Thanks to this, Lin Haoren firmly believed that everything before his eyes was not an illusion, but was actually happening. The god of alchemy. He is the living god of alchemy. He is expected to surpass the alchemy patriarch. No, I even suspect that he is the reincarnation of the alchemy patriarch. Listening to Lin Haoren's mumbling and seeing that he realized the power of his master, Wang Haifeng, as a lackey, couldn't help but straighten his chest, raise his chin slightly, and a look of pride appeared on his face. He almost had the word "see"? This is the power of my lord written on his face. Chen Shang was still concentrating on refining the elixir, treating everything outside as air and ignoring it all. If you want a brush, you have to brush a big wave. At the same time, Yi Feng, who was in seclusion in Damon Mountain, finally had his moment as the protagonist. Do you want to sign in daily? Faced with the system prompt that popped up in front of him, Yi Feng answered without any hesitation. Sign in. Signing in. Successful sign in. Congratulations to the host for achieving the 3000 physical fitness, Celestial Saint physical fitness. 3000 physical fitness ranking, 233. Physique. And it's ranked 233rd. This is a great fortune. Yi Feng really didn't expect that the system would bring him such a big surprise when he signed in this time. He knew very well what it meant to awaken a physique. Even if it was just a trash physique ranked at 3,000, it would still be a genius that surpassed countless ordinary cultivators. No matter how rubbish he is still a genius. Not to mention, his physique ranks over 200 out of 3,000. Fearing that it was just an illusion, Yifeng opened the system backpack and confirmed the binding. The Heavenly Saint body has been successfully bound. After binding with the Heavenly Saint body, Yifeng couldn't wait to start practicing. After a while, he opened his eyes, clenched his fists, and said excitedly, "This physique is truly worthy of being ranked in the top 500. It's actually doubled my cultivation speed. Others have to rely on the grace of heaven, 1 in a billion, to have the opportunity to awaken their physical constitution, but I can obtain it by signing in with the system. Who else can do that?" Yifeng was ecstatic and was looking forward to signing in for a better physique in the future, such as the top 100 holy bodies. Or the top 10 supreme holy bodies. The more I think about it, the more excited I become, and I can't stop looking forward to it. He raised his hand and wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. No, calm down, focus on training and improve your strength. I thought that maybe after I broke through to the great emperor realm, I would be able to come out early. He was suddenly teleported to Damong Mountain and no one knew about it. Although Yifeng did not doubt Xiao Qingyue's feelings for him, he was afraid that Xiao Qingyue would misunderstand that he was dead and agree to marry someone else under pressure from the royal family. What if, after coming out of seclusion with his unrivaled cultivation, he discovered that his childhood sweetheart had already had twins with someone else? Just thinking about it made Yifeng's aura unstable and he almost went crazy. Impossible. Qingyue would never betray me. Even if I were to die, she would definitely guard my tomb for the rest of her life. Yifeng was even worried that after Xiao Qingyue was sure of his death, she would be so sad that she would do something stupid like following him. "Qingyue, please don't do anything stupid. Wait for me, you must wait for me. When I come out of seclusion, I will take you to be invincible in the world." Thinking of this, Yifeng became more motivated to practice. True 1. Alchemy Room. Chen Xing looked at the 103 ninth grade pills in his hand and felt that it was enough. He also gave one each to the alchemists Lin Haoran and Wang Haifeng. Reward Wang Haifeng's loyalty and win over Lin Haoran's loyalty. Even if Lin Haoran is unwilling to be loyal to him, most of these pills are his personal property. I have used so many of his pills, so it is reasonable for me to give him a 9th grade pill. Thank you, Master Alchemy God. After receiving the pill, Lin Haoran knelt down to express his gratitude, treating Chen Xing as the reincarnation of the Alchemy God. Thank you, Master Wang Haifeng knelt even faster, his loyalty surging. Now, even if the oath to heaven is invalid, he is willing to follow Chen Xing willingly and never betray him. Get up. Chen Xing said. Thank you, Lord Danshan. Thank you, Master. The two stood up after hearing this. Chen Xing saw that the time was almost right, it was already dawn. He decided it was time to return to the Chen mansion and meet Xiao Qingyue. After getting the elixir rewards, take him to the Tianji auction. However, this space portal has not yet been opened. A disciple's panicked voice came from outside the door. Master, no, this is bad. The demon cult has suddenly attacked and is about to attack our Jingyi sect. Chapter 71, Sword Out, 10,000s died. To put it bluntly, the demonic cult is a camp that has conflicts of interest with the famous and upright sections. Or they could be true demonic cults that, for the sake of cultivation, would resort to any means necessary, wantonly harming lives and using the sacrifice of others as a means of advancement. The power of definition always lies in the hands of the righteous path. Does that mean there is no true demon sect in the righteous path? Not necessarily. When Chen Xing heard the reason why the demon cult suddenly attacked from the disciples of Jingyi sect, he had already made up his mind. 100% he came here for these 9th grade elixirs that he refined. The 9th grade elixir, plus the quantity and quality of the elixir patterns, is enough to cause strange phenomena in heaven and earth, and purple air is coming from the east. If the 10 most powerful sects had not been brought under his command, it would probably not just be the demon sect that came now. Pass my order, gather all disciples to fight against the evil cult in front of his master. As the leader of a sect, Wang Haifeng reacted quickly and made a decision quickly. But when he gave the order and turned around, Chen Xing, who was supposed to be by his side, had disappeared without a trace. He got ahead of the Zhengyi sect disciple and instantly appeared on the top of the alchemy room. One thought of spiritual consciousness covers the entire mountain gate area of Zhengyi sect. Wow, there are quite a lot of people coming. Under Chen Xing's spiritual sense, the disciples of Zhengyi sect and the people of the demon sect were clearly distinguished. The spiritual energy condensed around their bodies were of completely different colors, one red and one blue. Tens of thousands of people came from the demon cult to seize the elixir. Although Zhengyi sect sent many disciples out to gain experience in the secular world, there were still tens of thousands of disciples staying in the sect. After learning that the demon cult was coming, the disciples of Zhengyi sect reacted quickly and gathered outside the mountain gate, waiting for the elder's order and ready to fight the demon cult at any time. The members of the demon cult, led by their elders, approached with a strong murderous aura. A battle between the two sides is about to break out. At this moment, a huge change happened above their heads, attracting the attention of both groups. Oh my God! Where did all these swords come from? There must be at least hundreds of thousands of them, right? Quantity is secondary. The worst quality of these swords is upper-grade yellow, and there are also some top-grade heavenly ones. Who on earth has such great ability to control so many divine swords at the same time? It's astonishing. Even with my current level of cultivation, controlling a single sword requires complete concentration. Controlling hundreds of thousands of top-grade divine swords simultaneously requires such terrifying mental power. Is this truly something humans can achieve? Before the disciples of Zhengyi sect could figure out who the master was who controlled the 10,000 swords, the 200,000 divine swords had transformed into iron dragons that were 100 feet long, shining with sharp edges that could even cut through the sky and earth, and rushed towards the demon cult. The swift training methods and skills that the demon cult was proud of were of no use at this moment. Under the impact of the rain of swords, the body was chopped into pieces in an instant. In the face of absolute strength, let alone resistance, there is not even a chance to attack. Tens of thousands of demon cult members were instantly transformed into blood by this attack, staining the thousands of steps leading to the Zhengyi sect completely red, making them extremely eye-catching and flowing down layer by layer. The disciples of Zhengyi sect who had originally planned to eradicate the evil sect were suddenly disheartened. It's not that he was sad that the opportunity to achieve success was lost, but that he realized how far there is between him and the word strong. Not to mention these ordinary inner and outer courtyard disciples, even those talented disciples who were usually called geniuses by others had gloomy eyes at this moment. After a long while, he managed to utter dully, "This is too exaggerated." The others also started talking at the same time, one after another. Wow, what a cool move. This sword is enough for me to learn for a lifetime. A lifetime? Be more confident. Even if you were given 10 lifetimes, you still wouldn't be able to learn. The pinnacle of swordsmanship is just this, right? In our lower realm, are there still such people? After killing tens of thousands of people from the demon sect, the sword dragon returned the same way. Chen Xing used the black hole in his palm to collect all 200,000 swords into the Tsong Tian sword domain. Thanks to this, following the direction of the sword dragon's return, the eyes of the Zhengyi sect disciples focused on Chen Xing. Look! Those swords on the top of the alchemy tower were released by him. He looks about the same age as us, how could he have such terrifying accomplishments? You said it too, it only looks similar. In fact, he might be an old monster who has practiced swordsmanship for tens of millions of years and found a way to disguise himself, or even regain his youth. This master is truly so dashing, perfectly matching my image of a swordsman. How lucky I would be to become his Taoist partner. Become a Taoist couple, he looked her up and down, are you worthy? Although the senior sister he was commenting on at this time had the title of the most beautiful woman in Zhengyi sect, the other disciples did not think there was anything wrong with his words. In terms of beauty alone, she is more than enough to match others, but she is far from being a match for Chen Xing, the only sword immortal candidate in their minds. There is no shortage of stunning beauties in this world, but there is only one powerful swordsman among a trillion. The senior sister who was being criticized wanted to refute something, but after feeling the unanimous agreement of everyone, she tactfully shut her mouth and didn't want to embarrass herself. Of course she understood this truth, but speaking it out loud, it was a bit heartbreaking. Back to Chen Xing, he was very satisfied with the power of this casual sword. During this period, he did not deliberately mobilize spiritual power, but simply controlled the 200,000 swords to attack and kill the demon cult. Who would have thought that the whole team would be wiped out in an instant? I have a clearer understanding of my own strength and realize that I have underestimated myself. The next moment, Sect Master Wang Haifeng appeared beside Chen Xing and said, "Thank you, Master, for helping us eradicate the demon sect." Although Wang Haifeng is not afraid of fighting with the demon cult, casualties are inevitable if a real fight breaks out. Chen Xing's move not only instantly wiped out tens of thousands of demons and completely eliminated this threat, but also ensured that the Jingyi sect suffered no casualties throughout the entire process. It's a miracle. Chen Xing told Wang Haifeng that there was no need to thank him. After all, Jingyi sect belonged to him, so it was natural for him to protect it. It was through this conversation that the disciples finally realized that Chen Xing was the mysterious master in the rumors who conquered the 10 most powerful sects with his strong strength. At first, when the disciples of Jingyi sect heard that their leader had sworn an oath to heaven and submitted to others, they felt helpless and indignant. After all, they were the leader of the 10 most powerful sects, so how could they do such a shameful thing? Now, after witnessing Chen Xing's strength with their own eyes, they only regretted that the sect leader did not lead the Jingyi sect to submit to him earlier. Seeing that the matter of the demon cult was resolved, Chen Xing felt that it was time for him to leave Jingyi sect. However, the hand was only halfway raised before it fell again. Chapter 72: Rejecting the Demon Cult Leader. Bang bang bang. The sound of applause came before the people. Then, a beautiful woman in a black long dress appeared in front of Chen Xing out of nowhere. The hem of her skirt was embroidered with a pattern resembling that of the red spider lily. In the eyes of Chen Xing, a reborn person, this makeup and dress looked as if the words "I am a cultist, I am a villain" were written all over her face. You can refine 9th grade elixirs at will, and you are also a sword genius that is hard to come by in 100 years, no, 1,000 years. I really like you more and more. The woman smiled, captivatingly. It is literally breathtaking and extremely bewitching. It had no effect on Chen Xing, but on the other hand, Wang Haifeng on the side almost couldn't control himself. His heart was in turmoil and he was bewitched by it. After coming to his senses, he shook his head vigorously, silently chanted the heart-cleansing mantra, and avoided looking directly into the woman's eyes, hoping to stay awake. This further confirmed the fact that the woman was a member of the demon cult, and confirmed that the woman had a high status in the demon cult, otherwise she would not have called herself this seat. Secondly, even though Wang Haifeng was the leader of a sect, he could not see through the other party's strength and cultivation level. An unprecedented feeling of uneasiness suddenly swept over my entire body and mind. I am the leader of the Wuxin sect. If you take the initiative to submit to me and marry me, you will have half of what I have in the future. The woman stretched out her hand to Chen Xing, waiting for him to express his attitude. As long as Chen Xing took her hand, the woman would assume that he agreed. The leader of the Wuxin sect. Hearing these words, Wang Haifeng suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said to Chen Xing, "Master, be careful. This person's name is Qin Wuxin. Rumor has it that he has already entered the realm of transcending tribulation through his evil magic." Qin Wuxin didn't mind at all that Wang Haifeng exposed him as a cultivator in the tribulation realm. Instead, he was very happy that he made it public. This was a good opportunity to put some psychological pressure on Chen Chang and force him to obey her. But Chen Chang's next words were somewhat beyond the expectations of the leader of the demon cult. Wuxin sect? If you have no heart, how can you talk about getting married? Chen Xing's words were a satire on Qin Wuxin, who was the leader of the sect but betrayed the doctrine. Qin Wuxin was stunned at first, then said, "I am the leader of the sect. All the right and wrong in the sect are naturally decided by me. What's more, for a good man like you, even if I betray the teachings and am despised by the world, what's the harm?" In a word, Qin Wuxin has Chen Chang beat for sure. Besides, the followers of Wuxin sect have already been slaughtered by Chen Xing with one sword, so why should they still abide by the teachings? The dead will not come back to life to hold Qin Wuxin accountable. Qin Wuxin's idea was simple. As long as he could marry Chen Shang and make use of his dual talents, it wouldn't matter if he lost 10,000 followers. Qin Wuxin was fully confident that he could build a larger empire. So, what's your decision? Qin Wuxin raised his hand and invited Chen Shang again. I'm not interested. I already have someone in my heart. Chen Shang refused decisively. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, Heavenly Grade Supreme Heaven Devouring Demonic Art +1. Chen Shang was a little surprised. He didn't expect that even though Xia Qingyue was not around, rejecting her could trigger the wife-loving reward. The fact that one can get rewards by refusing makes Chen Xing, a reborn person who has read all kinds of novels, think of a system that can get rewards by refusing. At the same time, it was also discovered that a new route to winning awards had been opened up. Oh. I am not as good as Her. Qin Wuxin asked. Chen Xing shook his head. Before Qin Wuxin could rekindle his hope, he heard Chen Xing say seriously, "You are not worthy to be compared with her." Qin Wuxin. The corners of his mouth twitched, and then he smiled, a smile out of anger. The original cold look on his face was gradually replaced by a hint of madness. The pressure from the tribulation realm is as terrifying as a tide, surging over. Chen Shang, Wang Haifeng and other disciples of Jingyi sect were swallowed up in it. It doesn't matter. Even if you don't agree, I have 10,000 ways to make you surrender. Qin Wuxin intended to use the pressure of his realm to force Chen Xing to submit. By the way, he also made preparations for the second time. He opened his 5 fingers, and a ball of black flame that looked like a ghost appeared in his palm. Heart-locking spell. Wang Haifeng recognized this evil method at a glance. Use sorcery to forcibly control a person. If anyone dares to disobey, just a slight spell will make the other party suffer unbearable pain and torture. There are quite a lot of tricks. Chen Xing said slowly. With the help of Qin Wuxin showing off his trump card just now, he has relied on his top-level comprehension to cultivate the heaven-devouring demon art to the middle stage. If you have a high level of comprehension, you can really do whatever you want. So what if it was a top-grade heavenly ranked technique? As long as his comprehension points continued to explode, Chen Shang would still be able to comprehend it at a glance. I'll give you one last chance. Do you want to tie the knot or not? Qin Wuxin's words had a more commanding tone than before. Chen Xing did not answer with his mouth, but directly used the heaven-swallowing demonic art. Behind him, in the eyes of everyone, the illusionary world-destroying demon descended upon the earth. A huge hand stretched out from the rolling black clouds, like the 5-finger mountain of Buddha, towering over and pressing on Qin Wuxin's head. The dignified leader of the demon cult was powerless under the heaven-devouring demonic art. His hands and feet were spread out in a big character shape, frozen in the air, unable to move. She could clearly feel that her cultivation was rapidly draining away and flowing into that big hand. You, the Jingyi sect, claim to be a prestigious and upright sect, but you actually use this kind of magic to forcibly devour the cultivation of others. Qin Wuxin uttered these words with difficulty. The Jingyi sect claims to be a famous and upright sect, but what does it have to do with me? Chen Xing snorted. Then he pointed out, you don't hate the magic, you just hate that it's not you who is using it. It's uncomfortable to have your thoughts seen through by others, but compared to this, the feeling of losing all your cultivation is even worse. Qin Wuxin's black hair, like his skin, was losing its color at a speed visible to the naked eye. He quickly shouted, "Ancestor, save me!" Stop! Qin Wuxin's words had just come out when another powerful and domineering voice immediately broke through the air. Immediately afterwards, Chen Xing keenly noticed that a figure in a blood-red robe was approaching Qin Wuxin rapidly. He wanted to rescue Qin Wuxin, but was stopped by the battle roar of the sky-devouring demon god. What a strange and evil skill! Just by getting a little closer, the old ancestor felt like he had fallen into a quagmire, and his cultivation overflowed uncontrollably, being swallowed by an invisible force. Ancestor, save me! Qin Wuxin's voice became weaker and weaker. If I don't show my power, do you really think I'm a sick cat? Seeing that Qin Wuxin would be sucked to death and his vitality drained if he continued like this, the old ancestor became angry. A terrifying divine power that shook the earth erupted.
Quasi-Emperor Realm 1 Haifeng's legs couldn't help but soften and he almost collapsed to the ground.
Who would have thought beforehand that behind this small Wuxin sect, there was actually a quasi-emperor level ancestor in charge?
Chapter 73 The Emperor is a Gigolo? It's over, it's completely over now.
In Wang Haifeng's eyes, in this small lower world, the quasi-emperor cultivator is undoubtedly the closest to the word invincible. Yes, he admitted that both Chen Qing's previous move of launching thousands of swords at the same time and the heaven-swallowing demonic art that could seize and drain Qin Wuxin's life were amazing. But relying on these alone, it is difficult to become an enemy of the quasi-emperor and compete with him.
It is as difficult as ascending to heaven.
Today, this emperor will kill all of you in the sect the old ancestor had a strong desire to kill. But in Chen Qing's eyes, his method of changing the world was extremely childish. Chen Qing grabbed the air with his 5 fingers, and a hand 100 feet long directly broke through the void and appeared, turning into a cage, imprisoning the ancestor of the demon sect inside, and continued to tighten. A trifle. The ancestor of the demon cult did not take this move seriously at first, but when he wanted to use the power of the quasi-emperor to resist, he found that the imperial power and spiritual power did not obey his command. He was stunned at first, then reacted with horror. This is the imperial power? You are also a quasi-emperor. The reason why the demon cult's ancestor thought so at the first time was very simple. He knew that there could only be one emperor in a world, and he had not heard of the death of Emperor Tianxian. He knew what Emperor Tianxian looked like, and he had seen it in his portrait.
Master is also a quasi-emperor?
And his background is even higher than that of this demon cult ancestor.
After hearing the words of the demon sect's ancestor, Wang Haifeng's gaze immediately turned to Chen Qing.
Before he could react, he heard the demon cult patriarch's even more desperate voice. No, this is not the position of a quasi-emperor.
This is the power of a genuine emperor.
After trying his best and finding that he was not even qualified to attack under Chen Qing's moves, he had to accept this reality. Confused, he said, "No, this shouldn't be the case.
Emperor Tianxian hasn't fallen yet. How can you be the emperor? This doesn't conform to the laws of heaven."
It's a pity that the ancestor of the demon sect will never be able to understand the reason behind this. The moment he clenched his huge fist that was 100 feet long, his physical body, along with his 3 souls and 7 spirits, were all wiped out. So clean that it's suspicious, as if it had never existed. Ancestor Qin Wuxin, a member of the demon sect, was also in extreme despair. He was drained of all his cultivation and vitality by Chen Qing. The most powerful aspect of the heaven-devouring demonic art is that he can unconditionally devour anyone whose cultivation is lower than Chen Qing's. After reading the introduction of the system, even he couldn't help but marvel that this heaven-devouring demonic art was even more demonic than the devil itself. When the devil comes, everyone will feel ashamed and leave behind their lives and cultivation. After the crisis of the demon cult's attack was resolved, Chen Qing also ended the use of the heaven-devouring demon art and returned the sky to the blue sky. The dignified demon cult leader Qin Wuxin and the demon cult's ancestor were actually unilaterally slaughtered by the master. Wang Haifeng felt that killing the leader and ancestor of this demon cult in Chen Qing's hands was no different from killing those disciples and elders of the demon cult before. They are both one-sided massacres with no chance of retaliation.
What is the difference?
The only difference is their cultivation levels, but the same thing is that their cultivation levels are not enough to show off in front of Chen Qing, the emperor. As he thought about it, Wang Haifeng's loyalty to Chen Qing increased slightly. In this life, I will firmly follow my master Chen Qing.
After the demon cult incident ended, Chen Qing did not stay in the Jingyi sect for too long.
He took a step forward, breaking the void, and when his feet landed on the ground, he had returned to Qin Mansion. He just happened to see Xia Qingyue breaking through to the spirit-severing realm.
Is this the spiritual severing realm?
If he wasn't a cheater himself, Chen Qing would definitely report to the heavenly Tao that Xia Qingyue was cheating. Meanwhile, Xia Qingyue was also keenly aware of the extra presence in the courtyard. Only after confirming that it was her husband Chen Qing did her frown relax. She opened the door and walked out of the room quickly, with a hint of joy in her eyes. "Husband, I have successfully entered the realm of distraction. I can't wait to share this good news with Chen Sheng."
Amazing. You're worthy of being the one I, Chunxing, love.
Even at this moment, Chunxing still didn't forget to flirt with Xia Qingyue.
Husband, you are teasing me again.
Not to mention, it was quite amusing to see the future high and mighty Empress Destiny blushing at just a few words from him.
I am really looking forward to it. When Xia Qingyue's heart and person are completely occupied by me, what will the protagonist Yifeng, who is originally a good match for her, feel? Will he try his best to kill himself according to the script, or will he just collapse and become possessed?
Knowing when to stop, Chen Shang took out the 109th grade pills he had refined earlier, took Xia Qingyue's hand, and placed it in hers. These are the pills I just refined.
They can help Madame improve her cultivation.
Xia Qingyue was about to agree, but when she opened the bottle, she discovered that it contained only 9th grade elixirs, all of which were Dan1 grade. This is too valuable.
I can't accept it.
109th grade Dan1 level elixirs are not something that can be easily produced by the Dao dynasty, let alone the countless top forces in the entire Tianxian continent.
Why can't I accept it? If it's not that Madame doesn't consider me as a family member. Of course not.
It's just, Xia Qingyue hastily denied it, but when the words came to her lips, she didn't know how to explain it.
Alright, take it.
I'm already at the Great Emperor level now, and these pills won't improve me much.
Besides, I'm only a 9th grade alchemist. How many of these pills can I refine?
I'm still hoping that Madame will enter the Imperial realm soon, so that I can cling to Madame and live off her.
Chen Sheng joked.
How can an emperor live off his wife? Xia Qingyue laughed out loud at Chen Xing's amusement, and finally accepted the bottle of 9th grade elixir obediently. Although she said that, Xia Qingyue actually wanted to experience what it felt like to protect her husband with her domineering strength. He felt that he was still too weak. Facing a strong enemy, he could only hide behind Chen Shang and tremble in fear, unable to help at all.
I don't care about other emperors.
Anyway, I, Chen Xing, will definitely eat the bowl of gigolo rice from Madame. Chen Xing was not ashamed, but proud of it. Seeing his serious look, Xia Qingyue smiled and said lovingly, Okay, I will strive to become stronger as soon as possible so that my husband can live off me. I always feel that my cheap husband, who is omnipotent, is extremely domineering in front of outsiders, but in front of me, he reveals his childish side from time to time.
Xia Qingyue didn't dislike it at all. Instead, she found it very interesting and enjoyed it. Even a little proud. Because of this side of him, Chen Xing has only shown it to himself so far. The most important thing is that even though Chen Xing is an emperor and possesses supreme power, he is not like those other powerful men who are fickle and have many wives and concubines. He had previously rejected a saint for his own sake. Little did people know that in addition to the saint girl, Chen Xing had just recently rejected the offer of marriage from the demon cult leader Qin Wuxin for her. A saint.
Xia Qingyue looked at Chen Xing.
My husband is so perfect. In the future, there will be more and more people like the saint of the Qingting sect, right?
There will also be more and more people who are more outstanding than the saint of the Qingting sect. Chen Xing couldn't read minds, so he couldn't see what Xia Qingyue was thinking at the moment. Not to mention, at this moment, his attention was all on the system panel. All he could think about was what kind of reward he could get by spending hundreds of 9th grade Dan1 level pills.
Chapter 74, Trillions of Top-Grade Spiritual Stones. Successfully pampered my wife.
Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, 1 trillion top-grade spirit stones.
1 trillion. Or top-grade spirit stones?
If you take out any part of this reward, it would be enough to buy back 100 9th grade Dan1 level pills. Not to mention trillions of top-grade spirit stones. Even if it were just trillions of high-grade spirit stones, Chen Xing could easily sit on the throne of the richest man in Tianxian. At least from now on, Chen Shang no longer needs to worry about money.
What's more, the system gives trillions of top-grade spirit stones instead of trillions of national currency.
In the Tianxian continent, spirit stones are a harder currency than gold. After all, they are also the main resource for martial artists to obtain spiritual energy. The difficulty of absorbing spiritual energy from spiritual stones and refining it is much lower than absorbing spiritual energy from nature and refining it into spiritual power. It just so happened that Chen Chang planned to take Xiao Qingyue to the Tianji auction, and use the opportunity of bidding for treasures for Xiao Qingyue to get the reward of pampering wife. This just solved the problem of spirit stones, and there was no need to open the Chen family treasury. 1 trillion top-grade spirit stones, you can never spend them all, you simply can't spend them all. Then my husband, I will go practice first. Xiao Qingyue clenched the white jade medicine bottle in her hand. What she said just now about becoming stronger as soon as possible and letting Chen Xing live off her was not a joke, she was serious. Chen Xing had never broken his promise to her, so Xiao Qingyue naturally had to do the same. Otherwise, what difference would there be between her and an ungrateful person? Xiao Qingyue didn't need others to look down on her or curse her. If they really did that, she would look down on herself. Don't be in a hurry. Before that, accompany me somewhere first. Chen Chang said. Where are you going? Xiao Qingyue looked curious. The Tianji auction. The leader of Jingyi sect sent me an invitation letter earlier. Chen Chang took out the invitation letter. Xiao Qingyue took a look at it, and after a brief moment of contemplation, she exclaimed in surprise, Heavenly Secret Auction. Could it be that Heavenly Secret Auction that's held every 10 years and led by the 10 major auction houses in the lower realm? Madam, have you heard of it? Chen Xing asked back, indirectly confirming the answer. 10 years ago, the Tianji auction sent an invitation to my father. He originally planned to take me with him, but unfortunately I caught a cold and missed the opportunity. Xiao Qingyue said truthfully. In that case, would you be willing to accompany me to see the Tianji auction? It would be a way to make up for the regret. Chen Xing suggested. Go! Of course I am willing, just like Chen Xing said. Xiao Qingyue had always wanted to make up for this regret. Okay. Chen Xing opened the portal leading to the Tianji auction with his backhand. I had already learned the address of the Tianji auction from Wang Haifeng. If he took a flying boat, it would take at least 2 days, but Chen Chang possessed the holy body of time and space and could reach the destination with just a thought. In a blink of an eye, it was Tianlong City. The Tianji auction, which is held every 10 years, is held here. The reason is simple. Tianlong City is located in the center of the 4 kingdoms of Qinglong, Baihu, Suzaku, and Xuanwu. It is also a commercial center and many wealthy businessmen gather there. Of course, the most important thing is that Tianlong City does not belong to any of the 4 countries and is neutral. In addition, with the presence of a quasi-emperor, safety can be guaranteed to a great extent. Even though you are outside the city gate, with towering city walls, you still cannot block the view of the giant dragon perched on the tallest building in the city. A real dragon. Xiao Qingyue felt a chill in her heart as she met the dragon's eyes. She subconsciously moved closer to Chen Chang and grabbed his arm. Unlike the golden dragon of luck, this black dragon gave Xiao Qingyue a very evil feeling, with a strong murderous aura. It's a real dragon, but it's been dead for a long time. There's no need to worry. Chen Chang patted the back of Xiao Qingyue's hand and comforted her. So that's how it is. After hearing that this dragon was a dead creature, Xiao Qingyue felt a lot calmer. Please come in, 2 distinguished guests. Afterwards, Chen Chang and the other person entered Tianlong City with a warm welcome from the guards at the city gate. Xiao Qingyue glanced back. Those people have to hand in spirit stones to enter the city, so why can we just come in directly? I think it's probably because not everyone can open the portal. Chen Xing gave his own opinion. Indeed. Xiao Qingyue finally realized that she had overlooked this point. The portal itself is enough to prove its strength. Even if the portal is not opened by one's own strength, but can be opened by magic weapons or formations, its origin will not be simple. After entering the city, Chen Xingkai learned that the supreme auction where the top 10 auction houses would present their treasures would not be held until tomorrow. But today's trip was not in vain, because the Tianji auction will not only have 1 item from the top 10 auction houses, but a total of 10 finale treasures. Those 10 treasures are reserved for the top powerful people and wealthy businessmen from all over the world. The auction of secrets for ordinary people and ordinary cultivators has already begun. Chen Xing's spiritual sense covered the entire Tianlong City in advance. Just like returning to his own home, he brought Xiao Qingyue to the Tianji auction city with ease. How magnificent! Xia Qingyue looked at the building before her that seemed to tower into the clouds, and the dragon coiled on top of it, and swallowed.
This is even more shocking than seeing it outside the city. Don't worry, madam.
If this beast really dares to come back to life, he won't be able to hurt you at all. Chen Qing comforted softly.
Yeah. Chen Qing's words once again brought Xia Qingyue an endless sense of security.
I feel that as long as Chen Qing is by my side, even if the sky falls, I will not be afraid, because he will support me. Please come in, both of you. Seeing Chen Sheng and Xia Qingyue, who was dressed elegantly and had an even more extraordinary aura, the auctioneer quickly made his way around the crowd and stepped forward to greet them warmly. Under his leadership, the two came to the interior of Tianji Auction City. Looking up, noticing the private rooms on the second floor, Chen Xing asked, "How can I get to the second floor?" "Sir, if you become a distinguished guest of Tianji Auction City, you will be able to enter the VIP box." "Then how can one become a distinguished guest of Tianji Auction City?" Chen Xing asked again.
It's simple.
As long as you spend more than 1 million high-quality spirit stones in Tianji Auction City, you can become a VIP.
The guy responded.
Chen Xing glanced at the stage where the auctioneer was introducing a jewelry necklace.
After a lengthy explanation, the auctioneer finally announced the price, starting price, 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. After hearing the price, someone wanted to participate in the bidding.
Chen Xing's voice resounded throughout the entire hall, 1 million top-grade spirit stones. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent. Those who had their hands raised halfway quickly put them down. The person's mouth opened, but before he could utter a word, his mouth opened even wider. Although they also thought that the quality of the necklace was very good, they had never expected that someone would bid 1 million spirit stones at once, and it was 1 million top-grade spirit stones, which was 1,000 times higher than the original starting price. I've seen people who spend money like water, but I've never seen anyone spend money like Chen Qing. One by one, they turned sideways and looked over, eager to confirm who the visitor was.
Chapter 75: Spending Money Like Water.
Good boy, you used 1 million top-grade spirit stones in one move.
Does anyone know him? Who is this person?
I've never seen him, and I have no impression of him. Judging from his temperament and the handiwork, he must be either rich or noble. Of course, I hear people talk about spending money like water all the time, but he's the only person I've ever seen who can actually do it. Ignoring what those people were talking about him, Chen Qing threw a bag of spirit stones to the waiter and said, "Lead the way." The man untied the rope and opened his pocket to see that it was filled with azure, top-grade spirit stones. The quality was so pure that impurities were almost invisible to the naked eye.
It was clearer than glass. No more, no less, exactly 1 million.
Yes, please come this way.
After knowing Chen Cheng's terrifying financial resources, the waiter dared not neglect him.
He quickly raised his hand to invite Chen Cheng and Xia Qingyue to go up to the second floor and check into the VIP box. When they reached the steps, the auctioneer on the stage finally reacted and raised his voice to ask, 1 million top-grade spirit stones for one time. Anyone here, are there any bidders?
As soon as she asked the question, she regretted it. Who could afford to follow this?
It was a complete waste of words. 1 million top-grade spirit stones twice. 1 million top-grade spirit stones 3 times. The process was completed quickly, the hammer fell, and it was announced that the jewelry necklace was successfully bought by Chen Cheng. Afterwards, a special waiter was responsible for delivering the necklace to box number 3 where Chen Cheng was. After getting the necklace, Chen Cheng stood up from his seat and came behind Xia Qingyue. Xia Qingyue, observing from the side and aware of Chen Qing's intention, said nothing more. She took the initiative to lift up her long hair that fell like a waterfall, revealing her snow-white swan neck, making it easier for Chen Qing to put the necklace on her. Holding up the dazzling gem that rested on her chest with her fingers, Xia Qingyue softly said, "So beautiful."
It's indeed beautiful. Chen Qing returned to his seat and admired Xia Qingyue wearing the necklace. Right?
The quality of the gemstones in this necklace, even if placed in the Da'a Palace, is.
I'm not talking about the necklace, I'm talking about you. Chen Qing shook his head and interrupted Xia Qingyue. Xia Qingyue's pupils shrank slightly, and her 10 fingers clenched the hem of her skirt. Her pretty face flushed red as she immediately lowered her head. My husband is teasing me again. Chen Xing smiled without saying anything, and summoned the system panel with ease to check the rewards he could get in exchange for spending 1 million top-grade spirit stones. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, 100 million top-grade spirit stones. This, although it was not as luxurious as Chen Xing expected, exchanging 1 million for 100 million top-grade spirit stones was not a loss. Chen Xing accepted it without any disgust. Continue to look forward to what kind of rewards Tianji Auction City can bring to you next. He looked at Xia Qingyue. Madam, if you have a treasure you like, please feel free to ask. Don't be polite with me. Okay, then I'll respectfully obey your command. Xia Qingyue nodded. As they were talking, the second auction item was brought onto the stage. It was a top-grade Earth-level weapon named Jingtao Overlord Halberd. Chen Xing has a top-grade heavenly weapon in his hand, so naturally he looks down on this Earth-grade weapon. Choose to skip and let those people in the audience compete with each other. Buy it and give it to Xia Qingyue? Chen Xing really couldn't imagine the scene of Xia Qingyue wielding this Overlord Halberd in battle. It was too awkward. Soon, the Jingtao Overlord Halberd was taken by a warrior for 1 million high-quality spirit stones. The third item brought onto the stage was a low-grade heavenly rank technique with an ice attribute, called the Frost Sky Palm, which perfectly matched Xia Qingyue's spiritual root talent. The moment the auctioneer finishes his introduction, announces the starting price, and announces that bidding is open. Chen Xing said directly, 5 million top-grade spirit stones. He had an idea in his mind and wanted to take the opportunity to verify it. See if the amount of spirit stones spent can be increased and added to the quality of the rewards given, thereby affecting the quantity and quality of the rewards for pampering your wife. His casual remark about 5 million top-grade spirit stones shocked the people below the stage so fiercely that they could hardly calm down. Did I hear correctly? 5 million? Top-grade spirit stones. He didn't say anything about that Overlord Halberd just now, and I thought he had run out of money. It seems that I underestimated him. Does this mean that the family owns the mine, or that the mine is the family? Millions of spirit stones are wasted like this. Before this, I thought I was quite wealthy, but compared to him, my wealth is nothing. Many wealthy businessmen who came to visit were really hit hard by Chen Xing's action. I feel like I'm a poor guy compared to him. Chen Xing just waved his hand casually and spent all their life savings. Many people have the idea of getting to know him. He believed that if he could really gain Chen Xing's appreciation, he would be able to rise to the top and become a phoenix in the future. 5 million top-grade spirit stones 3 times. Congratulations to the VIP in Box 3 for winning another treasure. The result was naturally as expected. Chen Xing easily obtained the heavenly level martial art, the Cold Sky Palm, with his absolute crushing momentum. Pay the money and get the goods. After receiving the Frost Sky Palm, he took a quick look at it and immediately realized the great perfection. Then, he closed the secret manual of the cultivation technique and placed it on the tea table beside Xia Qingyue. I've taken a look at this technique. It's very suitable for you, madam. Such a great technique, why not wait until my husband has practiced it before I practice it, Xia Qingyue suggested. Chen Xing raised his hand, and a bone-chilling chill immediately swept through, filling the entire box. Looking at the layer of frost covering Chen Xing's palm, Xia Qingyue couldn't help but have a bold idea in her mind. She asked tentatively, "Husband, you didn't just take a look at it and already understood the Frost Sky Palm, did you?" "That's right." Chen Chang nodded in affirmation. Xia Qingyue was stunned for a long time, and it took her a long time to come back to her senses. He hesitated to speak. He grasped the heaven-grade technique at a glance. Even the well-read Xia Qingyue couldn't find an adjective to describe such talent. It seemed as if all the descriptions of genius by previous generations in this world were not qualified to be used on Chen Xing. Thousands of words finally turned into one sentence, "Thank you, husband. I will accept it." Since Chen Xing had already comprehended the Frost Sky Palm, this technique naturally lost its value to him,
and Xia Qingyue's psychological pressure suddenly dropped. Since she was free anyway, she didn't plan to participate in the auction, so she started to look through the cold sky palm technique. Xia Qingyue understood the principle that every bit of learning is good and that diligence can make up for lack of talent. But the more she looked, the more her heart, which had finally calmed down, became anxious again. The hands holding the book trembled slightly, and his eyes moved back and forth between Chen Chang and the martial arts in his hands from time to time, as if he was confirming something. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, comprehension plus 1,000. Chen Xing had just finished accepting the rewards when Xia Qingyue's voice rang in his ears. Husband, in that one glance just now, could it be that you have already achieved the great perfection of the frost sky poem? Chapter 76 Endless Dantian. Madam, you have good eyesight. Chen Sheng knew that Xia Qingyue had just understood this through the description of the great perfection realm within the technique, and he did not hide it. Heaven-level technique achieved perfection in one glance. Xia Qingyue was completely confused after hearing this confirmed from Chen Xing's mouth. Originally, I thought that maybe I could rely on the 4 words diligence can make up for lack of talent and see Chen Xing's back on the road of cultivation. Now it seems that there is no hope. In the face of Chen Xing's powerful talent, Xia Qingyue truly couldn't see even the slightest bit of hope. Husband, am I really worthy enough to stand by your side? Meeting Xia Qingyue's gaze, Chen Xing extended his right arm, cupping her cheek with one hand, and smiled gently. Just focus on your cultivation. As for the rest, I'll take care of everything else. Spirit stones, elixirs, magic weapons, and techniques are all available. To put it more bluntly, even if Xia Qingyue didn't have the halo of the destined empress, Chen Xing could still make her an emperor by simply piling up resources. Xia Qingyue tilted her head slightly and rested it on Chen Xing's palm, feeling the warmth coming from his palm. Rather than being criticized for relying entirely on Chen Xing's opportunities to successfully achieve enlightenment, Xia Qingyue was even more worried about losing the qualification to stand by Chen Xing's side. If the time came to that, Xia Qingyue wouldn't mind saying something cheeky, like, "What's wrong with me using my husband's resources? My husband doesn't have any objections, so why should you? Do you hate being a gigolo? You don't have the opportunity. If you did, you'd eat more than anyone else." Right now, instead of overthinking it, Xia Qingyue's top priority should be to become stronger and fulfill her promise to Chen Xing. She silently set a goal for herself, to be promoted to the quasi-emperor realm as soon as possible. Now he is in the spiritual realm, which is still 4 major realms away from the quasi-emperor realm. Relying on her spiritual roots and the elixirs and techniques that Chen Xing had given her, Xia Qingyue was still very confident. On Chen Xing's side, he also accepted the 1,000 comprehension points that the system had just returned. Now, when he said that he had the best understanding in the world, no one could doubt it. Not to mention a small frost sky palm, even if it was a top-grade heavenly martial art, Chen Xing could still gain enlightenment at a glance. At the same time, the reward of 1,000 comprehension points also proved Chen Xing's previous guess that the more money spent, the more it would affect the quality and quantity of the reward. Once this is understood, the goal becomes clear. Anyway, he has trillions of top-grade spirit stones in his hands, so he has the capital to be willful. At this time, the new auction items have been introduced. It is an 8th-grade spiritual awakening grass. After refining and absorbing, your comprehension can be improved. Chen Xing showed a look of surprise. He didn't expect that before the supreme auction, a treasure of this level would be taken out. I can't help but look forward to tomorrow's supreme auction. That's the highlight. A spiritual herb that can enhance one's comprehension. After learning about the effect of the spiritual herb from the auctioneer, Xia Qingyue became very interested. Not only her, but the people in the audience were also mobilized and very excited. Baby! This is definitely a real baby. It's said that this magical herb only appears once every 1,000 years. How lucky I am to have come across it. Don't fight with me. Even if I have to sacrifice everything I have today, I will take this spirit awakening grass. Before you say this, have you forgotten the owner in box number 3? As soon as these words were spoken, the group of people who were so aggressive in seizing the treasure just a moment ago suddenly became dispirited. They selectively ignored this fact, but never expected that someone would use this incident to slap them in the face and ruin the atmosphere.
I just don't have the guts to refute.
Soon, the auctioneer saw that the time was right and announced the starting price. Spirit Awakening Grass, starting price is 5 million high-grade spirit stones. As a spiritual herb that can permanently improve one's understanding, this starting price is very reasonable and not exaggerated for everyone. I'll offer 6 million high-grade spirit stones.
I'll give you 10 million. 20 million.
Soon, the price increased several times due to the scramble among the crowd. The bidding sounded non-stop, not giving Xia Qingyue any chance to speak.
Permanently improving her understanding is exactly what she needs right now. Don't worry, I'm here.
Chen Xing grabbed Xia Qingyue's slightly cold hand and gave her a reassuring look. Then, when the price was called out to 50 million high-grade spirit stones, Chen Xing said, 100 million top-grade spirit stones. He is not interested in engaging in intrigue with those people. Now that the topic has been opened, just kill him and end the game. 5,000. The voice stopped abruptly. The hall, which was bustling just now, suddenly became dead silent.
Everyone moved in unison and looked up at Chen Xing. Hey everyone, am I hallucinating? Did he just say 100 million top-grade spirit stones?
I don't know if you were hallucinating, but what I heard was also 100 million top-grade spirit stones.
Ha, it seems we all have auditory hallucinations, and the hallucinations are hearing the same thing. This is full of sarcasm. He couldn't even convince himself, let alone convince others. I told you so.
The family behind him definitely controls some spiritual stone veins, and there's more than 1 inch.
This spiritual vein is definitely top grade.
I don't know which country he is from.
Azure Dragon? Suzaku? Black Tortoise?
Or White Tiger?
I've never heard of such a person in Qinglong country.
I must find an opportunity to get to know him later.
If I can make friends with such a Taoist, I will definitely rise to prominence in the future. Fellow Daoist?
As long as I can gain his appreciation, I don't mind being a dog. Chen Xing's main character is to win people over with money.
If this doesn't work, then you're not spending enough.
100 million top-grade spirit stones at a time.
100 million top-grade spirit stones twice.
100 million top-grade spirit stones 3 times. Let us once again congratulate the distinguished guest in Box 3 for successfully bidding on this Spirit Awakening grass. After the auctioneer recovered, he didn't even bother to ask other customers if they wanted to bid, as it would be a waste of time to ask. She was extremely excited now. As an auctioneer, the higher the price, the stronger her ability. The appearance of Chen Xing directly raised her status and influence in the entire auction industry several times.
How can we not be excited? How can we not be grateful?
If she hadn't seen Chen Shang with a stunning beauty, she wouldn't mind getting in touch with him privately. After that, 100 million top-grade spirit stones were delivered. The first thing Chen Xing did after receiving the Spirit Awakening grass was to hand it over to Xia Qingyue. The improvement in understanding that the Qi-Ling grass can bring varies from person to person. But one thing is certain, no matter how high it is, it cannot be higher than the vast understanding that Chen Xing currently possesses. He has this bit of understanding, so he might as well use it to try to get a reward for pampering his wife. Taking advantage of Xia Qingyue's time to absorb and integrate the Spirit Awakening grass, Chen Xing quickly opened the system panel and confirmed the reward content.
Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Endless Dantian +1. Chapter 77 Qin Xiu. Endless Dantian.
Chen Xing immediately clicked to view the detailed introduction, fearing that he had misunderstood what the system wanted to express.
After checking it out, I felt relieved. You got it right, the meaning of Endless Dantian is infinite spiritual power.
This means that from now on, Chen Sheng no longer needs to worry about spiritual power. He can use his heavenly level skills hundreds or thousands of times without any impact on himself. It is different for others.
Once the spiritual power is exhausted, they will lose the ability to move. Not to mention continuing to fight with others, it is even a problem whether they can stand firm.
Even for Chen Chang now, spending a mere 100 million top-grade spirit stones to get such an incredible reward is not only a sure win, but a huge profit. Not to mention, even if he spent 100 million on something like top-grade spirit stones, he would still have hundreds of billions left. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, 1 trillion top-grade spirit stones. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, plus 1 experience pack for the maximum level of Qinxiu. Successfully spoiled my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Heavenly Grade Supreme Fire Spiritual Root plus 1. After that, Chen Shang almost booked the entire place and got a lot of top-notch rewards. Used the experience pack to reach the maximum level on the path of piano cultivation with 1 click, and then fused the Heavenly Grade Top-Grade Fire Spirit Root. Chen Xing calculated that in addition to the top-grade Fire Spiritual Root, he was now also bound to the top-grade Heavenly Thunder Spiritual Root and Ice Spiritual Root. I feel that if I continue at this pace, the day when I achieve a top-grade spiritual root with all attributes is not far away. Thanks to Chen Cheng's appearance, the entire auction ended faster than expected. Because there was no competition at all, who could compete with him? He opened the offer with 100 million top-grade spirit stones, not giving those wealthy businessmen and powerful people a chance to talk back. There is no doubt that the entire auction has become Chen Cheng's personal stage. Can anyone tell me how many spirit stones he has? He's spent over 1 billion, right? And they're all top-grade spirit stones. Compared to him, can I, the richest man in this country, really be considered rich? That's too much. He must have at least hundreds of spirit veins in his hands to be so wasteful, right? From now on, looking across the entire profound sky continent, I'm afraid he's the only one who deserves to be called a spendthrift. Countless people's eyes were fixed on the stairs, waiting for Chen Xing to come down from the 2nd floor so that they could curry favor with him. Unfortunately, they were still a step too late. As soon as Chen Xing and Xia Qingyue left the private room, they were invited to a special room by the owner of Tianji Auction City. Welcome to Tianji Auction City. I am the owner of this auction city, Zhao Wenxuan. Upon seeing Chen Cheng and Xia Qingyue arrive, the man took the initiative to greet them and invited them to take a seat. Then he quickly asked someone to check the tea and serve the best quality spiritual tea, for fear that he would be negligent. I wonder what the boss wants to talk to us about. Chen Shang went straight to the point, not wanting to waste too much time talking to Zhao Wenxuan. If I had this much time, I might as well take Xia Qingyue to Tianlong City for a good stroll. You two spent a lot of money to buy treasures in my Tianji Auction City. I have a small gift to offer you as a thank you. I hope you don't mind it. After saying this, he glanced at the people around him. The subordinate nodded in understanding, came to Chen Chang and handed over a rosewood box. After opening it, 2 rings with exquisite forging craftsmanship were seen lying quietly inside. Space Ring. Chen Xing could tell that it was a space ring, but he just didn't understand why Zhao Wenxuan would give him such a thing. Winston Xiao didn't keep the secret and introduced, this item is called the Mandarin Duck Ring. The wearer can share the same storage space. I found it by chance. So far, there are only 2 of them in the world. He had picked out such a gift specifically because he saw that Chen Cheng and Xia Qingyue were not only Taoist companions but also deeply in love. How could someone who can spend over 1 billion top-grade spirit stones at an auction be short of treasures? Although the Mandarin Duck Ring is not as good as other magical artifacts, the value it represents is extremely precious. In addition to the 2 Mandarin Duck Rings, Zhao Wenxuan also gave Chen Xing a jade pendant. Anyone who owns this jade pendant will be the supreme guest of Tianji Auction City and enjoy the highest level of treatment. To date, Tianji Auction City has existed for hundreds of years, but has only sold a dozen or so coins. Then I'd rather obey than be disrespectful. Since it was a kind gesture from Zhao Wenxuan, Chen Cheng did not refuse and accepted it generously. Compared with the spirit stones he spent, this little thing is really just a drop in the bucket. Chen Cheng knew that Zhao Wenxuan was trying to please him, and if he didn't accept it, it would make things even more difficult for him. After agreeing to attend tomorrow's supreme auction, Chen Cheng and Xia Qingyue bid farewell to Zhao Wenxuan and left Tianji Auction City. As soon as they left the auction city gate,
Chun Sheng took Xia Qingyue's hand and put the mandarin duck ring on her finger. "Madam, your hands are so beautiful. Anything goes well with them." After Chun Sheng put the ring on Xia Qingyue's finger, he did not forget to play with it and admire it. "It's just a hand, what's so good about it?" Xia Qingyue said shyly, but did not withdraw her hand, allowing Chun Sheng to play with it. "Madam, have you ever heard that in some places, couples will wear rings on each other as a testimony of their marriage?" Chun Sheng asked. "I haven't heard of it." Xia Qingyue shook her head. "However, as a testimony of marriage, a mandarin duck ring, this isn't bad either." She looked at the mandarin duck ring that Chun Sheng had put on her, and was slightly distracted. "As long as Madam likes it." Xia Qingyue's face turned even redder when she realized that she had spoken her heart out. Chun Sheng stopped teasing her and took out some of the reward pills he had received from the system. He placed them in his interspatial ring and said to Xia Qingyue, "Madam, if you need these pills, please feel free to use them." Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, comprehension plus 200. Putting cultivation resources in the ring, is that really considered spoiling your wife? Chun Sheng's idea was verified. Then, with the same idea in mind, he stored the secret manual of martial arts into it. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Heavenly Grade Supreme Martial Arts Poison Emperor Sutra +1. It really works. Doesn't that mean that as long as I put resources in here with the intention of doing her good, I can get rewards? Then he continued, "Madam, you probably don't have the habit of carrying spirit stones when you go out, right? I've saved 10 billion top-grade spirit stones. You can buy anything you like. 10 billion top-grade spirit stones." Xia Qingyue's face was filled with shock. She had originally thought that Chun Sheng had spent most of his money at the auction city, but she never imagined that he had casually deposited another 10 billion top-grade spirit stones into the mandarin duck ring for her. Even though she wasn't a cultivator, it wasn't difficult for Xia Qingyue to understand what 10 billion top-grade spirit stones meant. It is more than enough to establish a huge force or country. Through this, I once again realized how unconditional Chun Sheng's love for me was. It's hard not to be moved. Even in Xia Qingyue's own opinion, these 10 billion top-grade spirit stones were something that not only the princess of a small country but even the holy maiden of an immortal sect could not refuse. Noticing the change in Xia Qingyue's eyes as she looked at him, Chun Sheng knew that the distance between him and her had shortened. Everything is moving in a direction that is favorable to Chun Sheng. What we need to look forward to next is what kind of reward for doting on his wife can be exchanged for these 10 billion top-grade spirit stones. Chapter 78 Book of Life and Death. Summoning System Panel. Successfully spoiled my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Yama's Book of Life and Death +1. The King of Hell's Book of Life and Death. Although there is no concept of King Yama in the Tianxian continent, for Chun Sheng, who was reborn from the Blue Star, he is very familiar with the two words King Yama and Book of Life and Death. The Book of Life and Death is a top-level divine object that can determine who lives and who dies. If you want someone to die, just find their name and cross it out. Chun Sheng couldn't help but wonder, could the system really reward him with such a perverted artifact? Are you sure it's not a wolf in sheep's clothing? Click for details. Yan Wang's Book of Life and Death holds the Book of Life and Death, and can decide life and death. Note, the names of countless beings in Tianxian continent are all recorded in it. With just this one sentence, combined with the system's annotations, Chun Sheng was 100% certain that the King of Hell's Book of Life and Death and the Book of Life and Death he understood in his mind were indeed the same thing. Before they knew it, the lives of billions of lives in the entire Tianxian continent were in Chun Sheng's hands. Whoever he wants to live will live, and whoever he wants to die will die, and even the laws of nature cannot stop him. Even Emperor Tianxian was no exception, his name was clearly recorded in the Book of Life and Death. As long as Chun Sheng takes up his pen and makes a slight stroke, the Emperor will fall immediately. Wait, why is the protagonist's name not listed? It's not that I'm that disappointed. If I really spent 10 billion top-grade spirit stones, I could buy the protagonist's life. The role of the protagonist would be too cheap. The system gave a further explanation. The protagonist of the current world, Yifeng, is being hidden and protected by the power of the domain. He does not exist in the same time and space, and the Book of Life and Death cannot lock onto him. Domain power? Is it the rule that restricts the protagonist to signing in for 30 years before being able to leave? Yes, the system gives a positive answer. If Yifeng comes out of seclusion after the 30-year period, and loses the hidden protection of the power of this domain, will my Book of Life and Death be effective on him? Chen Xing kept the words in his heart and asked again. Yes, the system still responds within seconds. Able. Just one short word gave Chen Xing a great sense of security. Now, it's really stable. No matter how strong you are, I can kill you instantly with just one stroke of the Book of Life and Death. Although he has the Book of Life and Death in his hand, Chen Xing is not completely careless. He has been signing in for 30 years. Who can guarantee that Yifeng will not sign in and get some incredible rewards during this period? As a villain, if you want to win, you have to be more powerful than your opponent. Husband? Husband. Hearing Xia Qingyue's voice softly calling in his ear, Chen Xing suddenly came back to his senses. What's wrong? I just sensed a few malicious gazes. Xia Qingyue lowered her voice, speaking to him in a tone that only she and Chen Xing could hear. I think it's probably because my husband spent a fortune at the auction city earlier, and some bad guys are targeting him. Chen Xing spread out his spiritual sense and quickly locked onto the guys Xia Qingyue mentioned who were looking at him with ill intentions. At the same time, he listened to every word of their conversation. The Great Wu Dynasty? Are you sure he's from there? What's so uncertain about that? That man's name is Chun Chung. He's the son of the Prime Minister of the Great Wu Dynasty. He's a notorious playboy who's been known to bully men and women. I met him once when I came to Beijing 6 months ago. How could the son of a prime minister from the tiny Da dynasty actually come up with over 1 billion top-grade spirit stones? There must be a great opportunity. While not many people know about this, we must take the initiative and seize the spiritual stones on them. If we can take them for ourselves, we will have no worries about having no money to spend. After withdrawing his spiritual sense and ending his surveillance, Chen Xing opened his eyes and looked at Xia Qingyue. Madam is right. We have indeed been targeted by thieves. Let's go and meet them. Chen Xing just wanted to use the guinea pig to test the Book of Life and Death that he had just obtained. Okay, Xia Qingyue wasn't worried at all that Chen Xing would lose. After all, how could the emperor lose? As for that Tianxian emperor? If he really came, Tianlong City would have been in an uproar long ago. How could there be no news at all? If he really came, when it came to the question of who was stronger between him and Chen Xing, Xia Qingyue would stand on the latter's side without hesitation. Then, the two cooperated with each other, pretending not to notice they were being followed, and deliberately walked to a place with fewer people. Seeing that there were almost no passers-by around, Chen Xing stopped and said, "You've been following me for so long, aren't you going to show up yet?" Upon hearing this, the group of people widened their eyes in surprise, and then they realized that the tracking method they were proud of was useless in front of Chen Shang and they had been discovered long ago. Since I have been discovered and there are not many people around, I don't plan to hide anymore. Appeared one after another. There are so many. Looking around, Xia Qingyue roughly estimated that there were at least 50 people coming. Boy, we already know where you come from. You are the son of the Prime Minister of the Great Wu Dynasty, Chen Shang. I don't know what kind of luck you have, but you got this incredible opportunity. If you don't want to die, just hand it over honestly, and we will let you live. One person walked out and shouted. Chen Xing raised his left hand slowly, and when his 5 fingers opened, the Book of Life and Death automatically appeared in his hand. The thick aura of death emanating from it instantly made the surrounding air several times colder and gloomier. Everyone felt the same, it was like falling into an icy cave. Bone-piercing cold. When Chen Shang looked at the person who was shouting, the Book of Life and Death automatically turned a page, revealing the page where his name was. Lin Xiao. You, how do you know my name? The man was shocked. His name was Lin Xiao. Of course it has something to do with that strange book in his hand.
Chen Qing was too disdainful to explain so much to this group of people. When he raised his right hand, a pen appeared out of thin air. He held the pen, pressed it on the two words Lin Xiao, and wrote a stroke downwards, until the two words Lin Xiao were completely covered by ink. Lin Xiao, who was standing in the distance, immediately fell to the ground as soft as cotton. Brother Lin, seeing this, the people traveling with him hurried forward and tried to shout a few times. When it didn't work, they cautiously stretched out their fingers and put them under Lin Xiao's nose. After a moment, the hand was withdrawn quickly as if it had been electrocuted, and a look of horror said, "Dead, dead."
Dead? How did he die? Don't look at me, how would I know?
It must be the book in his hand that's causing trouble.
Quick, grab it. As soon as these words were spoken, countless people looked determined.
Although they didn't know what the Book of Life and Death was, they just wanted to grab it first.
Zhou Tian, Zhao Quan, Li San.
Chen Shang stood where he was, not taking a single step back, concentrating on writing, erasing the names one by one.
Those people soon became like Lin Xiao.
While they were running, their bodies suddenly went limp and they fell straight to the ground without any reaction.
There are more and more people like this. In a blink of an eye, only 4 were left out of the 50 people. Evil cultivator. He must be an evil cultivator.
Quick, go and inform the mayor of Tianlong City. Someone turned around and shouted, running very fast. But even if he has the ability to travel 1,000 miles a day, he still cannot escape the judgment of the Book of Life and Death. With one stroke of the pen, the body dies and the soul disappears.
Chapter 79. Sign in. Observation mirror.
With just a few strokes, all the thieves who were coveting the spirit stones were sent to meet the real king of hell.
What a powerful magical weapon! It can actually take someone's life out of thin air.
Up until this moment, Xiao Qingyue still hadn't figured out how the Book of Life and Death could forcibly take someone's life from a distance of dozens of meters without generating any spiritual energy fluctuations. Send out shadow puppets to retrieve all the valuables from the dead bodies. Those who can come to Tianlong City to participate in the Tianji auction carry more spirit stones and treasures than those disciples of the Dao dynasty. After putting it in his pocket, he noticed that Xiao Qingyue was staring at the Book of Life and Death in her hand, her eyes filled with confusion and curiosity. Before she could ask, Chen Sheng took the initiative to explain, "This thing is called the Book of Life and Death. As long as a name is found in it, I will write a stroke on it, and his lifespan will be immediately cleared. With one stroke of the pen, your lifespan will be immediately emptied." When these words came out of Chen Sheng's mouth, they were far more shocking than the answer Xiao Qingyue had thought of herself. Then how can we make someone's name appear in this Book of Life and Death? Xiao Qingyue pressed on. Regarding this point, Chen Xing shook his head, indicating that he was not sure, and then said, "However, the names of all the people in the entire Tianxian continent are included. Including those top-tier experts." Xiao Qingyue's thirst for knowledge was clearly written on her face.
The emperor is no exception. Chen Xing gave a more direct answer. The emperor's name is on it.
No matter how powerful others are, they can never be stronger than the emperor. Xiao Qingyue didn't say anything, her surprise fully revealed in her eyes. "I originally thought that the great emperor's cultivation was my husband's most terrifying trump card, but I never expected that the truly terrifying thing was the strange book in his hand named Life and Death."
Even the great emperor could decide life and death with a single stroke. This was truly beyond Xiao Qingyue's comprehension.
"I believe that in this world, apart from my husband, there is probably no one else who dares to say that he can kill the emperor in one blow."
Chen Sheng enjoyed Xiao Qingyue's admiring gaze.
With a clench of 5 fingers, the Book of Life and Death disappears. Taking advantage of the time before dark, Chen Sheng and Xiao Qingyue strolled around the city, chatting happily, eating and drinking from time to time, and getting some rewards for pampering his wife, spirit stones, comprehension, and various attribute points. When it got dark, the two did not check into the inn. With the holy body of time and space in hand, they created a portal and returned to Chen Mansion in seconds. No matter how good the inn is, it is never as comfortable as staying at home. After a simple wash, the two fell asleep in each other's arms. Even though not long ago, Xiao Qingyue had held on to the idea of never marrying, but now, she felt that Chen Sheng's arms were particularly warm and secure, and she couldn't help but be greedy.
Only.
Looking up at Chen Xing, who had already closed his eyes and fallen asleep, Xia Qingyue always felt that her heart was empty.
She thought tonight.
Afterwards, Xia Qingyue's cheeks quickly heated up when she realized that she had this thought.
Damong Mountain, nameless cave.
Yi Feng had no idea that his childhood sweetheart was being hugged and sleeping with another man. At this moment, the blood and energy that had just stabilized and was about to break through were boiling.
Now he is only half a step away from the out-of-body state.
However, the time has come, and quickly opening the system panel and starting a new sign-in is far more important to him than breaking through the out-of-body state.
Summon the system panel. Do you want to enable daily sign-in? Sign in. Signing in. Successful sign-in. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Observation Mirror +1. Observation Mirror?
What is this?
Yi Feng said he didn't understand. Click here for more details.
Observation Mirror can be used to freely observe the scene within a fixed range.
The observation range will increase as the strength increases.
It turns out to be a magic weapon for space spying.
Yi Feng was a little disappointed.
Instead of observing the situation outside, he hoped to sign in for rewards for improving his cultivation, such as elixirs.
I wonder if this observation mirror can peek into the scene outside the barrier. Yi Feng decided to give it a try.
He took out an observation mirror, which was half a person's height and hovered in front of him. As he controlled his thoughts, the scene instantly moved from inside the cave to outside the cave gate. A little further away, there is a scene of mountains and forests. Further away, you can see a deer grazing with its head down, completely unaware that it is being spied on.
It really works. Yi Feng was overjoyed.
At first, he thought that this observation mirror could not be used outside the barrier, but after trying it himself, his doubts were completely dispelled.
Great!
With this magic weapon, I will be able to know the situation of my father, my little sister, and Qingyue. However, the reality was not as smooth as Yi Feng had imagined. After the observation range spanned several mountains, it could no longer move forward.
Strange? How could this happen?
While wondering, Yi Feng glanced and noticed the explanation of the observation mirror on the system panel next to him. The observation range will expand as strength increases, he murmured softly. It seems that if I want to observe my little sister, Qingyue, and the others, I need to improve my strength first and expand the coverage range.
Yi Feng was not anxious at all. He was very confident in his cultivation speed and thought it was only a matter of time. At least, thanks to this observation mirror, he can see the beautiful scenery outside and it won't be so boring. Close the sight glass. Yi Feng continued to practice hard.
I feel more motivated when practicing.
Time flies and it's the next day.
Xia Qingyue opened her eyes and found that Chen Xing was still asleep. Don't make any noise to disturb him, just quietly admire his face. How can there be such a good-looking person in this world? The more Xia Qingyue looked at Chen Xing, the more she felt that his face was so handsome that it touched her heart.
Madam, I would blush even if you praised me like that.
Chen Xing suddenly opened his eyes. You're awake? Xia Qingyue's heart started to panic, like a frightened rabbit. If I don't pretend to be asleep, how can I know what the lady is thinking? Chen Xing said with a smile.
Doesn't my husband have to attend the Tianji auction? Hurry up and get up and wash up.
Xia Qingyue hurriedly changed the subject. He realized that if he continued like this, he would be fooled again.
I don't feel very energetic. Low spirit?
Xia Qingyue was just about to ask if Chen Xing was feeling unwell. Then he said, if I could be kissed by a lady as beautiful as a fairy, maybe I would cheer up.
A lady who is as beautiful as a fairy. Xia Qingyue gave Chen Xing a coquettish look.
After realizing his intention, Xia Qingyue raised her hand to lift the strand of black hair that fell by her ear, then leaned down and moved closer to Chen Xing. My husband should be feeling more energetic now, right? Xia Qingyue asked, her beautiful eyes sparkling. This kiss from Madam is worth 10 treasures.
I will buy them all and give them to you as a reward.
Chen Xing found another good reason to buy treasures.
Chapter 80 Killing Qilin. It's not as exaggerated as you say.
Xia Qingyue thought Chen Shang was joking and didn't take it seriously.
Little did they know that Chen Shang was serious. Change clothes and wash up briefly. The two of them used the portal brought by the holy body of time and space to teleport from the Dao dynasty to Tianlong City. When I arrived at Tianji Auction City, I saw Chen Qing wearing a jade badge of Supreme VIP on his waist. The smile on the clerk's face when he greeted him was so brilliant. Even without the jade token, the waiter would never dare to stop Chen Shang and ask him to show the invitation letter to prove his identity. As for the scene of Chen Xing spending over 10 billion top-grade spirit stones at the auction city yesterday, the guy still feels shocked when he recalls it at this moment. Roar! However, just as Chen Shang and Xia Qingyue raised their feet and were about to step onto the stairs and enter the Tianji auction city, the roar of a ferocious beast forced its way into their ears. The roar was so powerful that it caused the space to distort slightly. When it passed through the body, one could feel a slight touch, like a breeze on the face. Many people covered their ears, stopped and looked away. That is the sacred beast Qilin. There seems to be a person riding on the Qilin's back? Who can actually control such a sacred beast as the Qilin? Someone narrowed their eyes, glanced over, then widened them again and said, "It's the crown prince of the White Tiger Nation. Xiao Lai. So he's the White Tiger Kingdom's prince, that's not surprising. I heard that this prince, though still very young, has already entered the nascent soul stage. He is a valiant and skilled warrior. With just one man, one beast, and one spear, he can kill tens of thousands of enemies. It is indeed majestic." Listening and watching the performance of this group of people, Xiao Lai was very satisfied. This time he came on behalf of the White Tiger Kingdom to participate in the Tianji auction to seize the treasure, so naturally he could not keep a low profile. He had to let people know about the White Tiger Kingdom and the strength of him, the White Tiger Kingdom's prince. That's why he ordered Qilin to roar wildly to attract everyone's attention and let them know that he was coming. At the same time, give these people a good warning. As a sacred beast, the Qilin's intimidating voice has a significant impact on mental strength. Chen Chang noticed Xia Qingyue's slightly furrowed brows. Then he instantly appeared in front of Qilin. "You guy, are you looking for death?" "Get out of here," Xiao Lai shouted when he saw Chen Xing suddenly appear in front of him and block his way. Chen Xing raised his hand and clenched his 5 fingers in the air. Bang! The sacred beast Qilin, which was originally baring its teeth and threatening Chen Xing, suddenly had its head exploded, and blood splattered all over the wall. Xiao Lai's eyes widened and he froze in shock. The words that were on the tip of his tongue were interrupted and he swallowed them back. Then, Qilin's headless body fell heavily to the ground. Xiao Lai, who didn't react in time, rolled off Qilin's back and fell flat on his face. He reacted, got up from the ground, raised his hand and pointed at Chen Shang. You were so brave, you dared to kill my mount. This beast is disturbing my wife." Chen Xing said coldly. "Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, 9th grade enlightenment pill recipe +1. Chen Sheng took a look at the Wushan pill, which is a pill that can improve one's understanding. The higher the quality of the elixir, the greater the improvement in comprehension. It just so happens that in addition to being a martial artist, he is also a supreme alchemist. After the elixir is refined, not only can you use it yourself, you can also give it to Xia Qingyue and get rewards at the same time. I am the crown prince of the White Tiger Kingdom. If you dare to kill my mount, you will be sentenced to death." Xiao Lai originally wanted to use the sacred beast Qilin to vigorously promote the country's prestige. He never expected that he would be slapped in the face by Chen Xing in public. He really couldn't swallow this humiliation. No matter what, he had to get it back from Chen Shang. The only way he could think of to get rid of the anger in his heart was to demand Chen Xing's life in exchange. "Brother Xiao, what's wrong?" The sound of horse hooves. Hearing this, Xiao Lai turned his head and looked. He knew the person very well. It was none other than the prince of Xuanwu Kingdom, Su Bai. "It's a small matter. A blind guy killed my mount. Xuanwu Kingdom and Baihu Kingdom have a close cooperative relationship and are allies. The relationship between Xiao Lai and Su Bai is not that bad, so they are still polite." Oh, Su Bai turned to look at Chen Shang and asked, "Did you do it?" Chen Sheng said nothing.
What an arrogant guy! Subai planned to take this opportunity to do Xiao Lai a favor. He tightened the reins in his hand, and with a sharp neigh, the fiery warhorse raised its front legs high and stomped down heavily. A wave of fire immediately surged towards Chen Qing and swept over. It seems that these princes like to use their spiritual pets to bully others. Chen Qing didn't mind showing mercy and letting them see for themselves what it meant to be bullied by a real spiritual pet.
Summon the 9-nether undead dragon. Rumble.
The next moment, the sky and the earth changed color. The sky, which was clear just now, was suddenly covered with dark clouds, covering the entire Tianlong city. Immediately afterwards, the huge dragon head of the 9-nether immortal dragon slowly descended from the center of the cloud cave.
The dragon's mouth opened wide, and a terrifying roar swept over the entire city.
Although the fiery warhorse is a sacred beast, it is ultimately suppressed by its bloodline when facing the dragon clan and is forced to kneel down in submission. The flaming attack didn't have time to reach Chunchang before it was blown out by the wind and waves caused by the dragon's roar.
10,000 years?
No, this is a dragon that is cultivated for 100,000 years. Xiao Lai could not withstand the dragon's might and knelt on one knee. Subai fell off the horse and fell flat on his back. Suppressed by the dragon's might, he was unable to get up. He looked so miserable, and there was no trace of the dignity of a prince left. If even these princes are like this, let alone others. Even though his cultivation was higher than Xiao Lai and Subai, when faced with this demon emperor-level beast, he immediately showed a submissive attitude, fearing that he would be targeted by the other party. At a glance, only Chen Chang and Xia Qingyue were still standing. The 9-nether immortal dragon is his spiritual pet, so Chen Qing is naturally not affected. And Xia Qingyue was Chen Qing's wife. With this identity, the 9-nether undead dragon dared not to intimidate her.
Why don't you kneel down and surrender quickly?
This is the demon emperor who has cultivated for 100,000 years. Do you intend to let the entire city pay the price for your arrogance and be buried with you? Seeing Chen Qing standing there as if nothing had happened, Xiao Lai urged him. He was very worried that if Chen Qing continued to do this, he would anger the demon emperor who had descended upon Tianlong city for unknown reasons.
No matter how crazy Xiao Lai is, he still cannot escape the iron rule of the fantasy world where the strong are respected. Why should this emperor kneel?
Chen Cheng chuckled and disdained Xiao Lai's words.
This emperor? This kid is too arrogant. Is he hallucinating because of the shock?
Apart from this, Xiao Lai really couldn't think of any other more reasonable explanation. But the scene that unfolded next dealt a strong blow to Xiao Lai's heart. The demon emperor, who was supposed to be high and mighty, turned into the size of a small arm, flew down from the sky, and landed accurately on Chen Qing's shoulder.
Chapter 81. Kill the quasi-emperor and destroy the prince.
Xiao Lai, Subai, and the others couldn't think of any other possibility except that this could happen to the main pet. But then, bigger questions arose in their minds, and Xiao Lai and Subai were extremely puzzled. Why would a demon emperor with 100,000 years of cultivation submit to such an unknown little character? In their opinion, if Qin Qing really had the ability to tame the 100,000-year-old demon emperor, they should have heard of such a person long ago, and it would not be so unheard of. If the pressure on them was not too real, causing their bones to ache and feel as if they were about to break, they would have seriously suspected that they had unknowingly fallen into the illusion cast by Qin Shang. If the two princes who thought they were knowledgeable were like this, what about the other monks and wealthy businessmen who were kneeling on the ground, their faces fully showing how shocked they were? Is this the demon emperor who has cultivated for 100,000 years and can easily destroy an entire country? How did he tame such a terrifying monster? Why else? Of course, it's because he's powerful enough. So, to tame a demon emperor with a cultivation history of 100,000 years, how powerful does one have to be?
You ask me? Who should I ask? I still want to know.
I only knew that he was the richest man in the world and could easily spend billions of top-grade spirit stones. I never expected that his real trump card would be so terrifying. For a time, the number of people who wanted to curry favor with Chen Chang and become his Taoist partner increased dramatically. Everyone thinks that if they can rely on such a big tree, they will be able to achieve great success in the future. So this kid dares to call himself the emperor because he has the demon emperor's pet. After Xiaolai understood this, he had to admit that Chen Xing did have the capital.
So he said, "This prince has indeed underestimated you.
As the saying goes, there is no friendship without fighting.
I will not pursue Qilin's death. How about we become friends?"
In Xiaolai's opinion, being able to win over a figure like Chen Shang would be 100 benefits, not only for himself but also for the entire White Tiger Nation.
That's right, that's right. No fighting, no acquaintance. No fighting, no acquaintance. Why make things so unpleasant? Let's just be friends, eat meat and chat.
Wouldn't it be nice? Subai quickly agreed when he saw Xiaolai said so. Chen Xing had a cold expression on his face. Are you worthy enough? When dealing with someone who once had murderous intentions towards him, he wanted to make peace with him by saying no fight, no acquaintance. Chen Sheng didn't care what others thought, but it wouldn't work for him. So, you really want to be an enemy of this prince and the entire White Tiger Nation? Xiaolai was very unhappy. He felt that he had given Chen Xing enough face, but he did not appreciate it at all.
Do you really think you are a soft persimmon?
Xiaohei, these two guys are left for you to fill your stomach. Chen Xing ignored Xiaolai's question and turned to say to the nine-nether immortal dragon on his shoulder. The little guy seemed very excited after getting Chen Xing's permission. As a demon beast, it can quickly increase its cultivation by devouring human cultivators. The more powerful the human cultivator devoured, the greater the increase in cultivation. This is a natural privilege unique to monsters and beasts, which is why it is not uncommon for monsters and beasts to attack humans.
Among human cultivators, this behavior is considered evil. Stop.
Just as the nine-nether immortal dragon was about to open its mouth and turn the two princes, Xiaolai and Subai, into food to fill its stomach, a voice suddenly rang out. In the blink of an eye, old men in black and white robes appeared and stood in front of Xiaolai and Subai.
The power of the Quasi-Emperor shocked the entire audience. Quasi-Emperor. It's the Quasi-Emperor. I knew it, Tianlong City is a mixed bag. How could the two princes come here alone without guardians?
However, the backgrounds of these two guardians are really a bit surprising.
Two Quasi-Emperors. TSK, they truly are worthy of being a dynasty.
I just don't know who will win or lose if two human Quasi-Emperors fight against one demon emperor. Most of the time, both sides backed off and nothing happened. After all, he is an emperor, and Chen Xing's perception ability covers the entire city at all times. He has long been aware of the existence of these two Quasi-Emperor protectors hiding in the dark. They just have to stay put and watch the show without taking any action.
Chen Xing won't do anything to them.
But they insisted on stepping forward to protect the people they wanted to kill, so Chen Xing didn't mind having a few more lives on his hands. My friend, please show mercy to others when you can.
Why kill them all? Said one of the Quasi-Emperors.
The other Quasi-Emperor increased the pressure a bit more. What he intended was very clear. He wanted to use this to intimidate Chen Xing, to make him understand the pros and cons of this matter and not to go down a dead end. Shut up! Chen Xing raised his hand and waved his fingertips slightly. Before everyone could react, the two Quasi-Emperors who were so majestic and looked down on everything just a moment ago, had their bodies exploded with a bang, turning into two balls of blood mist, floating in the air. The noisy voices suddenly quieted down, quiet as death. They had imagined countless possibilities, but they had never imagined that Chen Shang would kill two Quasi-Emperors. Even more so, they had never imagined that he could kill two Quasi-Emperors with just a flick of his finger.
And not just one, either. I can't help but ask, is the Quasi-Emperor so easy to kill?
Chen Xing took out the 7-star sword and absorbed the blood and energy of the two Quasi-Emperors. Immediately, another star on the sword's heart lit up. Now, he is only one step away from lighting up the 7 sword stars. Dead Xiaolai was in a state of dismay, his pupils trembling in his eye sockets. It was puzzling how a powerful figure from the White Tiger country could be killed instantly by Chen Xing with just a flick of his finger.
Subai's condition was not much better either.
He looked like he had lost most of his soul and his face was as pale as ash.
Hallucination.
This must be an illusion. Xiaolai tried to comfort himself in this way. But it could not change the fate of him and Su by being swallowed by the 9-nether immortal dragon the next moment.
As soon as the dragon's mouth opened, the powerful suction force directly turned the bodies of the two people into smoke and dust and dissipated, and was swallowed up completely. After getting rid of Su Bai and Xiao Lai, the nine-nether immortal dragon returned to where it came from, and waited obediently for Chen Qing's next summons. Afterwards, Chen Qing glanced at everyone present. Without exception, everyone caught in his gaze lowered their heads, not daring to struggle, and knelt obediently on the ground, trying their best to let Chen Qing know that they had no hostility towards him at all. Absolutely not. Ma'am, let's go in. Good. Xia Qingyue placed her hand on the hand that Chen Qing had extended to her, and walked into the Tianji auction city with him. Leaving behind a group of powerful monks, the rich businessman knelt outside the gate, not daring to get up in a hurry. The other end. Tianlong City, the city lord's mansion. Lobby. By spying on the magic weapon, the city lord and the people beside him saw everything that happened outside the Tianji auction city. After taking a deep breath for a long time, City Lord Lin Tianlong finally recovered from his deep shock. He looked at the people around him and asked, "Sir, what level of cultivation do you think this person is at?" Chapter 82 Medicine God Cauldron. The person being questioned by Lin Tianlong was none other than Zhao Tong, a quasi-emperor realm expert whom he had spent a great deal of money to hire to guard Tianlong City from war and remain neutral at all times. He can kill a quasi-emperor in an instant with a wave of his hand. With the addition of the demon emperor's pet, his cultivation level is infinitely close to, or even at the peak of, the quasi-emperor realm. Zhao Tong gave his own judgment. At least with his strength as a quasi-emperor, he can't do such a thing. Not to mention killing two quasi-emperors in an instant, he couldn't even do one. Peak quasi-emperor. After understanding this, Lin Tianlong took another deep breath. He said thankfully, "Fortunately, we listened to the adults and didn't come forward to protect the princes of those two countries. Otherwise, I'm afraid Tianlong City would no longer be called Tianlong City by now. It feels like I have brushed shoulders with death. Even though nothing happened, when I think back on it, I still feel a chill running through my bones. You can only respect this person and never make him your enemy, otherwise you will only suffer the disaster of killing and destroying your family," Zhao Tong reminded. "I'll listen to you in everything." Even if Zhao Tong didn't say that, Lin Tianlong thought so. Although he was arrogant, he was not so arrogant as to dare to offend the strongest person under the emperor. It is believed that the only person in this world who can kill Chen Shang is probably Emperor Tianxian. Not even necessarily. Lin Tianlong had a premonition that a new era of the emperor was about to begin. Back to Tianji Auction City. After learning about Chen Qing's powerful strength, Zhao Wenquan personally came forward and welcomed Chen Qing into the number 1 box. He even personally fetched some spiritual tea, brewed it, and served it to Chen Qing and Xia Qingyue one by one with both hands. The 4 words "the strong are respected" were fully demonstrated by Winston Chao at this moment. It's a pity that the 10 treasures offered by today's supreme auction all come from the top 10 auction houses and have nothing to do with Zhao Wenquan. They just borrowed his venue. Otherwise, Zhao Wenquan would definitely give away those treasures for free in an effort to climb up the big tree of Chen Qing. He knew very well that a top expert like Chen Qing could protect himself and the entire Tianji auction city with just a few words, ensuring their eternal prosperity. After serving the 2, seeing that they had no other needs, Winston Chao left a message, "Just let me know if you have anything," and then left the box. What a fragrant tea! Xia Qingyue took a sip, and the tea became even more fragrant. "If Madame likes it, I'll ask him to prepare some and pack it up to take away later," Chen Shang said. "No need, the tea at home is also delicious." Xia Qingyue said there was no need to bother. She was flattered by Chen Shang's meticulous care. Little did they know that even more flattering things were yet to come. Chen Shang had previously said that he would buy the 10 greatest treasures for her, and it was no joke. "Even if it costs me all my money, I have to take pictures of them all." Such a good opportunity to get treasure must not be missed. Soon, the auctioneer walked onto the stage and began to give some warm-up remarks. According to the original plan, the auction will not start for a while. However, the appearance of Chen Shang made everyone dare not delay and directly move the time forward. Compared with others, it is obvious that Chen Qing,
a top-level strongman who can spend money like water and kill a quasi-emperor in seconds with a wave of his hand, is more worthy of anticipation and flattery. After a few brief words, the auctioneer announced that the supreme auction, held once every 10 years, has officially begun. The first item to be put on the stage was a mid-grade heavenly-grade alchemy furnace. It was called the Tianyuan furnace. It not only had a large capacity but also contained its own unique fire, which could increase the chances of achieving success. As soon as this furnace came out, the discussion immediately became heated. It truly deserves to be the supreme auction held only once every 10 years. The first lot to be auctioned is a mid-level heavenly grade item. This Tianyuan furnace is in the top 100 on the Dan furnace list. If I remember correctly, it's ranked 79th. I wonder who will end up with this precious furnace. The first one is so exciting, I'm looking forward to the treasures in the future. Especially those alchemists, their eyes were redder than each other, and their hearts were more excited than each other. He firmly believed that as long as he could take a picture of this Tianyuan furnace, his status in the world of alchemists would be able to reach a higher level. After introducing the many wonderful features of the Tianyuan furnace, the auctioneer immediately announced the starting price. The starting price is 10 million high-grade spirit stones. I'll give you 30 million. I'll give you 50 million. I'll give you 65 million. The bidding speed was much more intense than yesterday. The guests who came had much more financial resources than yesterday. In a blink of an eye, the price has increased from the initial 10 million high-grade spirit stones to 200 million. Chen Xing had just finished a cup of tea and put it aside. Feeling the time was right, he slowly said, 1 billion top-grade spirit stones. 200 and 500 million. The words stopped abruptly at his lips, and the smile disappeared in an instant. The wealthy businessmen and sect elders who were originally weighing the pros and cons and calculating carefully, all raised their heads in unison and looked towards the number 1 box on the second floor. Did I hear correctly? How much? 1 billion high-grade spirit stones. You definitely heard wrong. I see. That's what I was saying. How could it be possible? Before he could finish his words, the man continued, don't get me wrong. When I said I misheard, I meant you heard the top-grade spirit stone as a high-grade spirit stone. Silence. 1 billion top-grade spirit stones at a time. 1 billion top-grade spirit stones twice. 1 billion top-grade spirit stones 3 times. Let us once again congratulate the VIP in Box 1 for successfully bidding on this Tianyuan furnace. That's right, the auctioneer in charge of this auction is the same one from yesterday. I didn't react for a moment and confused today's auction with yesterday's. Again? Isn't this the first time, someone wondered. Soon after, I learned from the guests who attended the auction yesterday about Chen Xing's feat the day before. Faced with such a rich, powerful, and influential person, how could they dare to complain? They obeyed him verbally and in their hearts. Give out 1 billion top-grade spirit stones and take the Tianyuan furnace. Chen Xing immediately said that this Tianyuan furnace was a gift to Xia Qingyue. How can this be possible? My husband is an alchemist and is more suitable for this furnace than me. Xia Qingyue declined politely. Chen Xing then said, Madam, there is no need to refuse. I have something better. Besides, I plan to teach Madam the art of alchemy in the near future. It will be much more convenient to have such an alchemy furnace. Well, okay. Chen Xing had already said this. After thinking it over, Xia Qingyue decided not to refuse. She is indeed very interested in alchemy. Secondly, thinking about how Chen Xing had worked hard to refine so many pills for him, he also wanted to refine pills for him after learning the alchemy technique. Blindly asking for things unilaterally is not Xia Qingyue's style. Even a drop of kindness should be repaid with a spring. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Medicine God Cauldron. Originally, Chen Xing said that he had a better alchemy furnace than the Tianyuan furnace, just to find a reason to make Xia Qingyue feel at ease to accept it. But now, he really has it. The Medicine God Cauldron, a top-grade heavenly grade product, ranks first in the alchemy furnace rankings. Known as the legendary alchemy furnace, only some partial information can be learned from ancient books, and whether it really exists has once caused controversy.
Thanks to Chen Xing, this controversy is now gone. Chapter 83, Spending Billions. Crazy Treasure Hunt.
Madam has the Tianyuan furnace, and I have the Yaoan cauldron. We both have a bright future. Chen Sheng joked in his heart and accepted the Medicine King cauldron. After this incident, I can't help but look forward to the next 9 treasures and what kind of surprise returns they can bring me. The auction city is very efficient and dares not delay at all. Even if they wanted to delay, the people from the top 10 auction houses would not allow it. After seeing Chen Xing's terrifying financial resources, they all hoped that he would take a fancy to the treasures they brought and spend a fortune to buy them. Even if they were given 100 years, they might not be able to earn 10 billion top-grade spirit stones. Such big customers must be grasped with all our strength. What's more, he directly ordered his men to prepare unexpected gifts and present them later. Although it is a gift, the actual quality is not much lower. Even so, compared to the figure of 10 billion top-grade spirit stones, it still seems cheap, just to show sincerity. The auctioneer introduced the second item to the public, revealing it was the Taichu Lingxiao sword, a top-grade heavenly grade sword. Just as the auctioneer finished her introduction and before she announced the starting price, Chen Xing's voice echoed throughout the hall, 10 billion top-grade spirit stones. He was determined to complete the task quickly, obtain the 10 treasures, and return the reward for doting on his wife.
Just one simple sentence silenced everyone again.
Not to mention 10 billion top-grade spirit stones, even if it was 10 billion high-grade spirit stones, they wouldn't have the confidence to follow. If you really follow it, you can imagine that you will only get a sum of money from Chen Sheng that is even more exaggerated than 10 billion top-grade spirit stones. At that time, rather than whether they could obtain the Taichu Lingxiao sword, they were more worried about whether Chen Sheng would hold a grudge against them. More and more people have learned about Chen Sheng's instantaneous killing of 2 quasi-emperors and his enslavement of the demon emperor as a spiritual pet through the mouths of others.
If we compare money, we can't win.
If we compare strength, we can't win.
So we can only choose to shut up.
10 billion top-grade spirit stones 3 times. Congratulations to the distinguished guest in Box 1 for successfully bidding on this Taichu Lingxiao sword. The result was naturally as expected, with Chen Xing taking the Taichu Lingxiao sword. The moment he got the sword, Chen Xing gave it to Xia Qingyue. Husband, this Xia Qingyue had just accepted the Tianyuan furnace, and now she had a top-grade heavenly ranked divine sword in her hand. It was hard not to be confused. Then I realized, it turns out that my husband was not joking when he said he would buy all the 10 treasures for me. Madam, you don't want me to become a person who goes back on his word, right? Chen Sheng asked.
Then thank you, my husband.
Xia Qingyue knew very well that the reason Chen Xing said this was so that she could accept the Taichu Lingxiao sword with peace of mind, so she simply stopped refusing.
Everything is up to Chen Sheng. Just accept what he gives you. Why think so much? I couldn't help but imagine the scene of Chen Xing wearing this Tiancanai robe. He covered his face and chuckled. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, 9-tailed fox immortal bloodline. 9-tailed fox immortal bloodline. The 9-tailed fox also has the word immortal on it.
Chen Sheng knows without thinking how strong this bloodline is.
Without a moment's hesitation, the binding is completed.
At the same time, the third auction item was also put on the table. It is a soft armor specially designed for women, named Tiancanai, and is very famous among defensive magic weapons. 100 billion top-grade spirit stones. Chen Xingyun said calmly. It was as if these 10 billion top-grade spirit stones were not worth mentioning at all to him.
This is indeed the case.
Seeing this, the auctioneer no longer bothered to ask if anyone wanted to bid higher. He just spoke, quickly went through the process, and announced that Chen Sheng had won the bid for the Tiancan clothes. I really don't have any use for this heavenly silkworm clothes, please accept it, madam.
Okay.
Xia Qingyue obediently accepted the heavenly silkworm robe and unknowingly assisted Chen Xing in obtaining the pampering wife reward more efficiently.
Successfully pampered my wife.
Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Heavenly Demon Armor +1. Chen Qing exchanged a top-level defensive magic weapon for a defensive magic weapon that has never existed in the history of Tianxian continent, surpassing the heavenly level and can be called a divine armor.
It is a sure profit. Then, the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th.
Without exception, all of them were acquired by Chen Qing for hundreds of billions of top-grade spirit stones.
The entire supreme auction was dedicated to him alone.
All of the 10 most precious treasures were given to Xia Qingyue by Chen Qing without a single one remaining, to be used to obtain that pampering wife reward.
Successfully spoiled my wife.
Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, +1 chance to draw 10 consecutive heavenly grade supreme spiritual roots.
Successfully pampered my wife.
Congratulations to the host for receiving a random skill reward, 1 top grade spirit stone for each breath.
Successfully spoiled my wife.
Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, 10,000 Dao Immortal Body.
Top 3,000 physical fitness rankings, 1. Successfully pampered my wife.
Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Emperor Level Shadow Puppet +1.
Successfully pampered my wife.
Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Enlightenment Tree +1.
Successfully pampered my wife.
Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Great Emperor Cultivation Experience Pack +1.
Successfully pampered my wife.
Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, Epiphany +100. After looking at all these rewards, Chen Qing could only say that this trip to the Tianji auction was really worthwhile.
All are superb rewards.
Immediately select the opportunity to draw 10 times in a row for the best heavenly spiritual roots and confirm the draw.
Drawing 10 times in a row. 10 consecutive draws successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the heavenly grade top grade water spiritual root.
Heavenly grade top grade wood spiritual root.
Heavenly grade top grade thunder spiritual root. Heavenly grade top grade wind spiritual root. Not only did it easily complete all the attributes of Chen Qing's heavenly grade spiritual root talents, it also saved a few extra ones to give to Xia Qingyue.
The Wandao Immortal Body, ranked first on the 3,000 physical fitness rankings? Directly bound.
The Emperor level Shadow Puppets joined Chen Qing's Shadow Puppet Army.
As for the Enlightenment Tree? Chen Qing looked up the details.
After planting this thing, it will produce enlightenment fruit.
After eating it, one can randomly attain enlightenment. It is completely different from having any enlightenment you want.
The advantage is that the enlightenment tree is evergreen and will continue to produce fruit, unlike the number of sudden enlightenments, which will be gone once they are used up. On the other hand, Xia Qingyue, although she had already prepared herself mentally, was still shocked when all 10 treasures fell into her hands.
Still can't help but fall into shock and can't extricate himself.
Looking at the important guests on the first floor who came to attend the supreme auction, they were just gradually recovering from the shock brought by Chen Qing. One piece costs 10 billion, so 10 pieces would be 100 billion top-grade spirit stones. That's really too much. What's even more outrageous is that after spending 100 billion to buy those treasures, he gave them all to the woman next to him.
I heard him address that woman as Madam.
Not only is he stunningly beautiful, but he's already a quasi-emperor at such a young age, and he dotes on his wife so much.
Why can't I meet such an outstanding man? Excellent? No, he's perfect. Absolutely perfect.
They were chatting about their own things.
Chen Qing's attention was not on this at all. Instead, he was staring at the Emperor's cultivation experience package in the system backpack. He glanced at Xia Qingyue again. Thoughtful. Chapter 80 for the Supreme Emperor.
Originally, Chen Qing had planned to give this Great Emperor Cultivation Experience Pack to Xia Qingyue as well, to help her ascend directly to the Great Emperor.
But then I changed my mind and gave up the idea. The reason is simple. There are 2 points. First, Xia Qingyue is not bound to the system. If she forcibly uses this experience pack to ascend to the Emperor, there is no guarantee that she will not be affected by the heavenly order that there can only be one Emperor in a world.
Secondly, the Emperor's Cultivation Experience Pack itself is a reward for pampering his wife, and the reward standard cannot be triggered a second time.
Once it is given away, it is really given away.
After weighing the pros and cons, Chen Xing thought it would be better to use it himself. If Xia Qingyue really wanted to ascend to the Great Emperor, it would be more convenient to directly pass on the skills to her.
Using the Great Emperor Cultivation Experience Pack. The Emperor Cultivation Experience Pack has been used successfully.
Hosts current realm, Supreme Emperor.
Supreme Emperor? A realm above the Emperor.
Chen Xing didn't remember that the words Supreme Emperor were mentioned in the original Xiantian continent cultivator levels. The reason why I didn't mention it is certainly not because I don't want to mention it, but looking back at history, there are very few people who can be promoted to the Emperor, let alone break through to the realm above the Emperor. For Chen Shang, it was an unexpected gain. As for the extra few heavenly grade supreme spiritual roots, Chen Shang planned to give them to Xia Qingyue after leaving Tianlong City and returning to the Da dynasty.
There are too many people here and it is not suitable for refining and absorbing spiritual roots.
As soon as they walked out of the box, Chen Shang and the other two were guarded outside the door. Zhao Wenchuan, the lord of the auction city, stepped forward to stop them. My lords, the top 10 auction houses have prepared a small gift to thank you for your strong support.
Please move on.
Zhao Wenchuan explained his purpose. If someone wants to give you treasures to increase your chances of getting rewards, whether it is Chen Shang or Xia Qingyue, they will accept such offers.
Let Winston Chao lead the way to. At this moment, Tianji auction is outside the city.
The flying boat engraved with the Qingting sect's totem arrived late. It's all the fault of those guys from Hanyue sect. If they hadn't been pestering us, we would have reached Tianlong City long ago.
Master, after we return to the sect, you must not let them go, Lin Ruoxue said angrily.
As her master, Lu Lan agreed with her and felt that it was time to completely resolve the grievances between the two sections. But before that, it is more important for the two of them to attend the supreme auction first.
The two got off the flying boat and came to the gate of Tianji Auction City.
Lin Ruoxue thought to herself, those who can come to the supreme auction must be either rich or noble.
Maybe they can meet their ideal partner. She didn't ask to achieve even 1% of Chen Sheng's achievement that day when he rejected her dual cultivation with her precious body. She would be satisfied if she could achieve even 1,000th of that. Strange, Master, hasn't this supreme auction started for a while? Why are they all coming out? Lin Ruoxue's attention was attracted and she asked in confusion.
Lu Lan shook her head and motioned Lin Ruoxue to go up and find someone to inquire about the situation. Lin Ruoxue nodded, walked forward, found a young cultivator with a rather handsome face, and asked, "Fellow Taoist, please stay."
May I ask you something?
You ask. The young monk wanted to refuse, but after looking Lin Ruoxue up and down, he immediately changed his attitude.
Isn't the supreme auction still going on?
Why did you all leave early? If Lin Ruoxue remembered correctly, at the supreme auction 10 years ago, all parties spent 3 days and 3 nights trying to win the treasures. In progress, the young monk chuckled and waved his hand, saying, "You're late.
The supreme auction has already ended." It's over? How did it end? Lin Ruoxue asked.
Of course, all 10 treasures were bought by someone.
How else could it end? The young monk thought this question was stupid. Ah? So fast?
Which big shot bought it? Lin Ruoxue asked again. The person who bought the 10 treasures was the same person.
As for his name, I don't know.
I only know that he is extremely powerful. Not only did he kill the princes of the White Tiger Kingdom and the Black Tortoise Kingdom, he also killed the quasi-emperor guardians around them with a single move. Before Lin Ruoxue could be surprised, she heard the young cultivator say, "Not only that, he also has a 100,000-year-old dragon demon emperor under his command."
Forget it, I won't talk to you anymore. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first.
The young cultivator said goodbye to Lin Ruoxue and hurried back to the sect to report to the sect master and the elders what happened in the Tianji auction city today. After Lin Ruoxue recovered, she returned to Lu Lan and asked, "Master, did you hear everything?"
Yes. Lu Lan agreed.
I didn't expect that among the people visiting Tianlong City this time, there would be such a big shot. Master, tell me, if I take the initiative to reveal that I have a dual cultivation body, will that big shot be willing to accept me? Lin Ruoxue couldn't help but fantasize. She missed Chen Sheng before, and this time, she doesn't want to miss him again. Looking at his arrogant disciple who once declared that she would never rely on her dual cultivation body to curry favor with men, and now completely changed her personality, Lu Lan, as her master, really doesn't know what to say to her. Elsewhere, after accepting the treasures donated by the top 10 auction houses, Chen Chang and Xia Qingyue chatted briefly before taking their leave. As soon as he left the room, Chen Xing immediately gave the 10 treasures to Xia Qingyue for her to use in treasure hunting. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, 100x cultivation space +1. Chen Sheng took a quick look at the introduction. The simplest explanation was that entering this cultivation space would allow one to cultivate 100 times faster than in the outside world. Infinite spiritual energy. Now, there is no need to pass on skills and cultivation to Xia Qingyue to help her break through to the Great Emperor realm. Let her directly enter the 100-fold cultivation space to cultivate. With Xia Qingyue's talent, achieving the Tao of a great emperor? It's only a matter of time. Afterwards, Winston Chao also followed out of the room happily, saying that he wanted to see them off. Chen Sheng and Xia Qingyue exchanged a glance, gave him this favor, and did not refuse. However, before I had walked far, I ran into two people who were neither familiar nor strangers. It was during the auction city that they made inquiries, searching for Chen Xing's master and disciple, the Qingting sect. Is it him? It's her. Xia Qingyue and Lin Ruoxue recognized each other almost at the same time. Wait. The person those people just mentioned, the one who killed the prince, destroyed the quasi-emperor, and spent hundreds of billions of top-grade spirit stones to buy out the entire supreme auction, couldn't that be him? A terrifying thought popped up in Lin Ruoxue's mind. The person next to them, if I remember correctly, should be the mayor of Tianji Auction City, Zhao Wenxuan. Lu Lan's words indirectly confirmed Lin Ruoxue's thoughts. Master, it can't be. Lin Ruoxue hesitated to speak. I think you guessed it right. Lu Lan took the initiative to speak, agreeing with what Lin Ruoxue was thinking. Chapter 85: The Queen's Sense of Crisis. After confirming that the great man who destroyed the quasi-emperor, killed the prince, and spent hundreds of billions of spirit stones to buy all the 10 treasures was the same person as the young emperor who refused to sacrifice himself in Qingting sect that day. It's no exaggeration to say that Lin Ruoxue is regretting her decision to death. I wish I could travel back in time and slap myself in the face for wanting to reject Chen Xing, and scold her, telling her not to do anything stupid, as this is the most important opportunity in her life. After pondering for a while, Lin Ruoxue suddenly looked up at Chen Sheng. Her eyes became much firmer than before, as if she had made some kind of decision. Master, disciple will go over to me for a moment. After saying that, Lin Ruoxue started walking towards Chen Sheng. Lu Lan was not given any chance to express her opinion. During this time, Lin Ruoxue's attention was entirely on Chen Xing, and she didn't even glance at Xia Qingyue who was standing beside her. On the other hand, when Xia Qingyue saw Lin Ruoxue approaching, her eyes were fixed on her without moving. Xia Qingyue saw undisguised desire in Lin Ruoxue's eyes. The thing she was most worried about finally happened. In a blink of an eye, Lin Ruoxue was in front of Chen Xing, and said in a coquettish manner, Master Chen, I am willing to offer my body to practice dual cultivation with you and help you cultivate. Please accept me. Lin Ruoxue's current appearance is completely different from the one a few days ago when she resolutely refused to be Chen Xing's dual cultivation cauldron. Rather than saying that Lin Ruoxue was a saintly lady of a sect, Xia Qingyue thought that her current appearance made her look more like a prostitute soliciting customers in front of brothels. This further increased the influence of the 4 words strength is respected in Xia Qingyue's mind. At the same time, a sense of unease swept over Xia Qingyue's body and mind. She was really worried that Chen Sheng would not be able to resist Lin Ruoxue's lust, so she nodded in agreement. Although having 3 wives and 4 concubines is quite normal in the current era, how many women can willingly share their husband with others? Even if Xia Qingyue said she didn't mind, she would still have some resentment in her heart. But Chen Xing's next words immediately soothed Xia Qingyue's anxious heart. I appreciate Miss Lin's kindness, but I, Chen Xing, will only love one person in this life and will never betray my wife.
Successfully pampered my wife.
Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, longevity fruit plus 100.
I don't ask for your love, sir. You can even use me as a tool. I just want you to keep me by your side. Use it as a tool or.
Lin Ruoshua's words shocked not only Qin Shang and Xia Qingyue, but even her master, Lu Lan, had never expected that one day she would hear such words from Lin Ruoshua. In order to cling to the big tree of Chen Xing, he even went so far as to not consider himself a human being.
No need.
Chen Xing said firmly. Whether it's my heart or my body, I will never betray my madam. Chen Xing said this while looking at Xia Qingyue. Husband, Xia Qingyue's eyes rippled, and her expression was filled with emotion.
Successfully pampered my wife.
Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, comprehension plus 500.
Madam, let's go back to Dao.
Chen Sheng took Xia Qingyue's hand and decided to ignore Lin Ruoshua and leave the Tianji auction city.
Okay.
Xia Qingyue agreed and clasped her fingers tightly with Chen Sheng's. At this moment, Xia Qingyue felt how fortunate she was to be able to marry Chen Xing.
I feel like it's time for me to make up my mind.
We can't just think about how to improve our strength, there are some things that we should consider as early as possible. Xia Qingyue was certain that, given her husband's charm, someone like Lin Ruoshua would definitely not be the last. In the future, as Chen Xing's reputation as an invincible man spreads, there will be more and more suitors who are better than Lin Ruoshua.
In Xia Qingyue's opinion, if she wanted to monopolize Chen Xing, she must first monopolize his heart and his body.
Xia Qingyue didn't think that she had so many cards up her sleeve that she could keep Chen Xing in suspense forever. No matter how strong the effect of love at first sight is, if there is no return, it will eventually fade away. Young master looking at the backs of the two men leaving, Lin Ruoshua gritted her teeth, still unwilling to give up. He even had the impulsive thought of getting married right there with Chen Xing. However, before he could do anything, his master, Lu Lan, stepped sideways and blocked his way.
All right, that's enough.
Master, why do you want to stop your disciple from pursuing happiness? Lin Ruoshua was puzzled. Are you sure you are pursuing happiness and not seeking your own death? Lu Lan reminded Lin Ruoshua not to tie herself up in knots.
Master, Lin Ruoshua understood the reason behind this, but she just couldn't let go.
The perfect partner is right in front of me, so close to me, but I can't grasp him.
Give up, you and him are destined not to be together.
Lu Lan raised his hand and patted Lin Ruoshua's shoulders lightly a few times. Suddenly, a strong sense of grievance spread from her heart. Lin Ruoshua collapsed on the ground, tears streaming down her face. Why did God treat me like this, letting me meet him but not be able to be with him forever? Listening to Lin Ruoshua's hysterical crying coming from behind, instead of feeling sympathy, Xia Qingyue's lips curled up slightly. She was lucky that she and Chen Sheng had both a destiny and a fate.
While they were daydreaming, the two of them had already walked out of the Tianji auction city.
When Chen Xing wanted to ask Xia Qingyue whether she wanted to continue wandering around Tianlong City or directly open the space portal and return to the Dao dynasty. But behind him came the sound of hurried footsteps. Sir, please stay.
Sir, please stay.
Chen Xing felt that this voice was unfamiliar and he had never heard it before. Turning his head, he saw that person had stopped in front of him, breathing heavily, and saying incoherently, Sir, please stay, please stay.
Who are you? Chen Xing took the initiative to ask the other party's identity.
Your Excellency, I am the mayor of Tianlong City, Lin Tianlong. The man introduced himself. I wonder what the city lord wants to see me for, Chen Shang asked bluntly. Your Excellency, the guards at the city gate have sent news that the White Tiger and Black Tortoise countries have learned that you killed their prince and the quasi-emperor. They have sent over 1 million soldiers to surround Tianlong City and come to ask you for an explanation. Lin Tianlong said truthfully.
Ask me for an explanation, Chen Xing laughed. I didn't go to them to ask for an explanation, but they came to me.
Sir, I am willing to serve you at all times and go through fire and water to force back the White Tiger and Black Tortoise countries. At this time, Zhao Tong, a quasi-emperor in Tianlong City, appeared in front of Lin Tianlong out of thin air. Neither of them wanted to miss this opportunity to make friends with the peak quasi-emperor. I am sure that if I can establish a relationship with Chun Qing through this matter, it will be of great benefit to my future.
No need. I can handle my own affairs myself. I won't bother you too.
Chen Sheng was worried that he didn't have enough blood and energy to light up the last knife star.
Look, the blood and energy are coming to me. Chapter 86, 100 Miles of Ice.
Chen Sheng opened a portal with a single thought and asked Xia Qingyue, "Madam, would you like to test your current strength?"
Yes.
Of course I do. Xia Qingyue immediately understood what Chen Sheng wanted to express and nodded heavily.
This is a good opportunity to get closer to Chun Qing. How could killing those who wanted to harm one's husband not be considered a way to bring the couple closer together? Then let's go. Chen Sheng held Xia Qingyue's hand the entire time and walked into the portal with her.
When the two figures were completely submerged in it, the portal disappeared. "Sir, is this portal opened by a magic weapon?" Lin Tianlong asked when he found the right opportunity. Without waiting for Quasi-Emperor Zhao Tong to answer, Lin Tianlong asked again, "If that is true, why didn't I see that Lord take out any magic weapon from beginning to end?"
He can do this with just a thought. There are only two possibilities.
Either he is the emperor, or he possesses the holy body of time and space. Zhao Tong gave his own judgment.
He also didn't notice that Chun Qing used any magic weapon.
The old emperor has not died. It seems that the adult must have awakened the holy body of time and space. Lin Tianlong analyzed with reason and evidence. Little did they know that Chun Qing had both of these.
Oh my God!
At such a young age, he has not only entered the peak quasi-emperor realm, but also possesses the 6th-ranked supreme saint body, the space-time body. He is indeed the one most likely to be promoted to the new emperor in the future. Lin Tianlong's eyes were full of awe when he said this.
Let's go and take a look.
Maybe we can be of some help and make that gentleman take a closer look at us, Zhao Tong suggested. Even though he is a quasi-emperor, when facing a monstrous genius like Chun Qing, he still has to lower his head and find ways to please the other party. Yes, Lin Tianlong agreed, and he and Zhao Tong hurried towards the city gate. Chen Sheng and Xia Qingyue had already walked out of the portal. Standing on the city wall, one could not see the end of the millions of armored soldiers. It was a vast black mass that was difficult to take in. The solemn and murderous atmosphere of the army, coupled with the yellow sand all over the sky, is extremely oppressive.
Madam, just go ahead and do it. I will be by your side to assist you.
As soon as he finished speaking, Chun Qing took out the 7-star knife from the system backpack.
With a thought, one knife turned into 6.
My husband also has the talent of a mind master. If it were a few days ago, Xia Qingyue would have been even more surprised.
But now, she always feels used to it.
No matter how many extraordinary talents Chun Qing has, it is not surprising, but rather natural.
Thank you, my husband. I'll be leaving now.
Xia Qingyue took a lotus step and flew down directly from the city wall that was more than 10 meters high. What is your relationship with the guy who killed my son Xiao Tianjun, the White Tiger Emperor in armor? Questioned with a sword in hand.
I am his wife.
Xia Qingyue said proudly without hesitation. Wife Xiao Tianjun chuckled and looked at Chun Sheng on the city wall with a cold gaze.
All right.
If you kill my son, I will kill your beloved right in front of you. Whoever can cut off this woman's head, I will give him an official title and a noble rank. Xiao Tianjun knew that when there is a big reward, there will always be brave men. It was a rare opportunity to achieve such a sudden success. In an instant, dozens of people formed a small team, rode on their war horses, and rushed towards Xia Qingyue. Facing the clanging of iron hooves, Xia Qingyue's face remained indifferent. She took out the Taichu Lingxiao sword, released spiritual power from her palm, and a layer of frost wrapped around the sword. Immediately, he slashed out with a sword cleanly and clearly. The crescent-shaped sword energy instantly pierced through dozens of people, turning their bodies, including their horses, into ice sculptures. As a cultivator, Xiao Tianjun clearly sensed that those dozens of soldiers had died collectively the moment they were frozen. I realized that what was frozen was not only the appearance of those people, but also their blood and internal organs. What a cruel trick! You're a perfect match for him. Xiao Tianjun glanced back. Why are you all still standing there? Kill them. Anyone who can harm this woman will be rewarded with 10,000 gold. He chose to lower the reward standards to encourage more people to join the army to defeat Xiao Qingyue. Faced with the pressure brought by Shang Ming and the temptation of high rewards, the army finally took action and rushed towards Xiao Qingyue like a torrent. Xiao Qingyue raised the long sword in her hand towards the sky, and with the sharp sword energy, it transformed into a fist-sized ice lotus. Then, in the blink of an eye, it expanded to several dozen feet, 10 feet, and even dozens of feet. The next moment, the sword fell, and the ice lotus fell, smashing into the millions of troops. The cold storm raged wildly, freezing everything wherever it passed. Lin Tianlong and Zhao Tong, who arrived later, happened to see the terrifying scene of a million-strong army in Beili Bingfeng. Beforehand, I only knew that Chen Shang was extremely talented, but I didn't expect that his woman was also so powerful and decisive in killing. What a terrible cold wave, Zhao Tong exclaimed. Lin Tianlong stood there in a daze, unable to utter a word. His strength was higher than Xiao Qingyue's, so he could tell at a glance that Xiao Qingyue had reached the spirit-severing realm. However, thinking back on the past, Lin Tianlong had never seen anyone in the spirit-severing realm who was as powerful as Xiao Qingyue. Not to mention that Lin Tianlong had not expected this, Xiao Tianjun had also not expected that Xiao Qingyue would wipe out all the millions of soldiers he brought with her with just one move. You forced me to do this. Anger completely filled Xiao Tianjun's body, and the flame of revenge burned more and more fiercely. He took out a jade seal from the space ring. This jade seal is different from the ordinary jade seals carved with sacred dragons. It is carved with a lifelike tiger. He is using the national destiny to summon the sacred beast, the white tiger. Zhao Tong gradually understood everything. Immediately, the destiny of the entire white tiger kingdom transformed into the phantom of a giant tiger 100 feet tall, shining with golden light. Amidst the roar, the earth shook and the city walls seemed unable to withstand the pressure and were on the verge of collapse. Chen Xing glanced at the white tiger phantom. Relying on the support of the country's destiny, his cultivation level was forced to reach 50,000 years. He glanced at Xiao Qingyue beneath the city wall again. The previous attack seemed to have consumed a considerable amount of her spiritual energy. At this moment, her thin lips were slightly parted, and her breathing was a little rapid. It is still too difficult to fight against the sacred beast white tiger with 50,000 years of cultivation with only the cultivation level of the spirit-severing realm. Chen Shang didn't want Xiao Qingyue to put herself in danger. He flew up and landed lightly beside Xiao Qingyue, put his arms around her waist, and let her lean on him. Husband, you have done a great job. Just leave the rest to me. Chen Xing smiled slightly. Xiao Qingyue nodded, not trying to show off. Leave it to you, Xiao Tianjun sneered. Today, you all must die here. For the millions of soldiers of the White Tiger Nation, bury them with my son. Kill. Xiao Tianjun used the White Tiger Jade Seal in his hand to control the sacred beast White Tiger and marched towards Chen Shang and the others to kill them. The smile was confident and ferocious, as if he had seen in advance the bloody scene of Chen Shang and Xiao Qingyue being brutally killed by the sacred beast White Tiger. Facing a ferocious beast running towards him, with a huge body and waving its tiger claws. Chen Shang also raised his hand and slapped him lightly. The next moment, the tiger's body dissipated like smoke and the jade seal shattered. Chapter 87: Meeting the Emperor. As a national treasure, the remnant soul of the white tiger is very similar to the dragon soul of the previous Azure Dragon Kingdom. Both are remnant souls left by sacred beasts in ancient times. They are also the origin of the four countries of Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, and the foundation of their establishment. It can be used as a national treasure, and even if it is a remnant soul, its power should not be underestimated. However, this strength is not strong enough in front of Chen Xing, the Supreme Emperor, and is not even worthy of the word strong. How could this happen? Looking at the cracked jade seal in his hand, Xiao Tianjun was completely stunned. He shook his head and blinked rapidly, trying to end the illusion. But when he opened his eyes again, the jade seal in his hand had shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. The soul of the sacred beast that has been nurtured by the national destiny for thousands of years was destroyed so easily for Lin Tianlong. This was no longer a surprise, but a shock. Feeling the look in Lin Tianlong's eyes, Zhao Tong, a quasi-emperor, shook his head and said, "Don't look at me. I can't do such a thing." If he really had this ability, he would have single-handedly attacked the White Tiger Kingdom, seized the country, and become the king. Why would he live in this small Tianlong city? As expected of my husband. So strong. Xiao Qingyue looked at Chen Qing's back with a look of admiration. To her now, the powerful enemy is impossible to defeat, but Chen Qing can easily kill him with just a flick of his wrist. As a fellow cultivator, how can she not admire him? You. Chen Shang didn't give Xiao Tianjun a chance to lose his temper. With a thought, an invisible force transformed into an invisible hand, which grasped Xiao Tianjun's entire body. His armor shattered, and the blood and flesh from the corpse exploded, flying everywhere. With the successive deaths of the sacred beast and the emperor, the White Tiger Kingdom was completely dead in name only. Chen Shang planned to ask his father Chen Xiong to send troops to swallow up the territory of the White Tiger Kingdom and incorporate it into Dacian. It is better to benefit your own family than to benefit outsiders. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, 10 times the training speed 1-day experience card plus 10 times the training speed. The first time Chen Sheng saw this reward, he thought of the 100 times cultivation space and wondered if this thing could be used in conjunction with the 100 times cultivation space. If it can really be used in combination, then the training speed will be increased by 1,000 times. The system's answer to this is affirmative. Well, it seems that the days of me, Chen Shang, living off my wife are drawing near. Chen Xing felt that if this accumulation continued, it would not be impossible for Xiao Qingyue to achieve the status of a great emperor one day. Husband, a large number of troops are approaching this way. Xiao Qingyue came to Chen Xing's side and reminded him. Chen Xing closed the system panel and raised his eyes. Behind the broken ice, he could indeed see a large group of people rushing towards this side like a tide. The color of his eyes changed slightly, and Chen Cheng's naked eyes could instantly see hundreds of meters away. He could see clearly that the armor those people were wearing was completely different from that of the previous White Tiger army. It was much thicker and engraved with the black tortoise pattern. Xuanwu Kingdom. After learning the identity of the visitor from Chen Xing, Xiao Qingyue, although her strength had not yet recovered much, had a resolute look in her eyes, and was willing to draw her sword and help him defeat the million-strong enemy army. Wherever the eyes can reach, these ears can naturally reach as well. Chen Shang locked onto Emperor Xuanwu, Su Zhao, who was in the dragon chariot. Ancestor, this boy is extremely powerful. I originally wanted to use the White Tiger Nation to drain some of his spiritual power and then reap the benefits. I never thought that the people of the White Tiger Nation would be slaughtered so easily by him. Following Su Zhao, an old man's voice said, since that's the case, why not recruit him into the Xuanwu Kingdom? This boy is so powerful at such a young age. I'm afraid he has high aspirations. It will be difficult to get him to surrender. Su Zhao expressed his concerns. On the other hand, I also want to ask the ancestor for a solution. First, bribe, then use coercion. The White Tiger Patriarch continued, this is a magical object I accidentally found in a secret place. Once the curse is successfully cast, the person who is cursed will be unable to betray for the rest of their lives and will become a puppet. The two thought they had a perfect plan, but they didn't know that all of this was under Chen Xing's surveillance, and their every word and action could not escape being seen. In that case, what else is there to say? The last star of the 7-star sword is just short of blood and energy, and it can be fully unlocked and upgraded to a true artifact. Chen Xing raised his hand, half-clenched his 5 fingers, and grabbed in the air like a tiger claw. Several colorful strings were pulled out of thin air. The fingertips plucked the strings. As the sound of the piano rang out, an invisible knife immediately slashed out. Thousands of soldiers and horses, including the emperor and ancestor of the White Tiger Kingdom, were cut in half by the sound of the piano. Large numbers of heads flew into the sky and blood gushed out. In the blink of an eye, you can kill someone thousands of miles away. This is something that only a supreme musician can do. Zhao Tong, who witnessed all this on the city wall, could not hide his shock.
Kill people thousands of miles away with just a flick of your finger. The facts are right in front of him, how can Lin Tianlong doubt it?
Not only the million-strong army of Xuanwu Kingdom, but even the two high mountains behind them were cut off by more than half, collapsing with a loud bang, stirring up a lot of smoke and dust.
My husband is a zither cultivator.
And a top-level supreme zither cultivator. At this moment, after learning about this, Xia Qingyue's admiration for Chen Qing was like a surging river, endless. After slaughtering all the invading people from Xuanwu Kingdom, Chen Qing released the 7-star sword, absorbing all the blood and energy without leaving a trace, squeezing it out to light up the 7th sword star. When the 7th sword star is lit, the 7-star sword undergoes a transformation, undergoing a qualitative change from the inside out. The powerful sword energy exerts pressure from all directions. Not to mention Lin Tianlong, even a quasi-emperor cultivator like Zhao Tong would still feel heavy in his body and his knees. After a long while, Zhao Tong finally managed to utter a sentence with difficulty. This is the power of the imperial weapon.
He actually possesses the imperial weapon. Imperial soldiers.
Lin Tianlong just thought, this is right, if it is an ordinary heaven-grade weapon, how could it have such astonishing pressure?
But the next second, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. No, it's not just wrong, it's very wrong.
If his memory served him correctly, the imperial weapon was a divine artifact of heaven that only the great emperor was qualified to possess. Moreover, even if one truly ascends to become an emperor, whether or not he can awaken the heavenly Tao Emperor's soldier depends entirely on luck, and is not 100% certain.
Isn't that Sir a peak quasi-emperor?
Why does he possess a heavenly Tao artifact?
Then, a terrifying thought popped up in Lin Tianlong's mind, could it be?
His gaze quickly shifted to Zhao Tong.
Anxious to confirm this.
Unexpectedly, before I could see the expression on Zhao Tong's face clearly, I saw that he no longer tried to resist the pressure from the imperial soldiers, and knelt down willingly with a thud. He shouted loudly, Zhao Tong is blind and ignorant.
I pay my respects to the emperor. Chapter 88, 1,000 times the speed of cultivation. He is really the emperor?
Even if Lin Tianlong didn't trust Zhao Tong anymore, he didn't think that he would joke with him about such a thing. It is 100% certain that Chen Qing is the emperor. He also had no time to think about why the new emperor had already encountered these problems before the old emperor died. In short, kneel down first. Following suit, he and Zhao Tong faced Chen Chang and knelt down without hesitation, raising their voices. Lin Tianlong is blind, I pay my respects to the emperor. I'm afraid Chen Qing can't hear it. When facing a supreme power at the level of an emperor, it is not enough to just not offend the other party. You also have to make the other party fully feel your awe. Whether they worship or not is their business. Chen Qing has no intention of responding. Together with Xia Qingyue, after dealing with the Xuanwu and Baihu countries, he stepped into the portal and disappeared in front of Tianlong City. But for Lin Tianlong and Zhao Tong, no response is the best response. At least, my life was saved. After a long time, the two of them climbed up from the ground with trembling legs. Facing the emperor for the first time, the pressure was 1,000 times, even 10,000 times stronger than they had imagined.
Sir, why is there a new emperor born when Emperor Tianxian hasn't died yet?
If I remember correctly, can't there be only one emperor in this world? Lin Tianlong cast a puzzled look at Zhao Tong, hoping that he could help him solve the problem.
There are two possibilities. Which two? Lin Tianlong asked anxiously, wanting to know the answer.
The first possibility is that Emperor Tianxian has already fallen, but the news has not yet been released. Lin Tianlong thought about it and felt that the possibility was extremely high. The second possibility is that the adult is powerful enough to break the restrictions brought by the order of heaven. Zhao Tong said surprisingly. So powerful that it can break the restrictions of the heavenly Tao. Lin Tianlong's imagination is limited, and he really can't think of how powerful one must be to be able to compete with the heavenly Tao.
It's unimaginable, really unimaginable.
At the same time, he is more inclined to believe the first possibility than the latter.
To verify his thoughts, he quickly sent people out to find out about Emperor Tianxian.
And on the other side, Chen Chang and Xia Qingyue had already walked out of the portal and arrived in the Dacian kingdom. Qingyue, why are you here?" After learning of the two's arrival, Chen Xiong immediately put down everything he was doing and rushed over.
Could something have happened to the Da dynasty? Chen Xiong asked again.
Regardless of what happened in the past, Xiao Chang is his relative after all.
If something really happens to the Da dynasty, he naturally cannot sit idly by.
Chen Xing shook his head.
Don't worry, father. Everything is fine in the Da dynasty.
I came here this time to tell you that the foundation of Xuanwu and Baihu Kingdom has been destroyed. You can send troops to conquer them as soon as possible.
This.
Of course, Chen Xiong knew that his son was no longer the same as before and was unparalleled in the world.
But he didn't expect that he had just completed the transformation of the entire Qinglong Kingdom and won the hearts of the people, and the next moment, he gave him the land of Baihu Kingdom and Xuanwu Kingdom. He teased, "If we continue like this, I wonder how vast our Dacian territory will become. You've created a big problem for me, Dad. Anyway, you old man likes to use your brain and play tricks the most. I am providing you with an opportunity." Chen Cheng joked.
"Then I have to thank you," Chen Xiong frowned.
"You're welcome."
As soon as Chen Xing said this, Chen Xiong and Xiao Qingyue looked at each other and couldn't help laughing.
"Well, I can't argue with you."
Chen Xiong waved his hand. He immediately called his personal guard and ordered him to lead the army and the shadow puppet to the two countries of Baihu and Xuanwu. Those who obey will live, and those who refuse will be killed without mercy.
No more nonsense.
Afterwards, Chen Cheng and Xiao Qingyue no longer disturbed Chen Xiong from governing the world. They opened a portal and returned to the Da dynasty.
Chen Mansion. Husband, you've worked hard. I'll go make you some tea.
Xiao Qingyue had just turned around, but before she could take a step forward, Chen Xing grabbed her wrist. Husband Xiao Qingyue looked puzzled.
No rush, just follow me somewhere first. Chen Cheng said.
Okay, I'll go wherever my husband tells me to go. Xiao Qingyue now had complete trust in Chen Xing. I don't think he would harm me, and I don't think that if Chen Xing really wanted to harm me, there is nothing I can do. After receiving Xiao Qingyue's reply, Chen Xing tightly grasped her wrist, and with a thought, he instantly arrived in another vast new world. At a glance, there is endless green grass. Where is this place? Xiao Qingyue was just beginning to wonder, but the next moment, she revealed a look of astonishment.
Wow, such terrifying spiritual energy.
Just by taking a breath, I can feel the spiritual power in my body increase significantly. This place is called 100 times cultivation space. Chen Sheng believed that with Xiao Qingyue's intelligence, it would not be difficult for her to understand the mysteries of this world just by relying on the words 100 times cultivation space. 100 times the cultivation space. Xiao Qingyue suddenly realized, no wonder there is such an exaggerated amount of spiritual energy. You can practice and break through here, and I will protect my wife from the side. As he said this, Chen Xing opened the system backpack and selected the one-day experience card with 10 times the training speed. Combined with the 100 times space, Xiao Qingyue's training speed increased to 1,000 times. At the same time, he took out a lot of medicinal pills for Xiao Qingyue to use at will.
Okay, I will definitely give my all to breakthrough.
I will never let my husband down. Xiao Qingyue did as Chen Xing instructed and sat down cross-legged. How about becoming an emperor in one day? Chen Xing set a small goal for Xiao Qingyue. One day become an emperor. Xiao Qingyue couldn't help but suspect that Chen Xing was joking with her. But his expression looked so serious.
All right.
I'll try my best. Xiao Qingyue believed that Chen Xing had the confidence to say so, and she was willing to trust him. In short, try your best first.
If you don't try, how will you know that you can't do it?
After saying this, Xiao Qingyue frantically absorbed the spiritual energy around her and began to refine her spiritual power. With the help of 1,000 times the cultivation speed, he broke through to the second level of the spirit-severing realm in just a moment. The speed was so fast that even she was scared.
Suddenly I felt that it was not impossible to become an emperor one day. Continue practicing.
In the blink of an eye, his cultivation broke through the second, third, fourth, and fifth levels of the spiritual severing realm. Then came the fusion realm.
The tribulation realm. Continue to climb upward.
During this period, Chen Xing also assisted from the side, carving out the spirit-gathering formation, and continued to increase the speed of Xia Qingyue's realm advancement on the basis of 1,000 times the cultivation speed. The identity of a full-level formation master plays a crucial role at this moment. Time passed by little. Xia Qingyue's current cultivation realm has reached the peak of Quasi-Emperor. Husband, I'm going to start my journey to the Great Emperor realm. Xia Qingyue opened her eyes and said with some worry.
Chapter 89 Invincible Domain.
Madam, just focus on reaching the Great Emperor realm. I'll take care of the rest. Chen Xing patted his chest and promised solemnly. Okay. After hearing Chen Xing's words, Xia Qingyue's originally extremely nervous and anxious heart gradually calmed down. She didn't want to disappoint Chen Xing more than herself.
Others may not know how much Chen Xing has invested in embarking on the path of cultivation on a whim, but doesn't Xia Qingyue know it?
If I cannot become a great emperor, I will be sorry for myself and even more sorry for Chen Xing. The more I think about breaking through to the great emperor, the more I become obsessed with it. I will do my best to achieve it, just to be true to my conscience and not let my beloved down. While she was trying again and again to reach the great emperor realm in the outside world, there was a peak called Tailing Mountain. The old man who was sweeping the floor outside the courtyard heard the sound of the door opening. He quickly put down the broom in his hand, walked forward quickly, and knelt down to salute. This old servant greets your majesty.
How many years has it been? I didn't expect that there are still people who want to become emperors. Emperor Tianxian looked into the distance and muttered. Someone wants to become an emperor. The old man sweeping the floor was shocked. But people from the upper realm shouldn't have the courage to do that. As a servant beside Emperor Tianxian, he clearly witnessed that every time there were daring people who wanted to prove their emperor's way, they were brutally killed by their master. After such incidents happened many times, proving the way to becoming an emperor became a taboo and was regarded as a challenge to the authority of the emperor. Unless one has absolute strength and confidence, ordinary cultivators will not easily try to step into the path of the god. It is better to choose to continue to lie dormant and wait for the old emperor to grow old and die naturally. This person isn't in the upper realm, but in the lower realm, in a place called the Great Wu Dynasty. Emperor Tianxian accurately locked onto Xia Qingyue's aura. The lower realm?
How could someone in such a place achieve enlightenment as an emperor? This was something the old man sweeping the floor had never expected.
He had never even heard of the Dao dynasty.
Over the years, this emperor has been solely focused on suppressing the upper realm and neglecting the management of the lower realm.
It's only natural that such ignorant people would appear.
After saying this, Emperor Tianxian looked down at the old man sweeping the floor in front of him and ordered, "Go to the lower realm and resolve this matter."
"Yes, your majesty."
The old man sweeping the floor accepted the order. He knew very well that his master was afraid of attacking people from the lower realm, and if it got out, it would lower his status. After all, in the eyes of the people in the upper realm, the lower realm has always been a barren land, and there is no need to rule it. As a slave, especially a slave with the slave mark, the old man sweeping the floor can only do what Emperor Tianxian says. Set off immediately and head to the underworld. It is said to be a journey, but in fact, for Wei Kong, who has the cultivation level of the peak of the quasi-emperor realm and is the first person under the emperor, going from Tailing Mountain to the Dao dynasty is just a matter of thought. The formation diagram emerged from above the great martial emperor palace, and Wei Kong slowly descended from it. After it was fully revealed, the formation diagram disappeared. Instead of going door to door looking for people, Wei Kong immediately released his quasi-emperor power like a torrent, and in a very short time, he overwhelmed the entire territory of the Dao dynasty. The purpose of doing this was to put pressure on Xia Qingyue and let her know that he was coming. Xia Qingyue didn't feel it, but Chen Xing felt it very clearly. As he had expected, Xia Qingyue did not have a system. Even if he could provide her with assistance, he would still be subject to the restrictions of the heavenly Dao order. If she wants to become an emperor, she must climb up by stepping on the corpses of her predecessors. As the old emperor, Emperor Tianxian naturally could not watch everything he had worked so hard for being taken away by others, and he would definitely take action to stop it.
It's not that Chen Xing can't understand Emperor Tianxian.
Being in a high position, it's hard for him not to make enemies. But with his status as an emperor, he can still suppress those people. Once he falls and loses this identity, those jackals, tigers and leopards will pounce on him immediately and tear him to pieces. But this cannot be a reason for him to send people to prevent his wife from becoming an emperor. Chen Qing also didn't intend to indulge the other party. With a thought, he appeared in front of Wei Kong in an instant, 7 or 8 meters away.
You are just imagining things and want to become an emperor, Wei Kong asked straight to the point.
After saying that, he shook his head again, thinking to himself, why bother talking so much nonsense, he could just kill Chen Shang and go back to report. As his 5 fingers opened and clenched, a long spear appeared in his hand. The power of the quasi-emperor was like a surging river, rushing towards Chen Qing mercilessly. I tried to make the other party understand that although you and I are both at the peak of quasi-emperor, the difference in our foundation is like an insurmountable chasm. Seeing that Wei Kong was a spear cultivator and had reached the peak of quasi-emperor cultivation, Chen Shang also took out the Wanlong spear. Are you also a gun cultivator? Wei Kong was a little surprised. His eyes fell on the Wanlong spear in Chen Qing's hand. He observed it carefully and said in approval, it's a good spear. After you die, I will make good use of it. Immediately, he seized the opportunity and attacked first. A flash of cold light came first, and then the gun shot out like a dragon. The spear intent took shape and stabbed straight at Chen Qing, determined to put an end to this farce with one blow and tear Chen Qing's body into pieces in an instant. Seeing this, Chen Qing fired a shot back at Wei Kong. Wei Kong frowned slightly. He had never seen anyone fight to the death, yet he still dealt with it like that. He felt that he was being underestimated by Chen Qing. But the next moment, Wei Kong no longer thought so, or rather, he didn't dare to think so. Chen Shang's shot also transformed the spear intent into a 100-foot-long silver dragon phantom, which instantly opened its huge mouth like the abyss and fell towards Wei Kong like a mountain. In front of the silver dragon phantom, Wei Kong felt physically and mentally powerless, as small as an ant. The previous belief that I had a poor foundation was ruthlessly proven wrong. The spear intent he fired was not even qualified to compete head-on, it was shattered at the mere contact with the residual power of the dragon shadow. Fight back? His Dao heart was destroyed, so how could he still have the heart to fight back? Even if he did, he would be powerless. The dignified quasi-emperor at the peak of his power was wiped out on the spot by the dragon's shadow shot out by Chen Shang. He was hit and crushed to pieces without even a single bone fragment left. You can't stand being beaten. Chen Shang was a little disappointed. Throughout the entire process, he did not use even 1/1000th of his spiritual power. That shot was more of brute force. Even though they were all released into the sea, Wei Kong still couldn't withstand even one blow. But soon, Chen Qing's attention was attracted by the system panel that popped up in front of him. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Invincible Domain +1. Invincible territory? That's great. There is no need to check the detailed introduction. Just by looking at the 4 words Invincible Field, Chen Qing can easily understand its function. After checking, it was found that the invincible field can cover hundreds of feet. Within the field, Chen Shang is invincible and no one can defeat him. Even if a demon from outer space that is stronger than the Supreme Emperor were to descend upon the domain, it would be forcibly weakened by the power of rules until it could be killed instantly by Chen Qing in one move. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. However, before he could be happy for long, a divine power far more powerful than that of a peak quasi-emperor came rolling in. Chapter 90, Kill the Emperor and Prove the Path to Emperorhood. Chen Qing looked calm and composed, knowing that the dog had been killed and the master behind him couldn't sit still and wanted to seek revenge. Fear? What was there to fear? Even without this invincible domain, Chen Qing was still a supreme emperor. Why would he take an ordinary emperor seriously? Rather than being afraid of him, Chen Qing was more curious. Even a peak quasi-emperor could contribute an invincible domain to him as a reward. So, when this great emperor came, to what extent could he contribute? Secondly, by killing the great emperor and leaving the throne vacant, Xia Qingyue's path to enlightenment would be smoother. You are so bold. You dare to kill my people before you even achieve the status of an emperor. You really don't take me seriously. Emperor Tianxian could no longer remember the last time he was so angry. He was used to being high and mighty, and thought he was invincible. He could not tolerate any act of rebellion, let alone killing his confidant who had followed him for 100 years. The prerequisite is that you have to have the ability to be taken seriously by this emperor. Chen Qing replied lightly. He didn't take Emperor Tianxuan's imperial power seriously at all. It had no effect on him at all, just like an ant trying to shake a tree. This Emperor Tianxian Emperor was amused by Chen Qing's words. No one has dared to call themselves that in front of this emperor for many years. Well, you are very good. While he was saying this, he was also constantly strengthening his imperial power, trying to destroy Chen Qing's will and turn him into a madman. But gradually, Emperor Tianxian began to realize that something was wrong. No matter how he strengthened his imperial power, Chen Qing always stood there as if nothing had happened. After taking another look to confirm, a bold idea immediately came to Emperor Tianxuan's mind. You kid, have you successfully achieved the path to becoming an emperor? Seeing that Chen Qing did not deny it, combined with all the previous events, Emperor Tianxian became even more convinced of this. Instead of anger, he laughed. How could you break the order of heaven and forcibly prove your path to the emperor? Come on, tell me, how did you do it? Emperor Tianxian thought that if he could get the answer from Chen Qing, perhaps he could also break the rules and transform from a mortal into an immortal. Seeing that Chen Qing didn't seem to want to tell him, Emperor Tianxian said again, as long as you tell me how you broke the laws of heaven, I will forgive everything that happened before. Like Wei Kong, he believed that even if Chen Qing successfully achieved the path to becoming an emperor, his background was far inferior to that of himself, the old emperor. If he really wanted to start a war, he would only be asking for trouble. He believed that since his side had taken the initiative to give him a way out, Chen Qing had no reason to refuse. Have you finished your last words? Chen Qing's next words made Emperor Tianxuan's face solemn, and the words on his lips stopped abruptly. Since you are unwilling to say it, then this emperor can only use some tough measures. Emperor Tianxian had no intention of killing, he just wanted to teach Chen Qing a lesson. This will make him understand that there are always people better than you. Don't think that you will be invincible just because you have successfully achieved the path to becoming an emperor. If Chen Qing still refuses to compromise and tells the truth, Emperor Tianxian wouldn't mind using soul-searching techniques on him after killing him, forcibly taking away the memory of breaking the laws of heaven from his mind. However, just when Emperor Tianxian wanted to mobilize the power of heaven and earth to let Chen Qing broaden his horizons and understand that there are differences in strength among emperors, the next moment, behind Chen Qing, the emperor's divine ring appeared, and the emperor's power was like thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, pressing down on the head of Emperor Tianxian. He was directly pushed back to the ground from mid-air, creating a huge deep pit. Although Emperor Tianxian tried his best to fight against the throne, his knees were unable to support themselves and bent down little by little. He was still shouting in disbelief, "Impossible! This is absolutely impossible! You have just achieved the path to becoming an emperor, how could you crush this emperor?" No matter how much Emperor Tianxian didn't want to admit it, it was an indelible fact that he was crushed by Chen Qing's imperial power. He clearly wanted Chen Qing to understand that there were gaps between emperors. The result is that the face is swollen. Chen Qing was too disdainful to explain so much to a dying man. He raised his fingertips lightly and then lowered them gently. There was a loud bang. The Tianxian emperor, who had ruled the Tianxian continent for many years, was crushed by the invisible and intangible imperial power. His body was crushed, his bones turned into powder, and his blood exploded like mist. A great emperor fell. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Emperor Shadow Puppet plus 10. Killing one great emperor and getting 10 great emperors is not a loss. Chen Qing nodded with satisfaction. After ensuring that all the insects that were hindering Xia Qingyue's path to becoming an emperor had been eliminated, Chen Qing turned and returned to the hundredfold training space to continue protecting her. With his departure, the invisible hand that was weighing down the heads of millions of people in the entire Da dynasty was removed. Seeing the spy appear, Emperor Xia Chang, who was still slumped on the dragon throne with a look of shock, hurriedly asked, "What's the result?"
Emperor Tianxian was killed by Prince Consort Chen in a single thought. Even though he saw it with his own eyes, the spy still couldn't believe it at this moment. It all happened in reality. The emperor, who was close to being invincible in his own eyes, was killed in an instant. Kill the emperor with just one thought. Xia Cheng's already pale face became even paler after learning about this. I kept repeating to myself, he is my son-in-law, there is no need to panic, no need to be afraid. Trying to calm my heart. Return to the 100-fold cultivation space. Time flies. Rumble. Hearing the noise, Chun Qing looked up and saw calamity clouds appearing and thunder flashing like a python. Knowing that Xia Qingyue is only one step away from becoming an emperor. Success or failure depends on this one move. Boom! The first bolt of heavenly thunder fell, hitting Xia Qingyue right on the head. Nothing happened. Boom! The second, third, fourth, fifth thunder fell one after another. As the number of heavenly thunders that fell increased and the frequency grew higher, Xia Qingyue's brows became more and more furrowed, and more cold sweat flowed down her face. Fortunately, with 100 times the amount of training space providing continuous spiritual energy, and with the support of the halo of the Empress of Destiny, this thunder tribulation was passed without any danger. When the calamity clouds dissipated, Xia Qingyue slowly opened her eyes, and the great emperor's divine rune ring that belonged only to her appeared behind her. My dear husband, I have successfully achieved enlightenment. I have entered the great emperor realm. Xia Qingyue stood up abruptly, eager to share this good news with Chen Shang, and rushed into his arms. Chen Xing wrapped one arm around Xia Qingyue's waist while gently stroking her long hair with the other. Your husband has always believed that you can do it. Afterwards, through further conversation, Chen Xing also learned from Xia Qingyue that she had not only successfully entered the path to becoming an emperor, but had also awakened her innate imperial weapon. It would be a lie to say I wasn't envious. Luckily Chen Xing had a system. How can helping his first wife to attain enlightenment and become an emperor not be considered loving his wife? Chapter 91: The Reality of Husband and Wife. Successfully spoiled my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, plus one chance to draw a Heavenly Tao Emperor soldier every 10 times. After confirming that he was not mistaken and that it was indeed a chance to draw 10 consecutive times for the Heavenly Tao Emperor's soldiers, Chen Xing couldn't help but believe even more that his thoughts at certain times might influence the system's rewards. Even if the probability was very low, it was definitely not zero. While Xia Qingyue was still consolidating her cultivation, Chen Xing opened the system backpack, selected the opportunity to draw 10 consecutive Heavenly Tao Emperor weapons, and confirmed its use. Drawing 10 times in a row. 10 consecutive draws successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Heavenly Tao Emperor weapon, Chaos Bell. 10 consecutive draws successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Heavenly Tao Emperor weapon, Heavenly Punishment Sword. 10 consecutive draws successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Heavenly Tao Emperor weapon, Star Bow. 10 consecutive draws successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Heavenly Tao Emperor weapon, Tianshan Guqin. Even if he succeeded in becoming a great emperor, the probability of awakening the Heavenly Tao Emperor weapons was still very small. However, Chen Xing easily got 10 pieces by relying on the opportunity of 10 consecutive draws. How could Xia Qingyue know all this? After finally adapting to the physical body brought by the great emperor's cultivation and strengthening her spirit, she reached out and took out the Heavenly Tao Emperor weapon she had awakened, the Hongmeng sword, from the void. My husband doesn't seem to have awakened the Heavenly Tao Emperor weapon. I already have the Taichu Lingxiao sword. I would like to give this Hongmeng sword to my husband. Xia Qingyue truly didn't remember Chen Xing having used the Heavenly Tao Imperial weapon or mentioned anything about it, which was why she proposed to give her awakened Imperial weapon, the Hongmeng sword, to Chen Shang. Apart from this, Xia Qingyue really couldn't think of how else she could express her gratitude to Chen Shang. This Hongmeng sword is the best bargaining chip she can offer at the moment. He believed that compared to himself, Chen Xing could better unleash the full power of the Imperial weapon. Who said I haven't awakened the Heavenly Tao Emperor's soldier? Chen Shang was satisfied that Xia Qingyue had this intention. It would be better to leave the Hongmeng sword to her for her own use.
Even if we put aside the 7-star sword, Chen Qing had just obtained 10 Heavenly Dao Emperor weapons through 10 consecutive draws. When it comes to the Emperor who is least inferior in Imperial weapons, Qin Shang is second to none, and no one dares to claim to be first. My husband also has a Heavenly Dao Imperial weapon, Xia Qingyue pressed on. It is hard not to suspect that Chen Qing told such a lie in order to let himself keep the Hongmeng sword. After all, he had always been so gentle and considerate, and Xia Qingyue had never doubted this. Seeing that Xia Qingyue didn't believe him, Chen Qing didn't mind showing off his skills. Behind him, a crack in the void opened, and the Chaos Bell, the Heavenly Punishment Sword, the Star Bow, the Tianshangguqin appeared one by one and surrounded Chen Shang. After counting carefully and discovering that there were a full 10 Heavenly Dao Imperial weapons, Xia Qingyue stood there in a daze for a long time, unable to recover from her shock. If I remember correctly, even if the Great Emperor could truly awaken the Heavenly Dao Imperial weapons, no one has ever awakened more than 2. And you, my husband, have actually awakened 10 inch after a long while. Xia Qingyue finally uttered these words. There has to be a first one who is not. Chen Xing said with a smile. Xia Qingyue thought that the first was to awaken 2 Imperial weapons, setting a precedent, but Chen Xing's first was to awaken 10 Imperial weapons. This span is really a bit big. I couldn't help but wonder, is this the gap between ordinary people and top-level geniuses? In that case, I'd better keep this Hongmeng sword for myself. Xia Qingyue put the Hongmeng sword back into the void and stored it, no longer forcing it. Chen Xing also put the 10 Heavenly Dao Emperor weapons back to where they came from. He could see what Xia Qingyue was thinking, so he reached out and gently cupped her cheek, saying, "If Madam truly wishes to repay me, there's still a long time to live. There's no need to rush now." Xia Qingyue nodded slightly, feeling that what Chen Xing said made a lot of sense. The rest of her life wasn't even halfway over yet, so why rush into anything? If Madam really wants to repay me, I would rather raise a daughter than these magical weapons. Chen Xing suddenly changed the subject and almost hit Xia Qingyue's waist. Cough cough cough, the words were about to come out of his mouth but he choked. My dear husband, are you serious, or are you joking? Xia Qingyue calmed down a bit and suddenly raised her eyes. When their eyes met, she looked serious. Seeing this, Chen Xing had only 2 words in his mind: it's stable. Since Xia Qingyue was so serious, Chen Xing couldn't let her get away with it. He took a step forward, getting closer, and reached out to pull Xia Qingyue into his arms. I have never told a single lie to my madam. I know nothing about this kind of thing. Everything is entirely dependent on my husband. Xia Qingyue pressed against Chen Xing's chest, her attitude clear as day. I'll take care of everything. After Chen Xing confirmed Xia Qingyue's attitude, he stopped being timid. He bent his waist and lifted her up from the ground with both hands. Xia Qingyue did not resist and let Chen Chang hold her in his arms, as obedient as a porcelain doll. Just like that, he was brought out of the 100-fold training space and into the bedroom in the blink of an eye. Chen Xing treated Xia Qingyue like a fine work of art, holding her in his hands for fear of dropping her, and holding her in his mouth for fear of her melting. He carefully placed her on the bed. Xia Qingyue tilted her head to the side, unable to hide her blushing cheeks. She could only avoid the sight, too shy to look directly at Chen Shang. Before doing anything, Chen Xing deployed the most powerful formation to block the system, just to avoid being disturbed. Finally it comes to this point. As a villain, he shares the reality of being a husband and wife with the destined heroine. Even if the King of Heaven comes, he has to wait outside the yard. Anyone who dares to ruin Chen Xing's good deeds will be killed by gods and Buddhas. Now, compared to the Emperor cultivation reward for consummating the marriage with Xia Qingyue, Chen Xing cared more about getting her as a person. It would be a lie to say that I am not moved after spending so much time with you. Even if the system did not exist, Chen Shang would not allow Yifeng, the protagonist, or anyone else to take Xia Qingyue away from him. Silks and satins were scattered all over the floor, and there was no longer any barrier between the two of them. Xia Qingyue bit her lips lightly with her pearly teeth, her eyes slightly closed, and her hands tightly embraced Chen Xing's broad shoulders. His brows were no longer furrowed in pain and discomfort as they had been at the beginning. He seemed to be immersed in it, and the corners of his lips curved upwards. Everything is developing steadily and in a positive direction. Not only Chen Xing, but also Yi Feng. Although he completely lost Xia Qingyue, he gained another chance to sign in daily, which could be considered a mixed bag.
Great! The number of sign-ins has been updated again.
As expected, as long as you devote your whole body and mind to cultivation, time will pass quickly. Yi Feng opened his eyes and looked at the updated daily sign-in number with a happy expression. I don't know why, but my chest has been feeling a little stuffy since a while ago.
There is an indescribable discomfort.
The more I don't want to care, the stronger the feeling becomes, as if there is a cat scratching at my heart, making it really hard to calm down.
Could it be that God is hinting to me that if I sign in today, a treasure will be revealed?
Chapter 92, Have Children and Become an Immortal Emperor. Thinking of this, Yi Feng became even more excited, thinking that it was probably the same as he thought, and this was a sign.
Stop thinking about it and just click to start signing in for today. Daily check-in in progress. Daily sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, 9th grade Yuanyan pill plus 10 9th grade pills. Yi Feng was a little disappointed.
It wasn't that the 9th grade elixir was bad, but it was far from the incredible reward he had imagined. Moreover, even after getting the pill, swallowing it, and starting to practice, the feeling of boredom in my heart still did not disappear. Yi Feng didn't even know what caused it, and there was nothing he could do about it. I had to force myself to calm down, force myself not to care, and focus all my energy on cultivation. He still had to complete the small goal he had set at the beginning and become the emperor.
How could he have the time to waste on such unimportant things?
Perhaps it was because I was too eager for quick results in my previous practice, which caused the acceleration of qi and blood. Before convincing others, Yi Feng first convinced himself. This method really worked, and soon, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to the state of striving for the next realm. Chen Xing was also busy.
I'm curious, if the villain and the destined heroine really have a child, will it be considered a child of destiny? Or will it inherit the villain's legacy?
No, my husband, I really have no strength left. Xia Qingyue was as soft as mud, falling on Chen Xing's chest, her body covered in sweat, her breathing heavy. Chen Sheng reached out and hugged Xia Qingyue, feeling the wetness, stickiness, and warmth of their skin touching.
Madam really surprised me. You are like two completely different people.
Chen Xing said from the bottom of his heart. No one could have imagined beforehand that Xia Qingyue's emotional life was a blank slate, yet in that aspect, she was incredibly crazy and greedy.
It's like opening Pandora's box.
From the initial shyness to the self-absorption, there is almost no transition. Chen Xing's ears couldn't help but soften when she heard the words "husband, I want more" whispered close to her ear. Xia Qingyue had clearly understood the meaning behind Chen Xing's words. She couldn't help but recall her previous series of performances. Her already rosy cheeks became even redder, almost dripping blood. She defended herself weakly. I just want to thank my husband for his help and support all the time. It's my responsibility as a wife to give birth to children for him as soon as possible.
So, it's me who misunderstood Madam.
Madam worked so hard to help me fulfill my dream of becoming a father, but I judged you with a petty mind. I deserve to die, Chen Shang joked.
Pa, why are you talking about death for no reason?
You are not allowed to die, at least not before me. Xia Qingyue pressed her finger on Chen Xing's lips to stop him from talking nonsense. Now she can no longer bear the pain of separation from Chen Sheng. Chen Xing grabbed Xia Qingyue's wrist and gently pulled it away. Okay, I'll listen to Madam.
If I don't die, Madam won't die either.
After saying that, he took out a few longevity fruits, which not only increased Xia Qingyue's lifespan but also replenished the lost water. At the same time, Chen Xing opened the system panel and decided to collect the reward for the main task. Although he is not lacking the cultivation level of a great emperor now, it is better to have it than not. The world is so big, Chen Sheng doesn't think that his enemies are only Emperor Tianxian and Yi Feng. It is always a good idea to be prepared for danger in times of peace, increase your strength and improve your trump cards. Main quest completed, rewards claimed.
Emperor cultivation is being distributed. Emperor's cultivation level has been successfully released. Host's current cultivation level, Supreme Emperor.
Supreme Emperor, if you go up one level, you should become an immortal, right?
Chen Sheng wasn't sure.
Seeing Xia Qingyue eat all the longevity fruits in one breath, Chen Xing picked up his handkerchief and wiped the corners of her mouth.
Thank you, my husband. Xia Qingyue smiled. Successfully pampered my wife.
Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, 9th grade Danwen level Heavenly God Pill plus 100.
Fortunately, this system panel can only be seen by Chen Xing.
If Heroine, the protagonist, saw it, wouldn't he be so angry that he would vomit 3 liters of blood just by wiping the corner of Xia Qingyue's mouth and getting 100 9th grade pills, all of which are Danwen level?
Husband, it's getting late. Let's rest quickly.
Xia Qingyue was really worried that Chen Sheng would continue what he had just done. He had been too passionate before, and now she had no strength left.
Thank you, madam, for sparing my life. My waist really needs a rest.
You're annoying and mean-spirited. Xia Qingyue gently pushed Chen Xing's chest, but a smile remained on her lips. Then, the two fell asleep in each other's arms.
When I woke up again, the sun was already high in the sky.
Chen Xing opened his eyes, looked down at Xia Qingyue, who was curled up in his arms like a well-behaved rabbit, and smiled slightly. I really didn't expect that after getting the villain script, I could actually win over Xia Qingyue, the destined heroine. It turns out that rebirth still requires cheating to feel good. Chen Xing felt emotional.
Speaking of the system, I suddenly noticed the red dot reminder in the upper right corner.
If he remembered correctly, he should have received the reward for the main mission last night. While wondering, he used his mind to control and opened the system panel.
The main quest has been released. Do you want to check it? Another mission? Chen Xing chose to view. Main quest, have children with Xia Qingyue. Upon completion, you will gain the Immortal Emperor cultivation. Immortal Emperor cultivation.
Through this word immortal, it was not difficult for Chen Xing to confirm that above the Emperor was the realm of immortals. Taking the reward of the previous main task as a reference, the cultivation level of this immortal Emperor is most likely at the pinnacle of the immortal realm.
The fantasy world is indeed huge.
Chen Xing has even more reason to believe that there is definitely more than one Tianqian continent in this world.
Can having children earn you the rank of Immortal Emperor?
Chen Xing seemed to be lost in thought. Teasing the system, if I give birth to twins, boy and girl, won't you give me 2 Immortal Emperor cultivations?
After analysis, the host's words make sense. The reward rules have been updated.
Chen Xing just said it casually, but unexpectedly, the system actually listened to it.
Whatever, it won't do him any harm.
Hearing the noise, Xia Qingyue slowly opened her beautiful eyes, rubbed her eye sockets with her small hands, and said sleepily, "Husband."
The sun is already shining on my butt. Chen Cheng responded. But I feel so tired.
I want to sleep a little longer, just a little while. Xia Qingyue's voice became softer and softer, and finally she fell silent as she fell asleep. Seeing this, Chen Xing didn't try to wake Xia Qingyue up. He also felt that she had worked very hard last night and should rest for a while. There are only cows that die of exhaustion, but no land that is plowed to death.
This sentence is not suitable for Chen Cheng.
He had already discovered another magical use of the endless dantian. He got out of bed in an instant, picked up the clothes that fell on the ground and put them on.
In another instant, he arrived outside the house.
Chen Xing stretched lazily in the bright sunshine and sighed, time is really peaceful. However, this peaceful life did not last for a moment before the tranquility was broken.
Chapter 93 Empress. The Da dynasty is indeed living a peaceful life, but Dakian under my father Chen Xiong is now facing difficulties.
Chen Xing could see clearly through the sky-peaking mirror that Chen Xiong was pacing back and forth in the imperial study, thinking about how to deal with the quasi-emperor. Chen Xing stepped into the mirror and in an instant arrived at Dakian, Chen Xiong's imperial study.
Father, what is a quasi-emperor? Chen Xing asked straight to the point after arriving at the scene.
Xinger, you're here? Chen Xiong heard Chen Xing's voice, turned around and looked at her, as if he had seen his savior, grasping at a life-saving straw, and hurriedly ordered someone to give her a seat. Later, Chen Xing learned from Chen Xiong that it was the Suzaku kingdom that wanted to play the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Before Dakian sent troops to the Baihu and Xuanwu kingdoms, it took the lead in sending more troops to intercept them and planted large flags on the city walls.
Chen Xiong would certainly not simply give up the land in compromise.
However, the Suzaku kingdom has a quasi-emperor in charge, and it is difficult to compete with the soldiers and shadow puppets in his hands.
Chen Sheng did not see anyone from the Suzaku kingdom in Tianlong City.
He thought that they did not like to cause trouble and preferred to develop quietly, so he did not intend to take the initiative to attack them. Now it seems that I thought too highly of them. It's not that they don't want to cause trouble, but they like to seize the fruits of other people's labor.
It's bad enough that they robbed someone, the most important thing is that they robbed him. Is this tolerable? This is absolutely intolerable. Losing land is a small matter.
Chen Sheng mainly doesn't want to let himself lose his mind because of such a small matter.
As a monk, it is important to have clear thoughts.
Just when Chen Sheng was about to take out the King of Hell's Book of Life and Death and end the life of the quasi-emperor with one stroke. Outside the imperial study, a voice suddenly rang out, "Your Majesty, I have something important to report."
"Speak," Chen Xiong said.
A response came immediately from outside the door, "Your Majesty.
The Empress of Suzaku Nation is here to visit and request an audience."
It seems that they not only want the territories of Baihu and Xuanwu, but they also don't intend to let go of our Dakian.
Chen Xiong gave his own understanding.
I don't think that the Empress of a country came all the way here just to discuss how to deal with the White Tiger and Black Tortoise countries.
They have already planted the battle flag on the city wall. What else is there to discuss? This Empress has quite a big appetite. Chen Sheng stood up. "Come on, Father, let's go meet them."
Okay, with the Emperor standing on his side, what does Chen Xiong have to be afraid of?
Quasi-Emperor?
No matter how many quasi-emperors came, they would never be a match for the great emperor. In the past, Chen Xiong couldn't quite understand why so many people liked to look for backers instead of improving themselves. Now, with Chen Xiong finally understood. The feeling of having a backer is really great.
On the other side, in the hall.
After being invited to the main hall, the Empress Lin Ruanyu of Suzaku Kingdom did not sit down, but walked straight to the steps, walked up the steps, and came to the throne. Hey, seeing this, the Dakian guard wanted to speak out to stop him.
The Taoist monk next to Lin Ruanyu was scared away at a glance.
Even though the Dakian guards were veterans of hundreds of battles, facing the pressure that was like a ferocious beast standing before them, they could not muster the slightest bit of resistance. It was already quite rare for them to be able to remain standing. After confirming that the Dakian guards did not have the courage to disobey her, Lin Ruanyu turned around, spread her arms, and her long sleeves spread out like butterfly wings, and she sat on the throne of Dakian.
"Master Yan, what do you think?" Lin Ruanyu looked at the cultivator beside him and asked.
"This position is very suitable for your Majesty.
It is tailor-made for your Majesty," Zhao Yan responded.
Hearing this, Lin Ruanyu laughed heartily. Although I don't know why that powerful man would take action against the White Tiger and Black Tortoise countries, this has helped me complete my plan to unify the lower realm in advance. Now, with only the Azure Dragon nation missing, the 4 sacred nations will all be under my control. In the vast lower realm, no one will be able to stand against the Suzaku nation. Let me correct you, this place is no longer called Qinglong Kingdom, but Dakian. Chen Xiong's voice came from the side. Seeing that Lin Ruanyu was so presumptuous and did not take Dakian seriously at all, and even sat on the throne that belonged to him, Chen Xiong was furious and naturally could not give the other party a good face. For Lin Ruanyu, she had long expected that Chen Xiong would have complaints. However, Lin Ruanyu did not intend to care about Chen Xiong's thoughts, nor did he intend to rise from the throne. He continued, "Whether it's called Qinglong country or Dakian, it doesn't matter. What matters is that this place will be incorporated into my Suzaku country in the future. If you honestly hand over the imperial seal and announce it to the world, I will not treat you unfairly." Facing Lin Ruanyu's coercion and inducement, Chen Xiong laughed. "If you came here just for this purpose, you can give up.
Dakian will never submit to anyone."
Lin Ruanyu did not speak in a hurry, but looked at Zhao Yan beside her. As their eyes met, Zhao Yan understood what he meant. He took a few steps forward, looking down at Chen Xiong and Chen Chang with a fierce glint in his eyes. You have no right to refuse. As he spoke, the pressure of the quasi-emperor realm surged towards him like a river. Chen Qing released the shadow puppet. Seeing this, Zhao Yan looked down on it. This puppet is indeed amazing, but it's a pity that with only the cultivation level of the spiritual severing realm, it is not qualified to shout in front of this emperor. He had fought with shadow puppets before and had a basic understanding of them. Seeing that Chen Qing knew that he was a quasi-emperor, but still wanted to use the shadow puppet in the spirit realm to deal with him, he just thought he was naive and so stupid. However, what happened next made Zhao Yan's face grim. The shadow puppet just stood there, and when his quasi-emperor power collided with it, it was immediately torn apart and turned into nothing. Rather than saying that it was forcibly torn apart, it would be more accurate to say that his own quasi-emperor power dissipated of its own accord out of fear of the shadow puppet. How is this possible? Zhao Yan shook his head and quickly cleared this idea from his mind, thinking that no matter what, he would not be troubled by a small distraction realm. He tried to open his divine eyes, spy on and see through this shadow puppet to see if it had a different structure from the previous puppets and if it contained any hidden treasures. It would not matter if he did not look at it, but once he did, Zhao Yan became even more confused. Because he couldn't see through this shadow puppet, the only thing he could see was its terrifying aura. Even Zhao Yan, who was a quasi-emperor, couldn't help but feel insignificant and humble under this momentum. No! This is not right. Zhao Yan shook his head violently again, feeling that he had fallen into an illusion without realizing it. After making up his mind, he took action boldly and decided to test the depth of this shadow puppet. Could it be possible that a puppet could be stronger than a quasi-emperor like me? When he instantly arrived in front of the shadow puppet and was about to attack, the emperor's pressure turned into an invisible giant hand, which ruthlessly suppressed Zhao Yan in an instant. He prostrated himself on the ground and was pinned to the ground, unable to move. He struggled to squeeze out a few words, terrified and confused, Emperor. Chapter 94 Upper Realm. Before Zhao Yan could figure out the answer to this question, the whole person had disappeared without a trace like a passing cloud of smoke. He passed away easily and without any pain, but Lin Huanyu, who witnessed the quasi-emperor's trump card being ruthlessly wiped out in front of him, felt so depressed that she couldn't even laugh. Before she decided to take action against Dakian, she had already fully inquired about the information and had never heard of any quasi-emperor in charge of Dakian. Even if there really is, Lin Huanyu thought, Dakian was just established not long ago after all, and when everyone has quasi-emperor strongmen, it is naturally unable to compete with the 1,000-year heritage of the Suzaku kingdom. Who would have thought that a dignified quasi-emperor would be killed instantly by the opponent with just one move? No, that's not right. He didn't even see the opponent's move, but was easily killed in an instant. Etc. At this moment, in panic, Lin Huanyu suddenly remembered that Zhao Yan mentioned 2 words before his death. Emperor. Who is the great emperor? Is there a great emperor present? Questions one after another emerged in Lin Huanyu's mind. If there really is a great emperor, then everything can be explained. For a great emperor, it is not easy to kill a quasi-emperor in seconds. But on second thought, he felt that something was not right. How could a powerful person at the level of an emperor appear in the lower realm and rule over a tiny country? This is not right. No matter how you think about it, it is not right. Before Lin Huanyu had a chance to figure out the problem, the shadow puppet suddenly appeared in front of her like a ghost. When the imperial might was clearly suppressing Lin Huanyu, he looked up and saw clearly the emperor's divine ring emerging behind the tall figure of the shadow puppet. Lin Huanyu was sure then that Zhao Yan was not joking and that there really was an emperor. Moreover, this emperor is still a puppet. Emperor puppet, is this possible? Lin Huanyu had deep doubts in her heart. But compared to this, finding a chance to survive is more important right now. No! You can't kill me, there's someone behind me. Chen Cheng was not interested in listening to Lin Huanyu's nonsense threats. The emperor's shadow puppet shattered her body into a ball of blood mist with just one palm. This shadow puppet actually has the strength of an emperor. After a long time, Chen Xiong, who witnessed the whole process, recovered from his shock and tried to ask Chen Cheng. Chen Cheng nodded, yes, this shadow puppet's strength is indeed comparable to that of a great emperor, and is even much stronger than an ordinary great emperor. Looking at the emperor's shadow puppet that had returned to him, Chen Qing suddenly had an idea and looked at Chen Xiong. Dad, our Dakian really needs a strong man to take charge. What do you think of this shadow puppet? Leave the emperor's shadow puppet in Dakian, so if something really happens, you don't have to go there in person. The reason is simple, because now, all the emperors of the entire Tianxian continent are standing on his side. No matter how hard others practice, they cannot cross this gap in strength.
No. With your current strength, you will probably make many enemies in the future.
It is better to keep this emperor's shadow puppet by your side to help you. Chen Xiong was more worried about Chen Qing's safety than his own. If I die, I die, but nothing must happen to Chen Qing.
Don't worry, Dad. I have many shadow puppets like this.
As he spoke, one shadow puppet after another appeared beside him, and behind them were the emperor's divine rings that slowly rotated.
Ah!
This Chen Xiong had never seen so many emperors in his life. It was hard not to be surprised, and he couldn't say a complete sentence for a while.
After a long while, he finally smiled with relief and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you."
After confirming Chen Xiong's attitude, Chen Qing gave a look, and the emperor's shadow puppet turned into a shadow, merging with the shadow under Chen Xiong's feet. The 10 emperor-level shadow puppets around him returned to where they came from, lying in wait quietly, waiting for Chen Qing's next order. Come to think of it, when the empress was dying, she seemed to want to say that besides the quasi-emperor, she also had a backer behind her.
Chen Xiong's implication was to ask Chen Qing whether he wanted to cut the weeds at their roots and seize the initiative.
Instead of waiting for others to come and cause trouble, it is better to go to their door and kill them first.
Father, you just need to send troops to annex the 3 countries of Baihu, Xuanwu, and Suzaku and incorporate them all into Dakian. This is the most important thing right now.
I will take care of the rest. Chen Qing stated his plan.
Okay, I'll draft the imperial edict right away.
Chen Xiong trusted Chen Qing 100% and was willing to do as he said. Chen Qing didn't bother him any further, said his goodbyes and left, deciding to return to the Chen mansion, thinking that Xia Qingyue should be waking up by now. As soon as the portal opened, before Chen Qingren could completely walk out of it, he was bumped into by a soft figure. Looking down, he realized that the person hugging him tightly at this moment could only be Xia Qingyue. "Madam, what's wrong?" Chen Qing raised his hand and hugged Xia Qingyue as well, his eyes doting. Seeing that Xia Qingyue remained silent and only burrowed into his arms, wishing she could become one with him, Chen Qing jokingly said, "Madam, you don't think I'm the kind of heartless person who abandons his wife and children after losing interest in the game?"
Feeling Xia Qingyue's delicate body tremble, Chen Qing chuckled, "It seems like I was right."
"Madam, you think too badly of me, don't you?" Chen Qing gently pushed Xia Qingyue away. I didn't," Xia Qingyue said weakly.
"I don't believe it."
Chen Qing turned and walked away, sitting on a stone bench with his back to Xia Qingyue. He sighed and said with a faint resentment, "I never thought that I, Chen Qing, who was so infatuated with love, would be a selfish villain in Madam's eyes." Sigh. Seeing this, Xia Qingyue looked embarrassed. She quickly stepped forward, gently pushed Chen Qing's shoulder, and said coquettishly, "Husband, I was wrong. I was judging you by my own standards.
Please don't be angry."
If an outsider saw the emperor begging for mercy in a coquettish manner, he would be shocked.
Xia Qingyue didn't care about these things at all.
Not to mention the great emperor, even the immortal emperor was not as important as Chen Qing.
"My shoulders are a little sore.
If someone could massage them for me." I'll do it." As soon as Chen Qing finished speaking, Xia Qingyue immediately began to massage Chen Qing's shoulders diligently. From time to time, she leaned over and asked, "How is it?"
"Husband, is the strength okay?" Not bad. Chen Qing looked very happy.
"Then my husband can forgive me, right?" Xia Qingyue asked with a smile. Chen Qing crossed his arms over his chest, swaying. Xia Qingyue said in a delicate and coquettish voice, "Forgive me, my dear husband, the most gentle husband in the world." Chen Qing was very pleased with this. He slapped his thigh and said, "Okay, I forgive you."
"Thank you, my husband, for your magnanimity."
Xia Qingyue chuckled, hugged Chen Qing from behind, and kissed him on the face several times passionately. After this little episode, Chen Qing told Xia Qingyue everything about his departure from the Chen mansion and his trip to Dakian.
After hearing this, Xia Qingyue angrily expressed, "This Suzaku nation's empress is truly courting death.
She could have provoked anyone else, but she had to provoke my husband and become his enemy.
She deserves it. This is what she sows."
Compared to this, what Zun Gong said is indeed correct. If the Suzaku nation did not have a backer, they would not act so recklessly. We need to make plans early. Then he walked up to Chen Qing, placed his hand on his chest, and continued, "I am willing to go and uproot the forces behind the Suzaku nation.
Let Dakian develop peacefully."
Xia Qingyue was worried that after being promoted to the Great Emperor, she would not have the opportunity to test her current strength. Since she has this intention, Chen Chang will naturally not refuse. With a wave of his hand, the sky-seeing mirror unfolded. A scene of the sect slowly emerged in the mirror, and then the picture zoomed into the sect's main hall.
"Master,
the Suzaku kingdom has been destroyed, and my little girl's life or death is uncertain. Please allow me to lead people to the lower realm." A man dressed as an elder came to the palace and bowed to ask for permission. Before the sect leader in the hall could reply, another voice came from outside the hall. This time, it was a young man dressed as a disciple. "Master, no, this is not good."
"What happened again?" asked the clan leader. "The soul lamp of Grand Elder Zhao Yan is extinguished." "Extinguished," the disciple responded truthfully.
What the sect leader was even more excited when he heard this than when he heard that the elder's daughter was in danger and that the Suzaku kingdom was in imminent danger. He stood up from his seat. Upon learning that the soul lamp of the Grand Elder had gone out, Lin Jian, who was also a Grand Elder, was immediately disheartened. He knew very well that Zhao Yan would never leave his daughter easily unless it was a very serious matter. Now that Zhao Yan is dead, I'm afraid my precious daughter will not be able to escape either.
"It seems that the lower realm is going to be in turmoil," said Li Rui, the leader of the Hantian sect.
"In my opinion, a treasure must have appeared in the lower realm.
Otherwise, those barbarians would not dare to attack the people of our Hantian sect."
"Sect Master, please make a decision as soon as possible." Lin Jian didn't know whether there was any precious treasure or not, but he knew Li Rui very well.
If he wanted him to do something, he had to give him enough motivation to act.
Li Rui thought about it carefully and felt that what Lin Jian said made a lot of sense. "Pass on my order that all disciples of the Hantian sect should set off immediately to the lower realm." After thinking for a while, Li Rui finally agreed to Lin Jian's proposal. Little did they know that all of this was seen by the Chen couple behind the sky-peeking mirror. The sect from the upper realm. Xia Qingyue uttered these words. "Madam, are you interested in the upper realm?" Chen asked.
"A little bit." Xia Qingyue nodded.
She had heard some things about the upper world and wanted to find out more to see if the difference between the upper and lower worlds was really as exaggerated as the rumors said.
"Then let's go and take a look." Chen Chang stood up and said. Chapter 95, Addicted to Protecting One's Faults.
In the sect's main hall, after giving instructions to his disciples and elders, Sect Master Li Rui was about to get up and leave when he noticed a ray of light out of the corner of his eye.
Turning around, I saw a portal opening up at the bottom of the hall.
I thought it was the work of a supreme elder, but the next moment I saw two young people, a boy and a girl, who were still childish, walking out.
"He doesn't look like someone from our sect. No disciple of our sect would dress like this. Interesting."
Li Rui raised his hand, signaling everyone not to act rashly and wait for orders.
He then sat back on the throne of the sect master, looking high and mighty, and asked in a condescending manner, "Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Frost Sky sect?
Didn't you just threaten to kill us and seize the opportunity of heaven and earth?" Xia Qingyue retorted. "How come you don't recognize me now?"
"Oh.
Are you from the lower realm?" Li Rui immediately confirmed the identities of the two. "What did you do to my daughter?" Lin Jian asked loudly before Li Rui could speak again. "She overestimated her own capabilities and attempted to become an enemy of my husband. She is now dead," Xia Qingyue said casually.
"If you refuse to accept, I am always here to fight you. Madam, the times are different now.
You have to call yourself the emperor to outsiders so that people won't look down on you,"
Chen Chang reminded.
Right. Xia Qingyue took Chen Xing's words to heart, puffed out her chest, cleared her throat, and reiterated, "If you refuse to accept, this emperor will be at your service anytime." You are looking for death." As soon as these words came out, Lin Jian was completely enraged, and the vast imperial power filled the entire sect hall. Seeing that the two sides were on the verge of a fight, Li Rue, the sect leader, did not intend to intervene. He wanted to use Lin Jian to test the strength of Chen Shang and Xia Qingyue to see if they were really as powerful as they said. Seeing that the sect master had no intention of stopping him, Lin Jian simply stopped forbearing and attacked with overwhelming force, charging towards Xia Qingyue. "I want you to pay for my daughter's life." In the past, facing this kind of quasi-emperor level powerhouse, Xia Qingyue would most likely be frightened to the point of being paralyzed and unable to move an inch. But after successfully proving his path to becoming an emperor, Xia Qingyue saw that Lin Jian's attack methods were immature, too immature, and his movements were surprisingly slow. To put it bluntly, an opponent like Lin Jian was not worthy of Xia Qingyue's serious attention. He flicked his fingers and a tiny ice lotus shot out, flying towards Lin Jian. Seeing the ice lotus that was not even the size of a palm, Lin Jian's mouth trembled and he felt humiliated. "Today, I will grind you to dust." Facing the ice lotus, Lin Jian didn't take it seriously at all and waved his hand to open it. However, the moment the finger touched the ice lotus, the entire right arm was frozen. Lin Jian's eyes widened, feeling something was wrong, and he took decisive action, cutting off the entire arm at the shoulder and dropping it to the ground. "I thought this would stop the ice from spreading any further, but who would have thought that my arm had been cut off and fell to the ground, breaking into pieces?" However, the freezing of my body was not over yet. In a very short period of time, before Lin Jian could even react, his entire body, including his internal organs, was completely frozen. Xia Qingyue took a few steps to stand in front of Lin Jian, raised her hand, and gently tapped him on the head. With a loud crash, Lin Jian's entire body was torn into pieces and scattered all over the ground. All the elders, including the sect leader Li Rue, were stunned and speechless. Although Lin Jianluan's strength was not the strongest among the supreme elders in Hantian sect, in their opinion, he would not be killed unilaterally so easily. But the facts are right in front of them, how can they doubt it? "Who are you?" Li Rue didn't believe that such a strong man could be born in such a small and barren land in the lower realm. Could it be that in the lower realms there really is a great opportunity that can make a person a peerless powerhouse? Thinking of this, Li Rue changed the subject and said, "If you are willing to give up all the opportunities you have obtained, our sect will put aside the past grudges and allow you two to join our Hantian sect and enjoy the treatment of the grand elders." "You're not worthy." Xia Qingyue's eyes were as cold as a knife. "How can you know if we're a good match unless you try?" Li Rue had just finished speaking when several figures appeared around Xia Qingyue and Chen Shang. Chen Shang took a quick glance and found that the cultivation base of these people, without exception, was at the quasi-emperor realm. "These ants are not worthy of my husband's attack. Let me do it." Xia Qingyue took a step forward and stood in front of Chen Shang. In the past, when she encountered such a thing, she could only hide behind Chen Shang and tremble in fear. Now she finally has the strength to stand up and protect him. It's so cool. Xia Qingyue could hardly suppress the smile on her face. "I suddenly realized that protecting one's shortcomings is such a refreshing thing." Chen Xing saw through it but didn't point it out. Since Xia Qingyue had such a heart, he would naturally accept anyone who came to him. It would be best if he could stand on your side without hesitation and kill the protagonist when he comes out of isolation in the future. How can the vague emotions of childhood sweethearts compare to the long-lasting love that comes from being together day and night? Mouse, ant as a quasi-emperor, this was the first time these people were addressed like that since entering the quasi-emperor realm. The corners of his mouth twitched, and his anger could not be suppressed at all showing on his face. "Master, just keep your breath, right?" A supreme elder looked up at Li Rue in the hall and asked. "Yeah." Li Rue nodded. As long as he could hold his breath and ask what the opportunity was and where it was, it would be fine. To him, the value of Xia Qingyue and Chen Xing was limited to this. "This stubborn little girl, I can handle it by myself, there is no need for you to interfere." Seeing his tough attitude, the other two supreme elders looked at each other, smiled bitterly and shook their heads. Not wanting to create enmity, they decided to give this opportunity to the supreme elder Lin Kuan. Lin Kuan gathered his spiritual energy into his legs and quickly moved behind Xia Qingyue, intending to catch her off guard.
But his every move could not escape Xia Qingyue's spiritual monitoring. Lift your toes and drop them.
The ice immediately spread out in all directions, avoiding Chen Qing. Not good. Lin Kuan realized something was wrong and wanted to step back and dodge. Unexpectedly, the ice was even faster. Just a little bit of it froze Lin Kuan completely in an instant. The other two quasi-emperors also could not escape the fate of being frozen in ice. They remained in a retreating posture, their toes raised, their expressions forever frozen in fear and panic. Seeing all of the quasi-emperor realm grand elders of the Hantian sect being easily killed by Xia Qingyue, Li Rue, the sect master, suddenly felt 1,000 times heavier and more depressed.
I realized that I seemed to have picked the wrong opponent. Don't you want an opportunity? Why don't you take action yet? Xia Qingyue looked at Li Rue in the hall. Gulp. Li Rue swallowed his saliva and forced a smile. I was blind and didn't recognize a true hero. I'm sorry for the offense. I hope you two will forgive me. Please forgive me. I don't want the opportunity anymore. The Hantian sect is willing to appoint you two as Grand Elders, no, Supreme Elders, with the same status as our sect. After witnessing Xia Qingyue's terrifying strength, Li Rue no longer dared to think about that opportunity. I'm afraid that the next person to be frozen will be me. Rather than thinking about opportunities, all he could think about now was asking for forgiveness from Chen Chang and Xia Qingyue. It would be even better if he could recruit them both into the sect. It just makes up for the loss of 5 Supreme Elders who died in a row. Are you worthy? Xia Qingyue asked the same question again, her eyes even colder than before. But this time, facing Li Rue, who asked the same question, he could no longer respond with confidence as before. If you are not satisfied, I am willing to give up the position of the sect leader and hand over the Hantian sect to you too. I only need to be a small deputy sect leader. Li Rue retreated again and again. In an era where martial arts is respected, he had no choice but to face this extremely powerful person who was very likely the strongest person under the emperor. Seeing that Li Rue was still so clueless and thought he had the bargaining chip, Xia Qingyue didn't want to waste any more words, and directly revealed the imperial power, and the emperor's divine ring rotated. Great Emperor! The moment Li Rue saw the great emperor's divine ring, he was so frightened that his legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground. There is no trace of arrogance left in him as the sect leader. He tried his best to deny it. No, Emperor Tianxian hasn't died yet. How could you be the emperor? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Xia Qingyue remained silent as the icy air surged like a tide, instantly filling the entire sect's main hall. Frozen all living things within her sight. Those who had murderous intentions towards her husband, even if it was just a momentary thought, would be killed. Chapter 96, The Empress is in Development. The entire sect hall, both inside and outside, was now frozen. The cold was so intense that one could feel the biting chill even at a distance of hundreds of meters. The disciples of Hantian sect did not dare to get too close. If they were brave enough to take a few steps closer, the corners of their clothes would immediately be covered with a thin layer of ice. His eyes widened immediately, and he quickly retreated several times the distance, with a look of fear and uncertainty on his face. There was a despairing feeling as if I was being dragged into a swamp, unable to extricate myself. Big drops of cold sweat flowed down, gathering at the tip of my chin and dripping down. Oh, what a terrifying cold, he said with his hands on his chest, still in shock. Why is the sect's main hall frozen? Could it be that one of the elders has gone astray during his cultivation? It shouldn't be. I heard that someone broke into our Hantian sect. Ah? Who is so bold as to invade the Frost Sky sect? They are courting death. This strange sight must have been caused by the sect master or one of the other elders. Everyone was chatting away when they heard a voice shouting, "Look! Someone's coming out." They looked in the direction of the sound, and then saw a man and a woman walking out. They were none other than Chen Cheng and Xia Qingyue. Xia Qingyue had no intention of talking to these guys. She raised her hand and flicked her fingertips.
The ice sculptures of the sect masters and supreme elders flew out of the hall and hung above everyone's heads. At first, everyone thought the human-shaped ice sculpture looked creepy, but gradually, some people saw through the ice and saw the human faces inside. Wait! Isn't that the sect master and the grand elder? After someone mentioned this, more and more people realized that the person frozen in ice was none other than their own clan leader and the grand elder. They all showed expressions of fear, panic, and confusion. Xia Qingyue lightly moved her fingertips, and the ice sculptures fell from the air and shattered. Seeing their own sect leader and supreme elders turned into pieces here and there, an arm here, a head there, everyone felt terrified and could not calm down. Who wants to try this frozen taste? Xia Qingyue raised her hand, condensed an ice lotus into her palm, and asked. In other words, it is telling these disciples of the Hantian sect that if they kneel, they will live. We are all smart people, so how could we understand the deeper meaning in Xia Qingyue's words? Even if you really can't understand it, seeing that everyone else is kneeling and you are still standing, aren't you the one who sticks out? I don't deserve to be the first one to stand out. With this thought in mind, more and more people knelt on the ground in groups, swearing their submission to Xia Qingyue. Chen Sheng stood behind, not caring at all that Xia Qingyue had taken all the limelight. He wishes she could be as strong as possible, so that he can just sit back and enjoy her life. He can collect rewards for pampering his wife every day and continuously strengthen his trump cards to deal with the protagonist. In the end, the 13th elder, who held the highest voice among the remaining elders of the Frost Sky sect, stood up and expressed to Xia Qingyue that he was willing to lead the entire Frost Sky sect and submit to her. Xia Qingyue glanced at Chen Sheng. With just one word from him, Xia Qingyue would immediately back down. Chen Sheng nodded, indicating that Xia Qingyue should agree with the 13th elder that having multiple forces under her name would not be a bad thing. Not to mention the many small Hantian sects, based on Chen Sheng's understanding of the 4 words female emperor of heaven, the entire Tianxian continent will sooner or later fall under the rule of Xia Qingyue. He has only accelerated this process. The Empress's wife. Not to mention, for Chen Xing, who loved reading novels in his previous life, he had really fantasized about it. It would be a wonderful thing if he could cling to the thigh of the Empress's wife and live off her. Although he is a villain, who says that villains cannot marry the Empress of Destiny? If I had really followed the script of fate, I would probably still be a carefree and naive villain who was unaware that death is approaching day by day. By the time Chen Xing came to his senses, Xia Qingyue had already appointed the 13th elder as the new leader of the Hantian sect. Xia Qingyue had no intention of managing the Hantian sect herself. More often than not, he acts as a backer for the Hantian sect and becomes the person in power behind the scenes. Of course, the position of sect leader is not for nothing. One must swear an oath to heaven and never betray. The 13th elder had no hesitation about this. According to the original plan, even if he survived until his death, he would never become the leader of a sect. Now, not only can he become the leader of a sect, but he can also embrace a big tree like Xia Qingyue. Why not? There is really no reason to refuse. In a blink of an eye. Hantian sect, Kung Fu Pavilion. Chen Sheng and Xia Qingyue had developed a tacit understanding after spending so much time together. Without even saying a word, they both unanimously chose to come to this place. I wonder what the difference is between the cultivation techniques of the upper realm and those of our lower realm. Before even entering the door, Xia Qingyue was already filled with anticipation. Just go in and take a look, and you'll find out. Chen Sheng pushed open the door of the Gongfa Pavilion and walked in with Xia Qingyue. After learning that the two wanted to go to the Gongfa Pavilion, the new sect master immediately issued an order, instructing all disciples and management personnel to leave the Gongfa Pavilion and not disturb Chen Sheng and Xia Qingyue. He was quite sensible. After entering the martial arts pavilion, Chen Sheng and Xia Qingyue went straight to the top floor, where the heavenly-grade martial arts were stored. There must be hundreds of heaven-grade techniques here. Xia Qingyue had thought the number would be exaggerated, but she never expected it to be this exaggerated. From the new sect leader, Xia Qingyue learned that the status and influence of the Hantian sect in the upper realm, if defined by the standards of Dao, would not even be considered one of the top 10 powerful sects, but a small sect.
However, even such a small sect possesses more heavenly level skills than the entire Dao dynasty and even the 4 sacred kingdoms combined. 548 in total. Chen Qing gave a clear number. 548, Xia Qingyue repeated.
He smiled bitterly. Now, I finally understand why the people in the upper realm look down on us in the lower realm. The cultivation resources they possess are simply beyond the imagination of the people in the lower realm. In this regard, Chen Qing fully agreed with Xia Qingyue's statement. It was not just the cultivation methods, the speed of cultivation that could be enjoyed by the upper and lower realms was also greatly different due to the influence of the thickness of the spiritual veins. This is also why there are so many quasi-emperors in the upper realm, all queuing up based on their lifespans, waiting for the old emperor to run out of lifespan and die.
There is no time to lose.
Let's memorize these skills and put them to use for ourselves, Chen Qing suggested.
Okay, Xia Qingyue nodded.
She doesn't think that as long as she reaches the level of emperor, she can slack off in her cultivation.
If she doesn't seize the time to improve, she will only become the next Tianxian emperor.
He reached out and picked up a heavenly level martial arts book. Thanks to the multiple heavenly grade supreme grade spiritual roots that Chen Qing had gifted her previously, Xia Qingyue was now almost on the verge of acquiring heavenly grade supreme grade spiritual roots with all attributes, and could comprehend most of the techniques within them with ease. A low-grade heavenly skill can be cultivated to the state of great perfection in about half an incense stick of time.
The higher the quality, the longer the practice time will be.
But soon, Xia Qingyue noticed that something was wrong with Chen Qing. I saw him frequently taking out one martial arts book after another from the bookshelf, glancing at them briefly, and then putting them back on the bookshelf. Xia Qingyue couldn't help but ask, "Husband, do you think these techniques are too low quality and look down on them?"
Chapter 97, Observation Mirror Range Improvement.
Even I am not to the point of looking down on heaven-level martial arts. Chen Qing shook his head. As he spoke, he glanced over the martial arts manual in his hand and put it back on the bookshelf. Seeing this, Xia Qingyue frowned slightly. If that's the case, why did my husband just glance at it briefly before putting it back?
Because I have realized the great perfection.
Chen Sheng was halfway through his words when he suddenly remembered that he had not yet told Xia Qingyue that he possessed an incredible comprehension. After hearing this, Xia Qingyue was surprised.
My husband only needed to take a few glances to comprehend a heavenly grade technique to the great perfection. It's not doubt, but it's unbelievable. Even if she has successfully achieved the path to becoming an emperor, she will not be able to do this within 100 years. That's right.
Chen Chang nodded in affirmation. Immediately, he reached out and took down a top-grade heavenly martial arts book called Cold Moonblade, glanced at it, and put it back on the bookshelf. Then he took a step closer, put his arm around Xia Qingyue's slender waist, and said to her, "Madam, hold on tight."
Yeah.
Xia Qingyue didn't resist at all, and naturally reached out to hug Chen Chang.
In the blink of an eye, the two of them arrived at the roof of the Kung Fu Pavilion.
When Chen Qing raised his hand, the silver light above his head became brighter, and the original bright moon turned into two without him noticing.
Ron.
Xia Qingyue took a closer look before realizing that one of the bright moons was the result of Chen Qing activating the Cold Moonblade technique. To be able to achieve this level, it is obvious that one has cultivated to the Mahayana realm.
My husband's understanding is truly incredible, Xia Qingyue exclaimed in amazement.
This scene was also seen by the new sect leader. Who would have thought that in just such a short time, Chen Qing had already comprehended the sect's supreme skills and reached a level that even the previous sect master had spent 100 years to reach? At first, I was puzzled as to why Xia Qingyue, such a top-notch expert, could be as cold as ice when facing others, but could show all her gentle side to Chen Qing without reservation.
I don't understand why he has this qualification.
Now, the new leader has finally solved this problem.
Why else?
Of course, it was because Chen Chang's strength was even more terrifying. In just half an incense stick, he comprehended the supreme heavenly grade skills and reached the state of great perfection. This kind of thing can probably only be done by those at the peak of quasi-emperor and emperor level, the new sect leader's side. Who would have known that in just half an incense stick of time, Chen Chang had comprehended the perfect heavenly level martial arts, which included more than just the Cold Moonblade. If Chen Chang is given a little more time, he will have mastered all the heavenly level techniques in the entire Hantian Sex Technique Pavilion.
Back to Chen Chang.
After he demonstrated his extraordinary comprehension to Xia Qingyue, the two returned to the Kung Fu Pavilion.
In addition, a new method of earning rewards suddenly came to mind. Since cultivation can lead to salvation, why can't the skills be passed on?
Chen Xing decided to give it a try and asked Xia Qingyue, "Madam, do you want to master these heavenly level techniques faster?"
I do.
Of course I do, but I don't have the same incredible comprehension as my husband.
If I want to master it all, it will probably take some time. Xia Qingyue responded. As long as my wife wishes, I can make it happen for you.
As he spoke, Chen Xing raised his hand and touched Xia Qingyue's eyebrows with his fingertips. I want to transform it into a method of crossing the martial arts by passing on my skills. But in actual operation, it was much more complicated than Chen Xing had imagined.
To conquer it slowly?
Chen Xing didn't have the patience and directly chose to use the opportunity of enlightenment.
Epiphany opportunity in use. Epiphany successful.
Congratulations to the host for achieving enlightenment on his own technique. An opportunity for enlightenment immediately gave Chen Xing the ability to teach others martial arts, and he taught them everything he knew. There is no need to teach, but the other party needs to comprehend it bit by bit, and it will be perfect in one thought. Husband seeing Chen Xing stunned for a long time without saying anything, Xia Qingyue raised her eyes slightly, her big watery eyes full of doubts.
I wasn't ready just now, but I'm ready now.
Chen Xing closed the system panel, came back to his senses, and continued to teach Xia Qingyue the skills. The first thing passed to her was the cold moonblade that she had just used. Xia Qingyue had just seen Chen Xing use this technique not long ago, so she was very familiar with it. Unable to hide her shock, she said, "Husband, I have also achieved the great perfection of the frost moonblade technique."
Apart from surprise, I was more confused. Successfully pampered my wife.
Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, endless storage space.
Don't worry, there's more.
Chen Xing accepted the reward for doting on his wife and planned to pass on all the more than 500 martial arts techniques present to Xia Qingyue. This would help her become stronger quickly and get rewards at the same time, giving her the best of both worlds. This time it's the starry soul refining technique. As Xia Qingyue spoke, she mastered another heavenly level technique.
Successfully spoiled my wife.
Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Heavenly Great Ultimate Weapon, God-Slaying Bow +1.
9 Revolutions of Creation Sutra. Successfully pampered my wife.
Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Immortal Brew +100.
Ancient Tyrant Body Skill. Successfully pampered my wife.
Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Demon Bloodline +1. In this way, Chen Xing managed to collect the wife-loving reward more than 500 times. Because of the mutual trust between him and Xia Qingyue, their favorability was at its highest point, and the quality of this reward was also at its highest point. Chen Xing felt that if he continued like this, he would probably be the first to achieve the status of Immortal Emperor before completing the main task. Looking at Xia Qingyue again, she had a completely worn-out expression, standing there in a daze. The worldview was severely impacted. I never thought that in just half an incense stick of time, I could comprehend more than 500 heavenly level skills, and each of them had reached the Mahayana realm. Even though this incident actually happened to her, Xia Qingyue still couldn't help but find it hard to believe.
Chen Shang didn't think too much about it.
After collecting all the rewards, he was sorting out which ones to keep and which ones to use on Xia Qingyue, so as to make his empress wife even more invincible.
At the same time, Daming Mountain. Boom!
Accompanied by a powerful aura vibrating out, Yifeng opened his eyes, clenched his fists, and said excitedly, "Great!
I finally broke through to the fusion realm." Breaking through the fusion realm took him a little longer, and he couldn't sign in on time every day like before.
Fortunately, the sign-in opportunity will not disappear just because it is late, as long as it is used within one day. God bless me and give me a powerful reward that will make me soar to the sky in one step. Yifeng clasped his hands together and prayed sincerely.
Daily sign-in progress. Daily sign-in successful.
Congratulations to the host for receiving the Quasi-Emperor Cultivation Experience Pack +1.
Quasi-Emperor Cultivation Experience Pack. Yifeng quickly clicked to view the detailed introduction.
Quasi-Emperor Cultivation Experience Pack. After use, the host can directly reach the Quasi-Emperor realm. This after reading the reward introduction, Yifeng was so excited that he stood up from the ground. After confirming again and again that he was not seeing things, he saw that the corners of his mouth were so excited that they were almost reaching his earlobes.
Don't delay, use it now. Quasi-Emperor Cultivation Experience Pack is in use. Used successfully. Host's current cultivation realm, first level Quasi-Emperor. Quasi-Emperor?
I'm the Quasi-Emperor now. It was hard for Yifeng not to doubt whether everything before his eyes was really happening. After refreshing the personal attribute panel again and again, and confirming again and again that the cultivation column reads the 4 words First Realm Quasi-Emperor. Only then did Yifeng dare to believe that his promotion to Quasi-Emperor was not a lie. He put his hands on his hips and laughed wildly. Who else is there who is an 18-year-old Quasi-Emperor?
Just ask who else.
Even a genius would have to bow his head in front of me. After the excitement, Yifeng calmed down and did not rush to practice. He sat down cross-legged, muttering, with my current level of cultivation, the scope of the observation mirror should be enough to cover the Dao dynasty.
I wonder how my father and little sister are doing.
Xingyue, are you okay? Chapter 98, Childhood Sweethearts Have Found Their True Love. Thinking that he had not seen his loved ones for a long time, Yifeng's eyes felt a little sore and moist. Raising his hand to wipe away the tear that squeezed out of the corner of his eye, Yifeng impatiently opened the observation mirror and controlled it with his mind, continuously moving the image in the mirror closer to the direction of the Dao dynasty.
We've arrived at Dao.
Having lived in Dao for 18 years, he recognized the place where he grew up at a glance. It's a pity that, apart from Xia Qingyue and her family, the Dao dynasty has never left a good impression on Yifeng. When he was framed, Yifeng had once imagined that due to his relationship with Xia Qingyue and his status as the future princess's husband, Emperor Wu Xiaochang would come forward to vouch for him. Who would have thought that the more I expected, the more disappointed I would be? Yifeng knew that Emperor Wu had always looked down on him because of his humble origin, but he never expected that he would be unwilling to lend a helping hand in such a matter.
Fortunately, Yifeng was a lucky man.
Not only did he survive the disaster, but he also awakened the daily retreat check-in system. Yifeng wanted to see what expression Xia Chang would have on his face when he came out of seclusion with his invincible cultivation and came to Dao.
Would he still dare to look down on him?
Seeing that the image in the observation mirror had been pulled back to Yi Mansion, Yifeng quickly shook his head and cleared his unnecessary thoughts. I want to know how my father and younger sister are doing now, and whether they have been affected because of me. Soon, the scene shifted to the courtyard. Little sister seeing the familiar beautiful figure, Yifeng became excited, raised his voice and walked forward, subconsciously reaching out to grab the other person.
Great! You're still alive, little sister.
Yifeng has always been worried that the incident of him offending the powerful would bring disaster to his family. Now that he saw Yilinger was safe and sound and still practicing sword in the yard, his heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally felt a lot more at ease. It must be Qingyue who came forward to protect Linger. Yifeng was willing to believe this. A moment later, Yifeng excitedly witnessed a familiar figure walking into the observation mirror. Father.
The person who came was Yifeng's father, Yi Hai. Linger, you've been practicing since this morning. Have some tea and rest for a while. Don't exhaust yourself.
Hearing Yi Hai say this, Yifeng felt very strange. Why would my little sister suddenly give up literature and take up martial arts?
Is she trying to avenge me?
Thinking of this, Yifeng suddenly became worried. Little sister, please don't be impulsive. Wait a moment, wait until I come out of seclusion, and kill everyone in the world who dares to betray my Yi family.
However, Yi Linger's next words made Yifeng feel disappointed.
Father, young Master Chen has given my Yi family a new life. If it weren't for him, you and I would have been killed in prison by villains. Therefore, I must become strong as soon as possible, strong enough to repay his kindness, Yilinger said with determination. Mr. Chen. These 3 words made Yifeng look confused.
Who is Mr. Chen? Which Mr. Chen?
Then the voice of Yi Hai, Ye's father, rang out again. Yes, Master Chen not only persuaded the emperor to release us, but also executed the entire Zhao family who framed us, thus clearing the name of our Yi family. This great favor must be repaid. After hearing what Yi Hai said, Yi Feng was even more puzzled. In his memory, there was no such Mr. Chen who could do this for the Yi family. Breathing through his nose, Yi Feng muttered to himself, however, listen to my little sister, my father said that this man has indeed done a great favor to our Yi family. Well, when I come out of seclusion, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. Yi Feng thought very clearly. At this rate, by the time he came out of seclusion, it would be a foregone conclusion that he would become the great emperor. There was no need to doubt it at all. At that time, with just a word, he could make the family of this so-called Mr. Chen achieve enlightenment, and the whole family would rise to prominence, becoming the top family in the entire Tianxian continent. Who made Yi Feng always believe in repaying a drop of kindness with a spring of gratitude? It's a pity that this observation mirror can only be used for observation, not for conversation with the person in the mirror. Otherwise, I really want to ask my father and little sister who that Mr. Chen is. Yi Feng was just thinking about this when he heard Yi Hai say, everyone in Dada says that Master Chen is a playboy who takes human life lightly and is the son of a treacherous prime minister. It turns out that he has been keeping a low profile and hiding his incompetence. With this kind of mentality, he will definitely become a powerful figure in the future. Mr. Chen is already a big shot. Yi Linger said admiringly. If we say that through the phrase a dandy who takes human life lightly, Yi Feng is still unable to determine who the Master Chen mentioned by the two is. Then, through the 4 words son of a treacherous prime minister, Yi Feng immediately confirmed the true identity of Mr. Chen. Chen Xiang's son, Chen Shang. When Yi Feng mentioned the name Chen Xing, his expression was obviously displeased. Although he had no connection with Chen Xing, he had heard Xia Qingyue complain that Chen Xing had teased her. If it weren't for the fact that his father Chen Xiong was extremely powerful, Yi Feng would not have been able to afford to offend him. He would have rushed to Chen Xing's house with a sword and killed him with one blow. Yi Feng is extremely selfish towards his things and women, and cannot tolerate any sand in his eyes. But it was just such a person who had become the savior of his closest relative, and Yi Feng felt very complicated. Oh, he sighed. It's true that he teased Qingyue, and it's also true that he saved my father and little sister. If that's the case, then he's made amends and nothing happened. After weighing the pros and cons, Yi Feng made up his mind that when he came out of seclusion, he would neither repay Chen Xing nor seek revenge. Just as Yi Feng said, what Chen Shang did was to make amends. He saved his younger sister and father in exchange for not having to take revenge on Xia Qingyue for teasing her after he came out of seclusion. When Yi Feng was planning to go check on Xia Qingyue, Yi Linger's words caught his attention. I wonder how Big Brother is doing now. Is he dead or alive? Don't mention him. If he hadn't been so arrogant and causing trouble everywhere, how could the Yi family members die innocently, leaving only you and me? Yi Hai got angry when this matter was mentioned. Father Yi Feng had no way to refute this. He did overestimate his own strength and tried to show off, which led to the tragic deaths of most of the Yi family members. Even if he is really alive, half a year has passed and he hasn't sent me a single letter. I would assume he is dead. Yi Hai said sternly. I think brother must have his own difficulties. Seeing Yi Hai was furious, Yi Linger spoke in a low voice. Hardships? What hardship could he have? Fortunately, Qingyue is following her lover now. If she had followed him, she would have suffered in vain. Yi Hai became more and more angry as he spoke. That girl Qingyue followed her lover? Yi Feng's eyes suddenly became sharp, and he extracted key information from Yi Hai's words blaming him. I suspected several times that I was hallucinating and mishearing. Chapter 99, Luck Damaged. Father. Please explain clearly what it means that Qingyue has been married to a man. Even though he knew that Yi Hai behind the observation mirror could not hear his voice at all, Yi Feng still rushed over impulsively, grabbed the mirror frame, and questioned like crazy. He was still fantasizing about coming out of seclusion 30 years later, and being in love with Xia Qingyue, becoming a loving couple who would travel the world together and grow old together. But he never imagined that only half a year had passed and she would cheat on him. Father.
Please tell me quickly.
Explain clearly, Yifeng shouted hysterically, his eyes turned red.
I am eager to know who the so-called beloved person Yi Hai is talking about.
Yi Linger, completely unaware that she was being spied on by her own brother, nodded and said with a smile, yes, Sister Qingyue and Master Chen are indeed a perfect match. But, what if brother is still alive and comes back to see? Yi Linger didn't want to anger Yi Hai, so her voice became softer and softer. Unexpectedly, Yifeng saw everything he said and did.
There is no need to come back.
Now, his mentality has collapsed. Spiritual power covered his fists and blasted them everywhere to vent the anger in his heart. Fortunately, there is a barrier to protect him. Otherwise, with his current level of cultivation, if he continues to make trouble like this, sooner or later the mountains will collapse and the earth will crack, and the entire cave will be reduced to ruins. Hoo-ha-hoo! After closing the observation mirror, Yifeng gasped heavily, feeling extremely tired.
He walked to the wall and punched it hard.
He lowered his head and said through gritted teeth, Qingyue, I love you so much, how could you betray me?
Have you forgotten the vows we made to each other?
The complaints went on, and tears rolled down from the corners of his eyes. The feeling of being betrayed by both family and loved ones was like a sharp knife piercing deeply into Yifeng's heart, making him feel miserable.
There was even a moment of thought that I wanted to end it all. What's the point of living like this? No. This is not right. Qingyue would never betray me.
Suddenly, Yifeng's eyes changed, and he became more determined than ever. The reason my father and little sister were able to escape danger was definitely because Qingyue pretended to be nice to that bastard in order to save them. He really didn't think that the relationship between him and Xia Qingyue that had lasted for more than 10 years would be taken away so easily by Chen Shang.
Yes. That's right. It must be like this. No. I can't let my imagination run wild and misunderstand Qingyue anymore.
The most urgent thing right now is to speed up my cultivation, become stronger, and find a way to come out of seclusion early. Yifeng was worried that if he continued to delay like this, even if Xia Qingyue's feelings for him were deep, she would be unable to withstand Chen Xing's increasingly close clutches and would eventually fall completely under his spell. Yifeng thought that Xia Qingyue was only temporarily giving in and expressing a little kindness to Chen Xing. She would not commit herself to him immediately. There was still room for recovery.
Practice. You must practice now.
Yifeng sat down cross-legged and began to practice desperately, even if it meant going astray. As long as he could become stronger, as long as he could come out of seclusion, he would do it at all costs. Of course, he also asked the system if he could shorten his retreat time, or let himself go out for a day to finish all the things before coming back. The reply he got was the cold word can't.
There is no other way, I can only honestly follow the path of cultivation to become stronger. It is better to have hope than to have no hope.
Qingyue, wait for me, you must wait for me.
Return to Han Tian sect.
After imparting all the skills to Xia Qingyue as a reward for spoiling his wife, the two of them left the skills pavilion and arrived at a brand new mansion arranged by the new sect master that had never been used by anyone. Chen Sheng, Xia Qingyue decided to stay here tonight. Taking this opportunity, Chen Sheng took out 1/3 of the wife-loving rewards he had previously screened and gave them to Xia Qingyue.
To replenish Xia Qingyue's spiritual root talents with all attributes in maximum level, or perhaps the bloodline of the eternal sky phoenix, an immortal body. For Chen Sheng, these things are either repetitive or useless, but that doesn't mean they are cheap. Every one of them is a treasure that even the quasi-emperor and the great emperor cannot easily ignore.
It is a treasure that is comparable to the treasures of heaven and earth. Once it is leaked, it will easily attract the covetousness of many forces, and a war will break out until the death. Xia Qingyue already owed Chen Sheng enough, and she didn't mind taking a little more. Because only by becoming stronger can you be qualified to repay him. Begin to fuse spiritual roots, the eternal phoenix bloodline, and the immortal body. Chen Sheng assisted her and accelerated the process. After completing all the integrations, Xia Qingyue opened her eyes and the first words she said were, "Husband, I feel like I've entered a whole new realm higher than the great emperor."
Chen Sheng replied, "People only know that the strongest person in the world is the great emperor.
Little do they know that above the great emperor, there are the supreme great emperor and the supreme great emperor."
Even the supreme great emperor is not the end of cultivation. So, what is my husband's current cultivation level? Xia Qingyue asked curiously. The supreme emperor. Chen Qing gave the answer. Supreme emperor.
My husband is so strong. Xia Qingyue naturally snuggled into Chen Qing's arms. Chen Qing also naturally reached out and hugged her.
Xia Qingyue smiled faintly. It's getting late, let's go to bed early.
After a while, Chen Qing suddenly said. Xia Qingyue raised her head, a slightly disappointed expression on her face.
Chen Qing deliberately repeated Xia Qingyue's tone. No, nothing.
Xia Qingyue's eyes dodged as she said, I meant it well.
Madam is really a little greedy cat that can never be fed. Chen Cheng joked.
No way. Xia Qingyue certainly knew what Chen Cheng meant by the so-called greedy little cat and the greedy little cat that could never be fed. She puffed up her cheeks and glared at Chen Cheng. It was my husband who said he wanted to raise a daughter. I just. Madam, you were so considerate of me, but I was judging you by my own standards.
I really shouldn't have done that.
In that case, let me make it up to my wife with my actions.
Hey! It's itchy. You're bullying me.
While saying that Chen Cheng was bullying others, his hands were wrapped around Chen Qing's neck like a snake. As soon as Chen Qing separated their lips, she greedily chased after him again. These eyes are so passionate that they are almost thread-like.
Damning mountain.
Puff Yifeng's expression changed. He held his chest with his hand and spat out a mouthful of blood, which splashed half a meter away.
Strange. Why can't I calm down? Why am I always feeling uneasy? He was puzzled.
Could it be that he is too eager for success and is becoming obsessed? Yifeng is not Chen Qing, nor is he a reborn person. He has never read novels to accumulate experience, so how could he know that his luck was actually damaged?
After thinking for a long time, I was still completely confused.
I simply stopped thinking about it, forced myself to ignore this indescribable feeling of anxiety, and focused on the word cultivation. Because apart from practicing, he can't do anything else.
Chapter 100, Revealing One's Heart. The next day.
Husband, why are you looking at me like that? Xia Qingyue blushed in embarrassment at Chen Qing's direct gaze. I'm just curious, where did my wife, who is so old and pure as water, go? Chen Qing asked seriously.
It's just that my husband is so addictive.
Xia Qingyue's words actually stopped Chen Qing from saying what was on the tip of his tongue. Who would have thought that Xia Qingyue would actually turn the tables on him? Seeing that Chen Qing had nothing to say, Xia Qingyue smiled smugly. Chen Qing's rolled over, supported his hands beside her face, and approached her. No, the more I think about it, the angrier I get.
I must punish you. Ah. No.
Xia Qingyue's cooperative resistance. Although it is early in the morning, you can enjoy the joy of husband and wife, enhance your relationship, increase the chance of getting pregnant early, get the mainline rewards, and the probability of becoming an immortal emperor.
Why not?
The main thing is that once this Pandora's box is opened, the lust in Xia Qingyue's heart will become stronger day by day. As her husband, Chen Qing must take on the responsibility of putting out the fire. Secondly, as a villain who is doomed to die, being able to spend every day with the destined heroine is a great satisfaction both physically and mentally.
Successfully spoiled my wife.
Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, Heavenly Grade Supreme Magical Treasure God Suppressing Stone +1.
Again, how can this not be considered pampering your wife? After a fierce battle, the two of them did not leave their bed until noon. During their rest, they talked to each other and discussed their common future. By the way, my husband, regarding the matter of Uncle Yi and Yi Linger, I am truly grateful to you for interceding with our father. Not only did you redress their grievances, but you also severely punished the perpetrators and restored justice to them. Xia Qingyue suddenly brought up the matter.
You know everything. Chen Qing pretended to be surprised. In fact, he had already received the reward for pampering his wife, it was just a matter of convenience. While receiving the reward for doting on his wife, he can also make the Yi family, the people closest to the protagonist, owe him a big favor. At that time, even if the protagonist really comes out and wants to attack himself, Yi Hai and Yi Linger will definitely not sit idly by and will turn against each other. This will definitely damage the protagonist's luck.
My father told me everything. Xia Qingyue nodded.
Besides that, you're still sending people to look for him, right? Don't worry, I just sent someone out to confirm whether Brother Yi is safe. I will not put him to death.
Chen Qing explained.
I'm not worried about that, nor do I mean to blame my husband. I just feel that you've done so much for me, and I don't know when I can repay you for your kindness. Xia Qingyue was afraid that Chen Chang would misunderstand her, so she hurriedly explained.
Since we are husband and wife, there is nothing we shouldn't pay back. Chen Xing told Xia Qingyue not to take this little thing to heart.
However, he knew better than anyone that the more he said this, the harder it would be for Xia Qingyue to let go. Although he agreed with his mouth, he was desperately trying to repay himself in his heart.
Qingyue, seriously, if Brother Yi is still alive, you.
Chen Chang was only halfway through his words when Xia Qingyue raised her jade finger and gently pressed it against his lips, interrupting him. I only have a life-saving debt with him, not a romantic one. Even if he were truly alive and returned safely, I would never leave and betray my husband.
Chen Xing didn't speak in a hurry.
He just stretched out his arms and hugged Xia Qingyue tightly. After a long while, he finally uttered a few words in a relieved and reassured tone. That's great. Xia Qingyue, who felt how much Chen Xing valued her, also fell even more in love with him. Just as she said, Xia Qingyue now only felt gratitude towards Yifeng for saving her life. I don't know how much time passed.
Uncle Master, you can't go in.
A voice suddenly came from outside the yard. This voice seems to be the new leader of the Hantian sect. Xia Qingyue gave her own judgment.
The sect was taken away. As a member of the Hantian sect, how can I not avenge my deceased brothers and sisters?
As for you, have you forgotten who you are after being promoted to the position of sect leader? Another voice was heard. Chen Xing and the other person almost simultaneously confirmed each other's intentions and cultivation levels.
Here to cause trouble.
Like the previous Supreme Elders, he is at the Quasi-Emperor level. Uncle Master, you have been traveling overseas for too long, and there are some things in the sect that you don't know. In short, you must not be impulsive. The new sect leader was still trying his best to persuade him. The sound of drawing a sword. If you dare to stop me again, don't blame me for not remembering our friendship, I will kill you too. Husband, I'll go take care of it. Xia Qingyue made a move to stand up. Chen Xing grabbed Xia Qingyue's hand and said, Madam, there's no need for you to personally deal with such a small fry.
Minions?
In Xia Qingyue's opinion, in the entire profound sky continent, the only person who would call a quasi-emperor of the third realm a minion is probably her own husband. Just when Xia Qingyue was about to ask how Chen Cheng planned to deal with the junior master from the Hantian sect outside the door, then a piece of writing appeared in the air. If Xia Qingyue remembered correctly, she had seen this book before. It was called Yama's Book of Life and Death. Although I heard Chen Cheng mention that the King of Hell's Book of Life and Death records the names of everyone in the entire Tianxian continent, as long as you cross out a name, the other person will die. However, Xia Qingyue still wanted to witness with her own eyes whether this King of Hell's Book of Life and Death could really work on a quasi-emperor of the third realm. After the Book of Life and Death appeared, it automatically began to turn pages, but soon stopped.
A red circle locked onto a name, Du Jian.
Seeing this, Chen Sheng picked up the pen.
And outside the house, in the yard.
Uncle Du, please come back with me first and sit down and talk slowly, okay?
No.
Get out of the way. Du Jian had already drawn his sword and rushed to the door. After pushing aside the people who were in the way, he was about to raise his sword to break down the door. However, the sword was raised above his head for a long time, but he did not take the next step. He just stood there like a sculpture. Uncle Master Du. Upon seeing this, Sect Master Hantian thought that his Uncle Master had come to his senses and listened to his words. But he shouted for a long time, but there was no response from his uncle Du Jian. Uncle Master Du. The puzzled sect leader walked forward tentatively, stretched out his hand, and gently patted Du Jian's shoulder. As a result, people were horrified to see Du Jian's body falling backwards with the sword held high.
It hit the ground with a bang, making a dull sound. Then? That's all. The sect leader squatted down and put his hand under Du Jian's nose, only then was he sure that he was really dead. Inside the house, Xiao Qingyue could clearly sense, even without using her eyes, that Du Jian's aura had completely vanished, leaving only a soulless shell. I exclaimed inwardly, the King of Hell's Book of Life and Death is truly terrifying. Looking at the sect leader again, he was puzzled. How could his uncle die suddenly when he was fine? At this time, Chen Xing's voice came from behind the door. I don't want to see this kind of thing again. Chapter 101 Sword Emperor Opportunity. Hearing Chen Xing's voice, the leader of the Hantian sect immediately knelt down on his knees, lowered his head, and responded, yes. I am willing to guarantee with my life that this will never happen again. Now, the doubts in his mind were resolved. I finally understood why my uncle master suddenly lost his life. It turned out that it was the powerful man behind my master who took action. The respect for him increased more than 100-fold. Isn't it enough reason to wipe out a third-level quasi-emperor without making any sound? The leader of the Hantian sect was, after all, a cultivator at the Mahayana stage, but from beginning to end, he didn't even notice the slightest fluctuation in spiritual power. In his eyes, this kind of method can only be done by the peak quasi-emperor and the emperor. Among the emperors, there is Emperor Tianxian, so sect master Hantian guessed that Chen Xing should be a peak quasi-emperor. Sect master Hantian did not know that Emperor Tianxian had already fallen, and he did not know that in addition to the emperors, there were also the Supreme Emperor and the unparalleled Emperor in this world. And it just so happened that the only Supreme Emperor and the only Supreme Emperor in the world were in their Hantian sect at this moment. Shortly after the leader of Hantian sect left with Du Jian's body, a question suddenly arose in Xiao Qingyue's mind. Husband, I have a question I would like to ask you. You go ahead. Chen Xing let her speak freely. Are these supreme emperors and unrivaled emperors like great emperors, with only one in each world? Xiao Qingyue asked what was on her mind. Yes. Chen Xing nodded in confirmation. As far as I know, that's right. Doesn't it mean that because my husband became the supreme emperor, I have the opportunity to become the supreme emperor? Xiao Qingyue asked again. That's right. Chen Xing gave an affirmative answer. Then, now that I have attained the supreme Tao, doesn't that mean I should give up the position of great emperor? Xiao Qingyue continued. After reading the certainty in Chen Xing's eyes, Xiao Qingyue couldn't help but look worried. If this is the case, won't the upper realm be in chaos? After hearing what Xiao Qingyue said, Chen Xing pondered for a moment before offering his own opinion. The profound emperor has been suppressing the profound emperor continent for a long time. During this time, there have been countless powerful individuals who want to challenge the emperor. When they learn that the throne is vacant, they will inevitably fight to gain control of the destiny of heaven and earth. Do you want to go and take a look? Chen Xing saw through Xiao Qingyue's thoughts. She actually really liked the hustle and bustle. Although Xiao Qingyue immediately smiled and nodded in agreement. Afterwards, the two of them put on their clothes and quietly left Hantian sect without anyone noticing, deciding to head to a larger city. That is the place where changes in the upper realm can be sensed most quickly. Along the way, in the air. Madam, have you not yet mastered the art of flying with a sword? Chen Xing asked knowingly, holding Xiao Qingyue in his arms. Not yet. I'll have time to practice later. Besides that, what else could Xiao Qingyue say? She couldn't just say she felt it was better to be held by Chen Xing like this, riding the same sword together, right? Seeing that Chen Xing seemed to want to say something, Xiao Qingyue quickly changed the subject. Husband, there are a lot of people gathered over there. This trick was quite effective and really diverted Chen Xing's attention. Looking in the direction Xiao Qingyue pointed, he saw a group of people gathered in front of a stone tablet. There seems to be an opportunity hidden in that stone tablet. Chen Xing saw through it and said. Opportunity for Xiao Qingyue, a cultivator, the temptation brought by the word opportunity is naturally not small. Come on, let's go take a look. Chen Xing said lovingly. It would be great if I could find an opportunity that suits my husband. Xiao Qingyue said what she thought in her heart. Afterwards, Chen Xing flew towards the stone tablet on his sword and landed steadily. Even outside the crowd, I could hear bursts of jokes. Ha ha ha, is this the nth failure today? If I remember correctly, it should be the 16th one.
Alas, this Sword Emperor opportunity has been here for nearly 800 years, and yet no one has been able to meet the inheritance requirements.
We can only blame the Sword Emperor for having such high standards.
Countless sword masters have lost their confidence after being thwarted by him. Husband, it's the Sword Emperor's inheritance, Xia Qingyue said excitedly.
I practice the art of spear.
The Sword Emperor's inheritance is of little use to me, so I'll give it to my wife. Chen Qing expressed his attitude.
Yes, Xia Qingyue agreed happily. Someone else heard their conversation and sneered, this is an opportunity to become a Sword Emperor, and you're still being polite? Do you really think you can take it all?
Hearing this, Xia Qingyue glared at him. When the man was about to say this, he felt extremely frightened and immediately crawled away with his tail between his legs like a drowning dog. From childhood to adulthood, I have never been so scared.
Oh. Someone else wants to challenge the Sword Emperor opportunity.
Seeing that Xia Qingyue seemed interested in the Sword Emperor opportunity, the onlookers quickly made way for an exclusive passage to facilitate her participation in the Sword Emperor test. Do you think this woman has a chance of taking the Sword Emperor's inheritance? I don't know if she has any hope of taking the Sword Emperor's inheritance, but she is truly beautiful, like a fairy descending to earth.
Wan Ru? She is a fairy, okay?
So beautiful. She is so beautiful that it touches my heart.
How lucky am I to be able to become her Taoist partner?
This woman has an extraordinary temperament, she is definitely not an ordinary person. Most importantly, I still can't see through her cultivation level.
What? You can't even see through her cultivation level?
Doesn't that mean she has strength above the spiritual severing realm? She's so beautiful and so strong, how could anyone not like her? Hearing these compliments to his wife and all kinds of envy, jealousy and hatred, Chen Qing, as a husband and his wife, felt very happy.
As for the Sword Emperor's inheritance?
In Chen Qing's opinion, Xia Qingyue could definitely obtain it.
How could a mere Sword Emperor possibly refuse the Supreme Emperor?
However, if that's all, you won't get the reward for doting on your wife.
Therefore, assistance is necessary.
Chen Qing secretly released a powerful pressure towards the residual soul of the Sword Emperor hidden in the stone tablet. The pressure of the Supreme Divine Realm.
Old man, you'd better give up this opportunity.
If you make my wife unhappy, you know what will happen to you. That's right, he was threatening the Sword Emperor. In an era where the strong are respected, a cultivator of a high level will kill other cultivators even if he doesn't like one of them.
If he has no backing, others will not dare to say anything.
As the Supreme Emperor, Chen Qing threatened the Sword Emperor, and no one would dare to complain.
Little, I understand.
The Sword Emperor quickly sent a message, expressing his willingness to obey orders, his voice trembling violently. During his peak period, he had challenged the emperors, but compared with Chen Qing, those emperors were pitifully weak. It is speculated that Chen Qing may have entered the legendary realm. Then, he turned his gaze to Xia Qingyue, and was about to say that this woman was very lucky to have formed a bond with an unknown strong man like Chen Qing.
Just one glance and suddenly realized, no. Chapter 102 The Number One Swordsman.
In the eyes of the Sword Emperor, Xia Qingyue was also an unfathomable figure.
It's like staring into the abyss. If you look at it for a second longer, you will feel as if you are falling into it. Thousands of words finally turned into one sentence in my heart. What a perverted and evil couple. Of course, the word abnormal here is not a derogatory term, but rather describes the abnormal strength of the two people.
Now, the Sword Emperor has no reason to continue hiding and being unwilling to hand over the sword skills inheritance that he is so proud of. In other words, it is my honor to have the sword skills that I have spent my entire life summarizing taken away and passed down by such a top-level expert. Xia Qingyue, completely unaware of the situation, had already arrived in front of the Sword Emperor's stone. She raised her hand and touched the stone tablet with her 5 fingers. She was mentally prepared to accept the test from the Sword Emperor. Who would have thought that the expected Sword Emperor test did not happen, and a sacred golden light surged from the 5 fingers to the entire arm? Seeing this, the disciples of various sects who had been watching the show were horrified.
Wait. Did she pass the Sword Emperor's test and obtain the opportunity inheritance?
Such a powerful Dao rhyme, other than the inheritance of the Sword Emperor, what else could it be?
How is this possible? Did any of you see her take the test? Could it be that the Sword Emperor is attracted by her pretty face? There are all kinds of opinions.
There were also those who suspected that Xia Qingyue had not obtained the Sword Emperor's inheritance at all. Until the next moment, a powerful sword force came like a violent storm, forcing them back more than 10 steps. Only then were these doubts completely dispelled.
It was confirmed that Xia Qingyue had truly obtained the Sword Emperor's inheritance. Not fair. This isn't fair.
Yes, we suffered so much to obtain the Sword Emperor's inheritance, but we still failed.
How could she obtain the opportunity without going through any trials?
Sword Emperor, you are too biased. If this gets out, it will only tarnish your reputation as the Sword Emperor. Hearing these words blaming himself, the remnant soul of the Sword Emperor felt helpless. Two powerful men above the level of the great emperor asked him for inheritance.
Would he dare to refuse?
Naturally, he didn't dare show up casually and reveal anything about Chen Cheng and Xia Qingyue, for fear of committing an offense. Xia Qingyue didn't care about them at all, as long as she could get the Sword Emperor's inheritance. She could feel that after completely absorbing and refining the Sword Emperor's inheritance, her strength would definitely be raised to a higher level. On Chen Qing's side, he also got what he wanted by helping Xia Qingyue obtain the Sword Emperor's inheritance.
Successfully pampered my wife.
Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, plus 1 max-level Kendo experience pack. Giving up a Sword Emperor inheritance in exchange for a full-level sword experience pack, Chen Qing couldn't imagine anything more profitable than this.
Click to use now. Using the maximum level Kendo experience pack. The maximum level Kendo experience pack was used successfully. In the blink of an eye, Chen Qing's attainments in the way of the sword have reached a level that has never been achieved before and will never be surpassed. He said that he was the best in Kendo and no one dared or was qualified to question him. Even if the contemporary Sword Emperor comes, he must bow his head and lower his eyebrows. Stop. Hand over the Sword Emperor opportunity. Someone like you doesn't deserve it.
Hearing the voice coming from in front of him, Chen Qing closed the system panel and looked up to find that Xia Qingyue was blocked by a group of disciples. Those people had already drawn their swords, each of them baring their teeth with ferocious looks, threatening Xia Qingyue to hand over the opportunity to become a Sword Emperor. It seems that the destined heroine is just as likely to attract hatred and be targeted as the destined hero. Chen Qing felt emotional.
This was just a small problem, so he didn't need to deal with it personally.
Just as Chen Qing had thought, Xia Qingyue had no intention of wasting words with this group of people. Using her fingers as swords, she raised her hand and swung it, separating their heads from their bodies.
Before their expressions could even register, heads shot up into the sky.
Blood gushed out like a stream. Seeing how ruthless and decisive Xia Qingyue was, the other disciples from various sects who had entertained the idea of seizing the opportunity immediately became discouraged. It was simply because the 3 people killed by Xia Qingyue were not ordinary people. They were disciples of the Divine Sword sect, and their own strength surpassed most of them. Such a genius was killed instantly by Xia Qingyue. How could they have the confidence to step forward and fight against her? Seeing Xia Qingyue coming towards them, everyone tried to avoid her and quickly made way for an exclusive passage. Seeing that they were so sensible, Xia Qingyue did not start a massacre. Instead, she walked up to Chen Qing with lotus steps. Changing from the cold and indifferent expression she had just had, she smiled and said, "Husband, although I don't know what happened, I have already obtained the Sword Emperor's inheritance." Seeing that the female devil who had just killed people without blinking an eye was behaving like a little wife in front of Chen Qing, everyone couldn't help but frown and twist their brows into a big chuan shape. He became more and more curious about who Chen Qing was and what strength he had to be able to subdue a female devil like Xia Qingyue. You can also touch her head and praise her for being so awesome. The most important thing is that Xia Qingyue herself really enjoys this feeling. The onlookers wondered for a moment whether they were hallucinating. According to their understanding of this world, the more powerful the cultivator, the stronger his self-esteem should be, and it is absolutely impossible for him to appear so weak in front of others. Unless that person's strength is even greater. Before they could figure out the reason. Boom! A terrifying pressure was falling from above his head. The knees didn't even have time to react before they fell to the ground. Then, he fell to the ground with his whole body prostrated. Facing such a powerful force, there was no chance of resistance at all. Even if they didn't look up, these people knew very well that these were people from the Divine Sword sect, and they had come to their door. The elite disciples of the inner court died tragically. As the leaders of a major sect, how could they just sit back and watch? Chen Sheng and Xia Qingyue were unaffected by this pressure and completely ignored it. He looked up at the man flying the sword in the air. Third Realm Quasi-Emperor. Xia Qingyue stated the other party's cultivation level. The sword-controlling cultivator was not surprised at all by this. He considered himself a well-known figure in the sword cultivation world. It was natural for Xia Qingyue, as a junior, to know him and even admire him. The sword-wielding monk turned his head to look at the three corpses with their heads and bodies separated, frowning slightly. He did not expect that their deaths would be so miserable. Who did it? He asked in a deep voice. Xia Qingyue took a step forward. Good, you have courage. Xia Qingyue's daring behavior actually won her considerable admiration from the sword-controlling cultivator. So he said, I see you have great talent. Would you like to join my Divine Sword sect, be under my wing, and become my personal disciple? He seemed to cherish and love talent, but Chen Qing could detect a subtle masculine quality in the look the sword-controlling cultivator gave Xia Qingyue. Chapter 103, This is what it means to be uneducated. It doesn't matter whether others believe it or not, as Chen Qing doesn't believe it anyway. With a thought, the spiritual energy around him automatically gathered and turned into a short sword. After it took shape, it quickly shot towards the monk. You actually want to show off these moves in front of me? You really overestimate your own abilities. The sword-controlling cultivator knew the relationship between Chen Sheng and Xia Qingyue, and roughly guessed why he would attack him. But none of this matters. What matters is that once Chen Qing takes action, it provides him with a very reasonable motive to fight back and get rid of Chen Sheng. In the eyes of the sword cultivator, Chen Sheng was a very troublesome guy. Killing him could save him a lot of trouble. Since that's the case, why not do it? Seeing that the two sides were on the verge of a war, they were about to break out. The disciples from various sects kneeling on the ground only felt pity for Xia Qingyue. She had such a chance to ascend to the sky in one step, but it was almost ruined by Chen Sheng. Being accepted as a disciple by a top-level expert like Jianxiu is something that these people cannot even dream of. Regardless of Xia Qingyue's ending, it was not difficult for them to guess Chen Qing's ending. However, when the spiritual sword flew in front of the sword cultivator and he tried to raise his hand to grab the sword and crush it, something unexpected happened. His 5 fingers merely touched the sharp edge of the spiritual sword, and the area below his wrist exploded, turning into a small ball of blood mist, and his bones turned into powder. The sword cultivator's eyes widened and he suddenly realized that Chen Cheng's strength was beyond his imagination. However, this is all that a sword cultivator can do. He couldn't block the flying sword, and he didn't have time to dodge. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the swordsman was torn to pieces by the power of the flying sword and exploded into a large ball of blood mist in the air. This scene really stunned those disciples who had previously believed that Chen Sheng would definitely die at the hands of the swordsman. No way? Are you kidding me? A quasi-emperor of the Third Realm was just killed instantly by him like that. That sword clearly looks so casual, it doesn't seem like it represents any profound technique. How could it be able to instantly kill a quasi-emperor realm expert? If I remember correctly, in terms of strength, Jiang Ji can at least be ranked in the top 10 in the entire Divine Sword sect. So what? He still killed me in one blow. Rather than caring about how they viewed him, Chen Xing cared more about the system panel that popped up in front of him. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Dragon Warrior Tyrant Body. Top 3000 Physical Fitness Ranking, 155. The appearance of this reward further confirmed that the desire for Xiao Qingyue that Chen Qing had seen in Jiang Ji's eyes earlier was not an exaggeration.
It's over.
The Divine Sword sect is famous for protecting its own people. Not only did they kill the Divine Sword sect's disciples, but now they're not even letting the Divine Sword sect's Grand Elder go.
I'm afraid my life or death is in jeopardy.
Could you please stop being such a pessimist? He said this not out of concern for the safety of Chen Cheng and Xiao Qingyue, but out of worry that if the gods fought, the mortals would suffer and he would be implicated as well. 3 elite inner court disciples had died, plus a supreme elder. It was not difficult for them to imagine how furious those elders and the sect master would be once the news of this matter reached the Divine Sword sect.
Okay, instead of wasting time talking, it's better to run away quickly.
Otherwise, the Divine Sword sect will use them as a tool to vent their anger, someone quickly reminded.
No. It's too late.
The people from the Divine Sword sect have arrived. After being reminded like this, all the disciples slowly raised their heads and looked upwards. Sure enough, I saw that dozens of elders, supreme elders, even the sect master, and thousands of disciples of the Divine Sword sect had quietly appeared above my head at some point, turning into a huge team that covered the sky and the sun, and everyone was standing on a flying sword. Seeing the situation, some people who reacted quickly immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed, begging for mercy. My lords, this matter has nothing to do with me.
It was all done by those 2 people. Please understand. That's right, it has nothing to do with us.
We, the Changqing Academy, and the Divine Sword sect have always been on good terms. I beg you all to please, for the sake of our sect, not vent your anger on our disciples. While everyone was desperately pushing the blame onto Xiao Qingyue and Chen Xing, they did not forget to plead with their own sect. He was afraid that he would be treated as a small monster and killed by the people from the Divine Sword sect. Relying on the influence of the Divine Sword sect in the upper realm, even if they really did that, they did not think that their own sect would turn against them for their sake.
Others may not know whether they have the qualifications, but don't they themselves know it?
Zhao Wutan, the leader of the Divine Sword sect, did not respond to those voices. With just a cold look, he made them shut up and unable to speak again.
5th level Quasi-Emperor.
Xiao Qingyue had the cultivation of a supreme emperor, and Zhao Wutian's cultivation level was seen through at a glance, unable to hide it. Zhao Wutian, like the previous sword cultivator Jiang Ji, believed that he was the leader of a sect. The reason why Xiao Qingyue knew his strength must have been from seeing it on those Jianghu rankings, so it was not surprising.
There could be many reasons, but it definitely wouldn't be because Xiao Qingyue's strength was above his own.
Hand over the opportunity to become the Sword Emperor, and I will leave both of you with an intact body. Zhao Wutan did not witness the scene of Jiang Ji being killed with his own eyes. It is speculated that the fact that Chen Cheng and Xiao Qingyue were able to kill the Supreme Elder Jiang Ji, who was a quasi-emperor of the Third Realm, was 100% related to the Sword Emperor inheritance. He knew that the Sword Emperor's inheritance was very powerful, but he did not expect that the Sword Emperor's inheritance that everyone wanted to obtain could actually kill a third-level quasi-emperor. This made Zhao Wutan even more interested and he wanted to get it urgently. I also want to verify with my own hands whether this so-called Sword Emperor inheritance is really that terrifying. 2 people, 1 intact corpse.
My husband, is it so easy to be the leader of the upper realm? It's okay if you don't know how to count. Xiao Qingyue ignored Zhao Wutian's threats, looked at Chen Qing, and joked. This is what it's like to be uneducated.
Chen Qing said murderously.
Uneducated?
The corner of Zhao Wutian's mouth twitched. He had been humiliated before in his life, but this was the first time he had been humiliated to such an extreme degree. How could he tolerate being mocked for being uneducated as the leader of a sect?
Kill. Cut these 2 into pieces. Pull out their tongues. Dig out their hearts.
Although what Zhao Wutan said sounded somewhat impotent and furious. But no matter what, he was the leader of a sect, and no one dared to resist him. After receiving Zhao Woshan's order, several elders who were eager to show off took the lead. Looking at the dozen or so figures rushing towards Chen Qing and the others. The others knew they had missed the opportunity and had no choice but to stand still and watch the show unfold. Facing the siege of more than a dozen elders from the Divine Sword sect, Xiao Qingyue was not afraid at all. However, after seeing Chen Qing take out the Book of Life and Death, she slowly lowered her arm.
Don't compete with Chen Qing for the limelight.
Rather than being the center of attention herself, Xia Qingyue preferred to stand aside and admire Chen Qing's domineering side.
Chapter 104. He is truly an unrivaled master.
Book. Zhao Wutian, who was unfamiliar with the Book of Life and Death, sneered when he saw Chen Qing pick up a pen that was also floating in the air and write something on it. Don't you think it's too late to start writing your will now? As soon as these words were spoken, the elders who were sent out to plunder Chen Qing's life suddenly lost their breath one after another, their eyes rolled back, and they fell stiffly from the air. As Chen Qing crossed out the names that appeared on the King of Hell's Book of Life and Death one by one, more and more elders of the Divine Sword sect fell. Even someone as powerful as Zhao Wutan, a quasi-emperor of the Fifth Realm, could not figure out the reason behind this. He released his spiritual sense, and as his perception swept over one Divine Sword sect elder after another, Zhao Wutan was sure that these people were not in a coma, but were really dead. How so? Zhao Wutan was extremely confused, but he continued to pretend to be calm on the surface. Could it be related to the Sword Emperor's inheritance? But soon, this conjecture was denied by Zhao Wutan himself. No matter what, he is a quasi-emperor of the Fifth Realm. No matter how powerful the Sword Emperor's inheritance is, it is impossible for him to be completely concealed and not even detected, right? Seeing more than a dozen elders from the inner courtyard of the Divine Sword sect die unexpectedly collectively, it caused great panic among the disciples. Did you see how those elders died?
Forget seeing it clearly.
From beginning to end, I couldn't even sense the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy.
This is really weird.
Who are those two guys? There are countless mysterious and powerful beings in the upper realm.
We shouldn't have offended the wrong person, right? A peerless master is so young? They look the same age as us.
As a peerless master, mastering the art of eternal youth and rejuvenation, do you think this is a difficult task? Hearing these voices that boosted others' morale and destroyed his own prestige, Zhao Wutian's already irritable mood was further fueled.
He turned around and glared at those people.
All the disciples immediately tensed up and shut their mouths, not daring to say anything more, for fear of angering the sect leader and being killed as a warning to others. Seeing that the disciples had quieted down, Zhao Wutan took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Before speaking, he first conveyed a message in his mind to a supreme elder hiding in the dark, asking him to find a way to snatch the strange book from Chen Qing. Then he said, "Boy, what kind of magic did you use? Tell the truth and hand over the treasure, and I will consider sparing your life." He had already determined that the deaths of more than a dozen Divine Sword sect elders were closely related to the book in Chen Qing's hand. The reason he said that was simply to divert Chen Qing's attention and create an opportunity for the Supreme Elder who was sent out to snatch the Book of Life and Death from the King of Hell.
Successfully spoiled my wife.
Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, Heavenly Grade Supreme Magical Treasure Taiyuan Divine Bell +1. Zhao Wutian thought that he had arranged everything properly and carefully, but he didn't know that under the divine consciousness of the Supreme Emperor, nothing could escape his sight. While crossing out the name of the Supreme Elder, Chen Qing could also collect the reward for killing more than a dozen elders of the Divine Sword sect, doing two things at once.
The void crack opened.
Seeing the figure of the Supreme Elder emerge from it, Zhao Wutian raised the corner of his mouth. "It's done." But the next moment, the scene that actually unfolded was completely opposite to what he had imagined. The Grand Elder's fingertips seemed to be only inches away from the King of Hell's Book of Life and Death, but in reality, it would be impossible for him to catch up. This body was just like those of the previous Divine Sword sect elders. It was stiff and fell straight out of the crack in the void, hitting the muddy ground hard. Elder Lin was a quasi-emperor of the Third Realm, yet he was unexpectedly killed just like those ordinary elders.
Something's wrong. It's very wrong.
The killing methods of these two people are so bizarre, unheard of. Unseen before. They are truly peerless masters. What should we do?
Should we run away?
As soon as he uttered these words, even though he spoke them in a low voice, Zhao Wutian instantly moved forward and chopped him off with a sword. Everyone watched in horror as the disciple fell from the sky with an unwilling look on his face. Zhao Wutian's extremely cold voice rang out in his ears again. If anyone dares to make similar remarks again and disrupt the morale of the army, I will never forgive them. From then on, no one dared to speak out, and everyone had to keep their words to themselves. They thought they knew better than anyone else that in Zhao Wutan's eyes, their lives were worth less than grass. He could kill them at will and there was no such thing as leniency. All elders, use all your strength to snatch that book from that kid. After forcefully suppressing all the disciples, Zhao Wutan sent word orders to the remaining ordinary elders and the supreme elder. However, there was no response and everything around him was as quiet as a cemetery. A sense of uneasiness grew in Zhao Wutan's heart, spreading rapidly and becoming stronger. His face was very dark, and he didn't dare to look back, trying to sense the breath of the supreme elder and other elders. No. Not noticeable at all. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, 100 times cultivation speed-up card plus 100. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, longevity fruit plus 1000. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, top-level comprehension. Note, the host's current comprehension has reached its maximum and cannot be improved any further. Top-level comprehension will change with the world and will always be at the maximum level. Zhao Wutan was afraid of him. As more and more people crossed out their names on Chen Qing's side, it was no exaggeration to say that he would get so many rewards. Soon, the supreme elder brought by Zhao Wutan and a group of ordinary elders were all killed by Chen Qing, who turned into the living king of hell, using the Book of Life and Death. The Grand Elder and all the elders are dead. We can't afford to provoke this guy. Let's run. Finally, one of the disciples could no longer hold back and turned around to escape on his sword, with no desire to fight at all. In his eyes, the Supreme Elder was already a top-level expert, but even such a top-level expert could be killed silently by Chen Qing. Just ask, how can they generate the will to fight when faced with an opponent that is beyond the limits of imagination? I just regret that I don't fly fast enough. As soon as these words were spoken, the disciples scattered like stars in the sky and fled in all directions, no longer caring about the authority of the sect leader. In their eyes, Chen Cheng is now much more terrifying than the sect leader. And those words indirectly killed the last bit of fantasy in Zhao Wutan's heart. The supreme elders are all dead. Zhao Wutian turned around and looked, and sure enough, they were nowhere to be seen. All that could be seen clearly were the disciples of the Divine Sword sect who turned into meteors, falling one after another, unable to escape death. Now, even someone with such a strong sense of self-esteem as him had to admit that the Divine Sword sect had really chosen the wrong opponent this time. At this moment, the King of Hell's Book of Life and Death was turned over again. Xia Qingyue saw the 3 words Zhao Wutian from the side. Chapter 105 The Majesty of the Empress. Zhao Wutian is indeed a man without any law in his eyes. Hearing his name coming out of Xia Qingyue's mouth, Zhao Wutian felt a chill in his heart. He didn't remember telling her his name. Furthermore, from what Xia Qingyue said, it didn't seem like she knew her name long ago, but rather learned it from that book. My name is on that book. Thinking carefully, Zhao Wutan came up with a rather terrifying idea in his mind. Every time someone dies, it is followed by Chen Qing writing. As long as he picked up the pen and made a stroke on the book, one person would die immediately, regardless of the level of cultivation, whether it was a quasi-emperor, a spirit separation realm, a fusion realm, or a tribulation realm. How could such a terrifying magic weapon exist in this world? Although it is hard to believe, the facts are right in front of him and Zhao Wutan has no choice but to believe it. I acknowledge. Before he could utter the word lose, Chen Qing, who was curious about what kind of reward a sect leader could get for doting on his wife, had already picked up his pen without hesitation and crossed out Zhao Wutan's name on the King of Hell's Book of Life and Death. Zhao Wutian's eyes rolled back on the spot, he was forcibly deprived of his life, and fell from the flying sword. The dignified leader of the Divine Sword sect was declared dead. Successfully spoiled my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward. Heavenly Dao Imperial Soldier Ghost King Seal +1. A small 5th level Quasi-Emperor can be exchanged for a Heavenly Dao Emperor weapon. For Chen Cheng, it is certainly not a loss. To put it bluntly, Zhao Wutan's life is his own. Even if it is only exchanged for a first-grade elixir, Chen Xing can't be said to have suffered a loss. This king of hell's book of life and death is truly terrifying. Xia Qingyue, who witnessed the entire process, couldn't help but gasp. Then, she asked a question that had been bothering her for a long time. Husband, since you and I are bound together by the immortal body, if this book of life and death falls into the hands of others, will it pose a threat to us?
Of course not.
Chen Sheng had thought about this problem a long time ago and confirmed it with the system in advance. Although the probability of someone else stealing the King of Hell's Book of Life and Death is extremely small, the system still provides corresponding safeguards. The King of Hell's Book of Life and Death is a reward that Chen Xing obtained. As the owner, he has the authority to set up a whitelist. As long as someone is on the list, even if their name is crossed out, no harm can be caused.
As for whether he could kill other enemies with immortal bodies?
The answer is yes. As long as the name is written in the King of Hell's Book of Life and Death, it is difficult to escape the power of the rules.
That's good.
Xia Qingyue patted her chest lightly and breathed a sigh of relief. It is hard to imagine how horrible it would be if such a treasure were stolen one day and used against himself and Chen Sheng. After understanding the King of Hell's Book of Life and Death and feeling reassured, Xia Qingyue asked again, "Then how does my husband plan to deal with the Divine Sword sect?" Well, after a moment's reflection, Chen Xing turned to Xia Qingyue and asked, "Madam, do you wish to become the Empress of the Upper Realm?"
Empress of the Upper Realm. If you say you have no interest in these 4 words, you would definitely be lying.
Immediately, she teased Chen Xing, "Could this also be part of your husband's plan to keep you as a gigolo?" Chen Xing chuckled, "It's true that nothing can be hidden from Madam's discerning eyes. In that case, it's entirely up to my husband." Xia Qingyue knew very well that Chen Shang wanted to bring her and the Divine Sword sect under his wing, just like the Frost Sky sect, and expand their influence.
Looking at the backs of the 2 people disappearing into the portal,
those disciples from various sects who were still kneeling on the ground swallowed their saliva. After this incident, they suddenly realized why the Sword Emperor would so easily offer up the Sword Emperor's inheritance.
We have wrongly blamed the Sword Emperor.
Such a powerful person is indeed the most suitable candidate to inherit the Sword Emperor's legacy, no doubt about it. The Supreme Elder and the Sect Master of the Divine Sword sect were so vulnerable in front of them. Or do you think the words, "Peerless Master," are a joke?
Talented men and beautiful women, they're probably talking about this type of people, right?
Seeing that everyone understood his difficulties, the remnant soul of the Sword Emperor in the Sword Emperor's stone smiled with relief.
Divine Sword Sect.
Chen Chang and Xia Qingyue just came out of the portal. Hundreds of disciples armed with weapons formed 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, blocking the way completely.
Xia Qingyue remained calm. With a wave of her hand, she cut open a spatial crack.
The next moment, corpses fell from the pile one after another, piling up into a small hill. Without exception, they were all wearing the uniforms of the Divine Sword sect. These guys actually killed so many disciples of my sect.
How despicable. This is truly outrageous.
Today, I swear to kill you and avenge my brothers and sisters.
You dare to kill my disciples of the Divine Sword sect? You really want to live.
Halfway through his words, he saw an old man wearing obviously more luxurious clothes rolling down from the pile of corpses. After a closer look, his eyes widened in shock. Inner Court Elder Shao. They were already surprised that Chen Sheng and the other 2 could kill so many elite disciples of the Divine Sword sect. Who would have thought that there were elders among them, and more than one? Those disciples who were originally filled with righteous indignation and wanted to avenge their senior brothers and sisters fell silent one after another. It was simply because Chen Shang and Xia Qingyue's strength was far, far greater than they had imagined. Before they could recover from the deaths of the Inner Court elders, they heard a terrified voice from the crowd. "Oh my God!
Could that be the Grand Elder? Lu Tian."
Everyone hurriedly looked over, and more people were certain that it was indeed the Supreme Elder Lu Tian.
Like the elders in the Inner Court, there were many more Supreme Elders who died than just Lu Tian.
Later, he even saw the cold body of his own clan leader rolling down from the pile of corpses. The space crack closed. Seeing that the deterrent effect had been achieved, Many people couldn't even hold their weapons and dropped them. Xia Qingyue glared at them coldly and said, "Whether you live or die depends on your choice." Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Divine Sword sect looked at each other in amazement and made a quick decision. "Throw down your sword, kneel down, and surrender." Chen Xing, who had seen all of this, knew that Xia Qingyue's path to becoming the empress was complete. The majesty of the empress began to take shape. "You bold madman, you killed my disciples of the Divine Sword sect and wanted to take over my Divine Sword sect. You deserve to be killed." A strong and powerful voice suddenly came out and resounded through the sky. This sound was unfamiliar to the disciples present, they had never heard it before. Even the Grand Elder and the sect master are no match for them. Who is so bold as to dare to resist? Who knows? Anyway, it's none of our business. Just kneel down obediently. That's right, you will suffer the consequences if you do evil. They were talking in low voices, one after another. At this time, the core disciple, feeling a strong pressure coming from above his head, slowly raised his head. He narrowed his eyes, and after checking again and again, he was shocked. Excalibur Master. He's still alive. As a core disciple, he had seen the appearance of this ancestor in a portrait. Chapter 106, Impersonating the Emperor? No one is allowed to kneel, stand up. Seeing that he had only been in seclusion for 1,000 years, the Divine Sword sect, which should have been famous, now had a disciple who could stand up straight. Zhao Qingshan, the ancestor of the Divine Sword, felt only sadness and lamentation in his heart. However, even though he was the ancestor, few people followed his words. Although the ancestor was powerful, he was a thing of the past, and most of the disciples didn't know much about him. However, the bodies of the Grand Elder and the sect master were clearly lying not far in front of them, allowing them to more intuitively feel the power of Chen Cheng and Xia Qingyue. Seeing that no one paid attention to his ancestor's words, Zhao Qingshan's anger, which was already difficult to suppress, exploded even more uncontrollably. The overwhelming pressure of the peak quasi-emperor realm, like a tsunami, instantly enveloped the entire Divine Sword sect. A quasi-emperor at the pinnacle level. The disciples of the Divine Sword sect had thought that as an ancestor, Zhao Qingshan must be very powerful, but they did not expect that he was actually a peak quasi-emperor. When the disciples thought about the fact that the Divine Sword sect had a peak-level quasi-emperor ancestor in charge, their knees, which had originally taken root, slowly loosened. They stared at each other, as if waiting for someone to take the first step. Should they continue kneeling or obey the ancestor's order and stand up? Seeing that someone really thought Zhao Qingshan could be his backer, he slowly raised his knee. Xia Qingyue was not polite either, and like Zhao Qingshan, she displayed her imperial majesty. The difference is that Zhao Qingshan's is the power of a quasi-emperor, while she brings down the power of a great emperor. Those disciples of the Divine Sword sect who were originally a little shaken, after feeling the difference between the power of the great emperor and the power of the quasi-emperor, and clearly seeing the great emperor's divine ring emerging behind Xia Qingyue, their knees were completely rooted to the ground. Great emperor? Who would have thought that Xia Qingyue would actually be an emperor? Emperor Zhao Qingshan was also shocked by this. No wonder I can't sense the presence of Emperor Tianquan's aura. It turns out that you have replaced him and become the new emperor. Zhao Qingshan said surprisingly. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. Ah! Emperor Tianqian has fallen? She became the new emperor. You can't judge a book by its cover, and you can't measure the depth of the ocean by a bucket. At such a young age, he has been promoted to the great emperor. Given time, he might even be able to attain immortality. If the Divine Sword sect can follow such a powerful person, it will surely be promoted to a top-level powerful sect in the future. In this era of admiration for the strong, after witnessing Xia Qingyue's strength, the Divine Sword sect's disciples' desire to submit became even stronger. But soon, Zhao Qingshan changed the subject again, frowning and shaking his head, saying, "No, that's not right. The destiny of the heavenly Tao that belongs to the great emperor has not been occupied. You are not the great emperor." The reason why he decided to come out of seclusion after 1,000 years was only partly because the Divine Sword sect was invaded by foreign enemies, but more because he realized that the destiny of heaven, which had been occupied by Emperor Tianqian for 1,000 years, was free. Zhao Qingshan has been lying dormant for 1,000 years, just for this moment.
As long as he could successfully prove his path to becoming an emperor, obtain the luck of heaven, and become a great emperor, what would it matter if he lost a small divine sword sect? By then, the entire Tianxian continent will have to obey his orders, so what will be missing from a mere divine sword sect?
After confirming that the destiny of the heavenly Tao had not been occupied and was still free, Zhao Qingshan firmly believed that Xia Qingyue was just bluffing, using some kind of magic to forge the great emperor's divine rune ring and the great emperor's power.
Compared to believing that Xia Qingyue was the emperor, this conjecture was obviously easier for Zhao Qingshan to accept. Or rather, he was willing to believe that this was the truth. How dare you pretend to be the emperor?
You're looking for death. Zhao Qingshan didn't intend to waste time. He quickly finished the matter at hand and considered how to prove his way to the emperor before everyone else. This was the most important thing. Chen Cheng and Xia Qingyue, these two troublesome guys, just kill them. Pointing his finger towards the sky, a 100-foot-long spiritual sword quickly condensed and appeared. As Zhao Qingshan's arm fell, the 100-foot spiritual sword also slashed down heavily towards Chen Cheng and the other two. The sword was so powerful that it seemed to split the world in half. Seeing Xia Qingyue, Chen Cheng stood there in a daze, without making any movement. Zhao Qingshan raised the corner of his mouth, thinking that the two of them were frightened by his killing moves and forgot to resist.
I think it's a good idea this way.
If I die honestly, I can save myself a lot of time and trouble.
But soon, the upturned corners of his mouth drooped down and froze completely.
The reason was simple: the giant sword was only inches away from the two men and was about to kill them, but it suddenly got stuck. Before Zhao Qingshan could react, the spiritual sword was already covered with cracks and shattered in an instant, turning into scattered spiritual energy and returning to heaven and earth. Zhao Qingshan, who witnessed all this, was really confused. You have to know that with this sword, because he couldn't see through how Xia Qingyue faked the strength of the emperor, Zhao Qingshan used at least 50% of his strength to activate the spiritual sword. It is no exaggeration to say that this sword is enough to easily kill a quasi-emperor of the 6th realm in seconds. But even such a confident sword was easily deflected by Xia Qingyue without even raising her hand.
I can't figure it out.
Zhao Qingshan really can't figure out the reason behind this. I want to see how many times you can use this method. Zhao Qingshan, who had recovered from his shock, refused to believe it and pointed to the sky again. This time, one spiritual sword turned into hundreds of swords. Not only were they aimed at Xia Qingyue, once these 100 spirit swords fell, the entire divine sword sect would become a thing of the past and cease to exist. I still say that anyone who dares to stop Zhao Qingshan from becoming an emperor must die, even if they are his own people. After realizing that the ancestor wanted to kill them, the disciples trembled in fear.
Xia Qingyue's expression remained calm, without any fluctuation. This made Zhao Qingshan very unhappy.
It made him feel as if he had never been able to catch Xia Qingyue's eye and was treated as a rival by her. This is Zhao Qingshan, who was also a dominant cultivator 1,000 years ago. How could he tolerate this? If he doesn't kill Xia Qingyue, he won't be able to swallow this anger. He won't be able to sleep or eat peacefully. Kill! As his arm dropped, hundreds of giant swords flew straight towards Xia Qingyue. The scene was very spectacular, like countless falling meteors. Zhao Qingshan didn't believe that Xia Qingyue could easily resolve the situation this time. Zhao Qingshan was quite confident that this move could not only take the life of a peak quasi-emperor but also damage his lifespan by 100 years, causing serious damage, even if he faced one. This 1,000 years of seclusion and training was not in vain. Xia Qingyue didn't care what Zhao Qingshan thought at all. When the sword's edge was only 10 feet away, he gently raised his hand and swung it. Hundreds of swords are frozen. The next moment, hundreds of Zhao Qingshan's proud spiritual sword-killing moves were all covered with spiderweb-like cracks and shattered at the same time. Chapter 107. Quasi-emperors are everywhere, and great emperors are as numerous as dogs. Such a gorgeous move that could cause strange phenomena in heaven and earth was actually neutralized by Xia Qingyue with a casual move of raising her hand, which really stunned all the disciples of the Divine Sword sect.
This is undoubtedly the most powerful evidence to refute Zhao Qingshan's slander that Xia Qingyue is a fake emperor.
The submission of the Divine Sword sect disciples suddenly increased by more than 100 times.
In contrast, Zhao Qingshan's old face was sometimes white, sometimes blue, and sometimes as ugly as liver.
What really made Zhao Qingshan feel uneasy was that when Xia Qingyue raised her hand to neutralize his killing move, there was not even a single fluctuation of spiritual power. In other words, Xia Qingyue simply raised her hand, without mobilizing any spiritual energy, and yet she neutralized the unique skill that Zhao Qingshan was so proud of. So much so that Zhao Qingshan's originally resolute heart could not help but waver a little. Could it be that this woman is really the emperor? But soon, Zhao Qingshan shook his head and denied this idea, giving the same reason as before. If Xia Qingyue is truly the great emperor, how could the destiny of heaven be in a free state? This is a heavenly bonus that only the emperor is qualified to enjoy. He consoled himself by thinking that Xia Qingyue could not possibly be the great emperor, and that she must have secretly used some kind of magic weapon. Not intending to waste time, Zhao Qingshan made hand gestures and quickly recited ancient spells that ordinary people could not understand. Immediately, a human-shaped shadow appeared behind him. It was a Taoist body outside his body, hundreds of feet tall. Compared with it, the surrounding mountains suddenly became smaller. Zhao Qingshan held a sword in his hand, and a long sword that could cut through the sky also appeared in the hand of that figure. In unison with Zhao Qingshan's movements, he raised the sword in his hand high and slashed towards the Divine Sword sect. Xia Qingyue flipped her hands over and over again, pressing down a giant hand that covered the sky from above the dome. Seeing that the situation was not good, Zhao Qingshan quickly changed his moves and stabbed at the giant hand with a sword. But it perfectly illustrates what it means to try to stop a chariot with a mantis arm. The long sword in the Taoist's hand has no power to resist and breaks into pieces inch by inch. Seeing this, Zhao Qingshan threw away his sword and chose to use his hands to resist. The result was that the Taoist body was crushed and exploded just like the sword. Puff Zhao Qingshan's Taoist body was destroyed and he suffered a terrible backlash. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned paler. How could this happen? You're clearly not an emperor, so why do you have such strength? The destiny of heaven is still there. You can never be the great emperor. Zhao Qingshan is still struggling to resist. Who says the strongest person in the world must be the emperor? Chen Sheng is a kind-hearted person and doesn't mind letting Zhao Qingshan die without knowing the truth. Who said that the strongest person in the world must be the emperor? Zhao Qingshan whispered and repeated what Chen Sheng said. Immediately, his eyes widened like bells, obviously realizing something. Unfortunately, he didn't have the chance to express it, as it vanished into thin air under the might of Xia Qingyue's palm, no longer existing. Then, everything dissipated and calm returned. Like the Hantian sect, Xia Qingyue was the best among the short ones and chose a sect leader to maintain order. At the same time, he swore an oath to the heavenly Tao, never to betray, and officially took over the Divine Sword sect. The Grand Elder, the sect master, and then the Divine Sword Patriarch all died tragically at the hands of Xia Qingyue. Naturally, no disciple of the Divine Sword sect dared to disobey. Instead, he believed that being able to submit to Xia Qingyue and cling to such a powerful figure was a blessing for himself and the entire Divine Sword sect. A blessing earned through thousands and even 10,000 lifetimes of cultivation. After doing all this, Chun Chang and Xia Qingyue headed straight for the martial arts pavilion. Thinking that the Divine Sword sect is stronger than the Cold Sky sect in terms of strength and foundation, the reserves in this martial arts pavilion must be even more astonishing. The facts did not disappoint Chun Chang and Xia Qingyue's expectations. In this Tianzi Gongfa floor, the reserve of Tian-level Gongfa has exceeded 1,000. And most of them are mid-level Tian level. Madam, you have worked hard to take down the Divine Sword sect. Go and take a rest first. I will pass on these 1,000 skills to you after I have mastered them all. Chen Shang would not miss this great opportunity to get rewards in vain. At the same time, try to see how abnormal this top-level comprehension is, which can change at any time according to the world standard. Read one book at a time? How can this be worthy of the word top-level understanding? Chen Shang moved his fingertips, and thousands of heaven-level martial arts techniques were automatically pulled out from the bookshelf and gathered towards him like flying birds. It opens automatically again and turns the page quickly. Chen Shang stood in place, his eyes moving quickly as he finished reading. thousands of heaven-level skills, in the blink of an eye, all reached great perfection. Afterwards, the martial arts manuals were closed one by one, returning to where they came from. Even though Xia Qingyue thought she was by Chen Xing's side, she was no longer surprised by such things. At this moment, she could hardly hide her surprise and asked tentatively, "Husband, you couldn't have comprehended all the heavenly level techniques on this entire floor in just a short time, right?" In just a few breaths, he comprehended thousands of heavenly level skills. Even if Xia Qingyue knew more than she did, knowing that Chen Shang possessed an incredible talent, she couldn't help but feel shaken. Chen Shang didn't answer in a hurry, but stepped in front of Xia Qingyue. He responded with action, raised his hand, and lightly tapped the center of Xia Qingyue's eyebrows with his fingertips, deciding to pass on all the 1,000 heavenly level skills to her in one breath. If it were someone else, they might not be able to handle such a huge amount of knowledge flooding into their minds. But Xia Qingyue is different. She is the Supreme Emperor, and her spiritual consciousness space can be called infinite, so there is no need to worry about collapse. The next moment, 1,000 great perfection techniques flowed through Chen Xing's fingertips and instantly poured into Xia Qingyue's mind. Xia Qingyue's pupils trembled slightly. Compared to these 1,000 martial arts techniques, she was more shocked by the fact that Chen Xing actually comprehended 1,000 martial arts techniques in one go, and they were all heavenly level martial arts techniques. Xia Qingyue seriously suspected that Chen Xing had already entered the realm of immortals from the realm of the Supreme Emperor without her knowledge. She really couldn't think of anyone else who could do such a thing except an immortal. "How is it? Do you feel unwell?" Chen Xing asked with concern. "No discomfort, everything is fine." Xia Qingyue shook her head, telling Chen Xing not to worry. "That's good," Chen Xing said with relief. Afterwards, Xia Qingyue sat down cross-legged and went to completely integrate the skills that Chen Xing had passed on to her into her body and mind. Chen Xing has top-level comprehension, so there is no need to go through so much trouble. Rather than thinking about the cultivation techniques, he was obviously more interested in the reward of passing on 1,000 heavenly-grade cultivation techniques to Xia Qingyue as his beloved wife. Without further ado, open the system panel immediately to check the rewards for pampering your wife. Successfully spoiled my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Emperor Shadow Puppet plus 100. How much? After seeing the reward clearly, Chen Xing, 100 shadow puppets with the cultivation level of great emperors, couldn't suppress his voice. Husband Xia Qingyue opened her phoenix eyes and cast a questioning look. "No, it's okay," Chen Xing explained with a smile, telling Xia Qingyue not to worry. Even if he was willing to say that he had added 100 great emperor shadow puppets to his command, Xia Qingyue might not believe it, as it would only disturb her cultivation. Unconsciously, the saying that quasi-emperors are everywhere and emperors are as numerous as dogs has become a reality for Chen Xing. Chapter 108, Observe Again. Unstable Dao Heart. This is not an exaggeration. After all, there can only be one emperor in a world, which is an iron law set by heaven. Countless monks are trying their best to become the only one. But Chen Xing has more than 100 of them in his hands. Only in the Tianxian continent, Chen Xing dares to say that he is invincible, and no one is qualified to question it. In the eyes of most people, the emperor is already invincible. Even if Chen Xing does not take action, he can still have absolute say by relying on the hundreds of emperors under his command. The restrictions imposed by heaven are restrictions on others, not on him. Instead, they help him to become invincible more easily. Not long after, Xia Qingyue had already mastered all the 1,000 heavenly grade techniques. Seeing this, Chen Xing closed the system panel and reached out to help Xia Qingyue up. The two of them were not interested in earth-level martial arts. With their current strength, it would be very easy for them to create a powerful earth-level martial arts. Relatively speaking, the improvement that can be brought about by heaven-level skills is greater. After confirming that there was no need to stay in the Gongfa Pavilion any longer, Chen Shang and Xia Qingyue left together and walked out of the main gate. As soon as he stepped over the threshold, he saw Zhao, the new leader of the Divine Sword sect, standing guard at the door. "What's the matter?" Xia Qingyue asked first. Later, Zhao learned that the 100 Alliances conference would be held in 3 days, and came to ask Xia Qingyue if she wanted to attend in person. The so-called 100 alliances refers to the alliances formed between various sections. Competition in the upper realm is far more brutal than in the lower realm, which has given rise to various alliances of forces that compete with each other. The Divine Sword sect is a member of the 100 alliances, including the Hantian sect, and belongs to the Unified Alliance. If a member of the alliance is attacked by a sect outside the alliance, as a member of the alliance, it is necessary to send people to support it.
Okay, this emperor understands.
Xia Qingyue accepted the invitation letter from the 100 alliances. Seeing Zhao Li say goodbye and leave, Chun Qing looked at Xia Qingyue. Madam, are you interested in the 100 alliances?
I wouldn't say I'm particularly interested.
However, compared to conquering each sect one by one, wouldn't it be more convenient and quicker to defeat them all right here in a place like that? Xia Qingyue stated her plan. Since the Queen of the Upper Realm has promised Chun Qing, she must give her all and give it serious consideration.
If you don't let me down, I will never let you down.
I will assist you with all my strength, no matter how hard it takes.
Thank you, husband.
Afterwards, as it was getting late, the two of them found a mansion to stay in. After setting up a barrier and shielding the system, Chun Chang and Xia Qingyue entered the spiritual spring pool to bathe together. Since they are husband and wife, it is naturally impossible for them to just take a bath. Not only did Chun Chang want a child, Xia Qingyue also wanted to establish a deeper relationship and bond with him.
At the same time, in Damong Mountain, in an unnamed cave.
This should have been the happiest moment of the day for Yifeng, but at the moment, he couldn't smile at all. His mind kept recalling what he had seen and heard in the Dao dynasty using the observation mirror. Suddenly, he felt that it would be better not to sign in with the observation mirror. After knowing the truth, no matter how much Yifeng believed in Xia Qingyue, he couldn't help but feel his Dao heart wavering, which affected his cultivation. He nearly went astray several times, and his realm declined instead of rising. Scenes of Xia Qingyue being intimate with other men kept appearing in her mind. He could only comfort himself again and again, Xia Qingyue would never betray him, never. Call. Exhaling a breath, Yifeng summoned the system panel, knowing that it would not be a good idea to continue to worry and embarrass himself. Right now, there is no better choice than relying on the system to become stronger as quickly as possible and increase combat power.
Click sign in. Daily sign-in in progress. Daily sign-in successful.
Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Death Warrior plus 100. Faced with the arrival of 100 spirit-severing realm warriors who were absolutely loyal to him, Yifeng's originally depressed mood felt a little better. I look forward to the day when I can sign in with the system to become a Mahayana realm, a tribulation realm, or even a quasi-emperor or great emperor realm warrior.
Continue practicing?
He did want to, but unfortunately his mind was unstable and it was difficult for him to get into the state. He paced back and forth in the cave, but in the end, he couldn't control himself and summoned the observation mirror. Yifeng was in a very confused mood at the moment. He wanted to know the answer, but was also afraid of knowing the answer. He was worried that he might actually see something that would cause his Dao heart to shatter, even though he believed he was willing to trust Xia Qingyue.
With the control of thoughts, the image in the observation mirror soon arrived at the Dao dynasty.
Yifeng transferred the observation screen to the Prime Minister's mansion according to the route he remembered.
Gulp. Yifeng's throat moved and he swallowed his saliva. He finally made up his mind and pulled the scene into the Prime Minister's mansion.
Looking for Xia Qingyue everywhere. However, no matter how he switched the room's screen, he could not find any trace of Xia Qingyue. Qingyue is not in the Prime Minister's residence at this time, Yifeng began to comfort himself.
Xia Qingyue only agreed to marry Chun Qing out of helplessness.
In fact, she still lived in the palace, but the two were separated. My heavy mood suddenly felt a lot lighter. When he held this idea in mind, he decided to go and take a look at the imperial palace of the Dao dynasty. A voice that sounded in his ears interrupted Yifeng's plan. Master, Madam, and Master are all gone, and our Prime Minister's mansion has suddenly become much quieter.
Who says it isn't? Being able to see the young master's face every day is one of the few pleasures I have.
Well, you, as a maid, actually dare to think about the young master. Aren't you afraid that if the lady finds out, she'll get jealous and punish you?
Yifeng was very clear that the young master mentioned by the two maids was Chun Xing, and the madam was Xia Qingyue. Qingyue would be jealous of that guy? What a joke!
Qingyue's heart belongs to me, Yifeng said, gritting his teeth.
He was extremely upset.
If he hadn't been behind the observation mirror and restricted by the closed door barrier, he would definitely have taught these two maids a lesson for daring to insult Xia Qingyue. Madam is such a kind person, she wouldn't blame me for such a small matter.
Besides, if I have to blame someone, it's because the young master is so handsome. He's also a rare cultivation genius that only appears once in a century.
Who wouldn't be tempted by him? Hearing this, Yifeng was even more dismissive.
A cultivation genius that only appears once in a century?
No matter how talented he is still mediocre in front of the system. He thought that with his quasi-emperor cultivation, he was absolutely qualified to say this.
Just let me ask, can a little Chun Xing compare to an 18-year-old quasi-emperor? Yifeng didn't plan to stay any longer and continue listening to the two maids talking nonsense.
However, the next words from one of the maids made him feel very disappointed.
Who says it's not true? When Madame first married into our Chen mansion, she never smiled all day long and was always gloomy.
But in the end, she succumbed to the young master's charm and kept calling him husband.
Yifeng. Chapter 109. Yifeng, my love rival is the emperor? Husband June. Yifeng showed an expression of doubt about life.
If he remembered correctly, Prime Minister Chen Xiong had only one son, Chen Sheng. Therefore, the lady these two maids kept referring to as husband could only be Xia Qingyue.
No.
Since Qingyue is pretending to marry that guy, it's understandable that she calls him husband in order to buy time. If there's no progress at all, he might lose his patience and force himself on her. From the perspective of a man, Yifeng made a rational analysis that he believed was reasonable and well-founded. Having said that, whenever Yifeng thought about the fact that someone had gotten ahead of him and addressed Xia Qingyue as madam or husband, his already unstable Dao heart became even more unstable.
Okay, stop talking. It's getting late.
You and I should go to bed early.
Aha.
Seeing the two people walking away, Yifeng was still breathing heavily, trying his best to calm down. Thanks to this incident, he clearly realized that he cared about Xia Qingyue far more than he had imagined. Since they are not in the Prime Minister's residence, they are most likely in the palace.
Yifeng decided to go and take a closer look.
I don't want it to be so unclear. If you continue to be so confused, it will only hinder your spiritual practice and delay your cultivation.
Then, the image in the observation mirror moved rapidly.
After a few breaths, they arrived above the imperial palace.
Yifeng had to admit that this observation mirror was indeed a very powerful magic weapon. It ignored the cultivation level and was absolutely secretive. It allowed him to know himself and the enemy, and win every battle.
Yifeng first used the observation mirror to arrive at the familiar princess's residence, but did not find Xia Qingyue. Then, a carpet search was conducted one by one. In the end, no one found Chun Chang or Xia Qingyue. Where on earth did they go? Yifeng was so anxious that his face turned red. After much thought, the only place that had not been observed was the imperial study.
Could it be that the damn emperor called him to the imperial study?
Regardless of whether this is the truth or not, Yifeng has no choice but to zoom in on the imperial study. The result was somewhat disappointing to him. There were only Emperor Xia Chang and Imperial Preceptor Xiao He in the imperial study.
Yifeng was not interested in the emperor and the imperial teacher's spies.
However, Xia Chang's next words made him change his mind and return to the scene.
Imperial Master, where are the Prince Consort and Qingyue recently? I haven't heard any news about them for a while. Xia Chang asked while reviewing memorials.
Ever since the 4 sacred nations were taken over by the Prince Consort, the spies have had no news of the two of them, but there are rumors that they went to the upper realm.
Xiao He responded.
The 4 sacred kingdoms. As a member of the lower realm, how could Yifeng not know the power of the 4 countries of Suzaku, Black Tortoise, Azure Dragon, and White Tiger?
In terms of national strength, it is a terrifying existence that far exceeds and crushes the Dada dynasty.
That guy actually conquered all 4 sacred nations by his own strength, Yifeng said in surprise.
But he quickly calmed down and consoled himself, with my current strength, it would be easy for me to do this. What? They went to the upper realm.
That place is not like the lower realm, it is full of dangers. What are they going there for? After hearing that Chen Qing and the others went to the upper realm, Xia Chang couldn't help but worry.
Your Majesty, don't worry.
The prince consort has the cultivation of a great emperor. Even if there are many powerful people in the upper realm, no one can do anything to him.
The princess will definitely be fine. Xiao He comforted. Great emperor cultivation. That dandy boy?
If someone else said this, Yifeng would definitely suspect that the other person was joking with him. But these words came from the mouth of the national teacher Xiao He, and were spoken to the emperor, so Yifeng's heart was inevitably shaken.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He's a recognized playboy who relies on his father for support.
How could he have successfully achieved the path to becoming an emperor in just 6 months? No matter how loyal Xiao He, the national teacher, is to the Da dynasty, Yifeng finds it difficult to convince himself to believe this fact. I have seen people hiding their talents, but I have never seen anyone transform from a playboy to an emperor in an instant.
That's right, my son-in-law is a powerful emperor. So what if he is from the upper realm?
He is destined to unify the entire Tianxian continent. When Xia Chang mentioned this, his face was full of pride.
Who has the title of Grand Emperor's consort?
Only Xia Chang has it.
Isn't that something to be proud of?
The most important thing is that this prince consort dotes on his precious daughter. I think the prince consort went to the upper realm this time, probably to unify the upper and lower realms. Xiao He also gave his own guess.
That's great.
I believe it won't be long before his and Qingyue's names will resound throughout the entire Tianxian continent. Xia Chang felt extremely excited just thinking about it. As a father, he feels that he has brought honor to the family because his daughter has become successful. On the other side, Yifeng, who couldn't bear to listen any longer, directly closed the observation mirror and put the magic weapon into the system backpack. He started to attack the cave's barrier crazily again to vent his anger. He was not convinced. He clearly had the system and had signed in for half a year, and he was just about to enter the quasi-emperor realm. Why could Chen Qing be promoted to the emperor and forcibly marry his childhood sweetheart? After venting his anger for a bit and calming down, Yifeng hurriedly confirmed a guess in his mind with the system. System, besides you, is there any other system in this world? The system did not respond to this. A piece of trash who knows nothing. Faced with such an indifferent system, Yifeng could only feel helpless and furious. No, he doesn't necessarily have the system. Could it be that his body has been taken over by the spirit of a powerful emperor? Yifeng would rather believe this answer than the system. Why did Chen Qing fail to be promoted to emperor even though his daily sign-in system was so powerful? Thinking of this, Yifeng suddenly became worried about Xia Qingyue's safety. He suspected that the powerful emperor who took over Chen Qing's body married her because Xia Qingyue had some special physique that could improve her cultivation through dual cultivation. This makes Yifeng feel more threatened than a simple playboy. No, I have to find a way to divert his attention. I can't let him stare at Qingyue all the time.
That's right. A world can only allow one great emperor to exist.
As long as I become the great emperor and plunder all of heaven's luck, he will naturally shift his attention away from Qingyue. Yifeng thought he had come up with a good idea and was willing to work hard for it. With his current level of cultivation, his observation range cannot reach as far as the upper realm.
There is nothing to do but to hope for the best. Breaking through to the great emperor realm became the only option.
Even if I can't divert Chen Qing's attention, at least I can extend the observation range.
In a blink of an eye.
Time flies, and it's 3 days later. Xia Qingyue was drinking tea with Chen Qing in the courtyard. They were chatting happily, but suddenly she frowned and raised her hand to cover her mouth.
Chapter 109 Pregnancy. Immortal Emperor Cultivation.
It's okay, he probably just choked. Meeting Chen Qing's worried eyes, Xia Qingyue waved her hands and smiled, telling him not to worry. After a brief moment of thought, Chen Sheng asked Xia Qingyue to give him her hand.
Although Xia Qingyue was puzzled, she nodded and extended her hand in front of Chen Sheng.
Chen Xing reached out and grasped Xia Qingyue's wrist, beginning to feel her pulse. My husband also knows medicines. Xia Qingyue had seen the imperial physician taking Emperor Marshal Xia Cheng's pulse, and it was exactly the same as what Chen Xing was doing now. For cultivators like us, taking a pulse is a very simple matter. Chen Sheng responded while carefully diagnosing and confirming Xia Qingyue's pulse. Confirm again and again, don't be careless at all. Seeing Chen Xing's originally calm expression gradually furrowing his brows, Xia Qingyue pursed her thin lips, swallowed, and mustered her courage to ask tentatively, "Husband, could there be something wrong with my body?" He thought to himself that this shouldn't be the case. He had already been bound to an immortal body, and with the cultivation of the Supreme Emperor, he was no longer an ordinary body, and it was impossible for him to be tortured by illness. If I'm not mistaken, Madame's pulse should be. Chen Sheng deliberately kept the secret. Yes, Xia Qingyue asked with a serious expression.
It's a pregnancy pulse. Chen Sheng replied. So it's a sign of pregnancy. Xia Qingyue didn't react at first.
Then, his expression suddenly changed, and he stood up from the stone bench in shock. What?
Pregnancy. Then, doesn't that mean, I? She raised her hands and gently stroked her abdomen, then looked up at Chen Sheng and asked again and again to confirm, I'm pregnant.
Yes. Chen Sheng said affirmatively, without any joking look, looking serious. Yes, really. Xia Qingyue calmly sat back on the stone bench at first, then a look of surprise filled her face, tears welling in her eyes.
Great! I'm finally pregnant with my husband's child. My husband and I have a child.
Xia Qingyue seemed to have thought of something and asked hurriedly, "Husband, do you know if it's a boy or a girl?"
Chen Xingzi smiled and said, "She's just gotten pregnant, and the sex hasn't been confirmed yet. Maybe it's twins. If it's twins, wouldn't that mean we have a boy and a girl? That would be great."
Seeing Xia Qingyue talking to herself excitedly, Chen Xing didn't say anything to discourage her. This progress was much faster than he had imagined. But think about it, these two have been inseparable these days. It would be strange if they didn't get pregnant. Then, the system panel popped up. Congratulations to the host for completing the main mission.
Rewards are being distributed. Main quest rewards successfully distributed.
Congratulations to the host for achieving the Immortal Emperor level.
Is this the Immortal Emperor? Chen Qing felt an unprecedented sense of security.
With the cultivation of an immortal emperor, an immortal body, and the destined heroine, Chen Sheng is very curious. Can he fight against the protagonist who will come out of seclusion in the future? Of course, compared to the protagonist, Chen Sheng is more curious about what kind of offspring will be born between him and Xia Qingyue. In the fantasy world, the fusion of blood between strong people will most likely give birth to a genius. Chen Xing, who had never been married in his previous life and was asked to raise a child, was extremely looking forward to the day when Xia Qingyue would give birth to a child in 10 months.
Puff. In Daming Mountain.
Yi Feng, who was trying to reach the third level of Quasi-Emperor, suddenly changed color, put his hands on his chest, and spat out blood 2 or 3 steps away.
Damn it!
Why did my blood suddenly flow backwards? Not only did I fail to ascend to a higher realm, but I almost fell to the level of Quasi-Emperor Yi Feng, who was acting as the protagonist for the first time, naturally didn't know that his luck as the protagonist had been deducted a lot without him realizing it. After stabilizing his breath, he glanced at the system panel and found that it was still early for the daily sign-in time. He subconsciously switched to the system backpack page and moved his hand to the magic weapon observation mirror. After hesitating for a while, he turned his head and waved his hand to hide the system panel. I'm already in a state of anxiety, and if I go to watch it again, I'll just end up with curiosity killing the cat. For Yi Feng right now, there is only one important thing, which is to break through to the Great Emperor realm. With one last effort, he entered the state of cultivation again and tried to break through to the third level of Quasi-Emperor. How could he have known that the enemy who stole his wife, whom he desperately wanted to kill, had already ascended to the immortal realm, and was even the strongest among the immortal realm, the Immortal Emperor realm, whose power system had already surpassed the Tianxian continent by hundreds of millions of times? Return to the Divine Sword Sect. The 3 days are up and the 100 Alliance Conference will be held. Chen Sheng originally wanted Xia Qingyue to rest assured and take care of her pregnancy at home, but she simply couldn't sit still and wanted to go out for a walk. In addition, she had just gotten pregnant not long ago, and Xia Qingyue acted coquettishly, so Chen Xing couldn't resist and agreed. Take the clan leader Zhao Li with you and go to the 100 Alliances meeting. Through the portal, we arrived at the venue of the 100 Alliance Conference, Wanjian City. There were many monks walking out of similar portals, but the three of them did not attract any extra attention. From time to time, the roars of monster mounts could be heard around. A large shadow fell, and looking up, there were countless flying mounts such as dragons, cranes, and divine birds, as well as flying boats hundreds of feet long. Participating in the 100 Alliances Conference is not only a discussion on the future of the Alliance, but also a good opportunity to demonstrate strength. No one wants to be at a disadvantage. Not to mention, there are many sects in the 100 Alliances that dislike each other. In terms of pomp, they can lose to anyone except their mortal enemy. As expected of the upper realm, the appearance of any random sacred beast can cause a huge sensation in the lower realm. Xia Qingyue sighed. If we use these sacred beasts to make soup for Madame to help with her pregnancy, it should be able to strengthen our child's bloodline. Chen Xing looked at the sacred beasts and had completely different ideas from Xia Qingyue. Sacred beast soup. Xia Qingyue raised her hand, covering her face with a smile. This certainly sounds like something my husband would say. You want to use the sacred beast to make soup? Do you people from the Divine Sword sect always speak without thinking? A discordant voice came from the side. Chen Shang. Xia Qingyue turned her head to look. It was a strange young man riding a Qilin horse. He was tightening the reins in his hands and looking down at them from above. Feeling Chen Xing's gaze, Zhao Li hurried forward and said, "This man's name is Li Feng, and he is the holy son of the Tianyan sect." Does the Divine Sword sect have a grudge against the Tianyan sect? Chen Xing asked again. If there was no grudge, Chen Xing didn't think that Li Feng would come here for no reason and mock him and Xia Qingyue because of a single sentence. A few months ago, the Divine Sword sect had a conflict over the ownership of a spirit stone vein. However, in the end, this spirit stone vein fell into the hands of our Divine Sword sect. Zhao Li explained. Don't be happy for too long. We will take back that spirit stone vein sooner or later when the powerful wandering warriors from our Tianyan sect return, Li Feng said unhappily. Immediately, he deliberately controlled the Qilin horse to raise its front hooves, stand tall, neigh, and scare the three people. Chapter 111, Kill the Holy Sun and Destroy the Guardian. Chen Shang pulled Xia Qingyue behind him, a completely subconscious reaction. He immediately raised his hand and chopped off the Qilin horse's head with a knife. After all, the Qilin horse is a semi-holy beast with the blood of a holy beast. Li Feng obviously did not expect this to happen. He fell off the horse and rolled 2 or 3 times before he got up in a panic. His face was furious and he roared, "How dare you kill this saint's son's horse?" Then, he stretched his hand behind his back, opened his 5 fingers and clenched them, and a spear appeared out of thin air. Faced with the ignorant son of God who failed to establish his authority and still wanted to confront him head-on, Chen Sheng raised his hand, pressed his thumb against his middle finger, locked onto Li Feng, and flicked it lightly. Bang! Boom! The next moment, Li Feng's head exploded instantly, turning into a headless body. During the whole process, he didn't even have time to lift the spear in his hand. This scene immediately attracted countless passers-by and sect disciples to stop and pay attention. Killing with a snap of the fingers. What a decisive method. Who was the man who was killed? He could use a sacred beast as a mount, so his identity must be something extraordinary, right? It's indeed not simple. He is the holy son of Tianyan sect, Li Feng. What? The holy son of the Tianyan sect? They dare to kill such a person? Could it be that they want to make enemies with the entire Tianyan sect? The Tianyan sect provoked them first, so why shouldn't they be allowed to take action? What's more, the Divine Sword sect and the Tianyan sect have been enemies for a long time, so it's only a matter of time before this happens. Having said that, today is the day of the 100 Alliances meeting. Killing people at this time is not a good idea, right? Everyone couldn't help but worry for Chen Chang.
You have to know that the Divine Sword sect is only considered a mid-level sect within the 100 alliances, not a top-tier one. If they don't respect the 100 alliances, they'll likely be killed as a warning to the top sects to establish their authority. Chen Xing didn't care about these things. After confirming that Xia Qingyue was fine, he checked the contents on the system panel. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Ancient Heart Mirror plus 100. Chen Xing took a look and found that the biggest difference between this so-called ancient heart protecting mirror and an ordinary heart protecting mirror was that although the ordinary heart protecting mirror could withstand a fatal injury, it would still cause considerable damage to the body, but not so serious as to cause loss of life. The ancient heart protecting mirror can ignore all realms of cultivation and completely block any damage. That's right, ignore the difference in cultivation levels. Even if he is just an ordinary person, with the ancient heart protecting mirror, he can block an attack from the immortal emperor without any harm. Chen Xing felt that this was a good thing, perfect for protecting Xia Qingyue and the fetus in her womb. As the saying goes, it is easy to dodge a spear but hard to guard against an arrow from the dark. Even though Xia Qingyue possesses the cultivation of a supreme emperor and an immortal body, as the saying goes, it is better to be safe than sorry. Why not be on guard if you can? Holy son, another voice came from the front. Chen Xing closed the system panel and saw at a glance that this person should be Li Feng's protector, whose cultivation level was at the quasi-emperor level. As a protector, the man had been standing by. It was not that he didn't want to protect Li Feng, but Chen Xing's attack was too fast, leaving him no chance to react. You are so brave that you dare to kill our sect's holy son in the street. The man glared at Chen Xing, his eyes bloodshot and his anger could not be concealed. The power of the quasi-emperor was as fierce as a flood, filling the entire street in an instant. In the man's opinion, Chen Shang must die. If he doesn't die, the Son of God will die in front of him, and it will be difficult for him to explain to the sect after he returns. To put it bluntly, if Chen Shang doesn't die, the man will be skinned alive and become the sinner of the entire sect. You know, it is not easy for a sect to cultivate a holy son. Lin Zhantian, stop messing around. Seeing this, Zhao Li hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. Who do you think you are? Are you qualified to teach me how to do things? Lin Zhantian didn't take Zhao Li, a small character he had never even heard of, seriously at all. It was you, the holy son of the Tianyan sect, who provoked us first. We were only defending ourselves. If you persist in your delusion, you will only provoke a war between the two sects. Zhao Li brought up this point, trying to persuade Lin Zhantian to calm down and not act on impulse. Let's fight. Who's afraid of who? After Lin Zhantian said this, he rushed towards the murderer Chen Xingfei like an arrow. Everyone thought that since Lin Zhantian, the quasi-emperor, had taken action, Chen Shang would definitely die. But the next scene was beyond their expectations. Chen Xing raised his 5 fingers and pinched Lin Zhantian's entire face, lifting his feet off the ground and into the air. Why didn't Lin Zhantian resist? The reason was simple. His hands and feet had been twisted off at some point in time. Screwed to pieces. Blood was dripping, staining the white clothes red. If you look closely, you can see that many white bone fragments have pierced through the skin and flesh and come out. Who on earth are you? Without waiting for Lin Zhantian to finish his words, Chen Xing exerted a little force with his 5 fingers. He was like the holy son of the Tianyang sect, his head exploded, blood splattered everywhere, and he fell to the ground as a headless body. Chen Xing didn't mind the trouble at all when dealing with these guys who didn't know how to live or die. He killed as many as they came. The only flaw is probably that Lin Zhantian came for her, which does not meet the standard for the reward of loving his wife. His death can only satisfy her desire. Let's go. Chen Shang lowered his arm and said to Xia Qingyue. Then he asked Zhao Li again, confirming, the 100 alliances will go in this direction, right? Yes. Zhao Li recovered from his shock and nodded heavily. Seeing Chen Shang and Xia Qingyue walking away, she hurriedly took 2 steps at a time to catch up, leaving everyone standing there in confusion. Forget about the holy son of the Tianyan sect, but how come even the protector of the quasi-emperor was killed instantly by him with a single blow, a headshot? Isn't the scariest part that we couldn't even see when he made his move? When did such a young genius appear in the Divine Sword sect? He's truly abnormal. No wonder they dare not take the Tianyan sect seriously.
They may have the confidence to look down on the Tianyan sect, but this is the 100 Alliances. Can he, alone, fight against the top powerful sects in the 100 Alliances? Everyone thought about this sentence carefully and felt that what he said made sense. No matter how strong one person is, he can never be stronger than the entire sect, let alone be stronger than the combined power of 100 major sects.
I think Chen Qing is still too young and impulsive. At the same time, in Wanjian City, looking at the shattered soul jade token in his hand, and then at the disciple kneeling on the ground in front of him, with a look of trepidation and cold sweat on his face, the old man asked, "Tell me again, what happened to the Holy Sun?" "Master, the Holy Sun was murdered in the street by the people of the Divine Sword sect." The disciple hurriedly told them what he had seen and heard. "Where is Lin Zhantian? Isn't he the protector of the Holy Sun sect?" Master Tianyan asked again.
"Elder Lin also died at the hands of that man." The disciple did not dare to hide it.
Sect Master Tianyan was silent. Chapter 112. You are not worthy of challenging my husband. Isn't Lin Zhantian a quasi-emperor of the first level? How could he be killed by a junior? The leader of Tianyan sect asked, eager to clarify this point.
Afterwards, he learned the whole story from his disciples.
In fact, it can be explained in 2 or 3 sentences.
After all, the protector had no strength to fight Chen Sheng at all and was unilaterally slaughtered. A dignified quasi-emperor of the first level was actually unilaterally killed by a small-time character that no one has ever heard of. Tianyan sect master Huang Hengtian couldn't help laughing as he spoke.
He was so angry that he laughed.
If this matter were to get out, the reputation of their Tianyan sect would surely plummet.
Such a large sect couldn't even protect its own holy son. "Master, I suspect that the Divine Sword sect has been deceiving us."
"That boy is most likely the new holy son elected by the Divine Sword sect after 100 years." The disciple said what he was thinking.
His Huang Hengtian took a breath after hearing this.
The more he thought about it, the more he felt that what his disciple said made sense. Being able to kill a quasi-emperor means that his cultivation is at least at the second level of quasi-emperor. If this boy is not eliminated, it will be a great disaster for our Tianyan sect. As the sect leader, Huang Hengtian naturally does not want the balance between the two sects to be broken. Once it is broken, Huang Hengtian will feel uneasy even when he is asleep, always worrying that the Divine Sword sect will think that the Tianyan sect has no strength to fight and send people to launch a surprise attack to seize the sect. "Elder Xiao, are you sure you can deal with this guy?" Huang Hengtian looked at Xiaohua, who was sitting next to him and sipping tea calmly without saying a word from beginning to end. "Since the sect leader has said so, I will go there myself. After all, this is for the sake of the entire sect." Xiaohua put down his teacup, stood up, and accepted the order.
"Then I'll have to trouble Elder Xiao with everything." Huang Hengtian stood up and bowed.
Although he was the leader of a sect, he had to show due respect to an elder of this level. Seeing Xiaohua disappear on the spot without a trace, Huang Hengtian sat back in his seat with a much calmer expression.
He thought, a quasi-emperor of the 4th realm dealing with a rising star shouldn't cause any accidents.
After finishing the tea and placing it back on the table, Huang Hengtian's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he crushed the cup. "Sooner or later, your Divine Sword sect will submit to my Tianyan sect.
It's too early to upset the balance now."
He was not worried at all about being retaliated by the Divine Sword sect after killing Chen Qing, the Holy Sun. Could it be that the officials were allowed to set fires, but the people were not allowed to light lamps? "You killed my Holy Son, I killed him back, that's fair."
Justice.
The other side. Chen Sheng and Xia Qingyue had already arrived outside the venue of the 100 Alliances conference. However, there is still some time before the 100 Alliance conference officially begins, and it is currently in the preparation stage, so no one is allowed to enter.
"Looks like we need to go somewhere else to kill some time,"
Chen Xing said to Xia Qingyue.
"As long as I can be with my husband, I'll go anywhere."
In Xia Qingyue's eyes now, Chen Sheng is undoubtedly her heaven. In a word, as long as Chen Sheng is here, heaven is here. The next moment, a harsh voice came from behind, "You can't go anywhere, this is your grave."
Immediately, the pressure from the quasi-emperor realm came rolling in like a wave, extremely fierce.
As soon as the power of the quasi-emperor appeared, countless people immediately stopped to watch.
Fourth realm quasi-emperor.
What on earth did that young couple do to provoke a quasi-emperor of the fourth realm? I don't know, but it seems that the quasi-emperor is determined to kill them today. It's a pity for this talented and beautiful young couple.
There's no other way. How many people can survive if they offend a quasi-emperor?
Not to mention, he's a quasi-emperor of the fourth realm. In the eyes of the crowd, Chen Shang and Xia Qingyue, facing Shang Xiaohua, were almost like dead people, with no difference between the two corpses. From the Tianyan sect, Chen Shang was not surprised by Xiaohua's arrival and asked directly.
That's right.
Xiaohua admitted it frankly. He did not hide the fact that he was from Tianyan sect and did not mind letting Chen Xing die with a clear conscience. Okay, stop talking nonsense, it's time for you to get going. Heroine is as his name suggests, and the martial arts he practices are fire attributed.
He rotated his hands and struck out again.
A flaming palm quickly filled the area visible to Chen Shang and the others, approaching them rapidly, bringing with it a scorching gale. The temperature of the flaming palm was so high that it seemed as if even the air was boiling.
The onlookers unconsciously kept their distance, their mouths dry, and they kept swallowing and licking their lips.
You're just a mere cat or dog, you're not even worthy enough to challenge my husband. Xia Qingyue took the initiative to step forward and waved her hand.
That palm strike that seemed to be able to destroy the world in the eyes of outsiders disappeared in an instant.
Oh, Xiaohua's eyes, which had originally narrowed into slits, opened a little wider. He was a little surprised that his fatal move could be resolved so easily by a weak woman.
It seems that the news is wrong.
It's not just you who is in danger, she is also. Xiaohua looked at Chen Shang, then at Xia Qingyue, and easily made up his mind to send them both to hell. He swung his hands in circles again, and fierce flames burst out from his arms, entwining and transforming into two giant pythons. As the two palms struck out, the two giant pythons entwined themselves around each other and charged towards Chen Shang and Xia Qingyue. During the process, the two flames merged and turned into a dragon, which opened its bloody mouth and tried to swallow the two of them and refine them into charcoal slag. What seemed like a powerful and swift attack was, in Xia Qingyue's eyes, just a trivial trick. He raised his hand, and with his 5 fingers he easily blocked the flaming dragon, then injected spiritual power into it and forcibly took over its body. The originally orange-red flame dragon turned into an ice-blue color and turned towards Xia Qingyue, coiling obediently beside her. What kind of move is this? As a quasi-emperor of the fourth realm, Xiaohua had never heard of someone being able to plunder the martial arts techniques used by others. But soon, Xiaohua realized something even more terrifying. Putting aside why Xia Qingyue was able to do such a thing, the fact that she could do it itself already showed that her cultivation realm was far above his own. She might be a quasi-emperor of the fifth realm, or even a quasi-emperor of the sixth realm.
Not good.
After thinking this through, the flames on Xiaohua's arms shrank back, just like his disappearing fighting spirit. Big beads of cold sweat rolled down his face, and his heart was beating fast and he was extremely panicked. I originally thought it was a task that I could complete by making a trip and snapping my fingers, and at the same time improve my status and influence.
I never thought it would be so difficult. Continue to confront Xia Qingyue head-on? Xiaohua is not stupid.
As an old quasi-emperor, he has only one thought in his mind at this moment.
Run. Run without looking back. Run as far as possible, as fast as possible.
It's a pity that Chen Shang will not give him such an opportunity. All the factors have been gathered. Don't miss the opportunity to get a reward for pampering your wife.
Chapter 113: The Demonic Couple. Chen Shang raised his index finger and gently dropped it downwards. Boom!
A supreme power that just encircled Xiaohua fell on him like a pillar. In just a moment, Xiaohua didn't even have the chance to react before he was crushed from head to toe, blood splattered everywhere, drawing a gorgeous bloody flower on the ground.
Successfully pampered my wife.
Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, comprehension plus 500.
Note, because the host already has top-level comprehension, no more comprehension can be added. Subsequent comprehension rewards will be saved in the system backpack and the host can use them freely.
Chen Shang didn't think there was anything wrong with this setting, instead, he thought it was quite humane. These 500 points of comprehension can be given to Xia Qingyue to increase her comprehension value. Husband, how could you steal my prate? Xia Qingyue had only mobilized half of her spiritual power when she never expected that Chen Qing could crush Xiaohua with just a flick of his finger, leaving not even a bone residue. But why do I remember that he was coming for me from the beginning? Chen Qing asked back. That being said, this kind of guy isn't worthy of my husband's help, Xia Qingyue said confidently. To me, killing this kind of guy is just like dirtying my lady's hands. Chen Qing's words were enough to dispel Xia Qingyue's resentment. Even if she had any huge resentment, it would have vanished into thin air. This made the onlookers who thought there was a good show to watch, but ended up being fed up with it, disappear their smiles one by one. If they weren't afraid of Chen Sheng and Xia Qingyue's strength, words like show off your affection and you'll die soon would have already been uttered incessantly. After seeing the two of them kill Xiaohui in seconds and then walk away as if nothing had happened, everyone gradually recovered from their shock. I shouldn't be mistaken, right? That old fellow is indeed a quasi-emperor of the Fourth Realm, right? But why was he killed so easily by them? Why else? Of course, it's because both of them are stronger than the quasi-emperor of the Fourth Realm. But they look like they're only in their early 20s. Everything they say and do is typical of young people. I can only say that this generation of young geniuses is no longer what we imagined. They are even stronger. Even more abnormal. A monstrous genius like this is already terrifying enough, and they've even become a couple, a husband and wife. If they give birth to children, wouldn't their talents be even more outrageous? Who says it's not? After that, Chen Sheng took Xia Qingyue for a stroll in Wanjian City. First go to the roadside stalls, try all kinds of delicious food, fill your stomach, and get some rewards for pampering your wife. Along the way, Xia Qingyue suddenly raised her chin, as if sniffing something. What a delicious smell. Chen Xing followed suit and sniffed, then gave what he believed to be the correct answer. This is the scent of elixir. Someone is refining elixir. There should be an alchemy room nearby. So it's the scent of medicinal pills. Xia Qingyue suddenly understood. Let's go and take a look. I'm planning to buy some medicinal herbs to make medicine for my wife. Chen Xing thought that since the place where the 100 Alliance Conference could be held was in the upper realm, he should be able to buy a lot of top-quality medicinal herbs. Anyway, I have countless spirit stones and can't spend them all, so I might as well take this opportunity to purchase some medicinal herbs. Okay. Xia Qingyue had already eaten and drunk her fill, so she readily agreed. She took a step forward, holding Chen Sheng's hand, while holding half a string of candied haws in her other hand. She ate one herself and passed it to Chen Xing. It's so sweet, my husband, try it too. Chen Xing naturally wouldn't be too polite with Xia Qingyue. He took a bite and found that it tasted really good. Not long. After finishing chewing the candied haws in their mouths, the two of them came to the alchemy pavilion. Excuse me, are you here to buy pills? Or to make pills? Seeing them arrive, dressed in extraordinary attire, the clerk of the alchemy pavilion hurried down the steps to greet them. To buy medicinal herbs. Chen Cheng replied. Okay, no problem. Please come this way. The waiter raised his hand and made a gesture of invitation, very respectfully. Afterwards, under the guidance of the waiter, Chen Cheng and Xia Qingyue came to the place where the herbs were stored. I wonder what medicinal herbs you two want. After the clerk returned to the counter, he had already taken out a pen and paper, ready to take notes. I want all the medicinal herbs above grade 7. Chen Cheng said. Hearing this, the clerk was stunned for a long time and did not start writing. After a long while, he raised his head and looked at Chen Shang. My dear guest, you are not kidding me, right? We have quite a few medicinal herbs above the 7th grade in our alchemy pavilion. What? Are you afraid that I can't afford the money? Chen Sheng smiled indifferently, and then, with a wave of his sleeves, a small hill made of top-grade spirit stones was formed, and top-grade spirit stones kept falling out from the cracks in the void. Is this enough? Chen Sheng asked the guy, whose jaw almost dropped in shock. Enough. Enough. I'll arrange it for you right away. The waiter had already seen from their faces and temperament that Chen Sheng and Xia Qingyue had extraordinary backgrounds, but he had not expected that they were so powerful. Who dared to say anything more?
He immediately took action and went to pack the herbs.
After selling so many medicinal herbs, his status in the alchemy pavilion will definitely rise several levels.
About half an incense stick of time.
When the guy returned to Chunshang, he had 3 more storage bags in his hands. He introduced them one by one. Sir, this bag contains 7th grade herbs, this bag contains 8th grade herbs, and the remaining bag contains 9th grade herbs.
Would you like to inspect the goods first?
No need, I trust you. Chen Xing raised his hand and put the 3 storage bags into the system backpack.
It is my honor to have your trust.
The guy said this and thought the same in his heart. After buying the herbs you want, there is naturally no need to stay any longer. Chen Xing glanced at Xia Qingyue. Madam, let's go.
Okay.
Xia Qingyue nodded in agreement. As soon as they left, they heard the conversation between other people and the guy from behind. Sky Star Grass, Eternal Night Flower, Star Seed. The middle-aged man recited no less than 30 kinds of medicinal herbs in one breath. After hearing this, the waiter said, Sir, among the herbs you requested, the Evernight Flower and Starseed are sold out.
Sold out? Didn't you just say there was sufficient stock? The middle-aged man asked unhappily.
Your Excellency, we just sold out. The waiter was grabbed by the collar, looking embarrassed and ashamed.
It was just sold out?
Who bought it? The middle-aged man frowned, wondering if the rival was doing something bad again. This according to the rules of the alchemy pavilion, the guys definitely cannot say such things casually. However, while thinking this in her heart, she was caught by the middle-aged man when she glanced at him unintentionally.
The middle-aged man followed the direction the waiter's eyes glanced in.
His gaze quickly fell on Chen Shang, who had already arrived at the gate, and Xia Qingyue's back. Chapter 114, Disrespectful, Deserve to be Killed. The master still has to rely on refining pills and take this opportunity to please those top powerhouses and find a big backer for himself.
The master's backer is naturally the middle-aged man's backer. How could such an important matter be ruined by the lack of medicinal materials?
Thinking of this, the middle-aged man released the hand of the clerk from the alchemy pavilion, turned around and chased in the direction where Chen Shang and the others left. Seeing that the two were about to step out of the alchemy pavilion, he quickened his pace and shouted, You two, stop right there. The result was that he couldn't finish his words. In front of everyone, the middle-aged man's entire body, from his hands to his torso and head, was blown away by the wind like smoke. The expression on his face before death was frozen in the word horror. After seeing how the middle-aged man treated the clerk in the alchemy pavilion, the experienced Chen Sheng knew very well that it was impossible to reason with such a person. It would be useless and a waste of time. Therefore, Chen Sheng, who didn't want to waste time, simply and decisively sent the middle-aged man to death before he could cause trouble to him. Xia Qingyue, who noticed this scene out of the corner of her eye, did not think there was anything wrong with Chen Xing's actions. If it were her, she would do the same thing. After the two left the alchemy pavilion, the alchemists in the lobby who were stunned by the death of the middle-aged man suddenly came out of their shock one after another.
Did you see how that guy died?
I don't know how he died, but in my opinion, his death is definitely related to those two young men just now. If I remember correctly, this person should be the eldest disciple under Master Miao Xian. If the eldest disciple was killed, Master Miao Xian would definitely not sit idly by.
Miao Xian?
Could he be the person who was only half a step away from becoming the Supreme Master? Seeing that the other party confirmed his question, the alchemist agreed with him. If it were him, with the strength and influence of Master Miao Xuan, he would definitely not let it go after learning of the death of his eldest disciple. As a strong person, when facing the weak, the words swallowing one's anger will not exist in the dictionary of life. That's right, in their eyes, Master Miao Xian Dan was a strong man. Chen Chang and Xia Qingyue might be very powerful, but they were not strong enough to compete with Master Miao Xian Dan.
But the next moment, this idea was refuted. No, it's bad.
Master Miao Xuan is dead. A waiter's panicked and frightened voice echoed throughout the lobby. From him, everyone learned that Master Miao Xian's death was very strange and weird. After learning that his eldest disciple had died tragically at the hands of others, as everyone expected, he did not intend to swallow his anger. He immediately stopped refining the pill and rushed out of the alchemy room. But before he took a few steps, his eyes rolled back and he fell heavily to the ground with his eyes open. The waiter stepped forward and shouted, and after careful confirmation, he was sure that Master Miao Xiandan was dead. As for who did it, everyone knew it clearly in their hearts. Who else could it be except him? However, unlike before, after experiencing the death of Master Miao Xiandan, they no longer dared to continue talking nonsense. It is also a taboo to criticize the powerful. Don't want to cause trouble for yourself. The fact is, they were right. The person who made the move was Chen Chang. Before Master Miao Xian could cause trouble for him, he shattered all of his souls and spirits with a single thought. I feel like I've been under the influence of the female protagonist of Destiny for a long time. Recently, there have been a lot more people who like to put their faces close to their hands and let themselves be beaten. Chen Xing didn't care. Killing one person, killing a group of people, or killing millions of people was the same to him. With the cultivation level of the immortal emperor, in this world that still worships the great emperor and believes that the great emperor is invincible, he can really do whatever he wants. After buying the herbs and leaving the alchemy pavilion, he returned to the 100 Alliances venue shortly afterwards. At this time, envoys from various sects had already arrived one after another. The 100 Alliances conference is about to begin. Upon seeing this, Chen Chang and Xia Qingyue exchanged a glance, then linked arms and followed the crowd into the venue. As soon as he entered the arena, a familiar voice rang in his mind, "Your Majesty, this way." Turning around, he saw the new leader of the Divine Sword sect. Zhao Li stood up and waved over here from the seat belonging to the Divine Sword sect. "Let's go over there," Chen Chang said. "Okay." Xia Qingyue agreed, and then she and Chen Xing instantly went to the Divine Sword sect seat. Sitting down, Chen Chang looked around. The entire venue is a circular building with no ceiling and is divided into 4 floors in a stepped manner. The higher the level of the seat, the stronger the sect is. The level where the Divine Sword sect is located is equivalent to mid-level strength. As time passed, all the members of the 100 Alliances had arrived and taken their seats. On the 4th floor, which was separated and seemed a bit abrupt, there were 10 people sitting. Among these 10 people, except for the leader, the other 9 are elders of the 100 Alliances. What is similar is that these 10 people all come from the top 10 powerful sections. As long as they are promoted to the top 10 powerful sects, they will not only be able to replace their influence in the upper realm, but also replace their seats as elders in the 100 Alliances. If you want to become the leader of an alliance, you must become the most powerful sect among the hundreds of alliances. The strength and foundation of a sect represent its status and voice in the 100 Alliances. Afterwards, the leader raised his glass to welcome everyone to drink wine together. Being pregnant, one naturally cannot drink alcohol, even if one is the supreme emperor. Chen Shang did not let Xia Qingyue take this risk. He tasted the wine in the glass himself, and it tasted really good. But compared to the fairy wine you get as a reward for pampering your wife, I can only say that it is as bland as water. How can the wine that mortals drink be compared with the wine that immortals drink? What's the meaning of the Divine Sword sect not drinking? Could it be that they have some opinion about the leader? A voice came out and instantly caught everyone's attention. The person who spoke was none other than the leader of Tianyan sect, Huang Hengtian. He was just worrying about not having the chance to attack the Divine Sword sect, but he didn't expect Xia Qingyue to take the initiative to bring this opportunity to him. The leader is toasting, and a small sect like the Divine Sword sect actually dares not to drink. They deserve to be killed. Could it be that the Divine Sword sect feels they have grown strong enough to challenge the Daotian sect? A sect ranked mid-level in the 100 Alliances actually dares to challenge the leader. How ridiculous! I don't think they are even qualified to compete for the position of elder. For a time, there were many different opinions. The leader also looked at Chen Chang and Xia Qingyue. My wife is pregnant and can't drink alcohol. It will harm the fetus, Chen Chang said. As a cultivator, how could you let a glass of wine ruin your fetus? This is just an excuse. Huang Hengtian naturally would not let Chen Xing use such a lame excuse to get through this crisis. After saying that, he turned to the leader and said, "Leader, I have something important to report."
Speak, the leader agreed. Huang Hengtian immediately exaggerated the incident of Chun Qing killing the holy son and elder of Tianyan sect. He also hinted that the Divine Sword sect was doing this to slap the face of the 100 Alliances and himself as the leader. Disrespectful, deserve to be killed. Chapter 115. I am the Emperor, and you want to tell me the rules? In Tianxian, the weak do not respect the strong, and the practice since ancient times has been to kill them. In addition, during the 100 Alliances conference, the Divine Sword sect disregarded the rules and massacred our disciples in the streets. I implore the Alliance leader to punish them severely and seek an explanation for our Tianyan sect. As Huang Hengtian spoke, he actually put aside his dignity as the leader of a sect and knelt down in public. After learning that even Xiaohua, a quasi-emperor of the Fourth Realm, was no match for Chun Qing, Huang Hengtian had no choice. If this kneeling could really bring about the destruction of the Divine Sword sect, it would definitely be a sure-win deal for Huang Hengtian. If this matter could really be easily turned over, now, the Divine Sword sect is thriving and has top geniuses, while their Tianyan sect has lost its holy son and 2 quasi-emperor realm masters, the balance is bound to be broken. After the 100 Alliances meeting, it is difficult to guarantee that the Divine Sword sect will not take advantage of this opportunity to attack the Tianyan sect. Even if the Tianyan sect could manage to fend off the Divine Sword sect's attack, the entire sect's strength would be greatly reduced. It will inevitably regress from its current mid-level sect to a low-level sect. That was something that Huang Hengtian, the sect leader, absolutely did not want to see. What he said is true. After learning everything, the leader Zhou Yong believed it to be true. The power of the peak quasi-emperor descended all at once, covering the entire place. Feeling the pressure above his head, Huang Hengtian buried his head and smiled instead of getting angry, knowing that he was safe now. No matter how many mouths Chun Qing has or how eloquent he is, he can never have a good ending. Alliance leader, the reason why your majesty took action was because the holy son of Tianyan sect provoked you first. After that, Tianyan sect still refused to give up and sent people to assassinate your majesty many times. I hope your majesty will understand this, Zhao Li said immediately. Alliance leader, it is a fact that my Tianyan sect lost a holy son and 2 quasi-emperors. It is also a fact that that person disrespected you, Alliance leader. Please understand, Huang Hengtian pursued the victory. Don't worry, I will give you a reasonable explanation for this matter. Zhou Yong naturally understood that Huang Hengtian's words could not be fully believed, but he could not disbelieve them either. It is definitely not necessary to destroy the Divine Sword sect for such a small matter. It is enough to give them a warning and take this opportunity to make an example of them to scare the monkeys and strengthen his own authority as the leader of the alliance. It is a fact that you too killed the holy son of Tianyan sect and 2 quasi-emperor realm powerhouses. How do you plan to compensate them? Zhou Yong asked. In Tianxian, the weak do not respect the strong, and the practice since ancient times has been to kill them. Xia Qingyue did not rush to answer Zhou Yong, but repeated what Huang Hengtian had just said. Then he asked Zhou Yong, I wonder if the leader thinks this is right or wrong. Rules that have been passed down for tens of thousands of years are naturally correct. Zhou Yong did not object. After all, he was able to become the leader of the alliance because of this iron rule. In that case, the holy son of the Tianyan sect, as a weakling, disrespected us and killed him. What's wrong with that? Xia Qingyue asked again. This Xia Qingyue's question stumped Zhou Yong. He realized that Xia Qingyue was actually digging a hole for him to fall into. No matter how disrespectful he is, you shouldn't kill him one after another. This violates the rules of the 100 Alliances. What's more, it happened on the day of the 100 Alliances. Zhou Yong soon found an excuse to respond. It seems like the leader is determined to stand on the side of the Tianyan sect, Xia Qingyue asked. This leader only abides by the rules, Zhou Yong sternly refuted. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingyue chuckled. Are these rules, which can be changed at will for one's own selfish interests, worthy of being called rules? How ridiculous. What did you say? Xia Qingyue's words completely angered Zhou Yong. The pressure from the peak quasi-emperor is even greater than before. Xia Qingyue, who was already tired of talking and didn't want to waste any more words, gently raised her arm. Just when everyone was wondering what she meant by this action, I saw her raised index finger gently drop down. Boom!
Immediately, a powerful pressure that just surrounded Zhou Yong crushed him from head to toe, causing him to explode. Everything happened so fast that the 9 elders nearby didn't even have a chance to react, and a lot of blood splattered on their bodies and faces. His Chen Sheng looked at this scene and felt like it was familiar.
I thought, isn't this the same move I just used?
That's right, Xia Qingyue was indeed imitating Chen Sheng. As a junior, she felt it was reasonable to imitate her predecessors. After a brief period of silence, intense fear filled everyone's body and mind in an instant. No one had expected that Xia Qingyue could kill the leader of the 100 Alliances, who possessed peak quasi-emperor strength, with just a flick of her finger, leaving not even a bone behind.
The leader is dead.
The leader is a powerful being at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm. How could he be killed so easily? Could it be that the woman is also a peak quasi-emperor? As both of them are peak quasi-emperors, it's impossible for them to kill her instantly with one move, unless she is. Although the word emperor was not spoken out loud, it appeared in everyone's mind. Xia Qingyue ignored them, walked through the air, and came to Huang Hengtian, who was still kneeling on the ground. Before Huang Hengtian, whose face was covered in sweat, could ask more questions, the next moment, the emperor's divine ring appeared behind Xia Qingyue. In Tianxian, the weak disrespect the strong, and the practice since ancient times has been to kill them. Xia Qingyue repeated these words to Huang Hengtian verbatim. Faced with Xia Qingyue, the great emperor who had given up on pretense and laid her cards on the table, no matter how eloquent Huang Hengtian was, he could only say one sentence, not a single word. After a long while, he finally managed to utter, "I know I am wrong, please spare my life, Your Majesty. I refuse." As soon as Xia Qingyue finished speaking, Huang Hengtian exploded into a cloud of blood mist in front of hundreds of eyes. The leader of a sect fell. Then, Xia Qingyue raised her hand and waved, and pages of heavenly Tao oaths appeared before everyone. Xia Qingyue didn't say a word, but everyone knew it very well in their hearts. This oath of heaven, they either signed it or died. Compared with the latter, it is much easier for people like them to accept submission to a powerful emperor. Without hesitation, they bit and cut their fingers, wrote their names with their own blood on the heavenly Tao oath book, and signed their names with heavenly Tao. Seeing everyone's cooperation, Xia Qingyue nodded in satisfaction. Turning her head, she suddenly realized that she had accidentally given the heavenly Tao oath to Chen Sheng as well. He hurried forward, and with both hands, he scattered the floating words, twisting them. He smiled awkwardly and said, sorry, I made a mistake." Chen Sheng teased, "That's good. I thought Madame had awakened some strange habit and wanted me to call her master. How could I be that perverted?" Xia Qingyue gave him a coquettish look. After the little episode, Xia Qingyue completed her control over the 100 alliances and took the position of leader. She originally wanted to watch the excitement first, but Huang Hengtian insisted on doing this and speeding up the process. There was no other way, so Xia Qingyue had to take the initiative and seize power. Chapter 116: The Dark Side. After taking over the 100 alliances and gaining the loyalty of hundreds of clan leaders, the 100 alliances were officially convened. As the new leader of the alliance, Xia Qingyue didn't need to participate too much. Most of the time, she just needed to listen quietly. Almost all of the decisions were made by the 9 elders, who would weigh the pros and cons and discuss them, and ultimately report to Xia Qingyue, who would make the final decision. Then, Xia Qingyue, who lacked experience in this area, would choose to ask Chen Sheng how to respond. He also stated that in the 100 alliances, Chen Sheng's words were his own words, and whoever dared to disobey him would be disobeying him. This strong statement stunned all the sect leaders and elders. I can't understand why a great emperor-level cultivator would be so obedient to a young man who was still wet behind the ears and ask for his opinions and thoughts on everything. This is in stark contrast to their impression of an emperor who has the final say. I became more and more curious about who this young man Chen Sheng was. He did not think that Chen Sheng was also an emperor. After all, the idea that there can only be one emperor in a world is deeply rooted in people's hearts and is a cognition engraved in their bones. The 100 alliances will continue to convene. At the same time, news of what happened here spread like wildfire. The fights between Tianyan sect and Xinjiang sect are just small matters. The birth of a new emperor and the fall of the old emperor are big matters.
The most noteworthy thing is that the emperor this time is a woman.
Throughout the 10,000 years of history of the Tianxian continent, the female emperor was rarely heard of.
She existed in unverified legends in the ancient times.
Soon, the news spread back to all the major sects, and the elders and supreme elders learned that their sect leader was forced to sign the heavenly Tao contract and submit to the new emperor. Not daring to stop for a moment, he immediately convened a sect meeting. Taking Daotian sect, one of the 10 most powerful sects and also the one to which the former leader belonged, as an example, the supreme elders and the elders of the inner court have already gathered together.
The sect master has been killed. What should we do in the future? Will the new emperor, due to his conflict with the sect leader, take his anger out on us and use the Daotian sect as an example to warn others? To establish his authority. It's possible. How could the profound sky continent suddenly have a female emperor who I've never even heard of, let alone seen? How long has she been dormant? There are many people asking questions, but there are very few people who can answer them. As the strongest sect in the 100 alliances, they were used to the dictatorial power over millions of people. Now that the situation had taken a sharp turn for the worse, they were stunned and didn't know what to do. Just when the atmosphere had reached a freezing point, a figure appeared and broke the deadlock. The person who came was none other than the previous old patriarch who had abdicated for hundreds of years. After seeing who was coming, they quickly stood up and saluted. Facing the powerful person with the background of Daotian sect, they dared not be disrespectful. There are 2 peak quasi-emperors in Daotian sect, one is Zhou Yong and the other is the old sect leader, Li Mo. They, the elders, knew very well that the reason why Li Mo suddenly abdicated and gave up being the sect leader was because he had reached the ceiling of breaking through the peak of quasi-emperor. However, there is the huge mountain of Emperor Tianxian pressing in front of him, which is difficult to cross, so he can only choose to lie dormant, recuperate, and wait for the day to break through. Now that they saw Li Mo coming out of seclusion, everyone was not happy at all. They did not think that he came out of seclusion because he had successfully achieved the path to becoming an emperor. I thought maybe he gave up because he missed the chance to become an emperor again. Everyone, there is no need to panic. The destiny of heaven is still there and has not been occupied by anyone. This boy, no, this girl must have used some unknown means or magic weapon to deceive everyone. Li Mo saw through their thoughts and took the initiative to speak. What? She didn't achieve the path to becoming an emperor. Upon hearing this, everyone's emotions were immediately aroused, as if they were grasping at the last straw. The reason I came out of seclusion this time is mainly because I felt the call of Emperor Lu. You must quickly give orders and everyone in the sect must protect me. Li Mo ordered. Hearing that he was about to achieve enlightenment, the elders could no longer suppress the smiles on their faces. It's because a great emperor is about to rise in Daotian sect. If this is accomplished, all of them will be invincible. In their perception, whoever possesses the great emperor will be invincible. Don't worry, when I succeed in achieving the path to becoming an emperor, I will definitely reward you. Anyone who dares to insult my Daotian sect must pay a heavy price. Needless to say, the person who insulted Daotian sect in Li Mo's words was undoubtedly Xia Qingyue. With his words, the elders felt relieved, and each of them expressed their willingness to serve the emperor loyally and even die for him, without hesitation. Little did they know that all this was witnessed by outsiders. To be precise, Qin Qing used the sky-seeing mirror to display it exactly as it was at the 100 Alliances conference. Through the experience gained from reading novels, Chen Sheng knew very well that those old guys would never give in. The destined heroine, like the destined hero, is bound to be targeted in various ways. Once the sky-viewing mirror was opened, many people wanted to fight back. Due to Xia Qingyue's appearance, there were also many people who wanted to achieve the path to becoming an emperor ahead of time. Is the destiny of heaven still there? She is not the great emperor. The emperor's divine rune ring can't be faked, right? Don't look at me, I can't tell either. Hearing that some people couldn't tell the difference, Xia Qingyue, who understood Chen Xingliang's painstaking efforts, didn't mind asking them to make the distinction. Thousands, tens of thousands of miles apart, Xia Qingyue moved her fingertips, and cold air suddenly poured down like a tide, freezing all the powerful people with deep roots who had no time to take action, as well as the group of supreme elders and inner court elders.
This incredible act shocked everyone present so much that they tightly closed their lips and dared not breathe. It seems as if the people frozen in ice are not in the mirror, but the ones outside the mirror. I feel that a war between the two sides is inevitable. But as time went by, they always felt that something was not right. Those quasi-emperors and supreme elders did not break the ice seal and rush towards Wanjian City as they had expected. Xia Qingyue couldn't read minds, but if she didn't even have this little bit of insight, how could she become the empress and let Chen Qing cling to her and live off her? With a thought, the ice sculptures suddenly shattered into pieces, completely shattering the thoughts of this group of people. I was so shocked that I couldn't speak. He had never expected that those who were considered to be peak-level experts even at his level of cultivation could be chopped into pieces by Xia Qingyue with just a flick of her finger. He was a healthy person the moment before, but the next moment, he had turned into ice chips all over the ground. But it was soon discovered that not everyone was frozen, there were exceptions. Judging from his training uniform, he is from Daotian sect.
Xia Qingyue is not strong enough and can't do anything to them?
Others may think so, but Chen Qing sees the dark side of his wife through this.
Chapter 117 Hope first, despair then.
Others didn't understand Xia Qingyue, but Chen Qing, who had been his wife and slept in the same bed with him, saw through it at a glance. Xia Qingyue wanted to first give the people of Daotian sect hope and then completely destroy it, so that everyone can know whether his cultivation as an emperor is real or fake. As expected, Liu Mo, who was completely unaware of the tragedies happening in other sects, had already set up a large formation and occupied the center of it. Tens of thousands of disciples and sect elders stood outside the formation, supplying him with spiritual power and starting his path to becoming an emperor. Using the strength of 10,000 people to prove the way to the emperor, this is a good idea. Not only that, it's obvious that the formation has been studied a lot, it's very mysterious. Liu Mo was already the most famous genius in the upper realm 1,000 years ago. Perhaps he will truly become the new great emperor. They tried their best not to turn the topic towards Xia Qingyue. Once Liu Mo successfully proves his path to becoming an emperor, it is obvious that he will be the first to attack Xia Qingyue. As an emperor, how could you tolerate the murder of the leader of a sect? The most important thing is to eliminate a potential opponent who is likely to threaten one's own position. Seeing Xia Qingyue sitting in the leader's seat indifferent, and not taking action like before to kill people violently, they became even more convinced that Liu Mo was very likely to succeed in proving his Tao and be promoted to the great emperor. Husband, what kind of expressions do you think will appear on their faces later? Xia Qingyue looked at Chen Chang and asked in a voice that only the two of them could hear. I don't know, but it must be very interesting. Chen Chang responded. Yes, it will definitely be quite interesting. Xia Qingyue was already looking forward to it. Time flies. It was getting dark. Xia Qingyue didn't say anything, and the leaders of the various sects didn't dare to say a word either, just sitting there obediently. Before Liu Mo successfully achieved the path to becoming an emperor, there was no doubt that Xia Qingyue was still the strongest. However, what they couldn't figure out and couldn't understand was that this time was more than enough for Xia Qingyue to rush to Daotian sect and stop Liu Mo from becoming the great emperor. Why did she take no action? Could it be that he gave up on his own initiative because he saw that his fate was already determined? It looks like he's about to succeed. Chen Qing suddenly said. Xia Qingyue looked up, her pupils slightly changing color as her divine eyes opened. One can indeed see that countless heavenly fortunes, like stars, are rushing towards the direction of Daotian sect. Not long after, the picture in the sky viewing mirror suddenly changed. It was originally dark, but suddenly it became as bright as day. Strange phenomena appeared in the sky and earth, and purple air came from the east. A strange phenomenon in heaven and earth. This means he is about to successfully prove his path to becoming an emperor, someone said excitedly. Without waiting for others to agree, the next moment, the emperor's divine ring appeared behind Liu Mo, explaining everything. The new emperor Tianqian is born. In order to help Liu Mo become the great emperor, the disciples and elders of Daotian sect have paid a lot, and the spiritual power stored in the Danhai has been completely consumed. Without relying on elixirs, it would take at least 2 or 3 days of rest to fully recover. Fortunately, their efforts were not in vain. From now on, Daotian sect has a great emperor. After calming down for a moment, he quickly adjusted his posture, knelt down and said in submission, "Greetings, great emperor." Tens of thousands of people congratulated and paid homage in unison, and the sound was so loud that it almost overturned the sky. Li Mo grinned and then laughed, becoming more and more presumptuous and rampant. "After so much scheming between the old bastards, the throne of the great emperor has finally been taken by me, no, by this emperor." He was feeling proud when a portal suddenly appeared above Li Mo's head. Before Li Mo could react, the portal had already fallen from head to toe and teleported him away. The smiles of the remaining Daotian sect disciples froze and gradually disappeared. "I really want to ask, where did I, such a great emperor, go?" The people of the 100 Alliances were also wondering where the portal came from and how it could have taken a great emperor away without anyone noticing. Soon, the doubts were resolved because a portal appeared in the 100 Alliance venue and someone was thrown out from it. There was no need to look at his appearance any longer. Just a careful check would reveal that he was Li Mo, who had just succeeded in becoming an emperor. Everyone suddenly realized that it was Xia Qingyue who used the portal to bring Li Mo to Wanjian City. But as time went by, bigger questions arose in everyone's mind. Li Mo is a true emperor. I don't understand why Xia Qingyue brought him to such a place. Isn't that courting death? Li Mo looked around and quickly realized that this was the 100 Alliances, the city of 10,000 swords. Then, his eyes quickly locked onto Xia Qingyue, not because he saw that she was the strongest person present, but because she was sitting in the position that should have belonged to the leader of the Daotian sect. "Now that you have met the great emperor, why don't you bow down? Could it be that you want to disobey me?" Li Mo stood in the air, high above. As he spoke, the great emperor's divine ring appeared behind him, shining brightly, competing with the silver moon in the sky. The leaders of the hundreds of sects who signed the Heavenly Dao contract looked at each other, being caught in the middle and having no way out. It is not right to worship this emperor, nor is it right not to worship him. But then Xia Qingyue said shockingly, "Last words, are you finished?" Last words. Li Mo's mouth twitched slightly, veins popped out on his forehead, and he tried his best to hide his inner anger. As an emperor, how could he easily show his emotions on his face? But this did not prevent him from having a strong desire to kill Xia Qingyue. When Chen Qing heard this, he clearly remembered that this was the same question he had asked someone before. "Is this your last words?" Li Mo asked back. After hearing this reply, Xia Qingyue stopped talking. She raised her hand and a 100-foot-tall ice lotus appeared above Li Mo's head. As the ice lotus fell, even outsiders would inevitably have a thin layer of ice on their bodies. A biting cold air swept through the entire venue. Even Li Mo felt the biting cold. This was a coldness he had never experienced before. At the same time, goosebumps appeared all over his body, as if every inch of flesh and blood was reminding Li Mo that he must take it seriously, otherwise, there would be only one ending, death. He feigned composure and chuckled, "With these petty tricks, you can't hurt me." He reached out and took out a sword, slashing out a crescent-shaped sword energy that was also dozens of feet long. He planned to use this sword to break Xia Qingyue's ice lotus attack. The result was that the sword energy was frozen and shattered before it could even touch the ice lotus and compete with it head-on. Even sword energy can be frozen. Li Mo was shocked. The sense of crisis surged. He wanted to use other moves, but found that his body was not under his control. When I wanted to lower my head, I suddenly realized that my neck, torso, and limbs had been completely frozen by the cold, penetrating deep into my blood and reaching my bone marrow. This is not right. I am the great emperor. I am the great emperor. Seeing the ice lotus petals opening up and getting so close, Li Mo, as the emperor, could only shout and scream wildly. Everyone watched helplessly as the ice lotus swallowed him up, then closed its bud and turned into a cage. Chapter 118 Sign and Failed. When the lotus completely closed, Emperor Li Mo, who was in the center of the translucent ice lotus, still maintained a defensive posture with a look of horror on his face. This scene had a psychological impact on everyone that was no less than the destruction of the world. Again, in their cognition, they simply believe that the path to becoming an emperor is the path to invincibility, and becoming an emperor means having an invincible posture. But the appearance of Li Mo slapped them all in the face, and told them clearly with facts that even if he was an emperor, he could still be killed instantly by someone. The new emperor is dead, dead. I can't sense any trace of life from him. He is definitely dead. She is so powerful that even a powerful emperor can't defeat her. Rival? Are you sure that person is qualified to be called her rival? Being able to fight the emperor to a draw is already beyond imagination. Being able to unilaterally slaughter the emperor means that she has already entered a new realm that no one has ever entered before. As soon as these words were spoken, they inspired everyone instantly. He suddenly realized why Xia Qingyue was able to display the great emperor's divine mark ring, and why Liu Mo was able to successfully achieve enlightenment after she achieved enlightenment. Her strength cannot be simply described by the word emperor. If she doesn't agree, even though the seat is vacant, there will no longer be an emperor in this world. It is hard not to think that Xia Qingyue has transformed from a mortal to an immortal and entered the realm of immortals. Even if the heavenly Tao contract did not exist, these people today, after figuring out everything, would never dare to harbor any thoughts of betrayal or disobedience. Then, Chen Shang waved his hand and opened a portal, sending the ice lotus and Li Mo's body back to where they came from. A group of elders and disciples were sitting cross-legged in the square, still rapidly absorbing and recovering their spiritual energy. After witnessing the familiar portal opening above his head, he thought that Liu Mo had killed the murderer of the sect leader and had returned, and was about to lead the entire Daotian sect on the road to becoming an invincible overlord. However, they were only half right. Liu Mo did come back, but what he came back with was just a cold corpse. Embarking on the path of an invincible overlord? The moment Dao Tianzong decided to persist in its wrongdoings and continue to be the enemy of Chen Cheng and Xia Qingyue, the word future was severed. The ice lotus fell to the ground, and the cold air was so fierce that in an instant, the entire Daotian sect, along with all life, was frozen. From now on, the three words Daotian sect will be completely removed from the Tianxian continent and will no longer exist. This scene was also seen clearly by all the members of the 100 Alliance using the sky-peaking mirror. When the sky-peaking mirror disappeared and everyone reacted, Chen Chang and Xia Qingyue had also disappeared. Even though they were not there, the fear and shock they brought did not lessen at all, but continued to increase. Immortal, there is probably no one in this world more qualified to be called an immortal than her. The strongest sect of the 100 Alliances, in her hands, is nothing more than a weakling that can be easily wiped out with a single thought. Fortunately, we didn't become enemies with them before, otherwise, we would have been turned into ice sculptures by now. These prominent figures in the upper realm were filled with emotion, and now all had a look of shock on their faces. At the same time, the news of the birth of the new emperor and the killing of the new emperor was hard to avoid spreading. Through word of mouth and the publicity from intelligence organizations such as Jianghu newspaper and Tianji Pavilion, more and more people became aware of it. After learning about this, the leaders of many sects outside the 100 Alliances quickly got up from their beds, sent people to call the elders, and convened an emergency sect meeting. They discussed how to deal with Xia Qingyue, a terrifying existence that could easily kill a powerful emperor. Since he couldn't defeat them, joining the 100 Alliances and swearing allegiance to Xia Qingyue became the best option. All the major sects chose to withdraw from the original alliance one after another. The sect leader personally went to the 100 Alliances conference overnight to apply to join the alliance. In their view, joining the 100 Alliances is equivalent to getting a chance to survive. Even the great emperor wasn't his match, let alone a quasi-emperor like me? Even if I sacrificed my entire sect, it would only mean a few more deaths. In the face of absolute power, most people can maintain rational thinking. The principle that the strong are respected is known to everyone. Xia Qingyue's path to becoming an emperor is expanding wider and wider. At the same time, Daming Mountain. After a whole day of unremitting efforts, Yifeng finally improved his cultivation to the 3rd level of quasi-emperor. This is undoubtedly good news for him. Open your eyes, take a steady breath, and look at the daily sign-in options that are updated on time. Yifeng was full of confidence in his luck at this time. Do you want to sign in daily? Yes. Click without hesitation. Daily sign-in in progress. Daily sign-in. The smile on Yifeng's face disappeared.
It seemed that something was wrong with this system. Daily sign-in successful. Seeing these 6 words, before Yifeng could breathe a sigh of relief, thinking that it was just a momentary mistake, he saw the system screen begin to flicker, pull, and distort. After finally recovering, the line of text that appeared on the panel made him feel extremely heavy and depressed. Daily sign-in successful. Reward distribution failed. After a long while, Yifeng finally reacted and asked, "What the hell is this about the reward being issued failing? I signed in successfully, so why did the reward fail to be issued?" He didn't understand, he really didn't understand. "I thought it was just a temporary system error, and maybe if I gave it some time, it would fix itself." With this idea in mind, Yifeng continued to enter the state of cultivation. About an incense stick of time passed. Yifeng opened his eyes and summoned the system panel, but the content displayed on it remained unchanged. Daily sign-in successful. Reward distribution failed. Apart from this, Yifeng was unable to perform any operations, and the system obviously did not intend to compensate him with a sign-in opportunity. After that, Yifeng repeatedly entered and ended the cultivation state and opened the system panel. However, the results did not change. This situation did not change until the next day when the daily check-in times were refreshed. Happy? Yifeng couldn't laugh anyway. Why can't I laugh? Because the system swallowed up his one sign-in opportunity, there was no compensation at all, as if nothing had happened. Scolding won't change anything. Yifeng could only sigh and treat it as a dumb person eating Coptis chinensis, forcing himself to crush it and swallow it. What else can I do? Just keep signing in. I just hope that nothing goes wrong this time. Click to sign in. Daily sign-in in progress. Daily sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the Cultivation Experience Pack. The host's current cultivation level has been raised to 5th Realm Quasi-Emperor. Although he only advanced 2 small realms, after confirming that the system had returned to normal, Yifeng did not swallow his share of the reward and breathed a sigh of relief. I still can't figure it out. Why did the system fail to issue rewards for no reason? Chapter 119 Twins End. Little did he know that his luck had already disappeared. Sign-in successful. Reward distribution failed. Successful sign-in. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 9th grade elixir, Yuyan Pill plus 10. Successful sign-in. Congratulations to the host for receiving the Cultivation Experience Pack. The host's current cultivation level has been raised to 7th Realm Quasi-Emperor. Sign-in successful. Reward distribution failed. Successful sign-in. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Demon Falling Pill plus 1. In the following time, Yifeng not only continued to practice and work towards the goal of becoming the emperor. The rest of the time is a constant repetition, rewarding success or failure. As the days went by, Yifeng clearly noticed that the number of failed reward distributions was becoming more and more frequent. When it is long, it can appear 7 or 8 times in a row. What's even more strange is that occasionally one would sign in and get evil pills like the Demon Falling Pill. Although taking it could increase one's cultivation by 100 times, one would also have to pay the price of falling into the path of evil. Even Yifeng knew very well that once he fell into the path of evil, he might gain the power to destroy the world at first, but as time went on, his consciousness would gradually become blurred and replaced by the evil. No matter how much Yifeng wanted to become powerful and leave Damong Mountain, he never thought of taking the Demon Falling Pill. The Demon Falling Pill has been placed in the system backpack since signing in. In a blink of an eye, a month passed. After another failed sign-in attempt, Yifeng unexpectedly discovered that there seemed to be some problem with the barrier in his retreat cave. Looking closely, it was just a very small crack. Moreover, before Yifeng could get closer to observe it for long, the crack was repaired, as if it had never appeared. 2 months later, the cracks began to appear more and more, becoming longer and wider, and then they were repaired. 4 months passed, and during this month, Yifeng failed to sign in more than half of the time. Fortunately, his cultivation level reached the 9th level of Quasi-Emperor without any danger, and he was only 1 step away from the emperor he had been longing for. "Xingyue, you must wait for me." Gradually,
Yi Feng began to adapt to the failure of signing in. He no longer relied on the system, but relied more on his own efforts to break through the bottleneck. When I started signing in, it was no longer as active as before, but very task-oriented. If there is a reward, take it. If there is no reward, it doesn't matter. The main thing is to have a Buddha nature. Soon, it was the 7th month. Yi Feng was never able to prove his path to becoming an emperor, and he failed every time he tried to break through. He even fell to the 8th level quasi-emperor, but fortunately he was lucky and, with the reward from the system sign-in, he returned to the 9th level quasi-emperor and continued to strive for the great emperor level. 8th month, 9th month, 10th month. During this time, Yi Feng, without exception, spent his time in failure and endless failure. Fortunately, Yi Feng did not think this was a bad thing. He felt that his body and mind had been tempered. Believe it or not, this is a necessary step in becoming an emperor. At the same time, in the upper realm. After these 10 months, Xia Qingyue had already become the first eternal female emperor in the history of the profound sky continent and established the power of the imperial court. The Tianxian continent, whether the upper realm or the lower realm, now all submit to the imperial court. It wasn't just the profound sky continent that was changing, Xia Qingyue's belly was also changing, and it was growing larger day by day at a rate visible to the naked eye. Finally, the day of delivery arrived. Chen Qing set up a barrier, and Emperor Wu Xiaochang and Emperor Daqian Chen Xiong were all waiting outside the barrier. The entire delivery process went much smoother than I had imagined. Xiaochang and Chen Xiong, who were guarding outside the yard, suddenly heard the sound of a baby crying. Its born Xiaochang looked excited. Before Chen Xiong could respond, another cry was heard. He widened his eyes in disbelief. "My dear relatives, it seems they are twins." And inside the house, what Chen Xiong said was indeed correct. They were twins, a boy and a girl. Chen Qing first gave Xia Qingyue a recovery pill, then he held the two children in each hand and said to them with a smile, "Thank you, madam, for giving birth to such a beautiful pair of children for me." His smile was genuine, and he was extremely excited to be a father for the first time. "The more I look at these two children, the more I like them." "Yeah." Xia Qingyue responded with a smile and asked Chen Qing to bring the child over so that she could take a look. At the same time, all sorts of strange phenomena appeared in the upper realm. 10 suns appeared, the moon was close at hand, a sky full of stars was within reach, and a rainbow of colors enveloped the heavens and the earth. This is not surprising to anyone, whether in the upper or lower realms. On the contrary, I feel that Chen Shang, Xia Qingyue's offspring, should be a natural king, with all kinds of strange phenomena in the world and special effects at full capacity. This is indeed the case. The boy and girl were born with the cultivation of a great emperor, supreme bones, double pupils, holy bodies so much that even the top secret realms cannot compare to it. Of course, this is also thanks to the wife-loving reward that Chen Qing gave him. Now, not only can Chen Qing eat Xia Qingyue's soft rice, but he can also completely give up and cling to his own son and daughter. A day later, the imperial court held a grand ceremony to celebrate the safety of mother and child, and the entire Tianxian continent celebrated. But soon, someone noticed that there seemed to be something wrong with the destiny of heaven, and it was flowing towards other places. Suddenly I realized that someone was about to become an emperor. And this person is Yi Feng, who is located in Damong Mountain. After months of failure and hardship, he finally achieved his wish and broke through to the great emperor realm. As for the daily sign-in system, now not only can't sign-in fail, it can't even be opened. The spatial cracks in the cave's barrier have become as thick as a waist and will no longer be repaired. Although he didn't know why the system disappeared and the barrier was broken, Yi Feng didn't care about it at the moment. He just wanted to go to the outside world as soon as possible, find Xia Qingyue, and confirm the truth with his own eyes. With the help of his great emperor cultivation, he quickly found Xia Qingyue's whereabouts and headed to the upper realm. After arriving in the upper realm, Yi Feng learned that Xia Qingyue had actually entered the realm of immortals and became the eternal empress of the imperial court. My Qingyue has become so outstanding without me noticing. Yi Feng was very surprised and looked forward to reuniting with her even more. As for the so-called immortal realm, Yi Feng did not take it seriously. He thought it was just a respectful title given by mortals to the strong. The reason is simple: the emperor is the strongest, and he, Yifeng, is the emperor. However, when Yifeng learned through soul-searching that the whole country was celebrating the birth of twins, a boy and a girl, he was stunned and felt a black screen in front of his eyes. He couldn't convince himself that all this was learned through soul-searching and could not be faked. His figure flashed and he decided to go to the imperial palace. Then he saw a heart-wrenching scene. Chen Sheng and Xia Qingyue are very affectionate. In my arms, I have both a son and a daughter. No, how could this happen? This isn't right, this isn't right. He staggered and seemed to be on the verge of falling at any moment. Yifeng suddenly felt like a joke. He had spent the past 10 months working tirelessly to break through his cultivation, while Xia Qingyue spent 10 months pregnant, giving birth to twins for another man. Looking through the wall from afar, Chen Xing's eyes instantly turned blood red, and hatred filled his heart. Today, everyone must die. He wanted to bury billions of lives across the entire Tianxian continent with them. This would calm his anger. In Yifeng's view, as the emperor and the strongest person in the world, he is fully qualified to do so. With his attention slightly diverted, Chen Qing sensed Yifeng's presence. I didn't associate him with the protagonist. I just thought that this guy had just been promoted to the emperor and was very arrogant. He thought he was capable enough and wanted to challenge his wife's authority as the empress. With a thought, Yifeng's 3 souls and 7 spirits were instantly shattered, and his physical body immediately turned into smoke and dust and dissipated, being forcefully wiped out. Xia Qingyue's attention was entirely on her children, and she had no intention of caring about those ignorant people who came to challenge her. Instead, he felt grateful in his heart, as Chen Xing silently and without asking for anything in return solved a troublesome problem for him. Now she is devoted to taking care of her husband and children, being a good wife and a good mother. End of book.